The man's awakening has become a hidden profession. But his classmates mocked him to his face, saying he was not even as good as a dog. The teacher shook his head and sighed, advising him to find an ordinary job as soon as possible. Even his childhood sweetheart, the school beauty, turned away coldly, saying he was not good enough for her. It all started 100 years ago. That year, monsters suddenly descended upon the land of cherry blossoms, slaughtering humans and even eating living creatures. In a short period of time, the entire country was completely destroyed. From that moment on, humanity entered the age of monster invasion. The human race was on the verge of extinction several times, until three unparalleled geniuses emerged from nowhere, rising from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, bringing back the job-changing divine stone that would change their fate. From then on, the era of universal job change began, and only by forming alliances did humanity barely gain the qualifications to fight against monsters. And this man, looked down upon by everyone, was named Liu Yu. He was originally just an ordinary gamer on Earth. That day, he was engrossed in the game, thrilled by the swordsman's cool skills. In his excitement, his hand trembled, knocking over the water glass next to him. An electric current instantly spread through him. His vision went black, and he passed out. When he awoke again, he found himself in this cruel new world. Here, he had fulfilled his dream of becoming a swordsman. However, swordsmanship is one of the most resource-intensive professions. Without substantial financial support, one simply cannot go far. Just when everyone thought he was finished, Liu Yu quietly awakened an incredible ability: the coin drop system. Defeating monsters guarantees a large amount of gold coins. Not only that, when he enters the special divine realm, he can unlock various rare currencies: mist coins, white tiger coins, bull coins, and even the legendary resurrection coins. Welcome to the battlefield ruins. The system prompt appears. You must reach level 10 to leave. Before leaving, you can draw 3 free class talents and skills. This is an old battlefield where humans and monsters fought, and low-level monsters still exist, so please proceed according to your abilities. Liu Yu looked up and saw an endless battlefield, shrouded in mist, the air thick with the stench of decay. Scattered all around were bones, broken weapons, and tattered yet still standing battle flags. This scene stunned many students, some even trembling uncontrollably. This was the true cruelty of war. From the depths of the mist, 3 colossal statues slowly emerged. Some exclaimed that they were the god of creation, the god of dragon blood war, and the human god. They were the embodiment of human faith, the symbols that had sustained humanity to this day. Liu Yu glanced at them only briefly before silently turning and leaving. He didn't join a team, but instead planned to go solo and kill the weakest level 1 monster first. His initial attack power as a swordsman was more than enough. Meanwhile, his classmates had already started forming teams, with some shouting, "Super healer!" looking for a strong team. The scene gradually became lively. Actually, this is a simulated battlefield instance created by a master of formations, where lower-level monsters are captured by stronger players. Every student who completes their class advancement must come here for training, but they are unaware of this, treating it only as a practical exam before graduation. The instance is both a trial and a reward. Here, the monsters are low-level, making leveling up easy. Most importantly, upon reaching level 10, you can draw 3 free talent and skill summons. To continue drawing, you'll need gold coins. Therefore, wealthy students should prepare their gold coins early to gain an advantage over others from the start. In addition, there are shops selling top-tier beginner equipment within the dungeon, but the prices are exorbitant, and most players are advised not to waste money. After all, talents and skills are more crucial than equipment. Equipment is divided into qualities such as white, blue, green, purple, orange, epic, legendary, and mythical. While everyone was still forming a team, Liu had already killed 10 level 1 monsters and earned 100 gold coins. He quickly went to the shop and took a fancy to a green-quality Azure Shadow Sword, priced at 100 gold coins, equivalent to 100,000 yuan, but he bought it without hesitation. After acquiring the equipment, Liu Yu headed straight for the level 5 monster area, instantly killing them all with a single sword strike, and his gold coins poured in like crazy. He crushed his way through, rapidly leveling up. While others were just reaching level 2, he had already reached level 5 and returned to the shop, buying a complete set of green equipment in one go. At this moment, Liu Yu, clad in green armor, had experienced a surge in combat power, making him virtually invincible. Excitedly, he charged straight into the level 10 monster zone. The ugly, foul-smelling monsters swarmed him, but couldn't break through his defenses. The next instant, he struck with lightning speed, once again instantly killing them with a single sword strike. System notifications continuously rang out. Ding! Congratulations on receiving 100 gold coins. This battlefield ruin is vast, with plenty of monsters, enough for everyone to grind all the way to level 10. Liu Yu advanced alone, fighting his way to the deepest part, frantically killing monsters to accumulate gold. His goal was simple, to draw the strongest talent. Time flew by. 3 days later, most students had reached level 10. Here, once you reach level 10, you can no longer gain experience or loot. So, everyone immediately returned to the safe zone to prepare to draw talents and exclusive skills. Liu Yu returned at this time because he had already cleared out all the monsters in the deeper areas. In the center of the safe zone were talent stones and skill stones, similar in appearance to class change stones, but with more complex patterns. Liu Yu's arrival went unnoticed. In everyone's eyes, swordsmen already had high damage output in the early game, so soloing to level 10 wasn't unusual. At this moment, Xie Yin proudly declared, "My dad prepared 10,000 gold coins for me. I didn't even buy any equipment. I used them all to draw talent scrolls. I'm sure I'll get something purple or higher." The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. 10,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure for most people. Liu Yu glanced at the millions of gold coins in his backpack, a slight smile playing on his lips, and then placed his hand on the skill stone. The next moment, a wheel covered in patterns appeared, divided into 5 skill types: attack, movement, defense, control, and recovery. Skill quality ranges from F to S, but most draws result in failed or low-level skills. 3 free attempts are available, relying entirely on luck. Liu Yu directly selected an attack skill, each costing 10 gold coins. The roulette will spun rapidly, sparks flying. Ding! You spent 10 gold coins and drew nothing. Ding! You spent 10 gold coins and drew an F-rank skill, sword thrust. Until after spending over 100,000 gold coins. Ding! You spent 10 gold coins and drew an S-rank skill, flying sword technique. It's finally here. Flying sword technique, an S-rank skill that summons flying swords to attack the target. The number of swords is unlimited when mana is sufficient, and it ignores 10% of the target's defense. This is one of the most coveted skills for swordsmen, second only to flying on a sword. After the skill ended, the real, crucial moment arrived, drawing talents. Liu Yu placed his hand on the talent god stone, and a roulette wheel appeared, offering 8 levels from white to colored mythical, along with 3 free attempts. Ding! Once a talent is selected, it will be permanently locked. If you choose not to, the last result will be used. Liu Yu directly used all 3 free talents. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the white talent. Archery Mastery. Random selection for all classes, often resulting in mismatched and low-quality draws, is almost the norm. Liu Yu sighed and decisively started spending money. Ding! You spent 50 gold coins and drew an orange talent, Power Magic Sword. Nearly 1,000 draws, costing 50,000 gold coins. Only one orange tier talent appeared. Most people would have given up long ago, but Liu Yu simply said, "Only orange? Keep going." Shortly after, ding, you spent 50 gold coins to draw a red epic talent, War Fervor. Epic level is already the threshold for geniuses. At this moment, Xie Yin suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, I drew an epic level flame essence, a perfect match for fire magic. I'm taking off. The surrounding classmates instantly surrounded him, showering him with flattery. Liu Yu glanced at it and smiled lightly. Epic? Nothing special. Time continued to pass. An hour later, ding, you spent 50 gold coins and drew a golden legendary talent, Battle Demon Body. A legendary talent, extremely rare in the entire history of humanity, worthy of being a key focus of the Alliance's development. Liu Yu hesitated slightly, but still chose to give up. I won't stop until I reach mythic status. There was no one around anymore. He was the only one left on the field. More than an hour later, ding, you have spent 50 gold coins to draw a colorful mythical talent, Heart of the Sword God. It's out. Liu Yu suppressed his elation and immediately checked the attributes. Heart of the Sword God. Mythical talent. greatly enhances all attributes, ensures critical hits with lifesteal, reduces damage and control effects, and allows the user to transform into a sword god with 3 devastating skills. Liu Yu gasped, 2 words, outrageous. This talent perfectly complemented his swordsmanship, granting him unparalleled power among his peers. Even reaching the pinnacle of the human race was no longer a pipe dream. Without hesitation, Liu Yu confirmed, this is it. After being teleported out, Liu Yu only saw a familiar figure, his homeroom teacher, Jean Ruojia. The others had already dispersed. Jean Ruojia frowned slightly and asked, Liu Yu, why are you only coming out now? Liu Yu casually explained, Teacher, I leveled up by myself, so it was a bit slower. She nodded, not delving into it, only instructing him to adjust his mindset, return to school in 10 days to assemble, and then go with the guard team to the Dragon City concentration camp in the F4 zone. After Liu Yu agreed, Jean Ruojia sighed and left. In her view, Liu Yu's choice of a swordsman's profession was bleak, and his future would likely be even more difficult. Liu Yu, however, understood that his teacher's scolding over the past 3 years was actually out of concern. He secretly resolved to repay this kindness in the future. Now, on vacation at home, he was even more concerned about his 2 younger sisters' lives. With the funds, Liu Yu's first priority was to improve his family's living conditions. He opened the Alliance shop and anonymously listed 50,000 gold coins for sale. The moment the listing went live, it caused a sensation among the major guilds. Someone has listed 50,000 gold coins. Various factions scrambled to buy, even attempting to contact the seller to establish a relationship. In less than 2 seconds, the gold coins were completely sold out. A system notification sounded. All gold coins sold, 45 million Alliance coins received. Liu Yu was slightly surprised, but quickly realized that gold coins were scarce these days, and it was normal for them to be snapped up instantly. With this money, he planned to buy a house in the main city so that his family could live a safe and stable life. Afterward, he took a taxi to a top-tier hotel and bought a large amount of high-end food, storing it in his backpack. Meanwhile, in a small house in the slums, the 2 younger sisters were waiting anxiously. Liu Yu muttered softly, The trials are over. Why hasn't our brother come back yet? Her face was pale, and she was thin. To prepare a graduation meal for her brother, she and her sister had been eating steamed buns for 3 days straight. Liu Shui comforted her. Brother is probably asking the teacher something. Have something to eat if you're hungry. Soon a taxi stopped. Liu Yu called out from outside the door, Xiao Shui, Xiao Yu, I'm back. The 2 girls immediately busied themselves, telling him not to come in yet. Liu Yu understood they were preparing a surprise, so he waited patiently outside. Soon, Liu Shui called him in, and he pushed the door open and entered. The sight inside made Liu Yu's heart tighten. His 2 younger sisters were dressed in old clothes covered in patches, and they were incredibly thin. Before he could speak, Liu Shui excitedly said, Congratulations on your graduation. This is our gift to you. She lifted the lid of the plate to reveal green pepper and minced meat rice. Liu Yu brought out a lean meat and vegetable soup, looking at him expectantly. Brother, you've been eating bread for 3 days straight. You need to eat something good. Hearing this, Liu Yu's nose stung with tears. He then realized that this meal was the result of their frugal living. The 2 girls were clearly malnourished, yet they still managed to scrape together the money just to give him a decent graduation meal. He felt both guilty and heartbroken. He hugged the 2 sisters tightly, his voice a little strained. From now on, you'll have meat to eat every day, new clothes, and a big house to live in. The 2 sisters looked puzzled, thinking he was just saying that out of anger, and asked nervously, Brother, are you angry? Liu Yu quickly smiled and reassured them, saying that he was just feeling sorry for them. The 2 sisters said they had already eaten and urged him to eat quickly, even pressing him to talk about changing jobs. But Liu Yu saw through their lies immediately. So he said nothing more and simply took out a table full of 5-star cuisine from his backpack. Lobster, abalone, and king crab filled the table, leaving the 2 sisters stunned. Liu Shui snapped out of her daze, her eyes instantly reddening. Brother, did you borrow money from loan sharks? Liu Yu cried out in distress. You didn't sell yourself, did you? Liu Yu was both amused and exasperated, and could only make up an excuse, saying that he had incredible luck and had found a large amount of gold coins in the ruins. The 2 sisters were skeptical. Really? Liu Yu joked. Even if you sold them, you wouldn't earn this much. The 2 sisters were slightly relieved and asked him excitedly if he had struck it rich. Liu Yu nodded, but told them to keep it secret. He also said that he would take them to the city center to buy a house tomorrow and bring their parents back to enjoy their retirement. As night deepened, the two sisters ate their fill and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Yu sat beside them, his gaze tender. He carefully put away the meal his sister had prepared, keeping it as a precious memento. Then he whispered a vow. From now on, you will be princesses, and I will never let you suffer any more grievances. War Zone F consists of 12 front zones, a preparation zone, and a central peace zone. In the preparation zone, various professions are busily engaged in their work. In the blacksmith camp, Lu Yu's father, Lu Shan, is sweating profusely as he hammers inner armor. His skin is dark, his face is covered in grime, and his eyes are bloodshot. He clearly hasn't had a proper rest in a long time. His boss coldly ordered, 50 pieces of white inner armor must be crafted today. You're not allowed to leave until they're finished. Lu Shan could only force a smile and agree. For that meager overtime bonus, he had no other choice. As a low-level blacksmith who could only forge white-grade equipment, his income was meager, while his superiors were already capable of forging green-grade equipment, highlighting the significant difference in their status. In a nearby apothecary, Lu Yu's mother, Han Yunji, was diligently sorting materials. She was familiar with thousands of herbs, yet she was merely an assistant to the apothecary, her status and income equally meager. Although the two worked in a war zone, they struggled to improve their family's financial situation. Supporting 3 children's education was a constant struggle, and they often couldn't return home for months at a time due to overtime work. After a busy day, Lu Shan returned to his lodgings, where Han Yunji wiped the dirt from his face. Lu Shan asked softly, "You should have graduated by now, right?" Han Yunji nodded. "Yes. I don't know if he listened to me and chose an easier job." Her tone was worried. Lu Shan sighed. "I wanted to go back to be with him, but I just couldn't bring myself to say take leave." Han Yunji also said helplessly that monsters have been appearing frequently recently, and war might be imminent, making the workload even heavier. Lu Shan looked exhausted. "We've tried so hard, but we still can't change our fate." Han Yunji replied softly, "As long as the child grows up safely, that's enough." Meanwhile, Liu had already brought his 2 younger sisters to the city center and bought a large 5-bedroom, 3-living-room house without hesitation. In just 10 days, he not only furnished the house, but also bought new clothes for his sisters and took them out to have fun, making up for the hardships of the past few years. The 2 younger sisters still feel like they're dreaming and can't believe it's real. Before leaving, Lu Yu left them enough money for living expenses, told them not to be stingy, and then returned to school alone to register. Inside the school, a team of high-level job changers was already waiting to escort them. The leader rode a flying battle pet, clad in golden armor, exuding an imposing aura. Flame Lance Warrior, Tier 5 LV 125. Job changers could only see each other's class and level, not their talents and attributes, which made Lu Yu's blood boil with excitement. Flying battle pets are extremely rare, requiring pet eggs to be obtained from pet treasure chests, entirely dependent on luck. This also means that this team is definitely the elite of the elite. Lu Yu quickly realized that such a lineup was mostly because Xie Yin had reported an epic-level talent, which attracted the attention of the Alliance. As expected, after the speech, the escort captain personally took Xie Yin away, while the other students had to disperse and ride their mounts. Lu Yu did not report his talent. He had a system with him and did not need to rely on the Alliance. Moreover, he understood that true powerhouses grew through battle. Top-tier powerhouses could not be cultivated in a greenhouse. He understood this very well. At this moment, escort team leader Yang Zheng solemnly reminded them, "Leaving the safe zone means we could be attacked at any time. So don't let your guard down." Everyone's expressions turned grave. They were about to bid farewell to their peaceful lives and truly step into a world on the edge of life and death. Excitement flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He couldn't wait to test the power of his mythical-level talent. A day later, the team successfully arrived in Dragon City. Although they encountered several waves of monsters along the way, they were all easily dealt with thanks to the powerful escort. However, the monsters' behavior alerted everyone. They were organized, conscious, and even fearless, far more dangerous than the monsters in the instance. Yang Zheng warned, "Don't treat this like a game. The monsters are much stronger than you imagine." Dragon City, as the #1 battlefront in the core of the F War Zone, is a massive city with walls bearing the marks of battle, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Inside, people come and go, soldiers and professionals alike, all hurrying along for here, time is life. Led by the leader, Liu Yu and his group arrived at the newbie concentration camp, where tens of thousands of newly promoted players had gathered. Geniuses like Xie Yin had already been taken away separately. The person in charge coldly announced, "From today onwards, you will enter the devil's battlefield. Your sole objective is to kill monsters, grow stronger, and fight for humanity to the very end." Soon, Liu was assigned to dormitory number 9527, a 10-person room with simple conditions, similar to university dormitory. Staff distributed maps and materials and required everyone to sign a top-secret confidentiality agreement, prohibiting the disclosure of monster information, with serious consequences for any violations. Liu Yu glanced at the map. It only showed the monster names and levels, nothing else, clearly indicating they were to explore on their own. At that moment, a fat man spoke up with a smile. "Hello, everyone. My name is Bailey Tong, an assassin. Nice to meet you." Everyone was stunned. A 200-pound assassin? The image was unimaginable. Before they could even process it, he said mysteriously, "I have monster distribution maps here. Half price, 5 gold coins a copy, want one?" Everyone was stunned. This guy was already selling strategy guides, right after signing the confidentiality agreement? But he remained calm, seemingly unconcerned. "Fatty, is your monster distribution map real?" Someone immediately asked, intrigued. "The sooner you reach Tier 2, the better your chances of joining a legion. Even if you don't get in, it's easier to join a high-level guild." Beilatong chuckled. "Genuine goods, honest and fair. If it's fake, I'll compensate you tenfold. I'm right here. Don't worry about me running away." He spoke with such conviction that everyone believed him. "But I don't have any gold coins." "No problem. We support loans. Just sign an agreement, and the first month is interest-free, considering our friendship as roommates." And just like that, all 8 of them bought one. Beilatong squinted, his heart brimming with joy. A great start on the first day. Seeing that Liu Yu hadn't moved, he leaned over and said with a smile, "Hey buddy, want one? You'll level up faster and get lots of benefits." Liu Yu pondered for a moment. He had already witnessed the dangers of monsters along the way, but he was not afraid. On the contrary, he wanted to test his god-level talent as soon as possible. The problem was that all the new students were concentrated in the F-War zone, while there were only 18 people in the leveling area. Without a map, it's hard to avoid others using their talents. With a distribution map, I can find secluded spots to safely grind monsters. Besides, he plans to take down all the bosses in each area and earn more gold coins as well. "Okay, give me one of each." Beilatong was stunned. 18 portions? You want them all? All the other roommates looked over as well. 18 portions are 90 gold coins, which is nearly 90,000, a year's income for an average family. That's no small amount. Most people would only choose one leveling area. Who would buy them all? "Are you sure?" "Yes, let's make the deal." Beilatong rubbed his hands excitedly. "Big client. I'll give you 3 months interest-free. Sign a contract." Liu Yu directly took out 90 gold coins and smiled faintly. "I don't like loans, full payment." The air fell silent instantly. Everyone froze, speechless with shock. Who among the freshmen would keep so many gold coins? Most would have already used them to draw talent scrolls. Who was this person? Beilatong was overjoyed. "Great. I'm definitely making this friend." He quickly collected the money and sent a friend request. Liu Yu didn't refuse and accepted immediately. His friend list now included a new person. There was no signal in the battle zone. All communication relied on the professional channel. Beilatong then noticed Liu Yu's profession. Swordsman? A thought struck him. Someone so rich choosing the most expensive profession must have connections. "How about we team up? Don't let my size fool you. I'm incredibly agile. The boss will be down as soon as it sees me." Liu Yu waved his hand in refusal. "I'm used to acting alone." He needed to test his talent and farm gold coins, and didn't want to be targeted. Once reported to the Alliance headquarters, there would be endless trouble. He now had a gold farming system and didn't need to rely on anyone else. As a swordsman, he valued freedom above all else. Soon, Liu Yu left alone. Beilatong watched his retreating figure, muttered something, and then turned to ask the others if they wanted to team up. The others waved their hands repeatedly. No, we have enough people." Then they ran off. Who wanted to take on a burden? Beilatong scoffed. "Wait until I reach level 30 first. Then you can beg me, and I won't take you." He also turned around and went to grind monsters. The F-rank monster territory, the Dark Graveyard. The Lord monsters here can corrupt reality, forming stable monster zones. As long as the Lord survives, the smaller monsters will continuously spawn. Even if one is killed, a powerful human will capture another to replace it. Lu Yu arrived at the entrance to the cemetery. A massive magic array enveloped the area, confining the monsters within. Many new students had already entered. He handed over his ID card, which the guard checked before allowing him to pass, adding a reminder. Be careful when soloing. The monsters don't play by the rules. Upon entering, Lu Yu followed the map's route, passing through a hidden cave and arriving at a secluded new cemetery. The moment he stepped inside, the surroundings stirred. Crackling sounds echoed as the ground split open and monsters crawled out. They had dog heads and human bodies, their claws gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Dark Biter, LV-15. The elite monster at the head growled, "Damn humans, coming to their deaths again." It charged forward first. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened, and he gripped the azure shadow, sword tightly. "You're the ones," he whispered. "Talent, unleash." With a sizzling sound, a dazzling beam of multicolored light shot into the sky from beneath Lu Yu's feet, its energy surging and reaching his head. The surrounding dark biters froze instantly, feeling an intense pressure from this aura, and even instinctively feeling fear. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu's demeanor changed drastically, as if he had transformed into a peerless divine sword. His short hair grew long, and he donned a white battle armor, his entire being exuding sharpness. The azure shadow sword in his hand was also covered by the power of the sword god, radiating an extreme emerald light. At this moment, his confidence soared, and he was confident that he would be invincible even when facing a lord-level boss. He said coldly, "Try my sword god technique on you." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura swept across the entire area, scaring the monsters into panic, and they all screamed and tried to escape. However, it was too late. Lu Yu's figure flashed, instantly appearing behind the monster horde, and unleashed a sweeping, demon-slaying sword technique. With a whoosh, hundreds of monster heads flew off, and even the elite monster was instantly killed. Although the damage displayed for this sword strike is only 2,000, that's because that's the monster's maximum health. In reality, this skill deals true damage, and its power increases with strength and agility, even inflicting a magic ceiling effect. After the kill, system notifications kept ringing out, and gold coins poured into his account. The extra double rewards from elite monsters put Lu Yu in a great mood. He glanced at his level. He had already leveled up several times, and the experience bonus from killing monsters above his level was extremely considerable. At this rate, he had every chance to reach level 30 before nightfall. So Lu Yu didn't linger and headed straight for the final boss area. With his talent bonus, even without transforming, he could easily crush the monsters along the way. Soon, he ventured alone into the depths of the dark tomb forest, where even a mini-boss couldn't withstand a single sword strike. The sun was setting, and once night fell, the monster's attributes would increase. He had to speed things up. After opening the map, Lu Yu locked onto his target, Skull Castle, the Dark Lord's stronghold. A magic circle protected the castle, clearly designed to prevent the boss from venturing out and slaughtering newbies. It was a very thorough design. Without hesitation, Lu Yu activated his sword god mode again, charging into the castle alone with his sword. A sinister laugh followed, and a 10-meter-tall skeletal warrior appeared, the level 30 Lord boss, the Dark Lord. At the same time, hundreds of elite monsters surged out from all sides, along with 4 leader-level guards, completely surrounding Lu Yu. Normally, only top-tier teams would be qualified to challenge such a lineup. The Dark Lord ordered a blockade, and all the monsters quickly formed a battle array, clearly possessing considerable intelligence. However, before overwhelming power, all tactics were meaningless. Lu Yu unleashed his strongest skill, Divine Sword Storm. In an instant, a terrifying tornado of sword blades formed around him and spread rapidly. Wherever it went, monsters didn't even have time to scream before they were shredded to pieces, and the entire castle instantly became a slaughterhouse. The Dark Lord was horrified, completely unable to comprehend how a human below level 30 could unleash such terrifying skills. It fought desperately, but simply couldn't withstand the continuous high damage. In just a moment, the Lord boss was torn to shreds by the sword and perished on the spot. A system notification sounded, a huge amount of gold coins were credited to the account, and the level successfully broke through to level 30, while also triggering an advancement prompt. Lu Yu was utterly shocked by the result. This was only the initial power of a divine level talent. As his level increased, the sword god technique would only become more terrifying. In the future, he might even be able to sweep across the entire battlefield single-handedly. Meanwhile, outside the instance, two gatekeepers were chatting idly about the talented teams among the new recruits, speculating about who would be the first to kill the boss. Before they could finish speaking, a dazzling pillar of light suddenly erupted in the distance. The two men froze, their expressions changing drastically. This is a signal that the Lord has been killed. They exchanged an incredulous glance. Someone had actually killed the Dark Lord ahead of time. The two soldiers were stunned upon hearing the news. Only half a day had passed, and a newcomer had already killed a Lord boss. More importantly, none of the three supernovas were in this area. Normally, someone capable of this would need at least legendary talent and a full set of high-quality level 30 equipment. They didn't suspect an outsider infiltrating because all new students underwent rigorous screening, and the concentration camp was heavily guarded, making it impossible for any outsider to sneak in. After regaining their composure, the two immediately reported the situation. Zhao Liang quickly pulled up the list of new students who had entered the Dark Tomb Forest and immediately spotted the name Bailey Tong. Aside from the name and photo, everything else was fake. Zhao Liang sneered. So he's that Lord's grandson. No wonder he was eliminated from the Lord list in so long. He then angrily reprimanded his subordinates for not even noticing that someone like this had infiltrated the area. Deep within the Dark Tomb Forest, Bailey Tong himself was completely bewildered. He did indeed possess the golden legendary talent and was equipped with a set of level 30 purple gear, but he was only level 28 at the moment. He had originally come to grind mobs to reach level 30 before challenging the Lord. However, upon arriving at the Skull Castle, he witnessed a shocking scene. Lu Yu had actually stormed into the castle alone. The next second, a terrifying storm of blades swept across the entire area, and in just a few seconds, all the monsters in the castle, along with the Dark Lord, were instantly killed. Bailey Tong was completely dumbfounded. He knew very well that sword skills below level 30 could not possibly possess such power. The only explanation was that Lu Yu possessed heaven-defying talent, at least legendary. Thinking of this, Bailey Tong's eyes lit up. He had to befriend someone like this. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already left the castle. He knew his strength would be exposed sooner or later, so he simply stopped hiding and directly defeated the Lord. At this point, he had reached level 30, which meant he could not only wear a full set of equipment, but also max out his skills. Ding! You have spent 360 gold coins to upgrade your flying sword technique to Tier 1, LV 30. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile. Having money really felt good. He then opened the extraterrestrial shop to browse the swordsman equipment. Normal crafting and drops can only yield orange tier equipment at most. To get higher quality gear, you have to rely on equipment chests and luck. However, these chests are expensive, and there's no guarantee you'll get the right equipment. After some thought, Lu Yu abandoned the idea of opening the chest and opted to buy a complete set of level 30 orange gear. Each piece cost 900 gold coins, but he didn't hesitate and bought the whole set. After equipping the gear, his stats skyrocketed. With a mythical talent buff, his physical defense even reached 18150, making it difficult for ordinary Tier 2 monsters to break through his defense. Lu Yu casually swung his sword, instantly killing a level 30 elite monster. This scene completely stunned Bailey Tong, who had been secretly following him. Holy crap! One-shotting an elite with a normal attack. That's outrageous. He couldn't hold back any longer and revealed himself. Boo! Lu Yu turned around instantly, alert. He was slightly taken aback when he saw it was Bailey Tong. Don't be nervous, brother Yu, it's me, your cutest roommate. Bailey Tong said ingratiatingly. Lu Yu remained wary. This fat man was no ordinary person, given that he could keep up with his speed. Bailey Tong chuckled. Brother Yu, your instant kill on the Lord was amazing. I'd like to be your friend. Lu Yu remained silent for a moment, a dangerous thought even flashing through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. This was a safe zone. Killing someone was impractical, and the two had no grudge against each other. Finally, he nodded. Okay, but I hope you'll keep my matter a secret. Don't worry. I swear on my assassin's faith. Bailey Tong immediately patted his chest. The two hit it off immediately, officially becoming friends. Bailey Tong pressed his advantage. Brother you, I'm 2 levels away from level 30. Can you carry me? Sure, but only in the beginner area. I prefer soloing, Liu Yu said calmly. No problem. Shall we start farming? Liu Yu shook his head and smiled, not the mobs. Bailey Tong was taken aback. Then what are we farming? A sharp glint flashed in Liu Yu's eyes. Let's farm the lords in other leveling areas. Bailey Tong immediately became excited. Hey, this is more exciting. Let's go. Inside the Death Cave leveling area, Liu Yu and Bailey Tong stormed into the Death Spider Lord's lair. Bailey Tong was being chased by a swarm of poisonous spiders, rolling on the ground and yelling, Brother, you help. I'm not even level 30 yet. I can't take this. He was covered in poison, his health bar was dropping rapidly, and he could only keep consuming potions. But Liu Yu didn't care at all. His health recovery speed even exceeded the poison damage. Facing the siege, Liu Yu raised his hand and unleashed the flying sword technique. The flying sword streaked like a streak of light, instantly piercing through a group of elite spiders, emptying the health bars of the smaller monsters. Bailey Tong's pressure eased dramatically, and he couldn't help but exclaim, That flying sword is so cool. I regret playing an assassin. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Yu had already severed the Lord's head with a single sword strike. A system notification sounded, but since Liu Yu hadn't undergone his second-class advancement, he couldn't gain experience. Meanwhile, outside, Zhao Liang received a report that the Death Spider Lord had been killed. Upon hearing Bailey Tong's name, he didn't ask further, assuming it was just the grandson of some important figure undergoing training. He glanced at Liu Yu's information, but didn't take it seriously. After resolving the battle, the two immediately headed to the next leveling area. On the way, Bailey Tong confidently declared, I'm level 30 now. I can easily take on an F-rank boss. Liu Yu replied casually, Who was being chased by those mobs just now? Bailey Tong blushed, only able to explain that the monster's skills were just too annoying. They quickly arrived at Frostwolf Valley. Bailey Tong was once again suppressed, shouting, This freezing effect is too much for me. Once an assassin is controlled, they are practically useless. Less than 3 minutes later, Liu Yu struck again, eliminating the Frost Lord along with the smaller monsters. Bailey Tong looked resentful, but there was nothing he could do. After 2 consecutive battles, Liu Yu had a better understanding of Bailey Tong's strength. This fat man possessed exceptional speed and agility, making him a top-tier assassin, but he had obvious weaknesses in other areas. Simply put, he was flashy but not durable. The two then quickened their pace, sweeping through the bosses of the various leveling areas. In a short time, several F-rank lords were killed, causing a stir among the new students, many of whom were still struggling at level 20. Soon, only one demon ape lord remained. Bailey Tong reminded, There are people fighting over there. Should we let them pass? Liu Yu glanced over and saw that it was a 6-person team, including Xie Yin from the same school. The core of the team was a blonde priestess named Delis from the Ross family. Bailey Tong introduced her background in a low voice, but Liu Yu only responded indifferently. Women will only affect my speed in drawing my sword. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden change occurred in the arena. The demon ape lord suddenly went berserk and advanced when its health was at 5%. A roar sent a shockwave blasting 6 people back. Delis' expression changed drastically. It's advanced to an E-rank lord. Not only that, but all the surrounding monsters also leveled up, and the situation instantly spiraled out of control. Xie Yin and the others turned deathly pale. Delis gritted her teeth and ordered, Fight to the death. If we kill it, we might have a chance. However, the demon ape lord was extremely cunning, directly ordering his subordinates to block the attack while he retreated to recover. The 6 were immediately trapped in a desperate situation. Seeing this, Bailey Tong whispered, Brother Yu, this is a good opportunity to steal the boss. Liu Yu, however, said seriously, Nonsense, we're rescuing people. After saying that, the 2 of them attacked at the same time. The combination of a backstab and a flying sword technique erupted instantly, leaving the low-health demon ape lord with no time to react before being instantly killed. A system notification followed, and Liu Yu was stunned to receive 6,000 gold coins in one go. An E-rank lord actually gets a 20-fold reward? Meanwhile, Delis and her 6 companions were completely dumbfounded. After the demon ape lord was instantly killed, the remaining monsters scattered in terror. Bailey Tong ran over excitedly. Brother you, this lord dropped a skill book. He handed over a glowing skill book. Parry, E-rank active defensive skill, applicable to all melee classes. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. This was exactly the defensive skill he needed. Although the rank was low, he didn't care at all, since he could upgrade it through the shop. He learned the skill without hesitation and spent over 300 gold coins to directly upgrade it to Tier 1, LV30. For him, as long as spending money could make him stronger, it wasn't a problem. On the other side, Xie was shocked when he saw this scene. That's Lu Yu? Impossible. It must have been that fat guy next to him who killed the Lord instantly. He subconsciously denied Lu Yu's strength, believing that the credit was all on Bailey Tong. After all, a poor student could not possibly have such combat power. Delis also noticed Lu Yu. Although she couldn't see who had made the move, she had a vague feeling that this person was not simple. Instead of chasing the monster, she walked up to the two of them and said, "Thank you for your help. My name is Delis. I will remember this favor." After saying that, she proactively sent a friend request. Xie watched with envy. This was an opportunity he had been dreaming of. Bailey Tong accepted without hesitation, but Lu Yu directly refused. "No need to add you as a friend." The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Someone had actually rejected Delis' friend request. Lu Yu added casually, "It was nothing." Then he turned and left without a second thought. Delis stood there, somewhat taken aback, muttering to herself, "First time being rejected. This Lu Yu is interesting." Bailey Tong quickly caught up, chuckling softly. "Brother Yu, are you playing hard again?" Lu Yu was speechless. The most important thing now is to become stronger. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. It wasn't that he was indifferent to women, but he understood even more clearly that strength was fundamental. As they walked, Lu Yu suddenly asked, "Do you know about the Soul Concealment Organization?" Bailey Tong was stunned. "Damn, Brother Yu. Who are you going to kill?" Lu Yu replied calmly, "It's definitely not you." Bailey Tong then became serious. Soul concealment is very mysterious. Even the Alliance is wary of it. As long as you have enough money, you can kill someone or protect someone. Lu Yu nodded. "Then how do we contact them?" Bailey Tong smiled, his eyes narrowing. "With gold coins, we can find them." 2 days later, the two arrived at a dimly lit bar on 7th Street in Dragon City. The place was bustling with people, seemingly ordinary, but it concealed a hidden secret. At the bar, the bunny-eared waitress smiled and asked, "What do you need?" Bailey Tong whispered a reminder. "Give her 500 gold coins and say you're looking for the proprietress." Lu Yu did as she was told and was smoothly led into a small, dark room. Inside, a young woman in a Chong Sam stood quietly, exuding a mature and aloof air. She glanced at Lu Yu, seemingly used to seeing young, wealthy men like him, before leading him into a deeper room. There, a teleportation array was hidden. Without hesitation, Lu Yu stepped inside. With a flash of light, he found himself in another dimly lit space, where a man in black robes sat in a chair, exuding an icy aura. The man asked directly, "Kill or save?" Lu Yu answered decisively, "Save." He handed over the prepared information, and the other party confirmed after reviewing it. "For people, protection for 2 years?" Lu Yu nodded. These 4 people were his parents and 2 younger sisters. The man in black robes said calmly, "Top-tier assassins don't come cheap. 100 gold coins per person per day, totaling 290,000 gold coins over 2 years. Lu Yu didn't hesitate. Deal. He transferred the money and signed a contract on the spot, quick and decisive. The man in black robes was taken aback. He had never seen such a straightforward young man before. Once the contract took effect, the Soul Concealment Organization would have to fulfill its obligations, which was why Lu Yu was at ease. Stepping out of the stronghold, a weight was finally lifted from his heart. His family's safety was assured. From now on, he could throw himself into battle without any worries, focusing all his efforts on advancing and relentlessly grinding monsters to become stronger. Inside the concentration camp, in the advancement hall, this was where you received your second-tier quests. Many new students had already reached level 30 and were queuing up to accept them. Bailey Tong sidled up to Lu Yu and asked with a smile, "Brother Yu, where are you planning to go after you advance? Legion assessment or guild?" Without a second thought, Lu Yu said, "Join a guild and become a monster hunter. Aside from major battles and events, it offers the most freedom." He had already planned this. Guilds have too many restrictions, and their benefits can't compare to those of guilds. Within the alliance system, military merit is key, not only for advancing rank, but also for exchanging for special resources. Dungeons like Sky Arena, Star Tower, and Dragon Valley are rewards brought back by the God of War from beyond the realms. Rare resources, such as Mist Coins and Secret Realm Coins, can only be obtained from these places. Entry qualifications must be earned through military merit, which is the core reason why Lu Yu chose his legion. Beilatong's eyes lit up. Then I'll choose Monster Hunter 2. Maybe I can even be assigned to the same team as Brother Yu. Lu Yu just smiled. Legion assignments are extremely strict. It's not something you can just do whenever you want. Soon, it was Lu Yu's turn to step forward. The soldier handed over the advancement stone and carefully explained the rules. The first draw for the mission difficulty was free, but each subsequent draw would cost gold coins, and after failing, one could only accept the lowest difficulty. Lu Yu nodded and placed his hand on the divine stone. A flash of light appeared, and the draw panel materialized. Ding, you've drawn a D-rank quest. Confirm. No, he didn't even consider something of that difficulty. He'd already saved over 1 million gold coins from grinding monsters these past 2 days. He wasn't short of money at all. So he kept refreshing until, ding, spent 20 gold coins, obtained an S-rank mission. Confirm. Confirm. The mission details then appeared. It required entering a dungeon and single-handedly defeating a level 30 S-rank boss. Furthermore, it had to be opened within 3 days, otherwise entry would be forced. This level of difficulty would require even top-tier talent and orange-tier gear from a newcomer to think carefully. But Lu didn't care at all. Once he activated his sword god form, level 30 lords were nothing more than targets. Beilatong leaned over. Brother Yu, I drew an A rank, what about you? About the same. A rank. S rank. Beilatong was stunned. Holy crap. An S rank mission. That's a level ordinary people wouldn't even dare to touch. Even if the reward difference isn't huge, most people would definitely choose an A rank. But he quickly realized that if Lu Yu dared to accept it, he must be confident. Brother Yu is awesome. I'm going to do my quest first, then we'll take the Legion assessment together. After saying that, he immediately activated the dungeon teleportation. Just then, his roommate, whom he had teamed up with earlier, also entered. Seeing Beilatong disappear, they were all stunned. That fat guy is level 30 and faster than us. Before they could react, Lu Yu also started the dungeon. Holy crap, Lu Yu is level 32? How did they level up? The group was completely dumbfounded. Inside the mission instance, which resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, a colossal monster stared at Lu Yu. Standing 10 meters tall, it crawled, with 8 malevolent eyes on its back, possessing powerful hallucinogenic abilities. Black mist swirled around it, emanating an oppressive aura. Evil Eye Lord, S-rank Lord Boss, LV 30, 100,000 HP. 100,000 HP is already the limit for Tier 1. Lu Yu glanced at his own HP of just over 6,000 and thought to himself that he would need to improve his survivability later. The next second, the Evil Eye Lord roared and launched an attack. Human brat, hinter death. Lu Yu whispered, Talent, unleash, sword god form. In just a few seconds, Lu Yu was already standing atop the Evil Eye Lord. Its entire body was covered in sword wounds. Its evil eye was destroyed, and its health bar was reduced to a sliver. Faced with Lu Yu's full-force attack, it was utterly powerless to retaliate. Lu Yu spoke calmly. Now, who's wailing? The Evil Eye Lord struggled silently. The next moment, flying sword technique. Hundreds of flying swords instantly pierced through, completely reaping the kill. Ding! Successfully killed the Evil Eye Lord, completing advancement. It's a pity the quest boss isn't a real monster and didn't drop gold coins. Otherwise, we could have known the multiplier of an S-rank lord. The next second, the advancement array lit up beneath Lu Yu's feet, dazzling light enveloping him, and his attributes rapidly increased. The entire baptism lasted only 10 seconds. After the light faded, Lu Yu checked his attribute panel. He had reached level 30, Tier 2, and all his attributes had increased by 120 points, significantly boosting his combat power. After some thought, he decided to prioritize allocating points to stamina to increase his health in case he encountered powerful enemies who ignored defense. Immediately afterward, the second-tier skill draw interface popped up. The first 3 draws were free, but the highest tier was only E. Lu Yu didn't hesitate and started drawing like crazy with his gold coins, investing over 100,000 gold coins in a row. Finally, he got an S-tier skill, 7-star sword formation. This skill has an extremely comprehensive effect, not only increasing health, attack, defense, and movement speed, but also shortening skill casting time and inflicting a severe injury effect. After reading the description, Liu Yu immediately chose to learn it, and his combat power increased once again. After advancing to the next level, various rankings officially open, including wealth rankings and level rankings. Being listed on these rankings grants additional bonuses. Liu Yu casually checked the wealth ranking. The top spot belonged to the head of the Ross family, with a staggering 2 billion gold coins, a truly terrifying amount. At the same time, the coin collecting system was unlocked to level 2, doubling the base gold coin reward for killing monsters to 20. Liu Yu was very satisfied with this, as it meant that the rewards for killing monsters would be even more outrageous in the future. Afterwards, he returned to the advancement hall, where a soldier handed him maps of the various organizations' assessments and reminded him that Legion slots were limited. Seeing that Bailey Tong hadn't returned yet, Liu Yu first opened the extraterrestrial shop to replenish his skills. Skill chests were the only items available for purchase in the shop, and Liu Yu bought 100 at once. The results were decent, yielding 28 skill books and a B-grade upgrade scroll, but none of them contained skills suitable for the swordsman class. Unwilling to give up, he bought another 100 treasure chests, and this time he finally got an A-rank swordsman skill, Azure Lotus Sword Dance, which combines damage and control, perfectly suited to his current needs. Liu Yu immediately learned it and upgraded it to the second tier. He kept the rest of the skill books, intending to join the Legion later to earn military merits. Not long after, Bailey Tong also finished his advancement and arrived, only to find that Liu Yu had already finished, leaving him utterly shocked. "No way, brother Yu, you're so fast?" Bailey Tong was incredulous. In his opinion, an S-rank mission would take at least a day, but Liu Yu completed it easily, even without a scratch. Liu Yu responded calmly, saying he had been waiting for him for a long time. Bailey Tong was immediately convinced, and the two decided to go to the Legion's assessment point together. However, the other students who had just completed low-level missions were not optimistic about them. In these people's eyes, Liu Yu and Bailey Tong were also unharmed, which must have meant that they had only completed the simplest F-level mission, with limited attribute bonuses, and it was impossible for them to pass the Legion assessment. On the way, Liu Yu casually inquired about the attribute rewards for A-level missions. Upon learning it was only 100 points, he understood that the advantage of S-level missions wasn't particularly outrageous, but their strength lay in their higher potential. Soon, the two arrived at the assessment point. A considerable number of people had already gathered there, while top geniuses were directly assigned tasks without further assessment. The registration sergeant inquired about their choices. The legions are divided into two models: professional legions and monster hunter legions. The former is similar to a regular army, with stable benefits but strict discipline. The latter is more free and has no fixed income. Liu Yu didn't hesitate and directly said, "Monster hunters." If Grandpa knew I didn't apply to the regular army and instead became a monster hunter, he'd probably be furious, Beilatong muttered to himself, but quickly made a decision. His intuition was clear. As long as he followed Liu Yu, he would definitely have a bright future, so he decisively signed up for the monster hunter exam. The assessment rules were simple: just kill an elite monster of the same level. The shorter the time, the higher the score, and the better the resources allocated to the war zone. In order to stay in the F-war zone and make it easier to apply to see his parents later, Liu Yu deliberately removed all his equipment and only took a low-level weapon into battle. As the assessment began, an elite werewolf-like monster charged at him, wielding an iron club. Liu Yu raised his hand and delivered a block. Ding! -1. This scene stunned the examiner. Such precise timing clearly demonstrated exceptional combat talent. Liu Yu then used only basic attacks to maneuver, occasionally parrying skills, but never unleashing any offensive abilities. The examiner became increasingly confused. This kid was clearly a swordsman, so why did he seem to be deliberately stalling for time? Just as the time was about right, Liu Yu suddenly made his move. A flash of sword light, and he unleashed the Azure Lotus Sword Dance, his figure as graceful as the wind, several sword shadows instantly striking out. Thud, thud, thud. The monster was instantly killed as soon as the 4 hits landed. The examiner was shocked. This is at least an A-level skill. This kid is holding back. The final score was announced. 5 minutes and 8 seconds, 65 points passed. On the other side, Beilatong had already finished the battle, scoring a high score of 90 points, which should have secured him a place in the sea level or higher battle zone. When the assignment results were announced, Lu Yu was stunned. Lu Yu, Beilatong, assigned to the F-War zone. Report tomorrow. Back in the dormitory, Lu Yu squinted at Beilatong. You got 90 points. How did you get assigned to the F-War zone? Beilatong looked innocent. I don't know either. Maybe people don't think my size is good enough. Though he said this, he already had a plan in mind. He had volunteered to stay. Brother Yu, I said before that we might be in the same war zone, and now it's really happened. Maybe we can even be assigned to a squad. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. The odds were about the same as winning the lottery. Meanwhile, inside the concentration camp, Zhao Liang frowned as he looked at the intelligence report. Beilatong had actually abandoned the regular army for Lu Yu, voluntarily staying in the F-War zone. Is an ordinary swordsman worth this much? He pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, how are Lu Yu's parents doing now? His subordinate immediately reported that both were doing the hardest and most tiring work in the war zone, with the lowest pay. Zhao Liang nodded and immediately ordered an increase in their pay and a reduction in their workload. Since that magistrate's grandson valued Lu Yu, he could easily do him a favor, a sure win. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith battalion in Zone F, Lu Shan was shirtless, forging iron, sweat pouring down his face, when he was suddenly called into his superior's office. His heart skipped a beat. He thought he was about to be given more tasks, or even fired. But as soon as he entered, his boss greeted him with a smile, personally poured him tea, and asked him to sit down. Lu Shan was stunned, even thinking he was about to be fired. To his surprise, his boss's attitude changed drastically. Instead, he praised Lu Shan's hard work and announced a raise and a reduction in workload. Lu Shan was stunned until the welfare token was handed to him, at which point he realized it was real. Back home, he couldn't wait to tell his wife, Han Yunji, the good news. It turned out his wife had also been promoted, with her benefits improved. The two exchanged a glance and instantly understood. Someone was secretly helping them, but they couldn't figure out who this benefactor was. The next morning, in the Monster Hunter Hall, Lu Yu looked at Beilatong beside him, speechless. This fat guy had actually been assigned to the same squad as him. Brother Yu, it seems we're destined to be together. From now on, we're comrades in arms, Beilatong said with a bright smile. Lu Yu thought to himself, this isn't destiny. This guy is clearly not simple. Just then, a powerful instructor approached. Lu Yu looked up and was immediately stunned. It was Yang Zheng, the class changer who had escorted them earlier. He's a monster hunter too. My name is Yang Zheng, and I am a 5-star hunter. From today onwards, I will be in charge of you. Yang Zheng released his aura as soon as he appeared, intimidating the 28 newcomers present. Except for Lu Yu and Beilatong, everyone else was sweating profusely and dared not utter a sound. He then briefly explained the rules. Hunters are relatively free and can accept missions on their own, but once the war begins, they must obey the Legion's orders. He also mentioned the Crimson Trial 3 months later, where the top 5 would gain access to a special secret realm, encouraging everyone to strive for improvement. Finally, everyone received their exclusive hunter combat suits, which they were required to wear at all times except when showering. Otherwise, they would be considered to have relinquished their status. After giving these instructions, Yang Zheng directly announced the disbandment of the group. The hunter suit may look ordinary, but it's engraved with 2 inscriptions, dust protection and death warning. Once a hunter dies, a beam of light is triggered, and a patrol team arrives immediately. This is a mechanism the human race acquired at a heavy price. A squad was once wiped out, leading to the loss of the safe zone and heavy casualties. Since then, all Legion members must wear warning equipment. After the captain left, everyone quickly sprang into action, forming teams to take on quests. Only Lu Yu and Beilatong were left out. In the eyes of the others, one was a swordsman who became weak in the late game, and the other a fat assassin who dragged them down. Naturally, no one wanted to talk to them. But Beilatong shamelessly approached. Brother Yu, take me with you. I can pull the monsters. Lu Yu fell helpless, but didn't refuse, and the two returned to the hall together. Lu Yu first went to apply to see his parents, but was told that F-War Zone had entered a level 1 combat period, and personnel in daily life and professional roles were not allowed to leave their posts for the time being, so the meeting had to be postponed. Although Lu Yu was somewhat disappointed, he could only put his mind at ease for the time being, considering that protection had already been arranged. Meanwhile, his parents suddenly felt relieved, their workload drastically reduced, and they were even given tea breaks, which they found somewhat disorienting. This contrast gave the impression that something else was going on behind the scenes. Lu Yu composed himself and went to the mission hall to check the missions. The large screen was filled with missions and military merit rewards. Hunters didn't have fixed benefits. They could only earn military merit by accepting missions, which could be used to exchange for equipment, upgrade their rank, and even obtain pet eggs. To become a 2-star hunter, one needed 200 military merits and had to pass an assessment to prevent anyone from advancing solely through spending money. Beilatong pointed to a mission and said, "The underground demon cave is pretty good." After checking it, Lu Yu found that it was a 1-star mission to clear out the Blood Lizard Demon Cave. The reward included military merits and gold coins, but it was recommended to form a team of 6, as the danger was also higher. Lu Yu accepted the mission without hesitation. The receptionist couldn't help but remind him, "There are only 2 of you, so we suggest you take on a simpler task." Lu Yu replied calmly, "We like challenges." Helpless, the receptionist had no choice but to register him and inform him that he had to complete the task within 3 days, otherwise it would be considered a failure. Just then, their teammates arrived. Seeing the 2 accept the difficult task, they frowned and tried to dissuade them. "Even if no one wants to team up with you, don't go and die. It will affect the team as a whole." Clearly, they thought the 2 were just throwing caution to the wind. Beilatong, however, smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, we won't die." After saying that, the 2 set off immediately. On the way, Beilatong said mysteriously, "Brother Yu, I have this demon cave map. Do you want it?" Lu Yu was taken aback. "Where did you get it?" Beilatong smiled with narrowed eyes. "That's a secret. I have quite a few more. We can sell them for money later. How about splitting the profits 50-50? Inside the demon's lair, Beilatong activated stealth to become invisible and scout ahead. The terrain here wasn't large, but the paths were complex, but fortunately he had a detailed map with markings, so he knew exactly where the monsters were. Lu Yu didn't stop him from taking shortcuts. The most important thing now is to quickly increase his star rating and unlock higher privileges as soon as possible, rather than wasting time honing his skills here. "Brother Yu, there are 8 level 35 monsters ahead," Beilatong whispered a reminder. Lu Yu raised his hand and unleashed a flying sword technique. A flash of sword light, and the 3-legged lizard-like monsters were instantly killed, without even a chance to react. Beilatong immediately gave a thumbs up. "Brother Yu is awesome." The 2 swept through the demon cave, quickly clearing it out, and headed straight for the final lord. Before them, a blood-red giant lizard slowly appeared. Blood Lizard Lord. Rank F, level 40, HP 45,000. Lords of this rank are tough nuts to crack for ordinary Tier 2 teams. Even a slight miscommunication could lead to defeat. Beilatong immediately shrank back. "Brother Yu, this boss is a bit too strong. I'm not good enough for it." Lu Yu replied calmly, "Leave it to me." The next moment, 7-star sword formation activated. 7-star swords instantly formed an array, covering the entire area with the power of the Big Dipper, with an astonishingly large range. Beilatong was completely dumbfounded. This range, is it an S-rank skill? He was shocked to find that Lu Yu actually had more than one top-rank skill. Just as he was questioning his existence, Lu Yu had already combined the flying sword technique and Azure Lotus Sword Dance to frantically harvest monsters from the horde. Before long, the Blood Lizard Lord was killed on the spot before he could even touch Lu Yu's skin. A system notification sounded. "You have received 8,000 gold coins." Lu Yu was in a great mood, and a bunch of equipment, materials, and a dozen gold coins fell to the ground. Beilatong's eyes turned into the shape of gold coins. "This is the first time I've ever seen a monster that drops so much money." But the next second, Lu Yu's actions completely stunned him. He actually took out 3 skill books from his bag and threw them into the loot. "Not bad, I got 3 skill books," Lu Yu said without changing his expression. Beilatong instantly understood that they wanted to exchange skill books for military merits. He gritted his teeth and pulled out 3 books, throwing them on the ground. "Brother Yu, you've misread it. There are 6. Lu Yu squinted at him. "Okay, so you started spending money on in-game purchases too?" The 2 exchanged a glance, understanding each other without saying a word. After collecting their spoils, they beheaded the Lord and prepared to return. Just before leaving, Lu Yu suddenly turned back, feeling as if something was watching him from the shadows. "Brother Yu, what's wrong?" Nothing, let's go. He suppressed his doubts and left, while a faint, strange sound came from the depths of the demon cave. Back at the Monster Hunter lobby, receptionist by Shinjia thought they had come to abandon the quest and was about to try to persuade them to stay. With a loud bang, Bailey Tong threw the Blood Lizard Lord's head onto the stage. Turn the mission and exchanged 6 skill books for military merits. The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Bai Xinjie was stunned for a long time. You really killed them? And they even dropped 6 skill books. The probability of this happening is simply outrageous. The two worked together seamlessly to hand over the skill books, and she had no choice but to bite the bullet and settle the accounts, with each book worth 20 military merits. Liu Yu quickly accumulated 70 military merits, and after completing a few more missions, he could reach the level of a 2-star hunter. Bai Xinjie was full of questions. How did 2 seemingly ordinary newcomers manage to do that? Their luck is just too outrageous. A few hours later, the 2 reappeared. Sis, we've gotten 6 more books this time. Bailey Tong smiled broadly. 3 hours later, sis, 6 more books. Bai Xinjie almost vomited blood. Do you guys think the boss is your pet? It drops so much every time. But she still had to follow the rules. While settling the bill, she rubbed her temples, feeling like her worldview had been completely refreshed. Soon, the 2 achieved 210 military merits and successfully qualified for the 2-star hunter assessment. The test only involved fighting a level 60 elite monster alone, which posed no challenge for Liu Yu and Bailey Tong, and they passed easily. After becoming a 2-star hunter, Bailey Tong excitedly said, Brother Yu, we can go to the misty battlefield now. We can farm boss monsters and earn military merits much faster. Liu Yu nodded and was about to set off. But at this moment, Bailey Tong suddenly froze, staring intently at the channel information, his expression instantly changing. It's over. Brother Yu, we might have to part ways. Liu Yu frowned. What's going on? Bailey Tong looked utterly desperate. My grandfather is here. Brother Yu, you go to the misty battlefield first. I'm going back to see my grandfather. I'll find you again when I have the chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey Tong's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. F-War Zone, inside the Commander-in-Chief's office. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face stood quietly, his aura restrained, yet his sharpness concealed. Commander-in-Chief, Xian Yuan, who stood aside, not daring to utter a sound. I have inspected the area and found nothing unusual. Those S-rank lords were all repelled by their auras, so the war zone should return to normal. The old man spoke calmly, yet with an air of pressure. However, we must not let our guard down and be careful of the monster's counterattack. If it weren't for the business at headquarters, I would have easily wiped out those 10th-tier Grand Lords. Xian Yuan, who nodded repeatedly, but he knew in his heart that this big shot was probably here for his grandson. Just then, bang! The door was violently kicked open. Grandpa, I missed you so much. Bailey Tong rushed in. The air froze instantly. Veins bulged on Bailey Zongfeng's forehead, but he forced a kind smile. My dear grandson, can you explain this orphan registration form? Bai Li Tong froze instantly. He wasn't finished yet. The old man drew his LV 300 legendary greatsword and began to strike him repeatedly with the back of the sword. I told you to hone your swordsmanship, but you went and became an assassin. You still dare to fill an orphan? You're not an orphan as long as I'm alive. The sounds of slapping and cracking echoed incessantly. Grandpa, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. Xian Yuan, who tactfully withdrew and closed the door behind him. At this moment, Liu Yu had already arrived at the launching transportation station. To reach the misty battlefield, one must cross the sea, but the ocean has long been occupied by sea monsters. Therefore, transportation is only possible by flying mounts. Liu Yu handed over a 2-star hunter medal, buy a seat ticket to the mist battlefield. The ticket seller frowned and reminded her, the fighting is tense right now. It's not safe over there, are you sure? Sure. Liu Yu spoke calmly. Since I become a monster hunter, I won't shy away from danger. Soon, he boarded a giant flying mount, shaped like a griffin, with cabin-like facilities on its back. As soon as the command was given, several flying mounts took off simultaneously, creating a truly spectacular scene. The operator warned, we may encounter a sea monster attack. Fasten your seatbelts. The mounts soared into the sky. Looking out the window, Liu Yu saw that there were job changers hunting sea monsters on the sea. The ocean is the main battlefield connecting the major war zones. If sea monsters weren't unable to stay ashore for long, the human race would have been submerged long ago. Hunting sea monsters requires at least a 4th-tier strength. Lu Yu's destination on this trip, the Misty Battlefield, is the former ruins of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. 100 years ago, the monster first descended there, wiping out the entire country in a short time with no survivors. The dead humans were also transformed into monsters. Lu Yu opened a map and selected an area on the outskirts of a region with monsters of the 2nd to 3rd tiers. This is the distribution map that Berlitz gave him. The journey is long and will take most of the day. As Lu Yu drew 3rd-tier skills, he thought of his 2 younger sisters far away. I wonder if they've been eating properly. F-Zone Safe Zone, City Center. Lu Shui and Lu Yu were strolling around the mall, but they bought almost nothing. My brother left us a lot of money, Lu Yu said softly. But we can't spend it recklessly. Lu Shui shook her head. In the end, they only decided to buy some meat to nourish their bodies. When they reached the shoe store, the 2 stopped again. The shoes were already worn out. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Shui finally nodded. Then let's buy a cheap pair. Lu Yu immediately became happy. Soon after, the 2 carried their things home. In the shadows, several figures had already set their sights on them. These 2 live in a mansion. They must be rich. Green Hair chuckled softly. The Scar Man nodded. Wait for them to arrive, then make your move. Soon, the 2 sisters walked onto this secluded path. The 5 were preparing to make their move. A dark shadow flashed by in an instant. Silently. The next moment, all 5 of them collapsed to the ground. A chill ran down his neck, and he died instantly. They didn't know what had happened until they died. Lu Shui and Lu Yu, oblivious to everything, continued walking home. Chapter 17 S-Rank Mounts, 0-Star Battle Pets. This side. Although Lu Yu did not get a swordsman class skill book, he did get a valuable S-grade scroll. With this scroll, Lu Yu can upgrade any skill to S rank, making its value immeasurable. If it were consigned on the Alliance Mall, countless big shots would probably fight tooth and nail for it. At higher levels, possessing an S-rank skill is akin to having a trump card for survival. With the S-class scroll, once you advance to Tier 3, you can simply purchase a suitable skill book from the Alliance shop. The Misty Battlefield is vast, and it was once part of the Sakura Kingdom's territory. However, the first wave of monster invasion 100 years ago occurred in the Sakura country, which resulted in the entire country being slaughtered by monsters, leaving no survivors and declaring the country's demise. In addition, the Misty Battlefield is shrouded in mist year-round, with extremely low visibility. Without a mount to guide you to designated coordinates, it's easy to get lost. If one accidentally wanders into the territory of a high-level monster, even with god-level talent, there is no chance of survival. Therefore, a mount is essential. Although there are also job changers with mounts in the battlefield supply area who earn travel fees by leading the way, the prices are not cheap. Moreover, Lu Yu still has over 1 million gold coins, enough to draw a top-tier mount, or even a god-level battle pet. Open the pet rankings. Mount pet ranking. No level requirement. High HP and defense. Rank 1. S-Class Angel Elena. Owner. Homeman. Second place. Grade a Golden Mammoth. Owner. Shi Tianxing. Battle Pet Ranking. Can be upgraded. Growth depends on potential. Rank 1. 10-star Purgatory Blood Dragon. Owner. Shi Tianxing. Second place. 9-star Battle Angel Michael. Owner. Homeman. Awesome. The top 2 spots on both pet rankings were taken by Dragon Blood War God Shi Tianxing and Heavenly God Huomande, truly befitting their status as war god level superbosses. Come to think of it, it's normal for a top-tier player who stands at the pinnacle of the human race to have this kind of setup. The only thing that puzzled Lu Yu was why neither the heaven-opening sword god, who was also a war god, had a mount or battle pet on the list. Immediately, Lu Yu opened the pet section of the extraterritorial shop. Before your eyes come various pet foods, pills to increase pet loyalty, unique pet equipment, 6-piece sets, highest level orange, and pet treasure chests. Name, Pet Treasure Chest. Description, there's a chance to obtain epic and legendary pet equipment fragments, mount pet eggs, battle pet eggs, pet food, etc. Hint, collect 10 pet equipment fragments of the same type to synthesize a pet equipment. Purchase amount, 100 gold coins. Mounts and pets are categorized into 3 levels. FS level. The higher the level, the faster the flight speed, and the higher the health and defense. S-level mounts also come with an auxiliary talent skill. The combat pet's aptitude is based on the existing ratings, 1 to 10 stars. The higher the aptitude, the higher the growth attributes, and the more powerful the awakened skills. Ding! You have spent 100 gold coins to purchase one pet treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained intermediate pet food, which can replenish your pet's stamina. Not bad. At least it had a good start. It didn't turn out to be empty. Continue. Ding! Congratulations on opening an E-grade mount pet egg. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained one low-level loyalty pill, which can increase your pet's loyalty by 10 points. Note, pets with a loyalty level below 60 cannot be summoned. Now that he only has a little over 1.4 million gold coins left, Liu Yu decided to spend them all. Since he was on a draw, he might as well go all the way. Ding! Congratulations on opening a grade B mount pet egg. Another mount. No wonder there are far more mounts than battle pets. With that drop rate, it would be strange if there weren't more. Grade B mount. Yes, it could be exchanged for a lot of military merits. Ding! Congratulations on opening an S-rank mount pet egg. This S-class mount. Liu Yu thought that spending over 1 million would be good enough to get a B-grade pet, but he never expected to get an S-grade one. You should know, there is a probability involved in opening treasure chests. Some people might spend 1 billion and still not get anything good, while others might spend a few thousand gold coins and get top-quality items. There's only one S-class mount in the world right now. It's easy to imagine how many big shots this S-class mount will attract once it appears. However, we'll have to wait until we reach the misty battlefield to form a contract. If you make a contract here, you'll likely become famous throughout the entire league instantly, making it hard to avoid attracting attention. Liu Yu continued opening treasure chests with great joy, hoping to get another top-tier battle pet. Ding! Congratulations on opening a 3-star battle pet egg. Ding! Congratulations on opening a 0-star battle pet egg. Ding! Congratulations on opening a 5-star battle pet egg. When Liu Yu had only 12 gold coins left in his backpack, he showed a very bitter expression. I spent so many gold coins. The best battle pet egg I got was only a 5-star. Lady Luck has turned against me. After getting an S-rank mount pet egg, I only got a 5-star battle pet egg. I didn't even get a single pet equipment fragment. Looks like I'll have to start saving up gold coins again. Sigh. If others knew that Liu Yu had obtained an S-class mount and was still sighing, they would probably attack him instantly. Damn it. You've already got an S-class mount. That's enough to brag about for a lifetime. So why are you sighing? Liu Yu had no choice but to organize his backpack space first. But suddenly he was stunned and stared at a 0-star battle pet egg. 0 stars? What the heck? Since the monsters appeared 100 years ago, the lowest aptitude battle pet has ever been 1 star. However, the battle pet that Liu Yu obtained was only 0 stars, which was the first time in the history of the human race. Liu Yu couldn't find any information about it. Excuse me, sir, have you ever seen a 0-star battle pet? Pfft. Little brother, are you kidding me? A 0-star battle pet? Are there really battle pets that useless? Without a contract, it is impossible to view pet information. So, Liu Yu could only go to the misty battlefield to study it first. Not long after, the transport team successfully arrived over the supply area of the misty battlefield. Looking down from the air, the battlefield was shrouded in fog, with very low visibility. Rumor. A top-tier S-class lord of level 310th rank resides here, on the former national mountain of the Sakura Kingdom, now called Mount Wansher. The fog over this battlefield was created by that tier 10 S-rank lord. The Dragonblood War, God, once defeated this lord, but the lord was able to resurrect quickly after his death. In fact, this applies not only to this tier 10 S-rank lord, but also to other tier 10 S-rank lords on other battlefields. They will respawn after being killed. The refreshed lord is not the original one, but their combat power is about the same. However, the strongest lord in this foggy battlefield respawns very quickly, appearing within 3 days, and it's still the same lord, which is very strange. This left the Dragonblood War, God, quite helpless. Furthermore, since this lord seemed to be content with his own little world, staying only in the 10,000 Erosion Mountain and not making any moves to invade other places, the Dragonblood War God had no choice but to give up. The misty battlefield has thus become the preferred place for monster hunters in various war zones to accumulate military merits. As long as you don't provoke the 10th tier S-rank Lord of Wanchur Mountain, it generally won't leave Wanchur Mountain or launch a monster tide. After logging in, Lu Yu then headed alone towards one of the outer areas of the mist. That 2-star kid actually dares to act alone? He's really a fearless newborn calf. The monsters in the fog battlefield are not static, and with the fog covering the area, it is not uncommon for high-level monsters to hide in the territories of low-level monsters. Never mind him. There are plenty of hotheads like him every year. Let's make sure we're fully prepared at the supply depot before we set off. The monster hunters who were traveling with Lu Yu on the same pet transport vehicle were whispering among themselves. Lu Yu quickly entered the fog-shrouded area. The previously open view was suddenly blocked, and only a radius of 5 meters could be seen. Without a map, it's easy to get lost here. Even within this 5-meter visible environment, Lu Yu witnessed the cruelty of the battlefield, with corpses and bloodstains everywhere. Monsters, job changers, you name it, they have it all, but most of them are just dismembered limbs. First, form a contract with the mount. Lu Yu took out an S-grade pet egg and immediately formed a contract with it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting the S-rank mount, Moonlit Dragon Steed, and entering the top spot on the pet mount ranking. Would you like to share this information publicly? Oh, first, Chapter 18, the mysterious 0-star battle pet Suncat. No, joke. Making it public at this time, aside from the sensationalism, will definitely attract the attention of powerful organizations outside the Alliance. Because after a player who has changed jobs is killed, the contracted pet will exist in a state of being unclaimed for a period of time, during which time there's a chance that it will be recontracted by someone else. S-Class Mount. It's absolutely worth their time. All channels notification. Congratulations for successfully contracting the S-rank mount, Moonlit Dragon Steed, and ranking number 1 on the mount leaderboard. Gain a 100% movement speed bonus, x3. The notification was repeated 3 times, and all job changers saw the red notification pop up in the channel immediately. What? Someone has contracted an S-class mount? And an angelic mount that surpasses even the gods. Who is it? Holy crap. I was so shocked, I accidentally snapped the pipe. What kind of amazing person is this? Is some super rich person using their entire fortune to open a pet treasure chest? Let alone the super rich. Even the patriarch of the Ross family wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. That's not something money can buy. It requires extraordinary luck. It's said that the Dragon Blood War god spent no less than 10 billion gold coins from the Alliance just to get an S-rank pet. I really want to know which big shot opened this account. Could it be the legendary Sword God? His pet died fighting for him during a monster invasion decades ago. At this time, the 3 war gods also opened their private channels at the same time and started chatting with each other. Kaitian Sword God. We all know the value of an S-class mount. If Oldwood didn't have the angel mount, he would have died countless times. Celestial God. We must find this person and find a way to buy the S-class mount from him, or exchange it for it. Dragon Blood War God. If I had an S-class mount, then we could try to attack that place. After discussing the matter, the 3 war gods immediately mobilized their respective powers to search the entire alliance for the class changer of the contract moon White Dragon Steed. Outside the fog-shrouded battlefield, Lu Yu stared dumbfounded at the cool and awesome moon White Dragon Steed. This is an extremely rare mount that can be used for transportation on land, sea, and air, and it's so cool that it's enough to drive all job changers crazy. It appeals to men, women, young and old alike. The moon white dragon steed is covered in scales, has divine horns on its head, and its wings shimmer with light, radiating a captivating moonlight. It also seems to have a wonderful defogging effect. It stood there, and the moonlight emanating from it miraculously illuminated the surrounding fog, greatly increasing visibility. The area was increased from a radius of 5 meters to a radius of 10 meters. More than doubling in size. In this dangerous, foggy battlefield, the higher the visibility, the safer you are. The moon White Dragon Steed's innate skills are also useful. Talent skill, transformation, possesses 3 forms. White horse form, dragon steed form, and white dragon form. White horse form can transform into an ordinary white horse with no time limit. Dragon steed form can transform into the moon White Dragon Steed form, which is also the default form, with no time limit. White dragon form. Can transform into a white dragon for 1 hour, can fly and burrow underground, and roam the ocean with a 15-minute cooldown. After transforming into a dragon, although you cannot deal any damage to the target, your health and defense will be greatly increased, and you will also have the effect of intimidating the dragon with your dragon's might. After unleashing its dragon's might, most monsters dare not approach it easily. At this time, Luyu was overjoyed. It cost over 1,000,000 gold coins, equivalent to over 1 billion yuan. It was definitely worth the money. This is so damn satisfying to spend money on in-game purchases. Before learning the 3rd-tier sword flight skill, having this mount for transportation is incredibly cool. It can be said that, in the future, you won't need to ride anyone else's mount to go to any battlefield. You can go there on your own, and your travel time will definitely be much faster than others. Now you have a mount. The battle pet is still undecided. Remembering the 0-star battle pet, Luyu took it out. The egg was bright red, resembling a burning flame, which was quite peculiar and different from ordinary pet eggs. Combat class graduates can contract up to 6 mounts and 6 battle pets, for a total of 12 pets, but can only summon one of each at a time. The contract with this 0-star battle pet will not have any impact. The saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Since a 0-star battle pet has appeared, it may be a special battle pet that has not yet been discovered by the human race. Moreover, with the coin-generating system, even if the battle pet isn't powerful in the future, you can still upgrade it into a top-tier battle pet through pet equipment. This is a classic case of not having enough combat power, so you make up for it with spending money. After thinking it over, Luyu decided to first form a contract with this 0-star battle pet. Ding! You have formed a contract with the battle pet Sun Cat. Click! The eggshell cracked open, revealing a dazzling red light. A red cat with fiery red fur, walking upright, and a sun mark on its forehead strode out with the air of a boss. Name, Sun Cat. Category, Battle Pet. Qualification, 0 stars. Master, please take care of me in the future. A heavenly female voice emanated from the battle pet. A female cat? Holy crap. It can talk. That's amazing. Luyu is stunned. Normally, battle pets only start speaking human language once they reach the 5th rank, right? Open the Sun Cat Properties panel. Good heavens. Except for health points, everything else is 0. It's a 0-star battle pet. Try upgrading it first. There might be some surprises after all. It can speak even at level 0. From now on, you'll be called Little Red, and it will be called Big White. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me a name. With a leap, the petite Little Red sat on Luyu's shoulder, wagging its tail and curiously observing its surroundings with its big eyes. It was so intelligent. Big White, keep a low profile, transform into your white horse form. Let's go. Luyu sat on the back of the moon white dragon steed and told it the coordinates for the journey ahead. The moon white dragon steed transformed into a white steed, still as handsome as ever. It raised its forelegs, let out a neigh, spread its pure white wings, and vanished in a flash of light. Holy crap, what's that? A group of monster hunters on their way were startled, thinking that a high-level monster was hunting them. I don't know, it looked like a horse, and I saw a handsome guy sitting on it. Are you kidding me? What kind of horse can move at that speed? This speed is at least on par with a B-grade mount. Bullshit. To have such speed, this mount must be at least A-grade. It's probably some 8-star or higher hunter who came to the misty battlefield to hunt down high-level lords. Less than 10 minutes. Luyu then arrived at his destination. So fast. Luyu was also surprised by Debai's speed. It was much faster than transporting pets. Sudden, a snarling, zombie-like monster sprang out from the mist 10 meters away, crawling on all fours with its head bent as it attacked. Name, Gluttonous Hikamaru. Level, Elite. Level, Tier 2 LV38. Skills, Devour, Claw Splitting. Description, after the people of Sakura Kingdom died, their remains were affected by the power of the Lord of Eclipse, and their bones evolved into gluttonous monsters, retaining some of their perverse nature from their lives. -1. The ferocious gluttonous monster's scarlet claws slashed fiercely at the moon white dragon steed, but it couldn't even leave a mark. Luyu grinned. Although his level was too low to discern the moon white dragon steed's health and defense, it must be top tier, not something that could be harmed by such a small monster. In this way, the moonlit dragon steed can be used to attract monster aggro and pull monsters along at the same time. After thinking it over, Lu Yu killed the elite glutton with a single sword strike, and then sent the moon-white dragon steed to wander around the area and come back. Within a certain range, the owner can allow the mount to move freely. These fogs do not affect the mount's vision. No matter where its owner is, it can accurately locate the owner's position. A short while later, the moonlit dragon steed brought back hundreds of gluttonous monsters, which then hybridized together. Flying sword technique. Ding! You have received 38 times 20 times 2 is equal to 1,520 gold coins. Ding! Your level has increased to 34. Cool. At this rate of monster killing, I should be able to reach level 60 by the end of the month. I'll probably be the only one using a mount to pull monsters. Ding! Your battle pet Little Red has reached level 10 and awakened the no level requirement skill, Sunfire Lotus. Holy crap! No level requirement skill? Chapter 19 S rank, difficulty tier, 3 mission. Am I seeing things? Lu Yu rubbed his eyes hard and checked again and again before confirming that Xiao Hong's first awakened skill was indeed without level requirement. Is this really necessary? Not even F class? This is just too bizarre. The name is quite imposing though. Name, Solar Fire Lotus. Type, active attack skill. Grade, none. Level, pet skill level equals pet level. Description, condenses a fiery lotus, releases it towards a target, causing an explosion and inflicting continuous burning damage. Open Xiao Hong's attribute panel. Name, Suncat. Nickname, Xiao Hong. Category, battle pet. Qualification, 0 stars. Level, LV10. Health points. Attack. Defense. Skill, Solar Fire Lotus, no level requirement. Equipment, none. Lu Yu is stunned. When Xiao Hong was born, everything except her blood volume was 0, but now everything is a question mark. What's going on? Little Red, what's going on with your attributes? Master, I don't know either. Huh, you can't see it either? I can't see it. It seems like you need to reach a certain level to see it. Faced with Xiao Hong's bizarre situation, Lu Yu could only conclude that it was a bug, like a game bug. According to the bug theorem, no bug is weak. Thinking of this, Lu Yu looked into Xiao Hong's eyes, which were immediately filled with affection. Little Red, it's foggy here. Here, Master Silver bought you a set of equipment. Lu Yu went all out and bought Xiao Hong a complete set of level 10 orange pet gear. Claws, armor, ornament bell, helmet, collar, and earrings. Huh, Master, isn't this too extravagant? I'm only level 10. Hey, what are you saying? Whether it's luxurious or not isn't important. What's important is that you're Master's first battle pet. If Master doesn't pamper you, who will? From now on, every time you level up 10 times, Master Silver will give you a new set of equipment. When Master Silver has accumulated enough gold coins, he will open a special set of epic equipment for you, or even legendary equipment. Master Silver will spoil you. Meow meow meow. Master, you're so good to me. Ding. Your battle pet Little Red's affection for you has increased to 100%, and its loyalty has surpassed the 100-point limit, meaning it will never betray you. Holy crap, this works too. Come on, Little Red. Master Silver will help you level up. Then, a strange group of 1 person, 1 horse, and 1 cat are wreaking havoc on monsters in this area. Ding, you have killed the glutton leader. Ding, you have killed the Siamese leader. Ding, you have killed the Splitter Lord. The level is skyrocketing. Gold coins are skyrocketing. Military merits are skyrocketing. The 2-star medal has an automatic merit accumulation function. Plus 5 points for killing a tier 2 boss, plus 10 points for killing an F-rank lord. The only regret is that the fog coins feature is not available in the fog battlefield. This confirmed to Lu Yu that the corresponding method could only be unlocked in special secret realms. Ding. Your battle pet Little Red has reached level 30 and awakened the level-less skill Sky Splitting Claw. Unbelievable. Another skill without level requirement has been awakened. Lu Yu's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. This pet has a similar number of skills to a job changer, with 2 skills that can be awakened at each tier, provided that the awakening is successful. If you don't awaken any skills, you might not have a single skill even after reaching level 10. Generally, the higher the aptitude of a battle pet, the higher the probability of it awakening a skill. But Xiao Hong defied conventional wisdom. She has 0 stars, yet she was able to successfully awaken 2 skills within level 30. both of which were previously unseen level-less skills. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Xiaohong was also unaware of her own skill level. In its own words, it hadn't reached the required level to unlock the relevant inherited memories. Never mind. Let's level her up first. Once her skills are improved, we'll test their power again. In this way, Lu Yu was all alone, frantically grinding monsters in the outer area of the misty battlefield. Perhaps because Grandpa Beilatong was inspecting the battlefield, these monsters have become much more well-behaved and are no longer so restless. So, Lu Yu didn't encounter any monsters above the 3rd rank here. As for the Tier 3 monsters, they posed no threat to Lu Yu at all. With his super high movement speed, he could easily deal with them without transforming into a sword god. Time flies. The end of the month is fast approaching. Lu Yu then ended the battle. Unless there are special circumstances, I still need to go back to participate in the hunter team's monthly activities. Moreover, I've already leveled up to 60, so I need to go back and do the advancement quest to advance. There aren't any advancement stones in this battlefield supply area. You can also level up your hunter rank while you're at it. Big White, take off, let's go back. La la la. With a single flap of its wings, the moon-white dragon steed soared into the sky. Little Red, who has been upgraded to level 60, has grown much larger, from a petite little thing to the size of a normal cat. Wearing level 60 orange pet armor, she has the air of a battle pet empress. Xiaohong, hide your equipment so the bad guys don't have a chance to get their hands on it. When we get back, I'll have a tailor make you some clothes that you can use regularly. My master is so good to me, meow meow, winky face. The moon-white dragon steed was flying at full speed, like a shooting star. Fortunately, the moon-white dragon steed automatically formed a windproof, flowing light shield to protect Lu Yu. Otherwise, at this speed, Lu Yu would definitely have been blown away by the airflow. Less than an hour later, we were back in Longshan. Lu Yu recalled the moon-white dragon steed and went to the tailor shop to order hundreds of different styles of Little Red clothes before returning to the Monster Hunter Hall. I glanced at my friend's channel. Beilatong still hasn't replied to the message. These days, Lu Yu has sent several messages to Beilatong, but has not received a response, as if he has disappeared from the world. After all, no matter how busy they are, they shouldn't be unable to reply to a message. At this time, Beilatong sat atop the Sky City, gazing down at the world with a sorrowful expression. He had already received Lu Yu's message, but since they were in different worlds, he could only receive Lu Yu's messages but couldn't reply. Brother Yu, don't worry. Once I fulfill my promise to Grandpa, I can go back to find you. This side. Hello. I'm here to apply for the Samsung Hunter exam. Kid, do you even know the rules? Did you even read the Hunter's Handbook carefully? You have enough military merits, but you need to be promoted to Tier 3 before you can apply. Well, have no choice. Lu Yu had no choice but to advance his level first. Here you can find advanced divine stones specifically for monster hunters. You can use them directly by contributing some military merits. Ding! You have spent 30 gold coins to draw a Tier 3 quest of S-rank difficulty. Confirm. Confirm. Ding! You have confirmed the Tier 3 quest. Mission objective. You need to go to a quest instance and help a village defend against a monster invasion. It seems that the higher the level, the closer the advanced tasks are to real-world scenarios. Monster invasion. It will always be the theme song of today's world. Teleport. The next second, Lu Yu appeared in a dilapidated village. The villager NPCs here look similar to humans, but there are differences. They have green skin, are bald, and have a pair of antennae on their foreheads. Village chief, look, a great warrior has descended to protect us. Chapter 20. I am heartbroken. A great, wronged warrior? Lu Yu's forehead veins bulged slightly. If these weren't NPCs that needed to be protected for advanced quests, Lu Yu would have definitely killed them all with a single sword strike, treating them like monsters. May the Hulk protect you. Just when our village of Greendony was on the verge of destruction, we were blessed with a great and brave warrior. Now our village of Greendony is saved. The village chief led the way, and everyone bowed to the sky in worship. A ferocious dark monster is about to invade their village again, seizing their territory and resources, and they are powerless to resist. Now that a warrior has descended from the sky, the dark monster will surely turn its attention to this warrior. If he is killed or captured by the dark monster, the monster will surely be satisfied and withdraw and will not attack them again. After all, The value of a warrior is far greater than that of their small village. So, that's why they would happily call Lu Yu a great victim and a lifeline. Village chief, monsters are about to attack. We should prepare as soon as possible. Seeing that this group of idiots showed no intention of taking any action, Lu Yu had no choice but to give them a reminder, his face full of exasperation. If he were only hunting monsters alone, Lu Yu wouldn't be worried at all. However, the mission requires assisting the village in resisting the monster invasion, and the villagers' mortality rate must not exceed 50%. Otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure. No matter how strong Lu Yu is, he can't take care of all the NPCs, so he must make them strengthen their defenses to ensure their safety. This is also the difficulty of this S-level advancement mission. Yes, the great wronged warrior is right. We need to prepare early. But the next second, the village chief actually led the villagers to cut down trees and quarry stones to repair the damaged houses. So-called defensive measures. They simply gathered some wood and stones and blocked the village entrance. Perfunctory. Extremely perfunctory. Even more outrageous is that they said that in order not to interfere with their monster killing, they dismantled all the traps they had previously set up. Holy crap. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Lu Yu couldn't help but suspect that this quest instance might be bugged. Still, this is the true state of the mission instance. Everything is full of possibilities. It's not like a game with a fixed pattern. Since NPCs can't be relied on, we have to rely on ourselves. Otherwise, if the mission fails, the next one you take on will be the lowest difficulty F-level advanced mission, which will result in significantly less attribute bonus. Looking at the mission prompt, the monster invasion will arrive in 10 minutes. You must set up the village's defenses within 10 minutes, and do your best to prevent the monsters from breaking in and slaughtering these damn villagers. Arriving at the village entrance, Lu Yu discovered 2 arrow towers here, built of wood, but they were already on the verge of collapse, and the archers and villagers who originally stood on them had also left. Good heavens! This is clearly a case of giving up and sending oneself to one's death. I really want to chop these ridiculous NPCs to pieces with one sword. Just as Lu Yu was racking his brains about how to strengthen the village's defenses, he touched the arrow tower, and a notification popped up. The arrow tower had an upgrade function. Name, Wooden Arrow Tower, damaged. Level 1. Description, no active attack effect. Requires an archer to stand on it to increase arrow power. Gold required for the next upgrade. 200 gold. This immediately energized Lu Yu, who had seen no hope of completing the mission. You could spend real money on in-game purchases. And there's no big problem. Lu Yu has no shortage of gold coins. Really, no matter where you go, spending money is the only truth. Lu Yu decisively spent money to upgrade the level of the 2 arrow towers. Ding! You have spent 200 gold coins to upgrade your arrow tower to level 2, transforming it into a stone arrow tower. Ding! You have spent 400 gold coins to upgrade your arrow tower to level 3, transforming it into a black iron arrow tower. Ding! The arrow tower in Greendin Village can only be upgraded to level 3 at most, and cannot be upgraded further. Name, Black Iron Arrow Tower. Level 3. Description, possesses an active attack effect. No archers are required, and the black iron crossbows on the arrow towers will automatically attack approaching enemy targets. Lu Yu glanced at the black iron crossbow's damage description. It was enough to easily kill ordinary tier 3 monsters, and even elite monsters couldn't withstand more than a few hits. Moreover, its attack range is also quite good. As long as you block the boss, these 2 black iron arrow towers will be enough to defend against invading monsters. But that's not enough. After all, the monsters wouldn't be stupid enough to invade from the front. They would definitely launch a large-scale attack by surrounding the village. So, it is also necessary to strengthen the protection of other parts of the village. Got it. Since arrow towers can be upgraded, can village defensive earthen walls also be upgraded? Really? Lu Yu touched the dilapidated earthen wall, and a notification popped up. Name, Shoddy Mud Wall. Level 0. Description, the earthen wall can only block the wind. It's completely ineffective against monster invasions. Gold required for the next upgrade. 1 gold. Upgrading gold coins isn't expensive. Upgrading all the earthen walls surrounding the entire village would require tens of thousands of gold coins. For others, that's a huge sum of money. It's also rare for someone to spend so many gold coins just to complete a Tier 3 advancement quest. Lu Yu, without even blinking, upgraded all the earthen walls to level 3 black iron walls, and also upgraded the remaining arrow towers. In this way, the defenses of Greendony village are now secure. For safety reasons, Lu Yu also summoned the moon white dragon steed so that it could attract the monster's aggro in case of emergencies. Meanwhile, the village chief and other NPCs who had been sitting idly by were all dumbfounded when they saw Lu Yu upgrade the village's defenses to level 3. They cannot believe it. An outsider warrior has such courage, spending so many gold coins just to upgrade the village's defenses. Gulp, village chief. This damned warrior seems to be a pay-to-win warrior. A villager carrying a log exclaimed in astonishment. Ada. Bang. Ouch. The old village chief smacked him with a big hammer, then roared furiously. What the hell are you little brats doing? In a short time, all the villagers looked at the village chief in astonishment. Lu Yu was also startled by the village chief's loud voice. This handsome, dashing, elegant, and charming young hero has risked his life to cross over from another realm to help us fight off the monsters. Not only did you treat him poorly, but you also called him a great traitor and acted like a slacker. I am heartbroken and indignant. If it weren't for the brave warriors who spent money on in-game purchases, no, I mean the young heroes who were so righteous and didn't leave because of this, we would have been dead for sure. Everyone, pick up your weapons and follow the young heroes to resist the monster invasion and protect our homeland. The old village chief stood tall and proud, his authority evident in every glance. Every villager within his sight bowed their heads in repentance. The next second, the villagers, united in purpose, shouted, "Follow the young hero and protect our homeland. We are sworn enemies with monsters." A village woman also expressed her opinion. The villagers thought to themselves, "We're safe now, completely safe. With such defenses, were we afraid of those dark monsters?" Immediately, the villagers quickly picked up their weapons and orderly set up a defensive formation. Their speed and energy left Lu Yu speechless, as if he had been replaced by an NPC. Damn it. Is this the effect of spending money on in-game purchases? It can even influence the fighting spirit of NPCs. A short while later, monsters are attacking. Leading the group was a Tier 3, level 60, S-rank lord, riding a tall, skeletal warhorse with unparalleled confidence. Hundreds and thousands of monsters surrounded the village of Greendony. But when the monsters saw the defenses of Greendony village, they were all dumbfounded. Even the S-rank lord who wanted to make a domineering declaration was speechless. Is this the vulnerable village of Greendony? Who provided this false information? With only level 3 defense and the villagers' attacks, it'll probably be badly injured before it even gets close enough to break through. What's the point of fighting now? Information is incorrect. Retreat. Chapter 21. The era of our Muggle village has arrived. Run? Lu Yu underestimated the monster's intelligence. It seems they are not just brutes with strong limbs. They know to retreat when they know that hard work is not worthwhile. Even though he made them run away, Lu Yu was still able to complete the advancement task smoothly. But with the gold coins right in front of him, how could Lu Yu let them slip away? Big White. Lu Yu shouted sharply. Law. The moon white dragon steed immediately carried Lu Yu and, at top speed, transformed into a streak of light and rushed to the boss. Lu Yu is transformed into an unparalleled sword god, his orange sword radiating unmatched sword light. Monstre divine sword formation. Divine sword storm. The two great sword skills enveloped the boss, and the boss died on the spot without even letting out a scream. Ding! You have received 60 times 20 times 120 is equal to 144,000 gold coins. S-rank lords have an additional 120 times the drop rate. That's it. The money spent on upgrading the village defenses in Greened Inn will be recouped. Such a powerful Tier 3 S-rank lord was instantly killed. Just who is this pay-to-win warrior? The old village chief and other NPCs were all dumbfounded, staring at everything that was happening before their eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. That was the dark overlord of this area, the invincible 8-armed demon Ape King, and he was just killed instantly? The other monster minions, seeing their leader instantly killed, were terrified and scattered in panic. But compared to the moon white dragon steed, their speed was like that of a snail. Not long after, The entire monster squad was wiped out. Lu Yu returned to the village. The baptismal light of completing the advanced mission descended upon him. This time, Lu Yu's 5 attributes all increased by 240, which is double that of the second stage of advancement. It seems that the difference in attributes increases as you advance further. Immediately, Lu Yu directly purchased a complete set of LV60 orange equipment to maximize his attributes. Open the panel. Name, Lu Yu. Class, Swordsman. Level, LV60, Tier 3. Health points, 17650. Mana points, 8,850. Physical attack, 5301. Physical defense, 52,950. Magic control, 26550. Strength, 1,767 is equal to 157 plus 120 plus 240 plus 1250. Stamina, 1765 equals 155 plus 120 plus 240 plus 1250. Intelligence, 547 is equal to 7 plus 120 plus 240 plus 180. Agility, 1,516 is equal to 6 plus 120 plus 240 plus 1150. Mental strength, 885 is equal to 5 plus 120 plus 240 plus 520. Free attribute points, 0 plus 5 per level. Equipment, Purple Thunder Sword, LV 60 orange. Moonflower Sword Armor, LV 60 orange. After adding all 150 points of free attribute to stamina, my health finally increased to nearly 20,000. This is already much more than most Tier 3 knight classes that are known for their high HP. The stat bonuses from level 60 orange equipment are just too good. This still hasn't been inlaid with gemstones. If you fill it with gems, the attributes will probably be even more powerful. However, there's not much point in using gems now. Because of the combination of his attributes and god-level talent, his damage output is already at its maximum. Even a 4th tier boss can be defeated by Lu Yu with confidence. Thinking that he could draw the Sword Flight auxiliary skill after advancing to the 3rd tier, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Ding! You have spent 300 gold coins to draw a Tier 3 S-rank skill, Flying Sword. After spending a considerable amount of gold coins, Lu Yu successfully obtained the S-level Flying Sword skill he had been longing for. Name, Flying on a Sword. Grade S. Level, Tier 3 LV0. Requires spending gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect. Summons a special flying sword to fly beneath your feet. This is the most stylish flying skill for swordsmen, with no cooldown. Each use consumes 300 mana. Tip. Upgrading this skill will increase flight speed. Lu Yu immediately unleashed this skill. A legendary flying sword appeared beneath Lu Yu's feet, shimmering with golden light and exuding an impressive aura. Lu Yu flew freely through the village as if it were his own arm, enjoying himself immensely. This was the standard equipment for a swordsman. Open the system page. As Lu Yu expected, the base amount of gold coins changed again from 20 to 40, doubling again, without any other new features. Lu Yu confirmed that this coin-bursting system is purely for coin bursting. Unlocking will only increase the base amount. However, this is already quite buggy. Oh my, young hero, you're truly a god descended to earth. You are invincible and unstoppable, and your bravery is extraordinary. The old village chief started showering him with compliments. But Lu Yu just rolled his eyes at him and said indifferently, "A bunch of muggles." Immediately, Lu Yu was teleported back to the Monster Hunter Hall. "What do you mean by muggle, when you, young hero?" The villagers looked at each other. Understand, legend has it that the sword god has a close relationship with the Hulk we worship. That young hero must be the reincarnation of the sword god, who came to help us. The title muggle must have been bestowed upon us by the sword god. From today onward, we will no longer be called Green Dennis Village, but Muggle Village, and we will call ourselves the Muggle Clan. Now that the 8-armed demon Ape King is dead, we possess 8 black iron arrow towers upgraded by the sword god. Issue my decree. Leave 4 black iron arrow towers to guard the village, and the rest of you, along with the village chief, carry the remaining 4 black iron arrow towers to conquer this territory. The era of our Muggle village has arrived. Then, led by the old village chief, the The villagers of Manhwa village carried 4 black iron arrow towers and began to conquer a large territory. After Lu Yu completed his advancement, he easily passed the 3-star hunter assessment and was promoted to a 3-star hunter. This stunned the veteran hunter in charge of the assessment. Can you believe it? A newcomer, in less than a month, jumped 2 levels in a row like he was on steroids. Although this situation does exist, it only applies to professional prodigies and rookies from the S-Zone. This is the F-War Zone. Those who remain here have limited potential. Damn it, this Lu Yu has no background, no connections, and is a swordsman. How can he be so powerful? Lu Yu arrived at the application desk. Hello, may I apply to see my family now? Level 1 alert has been lifted, and you can apply now. After you apply, we will notify your family, and if they agree to meet, we will arrange for you to meet as soon as possible. Okay, thank you for your help. In order to see his parents as soon as possible, Lu Yu secretly slipped them 100 gold coins. Holy crap, 100 gold coins? The staff member in the white stockings and short skirt was stunned. She had received such red envelopes before, but at most they contained a few gold coins. Unlike the young man in front of her, who was so generous, directly stuffing in 100 gold coins. This is equivalent to her salary for a year without eating or drinking. On the other side, Yang Zheng was already in the square. The 28-person team has now assembled 26 members. Reporting to the commander, we are still short 2 men. Yang Zheng knew from the roll call that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were the ones who hadn't arrived. Let's not even talk about Bailey Tong. The commander-in-chief had given him a heads-up some time ago, and Bailey Tong was temporarily leaving the hunter group. Yang Zheng didn't know the specific reasons. But what is certain is that Bailey Tong has an amazing background. Otherwise, the commander-in-chief wouldn't have personally spoken to him. As for Lu Yu, he was just a poor kid, and it was he who escorted him here. Nothing special about him. Lu Yu didn't gather on time. Could it be that he missed the mission? After all, the weaknesses of the swordsman class become apparent once it reaches the 2nd tier. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, I saw Lu Yu boarding a transport pet heading to the misty battlefield a while ago. It seems he's going there to hunt monsters and accumulate military merits. One of the team members, dressed as a marksman, spoke up. Wow, the others were in an uproar. Heading to the fog battlefield so early? Is this guy courting death? Yang Zheng was also completely bewildered. Good heavens. Wow, that's amazing. Having only joined the hunters for a short time, how dare he go to the misty battlefield alone? Is he out his mind? He's just an idiot. Even after we've advanced to 2-star hunters, we only dare to stay in Dragon City and develop our strength in a cowardly manner. The team members burst into laughter. All right, since Lu Yu and Bailey Tong can't come, let's set off now. Yang Zheng summoned his flying battle pet, preparing to lead the team on their journey. Just then, a young man in white robes arrived on a sword, attracting everyone's attention. Sorry, Captain, I'm late. Lu Yu's sudden return, and his entrance was surprisingly stylish. Holy crap, that's 3-star hunter badge? Lu Yu has advanced to a 3-star hunter. Everyone's eyes practically popped out. Chapter 22 crisis is imminent. It's a ghost. How did Lu Yu return from the misty battlefield unharmed? He was also promoted to a 3-star hunter. In other words, Lu Yu has completed the 3rd-tier advancement mission and is a 3rd-tier job changer. Holy crap. Isn't it said that the weaknesses of the swordsman class start to emerge after reaching the 2nd tier, and without powerful equipment attribute bonuses, the damage is negligible? How did he get promoted? It all comes down to one person. Even with proper team formation and grinding monsters and completing quests day and night, they're only around level 40, still a long way from reaching level 60 to complete the 3rd-tier advancement quest. I was hoping to level up a few more times during the team event at the end of the month to prepare for the upcoming Crimson Trial for the new generation. Now, an ordinary swordsman has far surpassed them, which is really discouraging. In order to avoid being squeezed together with everyone else riding on the captain's flying battle pet, Lu Yu summoned the Moon White Dragon Steed. Under Lu Yu's command, the Moon White Dragon Steed appeared in the form of a white horse, completely different from the dragon steeds on the leaderboard. Furthermore, the information about mounts is different from that of battle pets, and others cannot view it. So, Lu Yu wasn't afraid of being recognized. Furthermore, horse mounts are the most common. My god, Lu Yu even has a mount. One of the team members exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was instantly captivated by the magnificent white horse. This mount looks to be of fairly high level. It's sour. I am totally jealous. Leaving aside the fact that their levels were so far apart, it could be explained that Lu Yu got incredibly lucky and was carried by a kind veteran in the misty battlefield. But now Lu Yu even has a precious mount. Opening a pet chest costs 100 gold coins, and there's no guarantee you'll get a pet. An F-grade mount pet egg on the market can fetch over 1,000,000 yuan, comparable to a decent house in the safe zone. They simply can't afford it. Looking at the dozens of gold coins I've earned from grinding quests and monsters all this time, and then looking at Lu Yu's magnificent mount, how come the gap between people is so huge? Alright, what are you all spacing out for? Now that everyone's here, let's set off. I'll tell you about the activities on the way. Yang Zheng was also surprised by Lu Yu's extraordinary encounter. However, as the captain and a qualified officer, he would not rashly ask Lu Yu, since everyone has their own secrets. Lu Yu, your white horse mount seems to be of high level. Try not to reveal it in front of the public. As you know, the war zone is a mixed bag, and there may be external forces lurking there. If someone with ulterior motives sets their sights on your mount, it could be in danger. As someone with experience, Yang Zheng naturally knew the principle of not flaunting wealth before one has a certain level of strength. Lu Yu was a member of the team he was in charge of, so he had an obligation to remind him. Lu Yu nodded and then summoned back to Bai. Lu Yu also greatly admired the captain's style of conduct. He was a good captain who cared about his subordinates and was upright and incorruptible. Set off. Yang Zheng shouted and led everyone to set off on their crimson flame, golden feathered eagles. Seeing that Beilatong was not in the group, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Beilatong disappeared just because he went to see his grandfather? Although they hadn't known each other for long, Lu Yu had already decided that this person was a friend. At this time, Yang Zheng said, the location for this event is the 100-eyed demon cave on the 4th battlefront, which is about a 2-day journey. We will rest for 1 night in Stone City in the safe zone. The activity is relatively simple. Just clear out the 100-eyed demon cave once. Most of the monsters there are level 2, which is perfect for your team to hone their skills. If we encounter a tier 3 boss, I will take action to defeat it. After the event ends, I will reward you with corresponding military merits based on your performance. If you perform exceptionally well, I will personally reward you with 2nd-tier green quality equipment. Wow, green! After Yang Zheng finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Tier 2 green gear, that's quite valuable. The best equipment they had was blue gear, and most of it was only tier 1 blue gear. This is a rare opportunity, so we must seize it. Lu Yu remained remarkably calm in the face of all this. If people knew that he was wearing a full set of level 60 orange gear at that moment, I wonder what they would think. Clearing out monsters below level 3 was getting rather boring for Lu Yu. With his current level and combat power, he could easily defeat an ordinary tier 3 lord. However, since we are still part of a small team and belong to the Monster Hunter group, we still have to participate in the monthly events. Just treat it as a monthly vacation. Lu Yu, you're already at tier 3, which gives you a level advantage. For this event, I'll specifically record your performance in battles against monsters of tier 2 and above. Any questions? No problem. Lu Yu didn't care about this at all. He was thinking that he shouldn't do anything too shocking, otherwise killing the monster kids with one sword would scare his teammates who had never seen the world. The captain is indeed fair. I was worried that Lu Yu was already at the 3rd tier. Even with a full set of basic equipment, he could easily deal with ordinary 2nd-tier monsters, thanks to his level advantage. Yes, but once he encounters a boss-level monster, it'll be difficult for him. Getting the green equipment reward from the captain will be impossible. Some team members were talking in hushed tones. In response, Lu Yu simply laughed it off. 2 days later, the group arrived at Stone City, which is close to the number 4 battle line. Everyone, rest here at this hotel tonight, and head straight to the 100-eyed demon cave early tomorrow morning. After Yang Zheng finished speaking, everyone went to find their own rooms. Lu Yu checked into a room by himself. Having finally returned to a safe zone with a signal, Lu Yu immediately took out his phone and sent a voice and video call to his sister. The 2 sisters, who were reviewing their lessons, were overjoyed to suddenly receive a voice and video call from their brother. Brother, when are you coming back? Lu Shui and Lu Yu huddled together, smiling happily at Lu Yu in the video. Seeing his 2 younger sisters in such good spirits, with rosy complexions and wearing new clothes, Lu Yu felt a little relieved and smiled with satisfaction. Lu Yu had previously worried that his younger sister was used to being frugal and reluctant to spend money, but now it seems that they are obedient, though not much. Their clothes look like they came from a street stall, and they probably eat simple meat dishes. My brother is doing a mission and is passing through Stone City, which is why he had the chance to video call you guys. Then, Luyu chatted with his two younger sisters about everyday things and what they had seen and experienced in the past few days. The two girls also expressed their longing for the outside world. On the other side, at the gate of Stone City, two guards chatted under the cover of night. Sigh, when will this ever end? I'm stuck doing the same thing every day, and my salary is barely enough to support my family. If I had known this would happen, I would have chosen a more casual job. I'm just like you. I support a family of 6, and every month's salary goes to the household. There's no chance for me to get promoted. Although our living conditions are a bit tough, we are much happier than our ancestors who fought monsters all day long. As soon as he finished speaking, sudden, a cold glint flashed. With a sizzle sound, their heads disappeared simultaneously, and their bodies fell heavily to the ground. Inside the city, the lights were on full display. A scene of peace and tranquility. Come on, brother, come chase me. A little girl is running ahead, holding a dirty doll, while a little boy is chasing after her. Suddenly, the little girl stopped. The little boy almost couldn't stop in time and hit the little girl. Little sister, what's wrong? Brother, look, there are so many red stars in the sky. Red star. The little boy looked up, his eyes widened in shock, and his face showed horror. That's Chapter 23, The Terrifying 5th Tier A-Level Lord. The Blade Lord. Ugh. The highest level of emergency alarm in Stone City then resounded throughout the entire city. Everyone who was sleeping was awakened. Since the establishment of Zone F, the highest level of alert has not sounded for decades, only in times of life and death. Once this alarm sounds, it means that the city may fall and people may perish. Damn it. How could monsters have invaded the safe zone without us noticing? Are all the city gate guards dead? Shi, the city lord of Shurcheng, was furious. Now, the guards of the city gate of Stone City were all headless corpses. One after another, dark monsters covered with blades appeared, licking the blood from their blades, then jumped off the city wall, opened the city gate, and a large number of monsters poured in instantly. Report. City Lord, the city gates have been breached by monsters, and the defensive array cannot be fully activated. Upon hearing this, Shi suddenly stood up. He knew that this was a critical moment for Shurcheng, and that he should make immediate arrangements to try to hold out until reinforcements arrived. However, the nearest reinforcement from a number 4 front will take half a day to reach Shurcheng, and even if they march at full speed, it will take at least several hours. The flying monsters appearing in the night sky alone are enough to annihilate the entire Stone City, not to mention how many more monsters are outside the city. Quickly, gather all available forces within the city and follow me to reinforce the city gate at top speed. Even if it means death, we must retake the city gate and fully activate the defensive array. This is our only chance. Yes. The Shurcheng garrison quickly launched an attack. From city guards to school teachers, principals, and security personnel, all combat-advanced individuals responded to the call and rushed to the city gate. At the same time, all 12 fronts in Zone F were simultaneously attacked by monsters in Stone City. What are you all doing? You didn't even notice that a monster bypassed the battle line and appeared in the safe zone? Get to Stone City immediately and save the people. If the city falls, we will be sinners for all eternity. Commander-in-Chief Xian Yuanhu of the F-War Zone was furious and immediately ordered the legions on the 4th front to spare no effort and race against time to save Shurcheng. Wow, Mom! A little girl fell in the chaos, got separated from her family, and cried loudly on the dirty and messy road. The streets and alleys of Shurcheng were bustling with people, mostly children and the elderly, as most of the young people had gone to the front lines to fight and defend their homes. It's over. It's completely over. With so many monsters, the defenses of Stone City can't hold them off for long. We'll all become food for the monsters. Many people showed despair, collapsed to the ground, and didn't even have the strength to run away. A bunch of cowards. What's the use of despair? They're going to die anyway, so they might as well fight back and buy as much time as possible so that more children can survive. Some retired, elderly people scolded them. He decided to stop hiding. He's going to kill monsters. Even if it means perishing together with the monster, we must give our last bit of strength. This side, Lu Yu and the others heard the highest level alarm immediately and came out to check the situation. When Yang Zheng saw countless flying monsters attacking the defensive shield that Stone City had activated, his pupils constricted, and he knew that something terrible was about to happen. Monsters have launched a surprise attack on Stone City. Yang Zheng immediately assembled the team and quickly said, "Emergency! Monsters have attacked Stone City. As members of the Monster Hunter group, our true mission has arrived." The crowd looked solemn, and many trembled instinctively, but their eyes were filled with unwavering determination. They are still children, but they know that despite their fear, they must fulfill the mission they bear and sacrifice themselves for the future of humanity. This is a compulsory course they have been learning since they were young. As Liu Yu watched as a large number of monsters stormed into the city, wreaking havoc and slaughtering his unarmed compatriots, he felt both worried and enraged. Although he had anticipated this day, he didn't expect it to come so soon. He hasn't fully grown up yet and isn't strong enough. Listen up, everyone. You have only one mission. Go to the shelter and do your utmost to protect the elderly and children. Do you all understand? Yes. Immediately, the group moved together and headed for the nearest shelter. Yang Zheng summoned the Crimson Flame Golden Feather Eagle and rushed to support the city gate. "I am Yang Zheng, a 5-star monster hunter. City guards, follow my lead and help me retake the city gate." "It's a 5-star hunter. We have a chance to take back the city gate." Lord Sure saw a glimmer of hope. Most of these suddenly appearing monsters are below the 5th rank, giving a 5-star hunter a chance to turn the tide. The city lord immediately ordered a guard battalion to follow Yang Zheng and charge toward the city gate. As expected of a 5-star hunter, Yang Zheng easily carved a bloody path through the monsters. These low-level monsters were no match for him. With Yang Zheng about to lead his troops to the city gate, as long as the city gate is closed and the defensive array is fully activated, there is hope of holding out until reinforcements arrive. "We're saved. Close the city gates," the captain of the guard shouted excitedly. But just as everyone was about to close the city gates, a deathly aura, like that of Azura, swept over them. The next second, all the guards who were preparing to close the city gates were cut in half at the waist. Even the 4th-rank captains could not escape the fate. Their upper bodies were gone. "What?" Yang Zheng, who was struggling to fend off other monsters, was taken aback. He turned around and saw a 5-meter-tall blade monster burst into the city and reveal its form. Name: Blade Lord. Level: a rank Lord Boss. Level: LV 150, Tier 5. HP: 1 million. Introduction: one of the most ferocious races in the world of dark monsters. Their bodies are covered in blades, and they possess the innate ability to become invisible in the dark. They are assassins among the dark monsters, and their fighting power is astonishing in the night. What? A 5th tier, A-level lord. Yang Zheng's eyes were bloodshot and filled with resentment. He knew, with such a terrifying boss invading the city, there is no hope of victory left, let alone a Tier 5 A-rank lord. Even a lower-level Tier 5 lord is beyond his ability to deal with. He's only level 125. The level difference is huge, and the combat power is worlds apart. Click! The Blade Lord devoured the severed limbs of the guard in his hand, then roared with a bloodthirsty laugh. Hee hee. Destroy to your heart's content. Slaughter. Annihilate all the human ants here and take all the resources. Everyone, we must stop this boss's advance, or even more people will die. Yang is making his decision at this moment. He wanted to use the advantages of his flying battle pet to hold it back as much as possible. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Yang Zheng immediately unleashed his skill on the Blade Lord. Bang! Minus 100. Damn it, it can't break through the defenses. Yang Zheng was alarmed and hurriedly controlled his battle pet to take off. Insect! Provoked, the Blade Lord's blades transformed into wings, allowing it to take flight at a height and speed surpassing even the Crimson Flame Golden Feather Eagle. What? Yang Zheng's eyes showed despair. This boss can fly. With just one skill, the Crimson Flame Golden Feather Eagle was sprayed with blood across the night sky, and Yang Zheng was also knocked away by the attack, his fate unknown. Chapter 24. To make matters worse, another A-rank Tier 5 lord has appeared. At the same time, outside of Zone F, inside a dark underground city, a figure in black robes watched with great interest the reflection of the stone city in the dark magic mirror. Beside him stood a high-ranking lord exuding a terrifying aura. According to the agreement, I will help you invade Alliance Stone City this time, and you must provide me with 10 bottles of monster factors of at least grade A. If my men can successfully destroy Stone City, then there will be no problem. The only refuge in Stone City. Liu Yu and the others had already formed a defensive formation here. There was also a steady stream of children fleeing to the shelter, all of them pale with fright. Alarms, screams, and monster roars echoed continuously from within the city. At this time, Liu Yu sensed another powerful monster aura, similar to the one that had appeared earlier. These two monsters were far more powerful than any boss he had ever encountered before. Roar! In the night sky, a colossal, three-headed dragon monster appeared, with 3 heads, one emitting flames, one emitting poisonous mist, and one emitting frost. A pair of enormous demonic wings, spanning tens of meters in length, violently shook off its minions before slamming into the Stone City's protective shield. Name: Three-Headed Dragon Lord. Level: A rank Lord Boss. Level: LV 150, Tier 5. HP: 1 million. Description: a powerful flying monster from the dark world of monsters, with 3 heads, each possessing a special ability. It is violent and enjoys destroying everything in its path. The protective shield of Shurchen. Under the impact of the 3-headed dragon lord, cracks began to appear on its surface, as if it might shatter at any moment. If the monster Lord of the Sky were to break in, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. No, I can't just stand here and watch. I have to kill one of them before the 2 Lord bosses unite, otherwise everyone in the shelter will surely die. For the first time, Liu Yu showed an extremely solemn expression. The good news for now is that the strongest monsters in this invasion seem to be only level 5. With my 10x talent defense bonus, I've already surpassed level 5. And the sword god skills all have a penetrating effect, ignoring defense, so I can fight them. Big white little red, you two stay here for me. Liu Yu decided to take the initiative and let his pet take over his mission to protect the people in the shelter. Liu Yu, what are you doing? The captain ordered us to guard this place. Don't go and get yourself killed. Team member Li Wan quickly called out. I will not die. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yu disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. He specially bought a mana-restoring mask from the extraterrestrial shop, put it on, and then his equipment appeared. He flew on his sword towards the direction where the Blade Lord had appeared. In the event that Stone City falls completely, Big White can transform into a white dragon and protect the shelter for 1 hour, but only for 1 hour. At this moment, the Blade Lord moved as if it were in an empty land. Wherever it passed, buildings collapsed, and countless guards were killed or injured. No one could stop its advance. An atmosphere of despair began to permeate the entire Stone City. Hold on, hold on. This is our homeland. Defend Stone City to the death. City Lord Shi fought valiantly, leading the charge against Blade Lord, but in just one exchange, he was cleaved in 2 by Blade Lord and turned into a meal. Upon witnessing this scene, the guards showed expressions of fear, but this also aroused their fighting spirit. They knew that behind them were their loved ones, their many children, the hope of humanity. They cannot back down. Kill them, someone shouted, and the guards immediately charged forward fearlessly. Even though their fighting strength was weak, they were determined to live and die with Stone City. You monsters, you son of a bitch. I haven't had my fill of this city yet. How can I let you destroy it? If you're not afraid of death, charge with me. The street thugs who usually bully the weak and fear the strong are now united in their hatred of the enemy. Even when humanity was in crisis, they still chose to fight these monsters to the death. Soon, large numbers of monsters have flooded into the city center. There's a human child here. I've heard that human children are the freshest and most delicious. A monster spotted a child hiding in the collapsed rubble, and its foul-smelling saliva dripped down its throat. The child's face was filled with bewilderment and terror upon seeing such a terrifying monster. But in fear, images of his father teaching him echoed in his mind, but his father had already died on the front lines. No one knows where he got the courage, but he actually raised his toy sword and pointed it at the monster in front of him. A murderous aura burst from the eyes of a small child. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The monster paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. A mere human brat, you dare to dream of destroying me? You'd better become my food. As it spoke, the monster opened its blood-red maw and lunged at the child, who trembled and swung his sword. At this critical moment, sudden, a flash of sword light. The monster froze instantly. The next second, its head slowly fell off and green blood gushed out. I did not feel death. The brave child slowly opened his tearful eyes and saw a scene he would never forget. A man in white, wielding an orange sword, descended from the sky and slew a powerful monster, like a ray of light in the darkness, bringing light and hope. Quickly, get to the shelter with the others. After speaking, Lu Yu once again took to the air on his sword and unleashed the full power of the flying sword technique. More and more flying swords centered on Lu Yu, frantically slaying the monsters that had invaded the area. Wow, amazing! Such a powerful swordsman has actually come to Stone City. A retired elderly man exclaimed in surprise and immediately shouted, "Come quickly, escort these children to the shelter first." Sudden, a tremendous sound erupted from the sky. The defensive shield of Stone City shattered. Large numbers of flying monsters began to flood into the city. The three-headed dragon lord, leading the charge, unleashed a wide-area attack from its 3 heads. Fire, poison, ice. Many people didn't have time to dodge and died instantly. It's over. Seeing this, the fleeing people stopped in their tracks, staring in despair at the densely packed flying monsters in the sky. The Blade Lord had already driven everyone to despair, and now a terrifying monster boss with combat power no less than the Blade Lord has appeared. It seems that before the rescue army arrives, Stone City will be reduced to ashes. Damn three-headed dragon, these are our food. The Blade Lord roared. The three-headed dragon, Lord, then restrained himself somewhat, freezing only the fleeing people. Oops. Lu Yu's expression changed. He didn't expect the Stone City's protective shield to be breached so quickly. 2 Tier 5A level lords have appeared at the same time. Which one should I deal with? With the combat power of these 2 lords, either one could destroy Stone City, not to mention the large number of other monsters. This is truly adding insult to injury. Just then, call out. A young swordsman leaped into the air on his sword, roaring furiously at the monster. You damned monsters, you deserve to die. His name is Situyu. He is a young swordsman with the Alliance's Genius certification. He has just broken through to the 6th rank, and his whole body is radiating purple and orange light. He is obviously a swordsman who comes from a wealthy family. Situyu returned to Shicheng to visit his family during his vacation, but was attacked by monsters. He had planned to fight and retreat, protecting his family as they left Stone City, but he never expected the 3-headed Flood Dragon Lord to suddenly break through the protective shield and unleash a powerful frost attack, freezing his entire family instantly. Then, in a frenzy, he charged towards the 3-headed Dragon Lord. The 3-headed Dragon Lord roared in anger and engaged in battle with it in the air. Who is that person? He seems to be blocking the 3-headed Flood Dragon Lord. The ashen-faced crowd saw hope once again. This was the first time Lu Yu had seen a swordsman other than him. He seemed to be quite strong, but it was unlikely that he could defeat a level A, 5th-tier, 3-headed Dragon Lord in a one-on-one fight. You can tell a thing or two from his damage and skill power. At this time, a figure with a blood-stained face appeared, riding a flying mount, and charged towards the 3-headed Flood Dragon Lord. Is that the Captain Commander? Lu Yu recognized the person who had come. It's clear that the captain intends to join forces with the young swordsman to kill the 3-headed Dragon Lord first. With the captain's assistance, that swordsman should be able to buy me enough time. Lu Yu murmured something, then looked at the Blade Lord not far away. Upon seeing a 6th-tier swordsman appear, the Blade Lord grinned bloodthirstily, wanting to get a piece of the pie and taste the flavor of a 6th-tier swordsman. Immediately, the Blade Lord is preparing to unleash its wide-area skill, Blade Domain, to annihilate all the human ants that are suicidally entangled with it. The 3-headed Flood Dragon Lord has been stopped by a powerful figure, but who will stop the Blade Lord? Heaven is going to destroy Stone City. The guards of Stone City had suffered heavy casualties and were no longer able to fight. They could only watch helplessly as the Blade Lord unleashed his ultimate move to instantly kill them. Just as the Blade Lord was about to unleash his ultimate move, Lu Yu arrived on his sword, displaying the prowess of a sword god. Demonstering sword, drawing technique. Laugh. Minus 84,000. Boo. Blade Lord's skill was forcibly interrupted, and his health bar dropped by nearly 1/10. Chapter 25 Invincible Sword God Skill. Demonstration soit drawing technique. This is an instant cast sword skill, a powerful sword technique that can attack a single target or multiple targets. It has a 100% penetration effect and will cause a brief magic ceiling effect on the target hit, blocking all spell casting. If it only attacks a single target, it can deal an additional double true damage. The more targets there are, the lower the additional true damage becomes. The Blade Lord showed a look of fear. Within this small stone city, someone actually managed to forcibly interrupt its spellcasting. Not only it, but all the guards were also petrified, staring incredulously at the suddenly appearing swordsman. No, it's the sword god. That's right. They saw in Lu Yu the invincible demeanor of the heaven-opening sword god. That sharp sword might that could split the heavens and the earth was no mistake. It was the absolute sword might unique to the invincible sword god. Actually, in terms of sheer power, Lu Yu's sword might surpasses that of the heaven-opening sword god at this moment, because he is now a true sword god, only at level 60. Impossible. A level 60 swordsman. Blade Lord suddenly began to question his existence. Can you believe it? A level 60 newbie interrupted the ultimate skill of an A-rank tier 5 lord. That's simply outrageous. I'll kill you in 3 seconds. A fierce killing intent surged in Lu Yu's eyes. Scenes of these monsters torturing and killing human children flashed through his mind. For the first time, he was filled with unprecedented rage. Today, none of these monsters that invaded Stone City will leave alive. 7-star sword formation activated. The monster-slaying divine sword formation activated. With both sword formations activated simultaneously, Lu Yu's combat power reached its peak. Flying sword technique. After transforming into a sword god, you can use any sword technique at will, and you don't need to worry about mana consumption, because the hidden effect of the sword god is to quickly replenish mana. It can be said that, sword god mode, Lu Yu's mana was always full. The flying swords condensed more and more, forming a formation of 10,000 swords soaring in the sky, constantly weaving through and slaughtering the monsters. Monsters below the leader level, whether they are 3rd or 5th rank, instantly became victims of the sword. The other monsters were so frightened that they fled the area in a panic. This sudden change shocked everyone once again. Even Yang Zheng, Situ Yu, and the 3-headed Flood Dragon Lord, who were in the middle of the battle, were startled and all looked in Lu Yu's direction. Who is that legendary swordsman? I've never heard of him before. The distance was too great for Yang Zheng to see Lu Yu's professional information, and given Lu Yu's current sword god form, he was even less likely to recognize him. Isn't that flying sword technique? How could he possibly condense so many flying swords and control them so skillfully? My A-level flying sword technique can only control a few dozen at most. This is already considered a genius in swordsmanship. The 6th-tier swordsman Situ Yu was dumbfounded. But then, he unleashed his skills once again, attacking the distracted 3-headed dragon lord, determined to avenge his family. You human brat! Launching a sneak attack. The 3-headed dragon lord cried out in pain after being hit, and its 3 heads instantly unleashed a wide-range skill. The battle has begun again. Now, the Blade Lord also realized what was happening. It knows, if we don't slay this mysterious human swordsman, we won't be able to complete the mission assigned by the Great Lord. You damned bastard. Whoever you are, you won't live tonight. The Blade Lord withstood the damage and disappeared into the darkness. You all go to the shelter. Leave this to me. After speaking, Lu Yu's gaze sharpened. With the heart of a sword god, he was able to quickly sense the Blade Lord hidden in the darkness. The wounded guards quickly helped each other leave the battlefield. Blade Lord used stealth to get behind Lu Yu, preparing to launch a sneak attack. But we can wait for it to unleash its skill. Lu Yu unleashed his ultimate move, Divine Sword Storm, which he had prepared long ago. I'm so angry. Blade Lord racked his brains, trying to figure out how this tier 3 swordsman discovered it. It should be noted that the Blade monster race's talent for stealth in the dark is so subtle that even beings of a higher level would find it difficult to detect. The most outrageous thing is, this bizarre swordsman also controlled tens of thousands of flying swords, released 2 sword formations, and was even flying on his sword. Damn it. Can this really unleash a super sword technique? Can you unleash 5 skills at the same time? And he controlled it so skillfully. Even a level 10 greatsword master couldn't do that, right? You could easily be mistaken for the reincarnation of the sword god, right? Minus 33,000. Minus 33,000. Minus 33,000. Although the damage of Divine Sword Storm is not high, it is continuous, and the total damage is much higher than that of Demon Slayer Sword Technique. The key is that the attack range is huge. After this series of actions, Blade Lord's health bar dropped rapidly, and in less than 3 seconds, it was down to almost nothing. If this continues, this cheater will kill me in less than 3 seconds. Blade Lord enters Berserk mode. Lu Yu's damage is all over a wide area, making it impossible for Blade Lord to avoid. Furthermore, invisibility is ineffective against Lu Yu, so Blade Lord chooses to fight head-on. Since the opponent is a third-tier swordsman, even if he is extremely powerful, his health points won't be too high. 30,000 would be the maximum. It doesn't believe it. With the damage of its 5th-tier skill, it still couldn't kill a 3rd-tier swordsman instantly? Let's see who dies first. Dance of the Blades, Night Slash. Blade Lord tanked the damage and unleashed powerful single-target attack skills at Lu Yu. This is a lock-on skill within the skill's attack range. No matter how fast Lu Yu is, he cannot dodge it. Oh no, that boy is in danger. The retreating crowd turned around and saw this scene and couldn't help but feel worried. Although it's unclear why Lu Yu's attack power is so strong, a swordsman is still a swordsman, and low health is always a weakness. So, seeing Blade Lord's life-or-death fighting style, they were worried that Lu Yu wouldn't be able to withstand it. But the next second, bite, -1, puff, the Blade Lord immediately spat out a mouthful of green blood essence. What did it see? Its level 5 skill only dealt 1 point of damage? It didn't even break through the defense? Just how abnormal is the physical defense of this 3rd-tier swordsman? It's a monster with over 10,000 physical attack power, dealing pure physical damage. Everyone was also full of questions. This situation was beyond their comprehension. On the other side, Dark Dungeon. The mysterious man in black robes and the Dark Lord, who were closely monitoring the battle in Stone City, were also stunned and their minds were in turmoil. A 3rd-tier swordsman's physical defense completely surpasses that of a 5th-tier A-level lord's physical attack. Could this be any more outrageous? He must die. We absolutely cannot let this guy live, or he will definitely become a major threat to us in the future. Seeing that pure physical attacks couldn't break through the defense, Blade Lord instantly changed his strategy and decided to rely on true damage to wipe out the opponent just the same. But Lu Yu wouldn't tolerate it. He immediately unleashed all his flying swords, sword formation damage, and divine sword attacks on it. The Blade Lord was killed in an instant, exactly 3 seconds. Roar! Seeing the Blade Lord instantly killed, the 3-headed Dragon Lord had a crazy idea. He then unleashed a berserk skill, blasting Yang Zheng and Sitayu away, before swooping down towards the shelter. It wants to use the children in the refuge to threaten Lu Yu. In its view, that 3rd-tier swordsman was so abnormal that he must be relying on a special talent effect. Once the effect wore off, it could easily kill him. Oh no, the 3-headed dragon leader is about to attack the shelter. Everyone panicked. Chapter 26 One Man, One Sword, Defending City. No one expected that the 3-headed dragon lord would be so cunning. Knowing that he was no match for the mysterious swordsman, he turned his attention to attacking the refuge. In this way, this will inevitably affect the mysterious swordsman's attack rhythm. Lu Yu also noticed the 3-headed flood dragon lord's actions, but he remained calm. With the Bai there, it couldn't destroy the sanctuary. Call out. Lu Yu flew at full speed toward the shelter. Other monsters also flocked to the shelter in a frenzy, their numbers countless. Soon, the 3-headed dragon lord has already reached the refuge. The hunter team members guarding the shelter were all pale with fright, and the job changers who stayed behind to guard the area were also filled with despair. With their strength, they couldn't possibly stop such a powerful lord monster. Nobody noticed. Little Red, who was dozing on Big White's back, stretched, then opened her eyes and glanced at the 3-headed dragon lord. Buzz! The 3-headed dragon lord's figure stopped abruptly, an invisible and terrifying pressure preventing it from having any thought of resistance. So it just hung there in midair, its eyes filled with terror, not daring to move an inch. The other flying monsters that followed fell straight down and crashed heavily to the ground. Everyone was puzzled. What's going on? Why is the three-headed dragon Lord stuck there? The dark monster overlord was stunned once again. What's going on? Why did the three-headed dragon suddenly stop moving? Damn it, what is it doing? Is this three-headed dragon disobeying its orders? But that's obviously impossible. It wouldn't disobey its own orders, nor would it dare to. So what's going on? Why doesn't it attack? The man in black robes was also completely baffled. This stone city is too eerie. A third-tier swordsman with superhuman abilities. Now the three-headed flood dragon lord is acting strangely and not daring to attack the refuge, nor has any powerful figure made a move. Go! Lead the entire support team to attack Stone City. You must eliminate that swordsman, destroy Stone City, and seize all its resources. The Dark Lord ordered a subordinate of a 5th-tier S-rank lord to make a move. Rest assured, Great Lord, I will bring back the boy's body and all the resources of Stone City before the human reinforcements arrive. This side, Lu Yu has arrived at the shelter. Seeing the three-headed dragon lord hanging there motionless, he couldn't help but frown, feeling puzzled. While wondering, Lu Yu did not miss this opportunity and directly cut off the 3 heads of the three-headed dragon. Now that the 2 5th-tier lords have been killed, all that's left is to clear out the smaller monsters in the city, and the crisis in Stone City should be considered over. There's still a dozen seconds left before the transformation begins. That's enough. All the crowd saw was Lu Yu transform into the Azura sword god. 1 man and 1 sword, like a tiger among sheep, and with a wave of his hand, the monster was torn to pieces. What kind of speed is this? What kind of talent is this? Just who is he? Seeing Lu Yu display his divine power, slaughtering tens of thousands of monsters single-handedly, everyone worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. Are there really such abnormally powerful swordsmen in this world? The hunter team didn't recognize Lu Yu. They were too far away to see his class information, only his godlike figure. Not long after, under Lu Yu's powerful skill damage, all monsters in the city were eliminated. We won. We won. Stone City is saved. Some retired and injured elderly people wept with joy and raised their arms in celebration. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Zheng got up from the ruins, coughing up blood continuously. He was badly injured. He had even lost an arm. If it weren't for the 6th-tier swordsman taking the main damage, and if it weren't for his mount shielding him from the fatal wound, he would have died long ago. However, Yang Zheng's face showed a pale smile. Because Stone City has finally weathered this crisis, a mysterious swordsman appeared and saved everyone. Suddenly, Yang Zheng's expression changed drastically, and his smile came to an abrupt end, because he felt the earth shaking, and it became increasingly noticeable. Soon, the rumbling sound echoed throughout Stone City, as if a surging torrent was rushing towards it. The cheering crowd stopped, their expressions turning grim. Monster! A large number of monsters are attacking Stone City. Because at this point in time, it couldn't be reinforcements arriving. It could only be monsters. This commotion was even greater than before, indicating that there were more monsters, otherwise it wouldn't have caused such a violent earthquake. Quickly close the city gates and restart the defensive array. The guard captain, who had retreated to the side of the shelter, shouted. Although the mysterious swordsman is very strong, he is only at the 3rd tier. He must have released some kind of talent effect to be invincible. But no matter how amazing the effect is, it has a duration and a cooldown time. The more powerful the effect, the shorter the duration and the longer the cooldown time. In his opinion, the terrifying effect of instantly killing a tier A5 lord boss with a tier 3 level is probably coming to an end soon, and it will take at least a few days to cool down. The people guarding the shelter quickly sprang into action. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu immediately flew to the city gate, closed it, and then stood alone outside the gate with his sword, waiting for the monster to descend. At this moment, Lu Yu's sword god form has ended, and the 3 great sword god skills have entered a gray state, requiring the next transformation into sword god to refresh them. But what does it matter? Even without his sword god form, Lu Yu is confident he could stop the monsters of the city gate. Strange? Why am I not getting experience from killing siege monsters? Lu Yu muttered to himself. Thump! With the help of the spare materials, the Stone City's defensive array was fully activated, enough to hold off the monsters for a period of time, and would not be broken as quickly as before. Many of the wounded guards, despite their injuries, climbed back up the city wall and saw Lu Yu standing alone outside the city, his back to them. He's going to defend the entire city all by himself. An old man said, his voice trembling. They were shocked and couldn't bear it. In the face of great calamity, how can we allow a younger generation with unlimited potential to stand in the front lines? But they no longer had the strength to fight. It can be said that, without this young man, Stone City would have been destroyed and its people perished long ago. Rumble. Countless monsters charged in. There were blade monsters, three-headed dragon monsters, and many other unidentified monsters, their numbers several times greater than the invading monsters from before. The number must be at least close to 100,000, right? The destructive power of so many monsters charging together is unimaginable. The leader was a terrifying monster they had never seen before, and it didn't seem as strong as the Blade Lord they had encountered before, but has 4 long, flexible, and sharp tentacles on its back. It holds a demonic sword that emits a red glow in its arms. Name: Flesh-Eating Demon Lord. Rank: S-Class Lord Boss. Level: LV 150, Tier 5. HP: 1,600,000. Description: a ferocious lord from a dark monster world, who enjoys devouring all kinds of living people, and whose tentacles are most fond of beautiful human women. My god, 1.6 million HP, and an S-rank lord with a red, epic weapon. Everyone was terrified. Lords with epic-level equipment are definitely the main lords among monsters, each one incredibly powerful. I thought the Blade Lord and the three-headed Dragon Lord were the strongest of this invading monsters, but I didn't expect there to be even more terrifying ones. The young man beneath the city walls, without the effects of his talent. How can he possibly defend himself? An atmosphere of despair once again enveloped the entire Stone City. Faced with such a powerful boss and so many monsters, Stone City was completely doomed. Young hero, don't worry about us. You have unlimited potential. Run. There's no need to sacrifice yourself here in vain. Just kill more monsters for us to avenge us in the future. The crowd shouted towards Liu Yu. But Liu Yu remained unchanged, his white robes fluttering, the sword in his hand emitting a sword light, so dazzling and sacred in the night. So what if you have epic gear? So what if he's an S-rank lord? If you dare to take a step forward, I will cut you down with one sword. Chapter 27. You had a good time chopping just now, didn't you? The flesh-eating demon lord didn't even glance at Liu Yu. Its only goal is the mysterious swordsman with the appearance of a sword god. Liu Yu had already returned to his normal appearance, so it naturally didn't recognize him. Kill that ant and destroy the defensive array. Roar. The monsters obeyed the command and charged forward with all their might. Flying sword technique. This skill has no cooldown. As long as you have enough mana, you can keep summoning flying swords to attack. In an instant, hundreds of flying swords appeared in front of Liu Yu. But that's far from enough. Ding. You have consumed a mana potion, restoring your mana to full 8,850. In order to deal with unexpected situations, Liu Yu had prepared a large number of precious instant mana regeneration potions in advance, which could directly restore 10,000 mana. This stuff isn't cheap. One bottle costs 100 gold coins and can only be purchased in the Outer Domain shop. As he continuously summoned flying swords, Liu Yu summoned tens of thousands of flying swords, densely packed, and indiscriminately shot them at the charging monsters. Puff, puff, puff. Numerous monsters fell as they were pierced by the flying swords. None of the monsters below the 4th rank could withstand the damage from the flying swords. They were all instantly killed. Only some leader-level monsters managed to break through the flying swords and reach Liu Yu. D. Bang. -1. Damn it. It won't break through my defenses. The monster leaders looked as if they had seen a ghost. The 7-star sword formation. Azure Lotus sword dance. Liu Yu frantically slashed at the monsters that were close at hand. Leaders below the 5th rank cannot withstand more than a few blows. Let me. A gigantic 5th-tier leader monster exhaled a thick cloud of yellow mist towards Liu Yu. Corrosive toxic gas. -100. His magic defense isn't as high as his physical defense. Let's all use magic skills to attack him. The monster roared. But Liu wasn't about to stand there and become a sitting duck. He immediately took to the air on his sword, trying his best to avoid being hit by the group skills of these magical monsters. One magic skill isn't scary. What's scary is a whole bunch of magic skills. One skill deals 100 points of damage, so 200 of them would deal 20,000 damage, enough to kill you instantly. Damn it. Anyone who can fly, hurry up and block him. Don't let him fly around randomly. If we don't kill him quickly, we'll have a hard time breaking through the defensive formation. A fourth-tier lord roared. In a short time, more than 100,000 monsters were held back by Lu Yu alone. Faced with tens of thousands of flying swords, many low-level monsters dared not take a step forward. The people on the city wall were dumbfounded. I thought that without his transformation ability, this mysterious swordsman would be no match for the monsters. But I never expected that he would successfully hold off an army of over 100,000 monsters and even kill so many of them. A bunch of useless trash. The flesh-eating demon lord flew into a rage. They even call themselves the main force. Yet they can't even handle a tier 3 human. Get out of my way. The flesh-eating demon lord was eager to find and kill the mysterious swordsman and didn't have much time to waste here. So he acted decisively. Bang! With a single swing of the epic-level demonic blade, a large gap was cleaved open in the flying sword. The flesh-eating demon lord charged toward Lu Yu at an extremely fast speed. Although it is not a flying monster, its 4 tentacles are very strong and powerful, allowing it to bounce off the ground and briefly gain the ability to fly. Blade devour slash. As soon as it approached Lu Yu, the flesh-eating demon lord drew its sword and slashed, the all-consuming blade light striking Lu Yu's back, who was unable to dodge in time. Bite. -500. The defenses were breached, but it's insignificant. Lu Yu's flying sword attacks other monsters, and he can recover full health with the help of his god-level talent's lifesteal effect. They were suddenly attacked. Lu Yu merely glanced indifferently at the flesh-eating demon lord and continued to dodge the collective magical attacks from the magical monsters. As long as they are not forcibly controlled, they can hold out for 3 minutes. Once the sword god transformation cooldown is over, it will be their death. This glance terrified the flesh-eating demon lord, who seemed to understand how the blade lord and the 3-headed flood dragon lord had died. Damn it, how come a human brat's defense is far superior to mine? Suddenly, the flesh-eating demon lord realized what was happening. Isn't this kid's defense and the skills he uses the same as those of the mysterious swordsman from before? You are that swordsman. The flesh-eating demon lord immediately unleashed his full power. Such a monstrous talent must not be allowed to live. No matter how the flesh-eating demon lord attacked, Lu Yu's health bar remained full, while its minions had suffered heavy casualties. The city hasn't even been attacked yet, and there have already been such heavy casualties. How can it explain this to the Great Lord? At this time, Lu Yu suddenly stopped. They stopped. Great opportunity. The flesh-eating demon lord took to the air again, its 4 tentacles transforming into ropes that tightly bound Lu Yu. Let's see how you run this time. 3-headed dragon clan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you unleash your strongest magic skills together? The flesh-eating demon lord saw the dawn of victory. All the magical monsters had already gone berserk, and they were all enraged when they saw Lu Yu being controlled by the flesh-eating demon lord. They immediately began chanting their most powerful magic spells, preparing to annihilate the human monster in one fell swoop. Oh no, we're doomed. Why isn't he dodging? Are you out of mana? The people on the city wall were filled with anxiety and grief. Once the swordsman is dead, Stone City will be breached again, and at that time, it will surely be reduced to ashes, with no chance of survival. You had a good time chopping just now, didn't you? Lu Yu's voice rang out softly. What? The flesh-eating demon lord was taken aback. 3 minutes have passed. It's my turn now. The next second, as the sword light burst forth, Lu Yu once again transformed into the form of the sword god, his supreme sword might enveloping the battlefield. Before the flesh-eating demon lord could even see how Lu Yu drew his sword, its tentacles were severed, followed by intense pain. Lu Yu ignored the flesh-eating demon lord and instead focused his gaze on the group of magical monsters casting spells. Demonstering sword, drawing technique. A sword is drawn. Lu Yu appeared mysteriously behind the group of magical monsters, striking them all and interrupting their spell casting. Each monster displayed over 10,000 damage values above its head. But that wasn't enough to wipe them all out. Your only fate is to go to purgatory to atone for your sins amidst wailing. In an instant, a terrifying storm of blades, raining down like flying swords, danced across the battlefield. As the swords flashed, monster blood sprayed out, turning the earth green and forming green rivers. before the flesh-eating demon Lord could flee in terror. Lu Yu reappeared in front of it, reduced it to near death, and then, to everyone's astonishment, used only basic attacks. They brutally cut the arrogant, flesh-devouring demon lord to pieces and killed him alive. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 40 times 150 times 120 is equal to 720,000 gold coins. Lu Yu was covered in the monster's green blood, showing neither joy nor sorrow. So many monsters were killed. Lu Yu had already acquired a large amount of gold coins. Even the notification that he had topped the wealth list had already been released. However, Lu Yu didn't have time to click on it. The other surviving monsters tried to escape, but Lu Yu wouldn't let them get away. He caught up with them and wiped them all out. You won already? His incredible transformation effect only has a cooldown period of a few minutes. Everyone was stunned. It failed. Inside the underground city, the Dark Lord stared in disbelief at the sword god Lu Yu reflected in the mirror, his entire body radiating a murderous aura. Great Lord, no matter what, my Beastman Association provided valuable items and a method to bridge the demon cave. You should at least pay me half of the monster factor. The man in black robes spoke. Damn it. You dare ask me for monster factors? Believe me or not, I'll wipe you out right now. The Dark Lord was enraged. Destroy me? Let's not even talk about whether you can do it. If you want to completely enrage our Beastman Association, then this dungeon will have to change owners. If it weren't for the fact that the monster factors could only be obtained in their entirety if you provided them voluntarily, do you think we would cooperate with you? The man in black robes showed no fear. You're asking for it. However, the Dark Lord ultimately did not dare to make a move, and instead gave the other party 10 bottles of A-grade monster factors. Go back and tell your guild leader if he wants S-rank monster factors. If he does, we could talk about a new collaboration. Is it because of this mysterious swordsman? That's right. Chapter 28, The Astonishing Decision of the Three War Gods. Lu Yu did not return to Shurching. Instead, they continued their pursuit. Let's check if there are any more monsters. Secondly, let's examine how the monsters bypassed the frontline defenses and entered the safe zone. If the owner goes beyond a certain range, the mount will automatically follow the owner. So, Dabai immediately got up, took Xiao Hong, and ran quickly towards Lu Yu's direction. Lu Yu's mount has run away. It's probably Lu Yu who summoned him. He was lucky that a powerful swordsman appeared and resolved the crisis, allowing him to escape unscathed. The hunter team actually had some objections to Lu Yu's unauthorized departure. No matter when or where, the consequences of soldiers disobeying orders are very serious. But it's good that Lu Yu didn't die at the hands of the monster. After all, they were teammates and comrades in arms. Lu Yu followed the monster's footprints to a flat area where there was a huge, deep pit, the cause of which was unknown. Apart from the deep pit, nothing else was found in the surrounding area. Lu Yu can be confirmed. This must be where the monster infiltrated. It must have used some special method. 2 hours later, the reinforcements from a number 4 front finally arrived in Shurching. The reinforcements were stunned to see the monster corpses scattered all over the ground and the people cleaning up the battlefield. Wasn't it said that a large number of monsters were invading? Didn't they say that Stone City had been breached? How did the battle end? It looks like Stone City won. All the monsters are dead. Could it be that a high-level expert has come to provide support? That's not right. If a high-ranking leader were to appear, the commander-in-chief would not keep pushing them to accelerate their pace. What's going on? Where is the Lord of Stone City? Sir, our city lord has been killed in battle. After some investigation, it was learned that 2 waves of monsters attacked Stone City, but both were instantly killed by a mysterious Tier 3 swordsman. Wait, you mean a 3rd-tier swordsman who transformed into a sword god, first instantly killing 2 A-rank 5th-tier lords, and then slaughtering tens of thousands of monsters. And then he single-handedly guarded the gates of Stone City, fighting nearly 100,000 monsters with just a sword, and an S-rank Tier 5 lord, a lord with an epic weapon. The commander of the reinforcements felt like he had heard a huge joke. If it weren't for the fact that 5-star hunter Yang Zheng and 6th-tier swordsman Situ Yu also stepped forward to testify, he would have had reason to suspect that these surviving job changers were hallucinating. Sir, that's the situation. Where is that mysterious swordsman? After he wiped out the second wave of invading monsters, he went to chase after them in the direction they appeared, and he hasn't returned yet. Upon hearing this, the commander-in-chief immediately dispatched a large force to search for the wounded and then directed the medical team to treat the wounded in Shurching. At this time, Liu Yu put away his mask, turned off the equipment display, put on his hunter's uniform, bypassed the main gate of Stone City, and rode back through the side gate on his big white horse. A third-tier swordsman. Everyone looked Liu Yu up and down. The mysterious swordsman was covered in the monster's green blood, dressed in orange armor, and wearing a mask, so no one could see his face clearly. Liu Yu was already mentally prepared at this point. After all, revealing one's sword god status in front of everyone without any concealment could lead to recognition. There is no best. If so, then be a genius and a master for once. Liu Yu, could you please not leave the team to go on adventures without permission next time? Squad member Li Wan said. Captain Yang Zheng frowned and looked at Liu Yu. You left the team? Reporting to the captain, the situation was special at the time. I left the team to save people. Besides, I didn't completely leave the team. I left my pet behind. Liu Yu dismounted and reported the facts truthfully. You're lucky you weren't killed by the monster. The hunter team members rolled their eyes collectively. If a mysterious swordsman hadn't appeared and resolved the crisis in Stone City, you would probably be dead by now. As a commoner swordsman who has just changed jobs, even if someone helps you ascend to the third tier, how much combat power can you possibly have? And seeing that you are clean from head to toe, I'm afraid you didn't go to kill monsters, but went to hide somewhere to take refuge, right? After all, shelters are considered dangerous areas, places where monsters are bound to attack. After the hunter team made such a fuss, those Stone City job changers who had initially suspected that Liu Yu was the mysterious swordsman shook their heads, finding it unlikely. If this person named Liu Yu is a member of this hunter team, then he probably can't be that swordsman boss. Such peerless swordsmen are only possible for the super-rich second generation or the descendants of alliance leaders. Their temperament is undoubtedly extraordinary. Liu Yu looks like he comes from commoner background. It's almost impossible for an ordinary family to produce such a prodigy. Getting an epic talent in 3 free draws is considered incredibly lucky. That's fine. They weren't recognized. After all, he was a completely different person when he was a sword god and when he wasn't. This saved me a lot of trouble. Liu Yu, I'll let it go since this is your first time experiencing a monster siege. But don't do that again. Think about your family, not yourself. What will your parents do if something happens? How will I explain it to them? In reality, without the appearance of a master swordsman, everyone would die and no one could protect them. Liu Yu's unauthorized departure from the team is understandable. Due to this unexpected incident, the Alliance headquarters will send people here to investigate. The team activity is temporarily canceled, and Liu Yu will have 10% of his military merits deducted as punishment for leaving the team without permission. The others will receive their monthly activity military merits as normal. As he spoke, Yang Zheng sent Liu Yu a private message. Liu Yu, this captain must punish you, otherwise I will not be able to command respect. I will compensate you with military merits privately. Liu Yu didn't care about this small military achievement. Besides, from the perspective of the commander-in-chief, he had made a mistake by not following orders. Captain, you don't actually need to give me a replacement. We absolutely have to make up for it. I'll take care of my teammates. Seeing that the captain said so, Liu Yu had no choice but to accept it, moved by the sentiment. Immediately afterwards, Liu Yu followed the group back to Dragon City. S-Zone, Alliance headquarters. The 3 war gods held an emergency meeting. All theater commanders immediately connected with headquarters. The preliminary investigation results are out. The monsters somehow managed to directly connect to the F-Zone safe zone and open a teleportation channel, which led to the monster surprise attack on Stone City. According to the survivors of Stone City, the highest level of the invading monsters was 150, so the initial analysis is that the passage opened by the monsters could only be passed by monsters of level 5 at most. In addition, a mysterious young swordsman appeared who could transform into a sword god and single-handedly slay all the monsters, saving Stone City. However, the mysterious swordsman disappeared after chasing the monsters. Commander-in-Chief of the F Theater, Xian Yuanhu, reported, "This incident has taught us the most important thing. Monsters can bypass the battle lines and invade the safe zone through special means. Therefore, we must change our defensive deployment and leave a legion stationed in each city of the safe zone to prevent a repeat of the Stone City incident. In addition, send more people and expand the investigation area." We must find out the situation of the monster's teleportation. As for that mysterious swordsman, since he was willing to help save Stone City, it means that even if he is not a member of our alliance, he is not someone who hates the alliance, otherwise he would not have made a move. Find him if possible, confirm his identity, and ask him if he is willing to serve at the alliance headquarters. If he is, we will train him as the fourth war god. The three war gods had already made a decision on this matter. Wow, the bigwigs were all shocked upon hearing this. The fourth god of war? That is the highest honor. Was that mysterious swordsman worth it? However, considering that this swordsman could single-handedly wipe out hundreds of thousands of monsters at the 3rd tier level and instantly kill a 5th tier S-rank lord, he does indeed have the potential to become a war god. No, it should be said that he has the potential to surpass the god of war. After all, even a young war god couldn't have achieved such a record. Besides, without him, the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Stone City would have been lost to the monster. He is now a hero of the human race. On the other side, Beilatong also learned detailed information about Shurching and became quite excited. A 3rd tier swordsman? A sword god? There's no mistake. It must be Brother Yu. He's that mysterious young swordsman. Yu will definitely participate in the Crimson Trial in 2 months. I need to prepare relevant information for Yu in advance. With Yu there, I'm sure I can win first place. Then Grandpa won't be able to stop me anymore. Chapter 29 Parents. On the road, Yu opened the wealth rankings. Ding! Your gold coin balance has reached 5.6 billion, placing you at the top of the wealth rankings. Do you want to join the list? No. After the Battle of Stone City, Yu also realized his shortcomings, namely, insufficient health and magic defense, and a lack of mana without transforming into a sword god. Then, Yu opened the Alliance shop, intending to buy a Tier 3 Swordsman skill book to fill all 6 skill slots. The Alliance Mall is a consignment mall, where all job changers can consign items, or even buy items. A clone skill. Yu never expected to encounter such a precious life-saving skill on the consignment mall. Buy now. Ding. You have spent 2,000 gold coins to purchase a Tier 2 F-rank Sword Shadow clone skill book. It's quite expensive. As expected of a swordsman skill book, its price is higher than that of any other class. On the other side, Monster Forest. Brother, isn't the price of the Sword Shadow clone skill book we just got too high? No sucker will buy it, right? Third sister, you underestimate the rich who dare to choose the swordsman profession. They spend money like water, and it will definitely be swordsmen who like this skill. This is a rare clone skill that can save your life in critical moments. Ding. The Sword Shadow clone skill book you consigned has been sold. 1,800 gold has been credited to your account. Oh my god. Bro, the skill book sold. It's only been listed for 3 seconds. We're rich. Quickly see who bought it. Try to add them as a friend. They're a big spender. Brother, the other party is anonymous. I've already sent them a friend request. Ding. Pan Tielian has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yu immediately saw a friend request pop up. Pan Tielian. No iron. No. After learning the skills, Yu used the S-rank scroll he had previously obtained to directly upgrade this skill to an S-rank skill. Name, Sword Shadow Clone. Grade S. Level, Tier 3 LV0. Requires spending gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect, creates clones identical to the original to confuse the target. Within a certain range, the clones can be controlled. Currently, the clones only have 30% of the original's attack and defense, and cannot use skills. The clones disappear when the skill ends. An S-rank clone can create 7 clones. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Tip: upgrading this skill will increase the attack and defense of your clones. This is a controllable skill that creates clones with additional attack power. Yu was pleasantly surprised. As far as he knew, other professions also had clone skills, but most of them were virtual entities that could not attack targets or move. Compared to the Sword Shadow clones, they are utterly weak. Nobody knows how many skills all combat classes have in total. This Sword Shadow clone is definitely the first time someone has seen it. Otherwise, a swordsman would have become famous with this skill long ago. With this skill, at least during the cooldown period of Sword God form, there's an extra means of survival. So, without even thinking, Yu upgraded the skill to LV60. Next, Yu continued browsing the Alliance shop to see if there were any suitable gems to purchase. Now that we have enough gold coins, we can prepare high-level gems in advance. When we get top-quality equipment in the future, We can directly socket them into the gems to greatly increase their attributes. But after scanning it once, Luyu was speechless to discover that no one was selling essential gems, such as stamina gems or attack gems. Most of the gems sold were non-essential gems, such as resistance gems. That makes sense when you think about it. Stamina gems increase health and physical defense, making them the preferred gem for all job changers. Attack power gems and critical hit gems are the second choice, while resistance gems are the last choice. Those who obtain stamina gems during job changes usually use them themselves or trade them privately at a high price. Luyu had no choice but to buy a large number of gem chests from the extraterritorial mall. Name: Gem Treasure Chest. Description: randomly yields gems of various levels, drilling materials, inlay runes, crafting runes, etc. Price: 50 gold. Luyu didn't even blink when he saw the price, and then opened 99 treasure chests all at once. Ding! You've obtained a level 1 drilling material. Ding! You opened it but got nowhere. Keep trying. Ding! You've obtained a level 1 fire resistance gem. 2 days passed quickly. The team returned to the Monster Hunter Hall. Gentlemen, after you have received your military merits, you are free to do as you please. Because the higher-ups have issued a new strategic deployment order, the activities for the next 2 months are temporarily canceled. However, don't let your guard down. You can try to participate in the Crimson Trial for the new generation in 2 months. I don't ask you to get special secret realm tickets. I only hope that you can complete the trial and obtain the Alliance rewards. After saying that, Yang Zheng went to the treatment room to heal his injuries. To reward Yang Zheng for his meritorious service in defending Shurcheng, the commander-in-chief of the war zone rewarded him with a new battle pet and mount, a 5th-tier purple equipment, and free healing. After disbanding, the group formed their own teams to do hunter missions, seeing that no one seemed interested in forming a group. In response, Luyu didn't care. He didn't need to earn military merits by completing missions. After opening gem chests for 2 consecutive days, Luyu only had a few 100 million gold coins left. Now, his backpack was full of gems, inlay runes, and other materials. If Luyu hadn't bought more than a dozen super large treasure chests, which can be purchased directly from the extraterrestrial mall for 100,000 gold coins each, his backpack would have been overflowing long ago. It seems that synthesizing gems is both expensive and time-consuming. Luyu muttered something. Oh, little brother Luyu, you've finally shown up. Your application has been approved, and your parents have agreed to meet. When is it convenient for you to go to the preparation area? The beautiful woman in black stockings took the initiative to approach Luyu. It passed. Luyu was overjoyed. He hadn't seen his parents for a long time and had no idea what kind of life they were living in the war zone. Because his parents never talked about how hard they worked, how difficult it was to earn money, or how they wanted their child to be more sensible, like other parents do. Now things are much better. As long as we see them, our parents can enjoy a comfortable life. It's convenient for me right now. How do I get there? Take this application approval form and ride them out from the Monster Hunter Hall to the preparation area. Okay, thank you. Luyu happily handed the other party 1,000 gold coins. Looking at the glittering 1,000 gold coins, the woman in black stockings covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Luyu also knew that spending money was the fastest way to get things done, a truth that applies in any world. Half a day later, Luyu arrived at the preparation area. Please wait in this meeting room. A staff member took Luyu's application form and went to inform Luyu's parents. Lu Shan, Han Yunji, your son Luyu has arrived. He's in meeting room number 666. Lu Shan and Han Yunji, who were on a day off in their dormitory, were overjoyed to learn that their son Luyu had arrived and rushed to the meeting room immediately. Yeah. So, upon meeting, Han Yunji excitedly rushed over and hugged Luyu. Lu Shan also came over and hugged Luyu and Lu Shan tightly. The grown man's eyes were red at this moment. The last time they met, Luyu was still at school. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Damn, Mom, you've worked so hard. Tears welled up in Luyu's eyes as well. Although he was a time traveler, he was born into this world, but he had already regarded them as his real parents and relatives. Is the allowance your parents left you enough for living expenses? How are your older and younger sisters doing? After her initial excitement subsided, Han Yunji quickly began asking all sorts of questions. I haven't spent all the money yet. My older and younger sisters are eating well, dressing well, and living well now. Mom and Dad, look, this is the new house I bought for you. Lu Yu opened his phone's photo album and clicked on a group photo of himself and his two younger sisters taken in their new house. Lu Shan and Han Yunji stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This house looks like it costs tens of millions. Where did the son get the money? Etc. Could the sudden change in how the higher-ups took care of the two of them be because of their son? Tell your dad. Did you draw a super talent? Dad, why do you ask that? Your mother and I received special treatment from high-ranking officials recently. Our workload has been greatly reduced, and our benefits have been improved several levels. If it weren't for the fact that you drew a high-level talent, why would they suddenly take such good care of us? Is that so? Liu was surprised. He really didn't know that. He had always thought his parents were working hard. Could it be the Soul Concealment Organization? Impossible. The Soul Concealment Organization is unlikely to do anything unnecessary. Who could it be? Could it be? Beilatong. Chapter 30. The Meeting. The two elders were shocked. It's most likely due to Beilatong. Because after arriving at the launching concentration camp, I met this one friend. Moreover, Beilatong has many maps and dares to sell them openly. Yet no one has come to investigate, which is very abnormal in itself. This only proves this chubby kid, Beilatong, has a terrifying background. Otherwise, given their honest and simple nature, they would never have received such support from higher-ups. Zhao Liang from the concentration camp. Boss, it was I who mentored him, not Fatty. Dad, Mom, to be honest, I did get a top-tier talent, and it's a perfect match for the swordsman class. Real. The two elders were overjoyed, as if they were in a dream, and they couldn't accept it for a while. Okay. The gears of fate for our Lu family are about to begin to turn. You bought the house because you passed the genius certification from the Alliance headquarters and receive Alliance benefits, right? That's why the higher-ups promoted us, right? Han Yunji cried tears of joy. Mom, actually I didn't go to the genius certification at the Alliance headquarters. What? No? Then what happened? Lu Shan and Han Yunji were both puzzled. Dad, Mom, it's a long story. In short, I drew the top talent, which is why I didn't go to the Alliance headquarters. I'll explain it to you in detail later. You have to trust your son. Lu Yu didn't directly mention the system, because even if he did, his parents wouldn't understand. It was beyond the comprehension of the world. This top-tier talent? How is this possible? The two elders felt dizzy and disoriented. It was truly astonishing. Top-tier talent. In their understanding, top-tier talent is legendary talent. Is this something you can get through a draw? The two elders couldn't help but exchange a glance. They naturally trusted their son, so they didn't press him for details. In this world, talent determines potential, but more importantly, gold coins are crucial. With a large amount of gold coins, even without good talent, one can become a top-tier class changer by spending money. Lu Yu knew it would be hard for his parents, who had worked hard for most of their lives, to believe this, because it sounded like a fantasy, or, to put it bluntly, a pipe dream. So, Lu Yu transformed into a sword god and summoned the moon white dragon steed, which was ranked number 1 on the mount leaderboard. The meeting room was closed, so Lu Yu wasn't worried about being seen by people outside. My God, isn't this the S-class mount, the moon white dragon steed, that was all the fuss about a while ago? This is my son's mount. At this moment, even if Lu Shan and Han Yunji didn't believe it, they had no choice but to believe what they were seeing. Moreover, this is their son. How could he deceive them? Quick, son, summon your mount back immediately, or someone will see you. Han Yunji said urgently. Wait, son, your talent transformation just now looks so much like the young sword god who saved Stone City that's been all over the news lately. Lu Shan suddenly realized. He now works less. And in his spare time, he also pays attention to the channel's real-time information to know about the events in Shurcheng. Mysterious young sword god. This news had already spread throughout the entire war zone. Some retired veterans from Shurcheng even filmed the scene of the young swordsman displaying his divine power and slaying the boss, and posted it on the Warzone channel. He flipped through the video again and compared it with his son, who was now transformed into a sword god. The appearance was indeed exactly the same. Dad, that's right. The young swordsman in the video is me. At the time, I was on my way to participate in the end-of-month event with the captain of the Hunter Squad. We stopped in Stone City to rest, and then encountered a monster attack on Stone City. Fortunately, those monsters were at most level 150, so I transformed into a sword god and slew them all. Lu Yu spoke of it with a nonchalant air. But Han Yunji listened with tears streaming down her face and hugged her son tightly again. She knew how dangerous a monster siege was. In that situation, how could she, as a mother, not feel heartbroken seeing her son fighting so many monsters all by himself? She couldn't even imagine what would happen if something happened to him. Son, you can't take such risks next time. Mom, don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure I can handle. Besides, I haven't taken care of you in your old age yet. I haven't seen my younger sisters get married, and I haven't found you daughters-in-law yet. I won't take any risks easily. At this time, Lu Shan patted Lu Yu's shoulder heavily. Son, well done. You saved Shurcheng and are the pride of our Lu family. Dad is so proud of you. At this time, Lu Shan and Han Yunji were still in a dream, but it was a beautiful dream tightly wrapped in happiness. It's so dreamy. It's only been 6 months. The son became a great hero in people's eyes and a young sword god. Son, the Alliance headquarters is now publicly offering a reward for your services. What do you plan to do? Continue developing on your own? Or... After the initial shock, Lu Shan got to the point. Dad, I want to accumulate more experience. You know, there's more than just the human alliance in this world. There are many mysterious organizations, and even more monsters that are eyeing us covetously. Moreover, I like the feeling of freedom and dislike constraints. A swordsman should be carefree and unrestrained. Liu spoke his mind. Well, that's good. But remember this. If you become a true sword god in the future, you must defeat all the monsters and rebuild our beautiful homeland. Yes, Dad, Mom, that day will come. Liu was full of confidence in this. Dad, Mom, your son has achieved financial freedom, so you don't need to stay here anymore. Quit your jobs and come home to enjoy your retirement. My younger sister misses you so much. She dreams of you. This matter, we need to seriously consider it. What? Dad, Mom, you still want to stay here? My son, the human race is weak and the monsters are ferocious. Although your father and I are just ordinary life profession changers, we can still contribute a little bit to the future of the human race. These days, although Lu Shan doesn't have a lot of tasks, he still completes the standard amount of blacksmithing work every day. Son, your father is right. Our ancestors, generation after generation, have never stopped striving for a better tomorrow. Although it's tough here, we have our own mission. If we were allowed to go home and enjoy life earlier, we'd probably get sick from being so idle. Han Yunji also spoke earnestly. Son, we understand your feelings. How about this? We apply for leave from our superiors to spend more time with our younger sisters until they start school, and then we'll come home once a month. How does that sound? Lu Shan assured him. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly understood why the captain had looked at him with disappointment on the way back to Longchen. Mission. It's a must-have for every job changer. Everyone has their own mission, and this is the will and faith that humanity has passed down in fighting against monsters. Dad, Mom, I understand. But you need to contribute to the human race, so you can't fall behind in leveling up. Keep these gold coins. They can help you level up quickly. The higher your level, the more you can contribute. Son, what about you? Dad, Mom, don't worry about me. I don't have to worry about running out of gold coins for now. By the way, Dad, Mom, do you know any gemologists? I have a lot of gems that need to be synthesized. Yes. I have an old classmate, Uncle whom you met before. He is a gem master, but his family doesn't have much money, so like me, he can't level up. That's perfect. I opened some gem chests and got quite a few gems and crafting runes. I'll trouble Dad to ask Uncle Hu to help me craft them, and I can also upgrade Uncle Hu's level in the process. No problem. If it's not a lot, it can be done in a day or two. Knock, knock, knock. Liu pulled out more than a dozen super treasure chests and laughed. That's all. More than a dozen super treasure chests are filled. It's all gems and crafting runes. So, is that all you're talking about? Could you be any more exaggerated? Chapter 31. Don't tell me this whole box is full of gems and crafting runes. The meeting is about to end. Dad, Mom, these are 2 A-grade flying mount pet eggs for you to use for transportation in the future. Lu Yu remembered that although life professions could not contract battle pets, they could contract mounts, and he had just opened quite a few mounts from pet treasure chests before. Give us an A-grade flying mount? That's such a waste. Let's save it for our younger sisters. Lu Shan and Han Yunji immediately refused. That's too extravagant. They're just ordinary people with ordinary jobs. It seems like such a waste for them to use such high-end mounts. Don't worry about the mounts for my older and younger sisters. I'll get them S-class mounts in the future, and I'll get one for Mom and Dad too. For now, you can make do with the A-class mounts. Hearing their son say this, the two were still somewhat dazed. This is too dreamlike. I never thought that I, Lu Shan, would one day own a mount on par with the Dragon Blood War god. Honey, quick, pinch me and let me see if it hurts. The still charming Han Yunji gently slapped Lu Shan and smiled so happily for the first time. After bidding farewell to his parents, Lu Yu headed straight for the Misty Battlefield. The higher the level, the slower the leveling process. The Misty Battlefield has many monsters, allowing you to quickly accumulate gold and gain experience. The Crimson Trial will begin in 2 months. Lu Yu needs to level up to level 90 as soon as possible during this period. Blood Trial. That was the only way for humans to enter the starry illusionary realm and obtain Star Origin Stone resources. Star Origin Stones are an extremely important resource for the human race, and one that must be fought over. Star Origin Stones are needed to charge job change stones and advancement stones, as well as for teleportation arrays, large-scale defense arrays in war zones, and magic array cannons. It's called the Crimson Trial because monsters can also enter the starry illusion realm. They outnumber humans and are all-powerful Lord-level monsters. They also vie for Star Origin Stones, so a bloody battle is inevitable. However, the Starry Sky realm has a level restriction. Only people or monsters with a level not exceeding 90 can enter. In previous years, thousands of newcomers participated in the Crimson Trial, but only 100 or so return alive, and the Star Origin Stones they brought back were barely enough to support the Alliance for a year. Based on the trial reward from previous years, the 5 people who bring back the most Star Origin Stones will each receive an additional valuable Secret Realm ticket. There are many good things in the Secret Realm, and the drop rate is higher than that of monsters in other places. Most importantly, it drops rare currency that can be exchanged for higher-level items. These items cannot be purchased in overseas marketplaces. Lu Yu possesses a currency exploding system. As long as he enters these special areas, he can unlock the corresponding currencies. So, Lu Yu is determined to get a ticket no matter what. On the other side, Lu Shan and his wife found their old classmate Hu Shi. Old Hu drinking tea again? Lu Shan walked into Lao Hu's studio with a nonchalant air. Oh, sister-in-law, you're here too. Please have a seat. I poured 2 cups of tea. Hu Shi then complained bitterly. Old Lu, as you know, gem work is different from other professions. I have no connections and no gold coins, so I rarely get gem inlaying or even gem synthesis tasks, let alone gem synthesis. If I had known, I should have listened to the teacher and not chosen these prestigious professions. I should have chosen a blacksmith like you to support my family. It's not like you have 3 kids and I'm still a bachelor. By the way, Xiaoyu has graduated, right? Didn't you guys ask for leave to go back? Lu Shan and Han Yunji exchanged a smile and said, we didn't go back, but the child applied to come to us himself and asked us to find someone to help him combine some gems. So we came to you. Huh? Xiaoyu got a gem? No. Didn't he just change jobs recently? As far as I know, it's very rare for low-level monsters to drop gems. You didn't give him gold coins to open the gem chest, did you? But you. Seeing Lao Hu scratching his head and ears, Lu Shan decided to cut to the chase. Old Hu, you grew up with me and went to school with me. I have complete confidence in you and your character. To be honest, Xiaoyu has some opportunities you'll find out later. Right now, I'll give you a box of low-level gems and low-level synthesis runes. Combine them and upgrade your character while you're at it. After saying that, Lu Shan took out a treasure chest from his backpack. My God, this is a treasure chest. It costs 100,000 gold coins. Old Hu's eyes widened. Suddenly, Old Hu realized what was happening. Old Lu, don't tell me this whole box is full of gems and crafting talismans. Yes, this is just one box. I'll come over and give you another box after you've finished combining them. Puff, there's another box? Damn it. This gem is an essential item for combat professions. Equipment of the same quality and level is completely different depending on whether it has gems or not. Aside from a low probability of being dropped by monsters, gems can only be obtained by purchasing gem chests from the Outer Realm shop. However, the probability of getting gems from gem chests is not high. Old Hu couldn't wait to open the treasure chest, and immediately his breathing became rapid. Holy crap, all of them are stamina gems? What kind of opportunity did Xiaoyu get? Even level 1 stamina gems are priceless. Old Hu felt his heart couldn't take it anymore. That's absolutely outrageous. He has been in the preparation zone for decades, and the number of times he has combined stamina gems can be counted on one hand. It is conceivable how rare stamina gems are. Many wealthy players have spent tens of thousands of gold coins, but may not have obtained a single stamina gem. This whole treasure chest of yours, is it really that outrageous? What incredible opportunity did Xiaoyu receive to have such good fortune? Old Lu, thank you. With this box of gems, my level will definitely increase rapidly. I'll help Xiaoyu synthesize them for free. Oh, that won't do. Synthesizing gems is also a physical and mentally demanding task. By the way, consider this box of resistance gems a gift for you to practice with. Feel free to use it as you like. What the hell? Old Hu's expression at this moment was extremely exaggerated, even severely distorted. Using a whole box of gems as practice? Although resistance gems aren't very valuable, even the lowest grade level 1 resistance gem is worth 80 gold coins on the market. How much would a whole box of these cost? Old Hu, don't be so quick to refuse. Xiaoyu will need you to drill holes and inlay gems a lot in the future, and my younger sister and sister will also need your help. You can handle the resistance gems yourself. But, no buts, hurry up and accept it. Let's combine the gems and upgrade it. My husband and I are also going to buy materials to upgrade our level. Old Hu knew that if he didn't accept it, Old Lu would definitely be very unhappy. Alright, I accept. From now on, I, Old Hu, will be the exclusive gem master for your Lu family. Lu Shan and Han Yunji were satisfied and went back. Time flies. 2 months pass quickly. Battlefield in the fog. Lu Yu stood atop a mountain of monster corpses, his expression cold as he stared at the panting 6th-tier Belevel Lord in front of him. Name, Scorpion Lord. Level B. Level, LV-169, Tier 6. This area is located in the middle of the misty battlefield and is a place where mid to high-level monsters roam. After reaching level 90 in the outer area, Lu Yu came here to accumulate gold coins and increase his combat experience. The only way to level up quickly is to fight these powerful monster bosses one-on-one. Roar! You damned human brat. I'll fight you to the death. Blood Poison Curse. The Scorpion Lord unleashed a furious attack. Sword Shadow Clone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Yu's 7 clones appeared. All of the Scorpion Lord's skills missed. Lu Yu followed with a relentless barrage of sword strikes. The low-health Scorpion Lord was killed without any surprise. Ding. You have received 169 times 40 times 4 is equal to 27,040 gold coins. Without transforming into a sword god, my current combat strength is equivalent to a 6th-tier B-level lord. Any higher, and it would be very difficult to kill him. Let's check the time. It's been 2 months already. At this time, Dragon City has opened registration for the new generation's Crimson Trial. Once registration closes, participants will head to the Alliance headquarters to begin the trial. Big White, let's go back and sign up. Chapter 32. Is the S-War Zone in the sky? Registration office for the Crimson Trial in Dragon City. Today is the last day to register, but there are still many people gathered here. It seems that more people are participating in the Crimson Trial this year than in previous years. After all, as long as you bring back a Star Origin Stone, you can get a green equipment reward of the corresponding level. Moreover, this year there are 3 supernovas, and the God of War's grandson is leading the team. By traveling, Lu Yu wasn't in a hurry. Once back in the Dragon City area, Lu Yu recalled Bai and switched to flying on his sword. Hello, I'm here to register for the Crimson Trial. Show me your ID card. Lu Yu handed over the identity card. Alright, meet here promptly at 8 o'clock tomorrow. All the new generation participants from F-Zone will then head to the Alliance headquarters in S-Zone. Early the next morning, nearly 1,000 new generation members gathered together. These new generation members have all reached level 90 and are confident that they can achieve a ranking within the top 1,000 in this competition and receive the league's big reward. Compared to other methods, this is the best way for most ordinary children to obtain top-tier equipment before reaching level 5. Lu Yu, you dare to sign up. Li Wan, who was in the same hunter team as Lu Yu, was somewhat surprised and suspicious when she saw Lu Yu. Since Lu Yu always kept his hunter badge in his backpack, he naturally didn't know that Lu Yu's hunter level was higher than his. That's right. Even if you're just an ordinary swordsman and get carried to level 90, without good equipment, you'll just have to find a place to hide. Instead of wasting time, we should prepare for advancing to the 4th tier. At least in the end-of-month event next month, You won't hold us back because of your level advantage. Another teammate also kindly offered advice. I guess he's mainly going to broaden his horizons. The Crimson Trial is our only chance to go directly to the Alliance headquarters. That's true, but it's not worth wasting time just to broaden one's horizons. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. Lu Yu smiled without saying anything. It wasn't a new thing for commoner swordsmen to be looked down upon. All right, quiet down. Time's up. All participants, follow me. A burly berserker led the group to the F-Zone Command Headquarters. The crowd was puzzled. Aren't we going to the S-Zone Alliance Headquarters? What are you doing here? Sudden, a dazzling, magical light shone on the ground. Everyone was then shocked to discover this. They were inside a huge magic circle with high-level array mages activating it around them. Isn't this a teleportation array unique to the war zone? A well-informed rich kid exclaimed in surprise. At this time, the berserker said calmly, "This is a war zone teleportation array. War Zone S is different from other war zones. It cannot be reached by mounts, only by teleportation arrays." Everyone was stunned. Is that true? At school, the teachers never introduced the S-Zone. Everyone had always thought that the S-Zone was just like the other zones, except that it was a special zone where the Alliance headquarters was located. I never expected this. Zone S requires a teleportation array to reach. I've never heard of any place on Earth that requires teleportation to reach. Even the most dangerous deep-sea battlefields can be reached using water attribute mounts. A bunch of newbies, what's the big deal? Didn't you learn this in school? Let me give you a crash course. The S-Zone isn't on Earth, it's in the sky. The berserker pointed to the sky. What? In the sky? Everyone was speechless. Lee was also quite surprised. Is the Alliance headquarters in the sky? Could a sky city really exist in this world? Actually, the term in the sky isn't quite accurate. To be precise, it's the battlefield outside the domain. The berserker added, "No, senior, isn't the extraterritorial battlefield just the battlefield outside the various war zones?" Some people have raised questions. Who told you that a battlefield outside the war zone is an extraterritorial battlefield? The battlefields outside our war zone are nothing more than our home planet, Earth, overrun by monsters. The real extraterritorial battlefield is the passage connecting the Blue Star world and the monster world. That vast and boundless passage is the true extraterritorial battlefield. The berserker's words left everyone stunned. Holy crap. Is that true? Then why didn't the school teach this kind of thing? That's because most people don't have access to the extraterritorial battlefield. If you hadn't participated in the New Generation Blood Trial, you wouldn't have had the chance to come into contact with it either. The berserker grinned. Senior, I have a question. Since the extraterrestrial battlefield is not in the Blue Star world, why didn't our human ancestors clear out the monsters in the Blue Star world first before focusing all their efforts on dealing with the monsters in the extraterrestrial battlefield? Lu Yu voiced the question that had been bothering him. The berserker gave Lu Yu an approving look and said, "Actually, it's not that our ancestors didn't want to clean up the monsters in the Blue Star world, but that they couldn't." Why? The reason is simple. They can't be eradicated. Everyone was even more puzzled. Lu Yu, however, seemed to understand something and said, "What you mean is that the monsters that invaded the Blue Star world were actually derived from a terrifying lord, and this lord is in the extraterrestrial battlefield, so the monsters in the Blue Star world cannot be eliminated." Haha, clever. It's been a long time since I've met such a bright junior. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Young man, what's your name? Replying to senior, "My name is Lu Yu. Kid, I have high hopes for you. I hope you will shine in the Crimson Trial." The berserker made no attempt to hide his praise for Lu Yu. This made others quite envious. Immediately, the berserker then explained it to everyone in detail. As we all know, as long as a lord-level monster is not killed, the monsters that spawn within that lord's territory will respawn after a period of time once they are killed. Just as Lu Yu said, the monsters that invaded the Blue Star world were indeed derived from an even more terrifying monster lord. And this monster lord is definitely a being beyond the 10th rank. Otherwise, a 10th rank S-class lord would not have emerged. Wow, an existence beyond the 10th rank? Isn't that an existence even more terrifying than the 3 war gods? Does that mean humans will never have any hope of defeating the monsters? However, we don't need to despair. Perhaps it's due to the special restrictions of the extraterritorial battlefield that the god-level monster lord is unable to set foot on the extraterritorial battlefield. Therefore, the three war gods were able to guard the S-War Zone and prevent more monsters from invading the Blue Star World. You must firmly believe that the human race will only grow stronger with each generation. One day, a god-level savior who surpasses the 10th rank will be born, leading the human race across the outer battlefield and driving out the monsters. The Berserker's words restored everyone's confidence and strengthened their belief that humanity would one day restore their beautiful homeland. Liu Yu fell into deep thought, silently glancing at his god-level talent and the coin-bursting system. He felt too weak to be a savior. He only wanted to protect his family and give them a better life. After all, no one knows whether monster lords above the 10th rank are truly unable to enter the outer battlefield. What if it works? Is it simply that it disdains to enter? As for the so-called savior, the hope of humanity, Liu Yu just smiled when he thought of this, hoping that he could grow to have the strength of a savior. Once the Crimson Trial is over, I need to level up as quickly as possible. It's always good to be prepared and think ahead. At this time, the Array Master finally activated the teleportation array. Close your eyes. We're about to teleport. At the Berserker's reminder, everyone closed their eyes. The teleportation light immediately shone. A towering pillar of magical light appeared. The next second, the group disappeared into the teleportation array and arrived at War Zone S. Chapter 33, The First Line of Defense for Humanity. War Zone S. What came into view was a steel castle. The castle is predominantly black and red. It's not that the materials used to build the castle were black or red, but rather that they were stained like that by the blood of countless ancestors. The castle's defenses were the strongest Liu Yu had ever seen, yet countless cracks and signs of repair still appeared everywhere. This alone gives you an idea of the brutal battles that the S-Zone has been experiencing all along. This war zone consists only of regular soldiers, monster hunters, and advanced life skill changers from the preparation zone. There are no members of any other organizations. This is the first and most important line of defense for the Human Alliance, and only the elite of the Human Alliance legions can be stationed here. I looked up. Besides the patrolling flying cavalry, a large number of flying monsters were also eyeing the S-War Zone from the clouds. But they dared not approach at all. This is because there is a huge floating fortress in the sky, known as the Sky City, the hope of mankind, the Alliance headquarters. At this time, several friend messages popped up. They were from Beilatong. Good heavens! This fat guy wasn't in the F-War Zone, but in the S-War Zone on the outer battlefield side. No wonder he didn't reply to my messages before. Brother Yu, I knew you would come to participate in the Crimson Trial. I was taken back to the S-War Zone by my grandfather. This isn't the Blue Star world, so I haven't been able to reply to you. Now that you're here, I can reply to you. I missed you so much. Brother Yu, you absolutely have to help me. My grandpa promised me that if I get first place in this trial, he won't bother me anymore, and then we can play together happily again. Lee was speechless. However, since Beilatong had helped his parents, it wouldn't hurt to help him too. Liu replied to Beilatong, "No problem. My only goal is a ticket anyway." I knew Brother Yu was the best of me. With Brother Yu and me joining forces, we're absolutely guaranteed to win. Participants from other districts, line up in an orderly fashion and prepare to head to Sky City. At this moment, a flying cavalry squadron flew in, carrying everyone into the air one after another, like an elevator. Upon arrival at the Alliance headquarters, Liu was also shocked by the scene before him. This place is huge. It's so big it's comparable to a small town in the safe zone. The entire Alliance headquarters is constructed with 4 smaller pentagram buildings guarding a larger pentagram building, which is the highest power center of the Human Alliance and the seat of the 3 great war gods of the human race. A group of young people were taken to a plaza with a small 5-pointed star-shaped building. Don't be fooled by its small size. It can accommodate tens of thousands of people. The new generation of S-Zone warriors had already gathered here. Upon seeing the arrival of the trial participants from other war zones, they all displayed an arrogant attitude. Although this made the younger generation in other war zones very unhappy, they had the right to be proud because they were all elites and rising stars among the new generation. Among them are 3 supernova prodigies certified by the Alliance headquarters. Certainly, even more impressively, the next generation of super influencers will be participating. It is said that the grandson of the gods has publicly confirmed his participation in this trial. Top. All participants in the trial gathered. With a total of 10,000 participants, All the spots available for entering the trial grounds were filled, marking the first time in history that the human alliance had reached its maximum capacity. That's understandable. After all, this year's generation has produced 3 supernovas, not counting the successors of the super big shots, and there are also more other epic geniuses than in previous years. This year can be described as the most golden generation in the history of the human race. Nature, except for the particularly timid, insecure, and fearful, almost everyone else came. A spirited young woman walked confidently onto the platform. She had short hair and wore a 5-star military uniform. She was from the great Xia. Her name is Shi Zhanwu. She is 25 years old this year, and she is the granddaughter of Shi Tianxing, the god of war of dragon blood. She is in charge of this year's blood trial. Look, everyone, that looks like the granddaughter of the dragon blood god of war from TV. We've met her in person. Someone couldn't help but speak up in excitement. As a bloody trial for the new generation, the league naturally wouldn't arrange for the older generation to preside over it. They would usually arrange for previous champions under the age of 30 to do so. This time, Shi Zhanwu was assigned to be in charge. Alliance message. My name is Shi Zhanwu, and I only have 3 points to make. First, Star Origin Stones. The Starry Sky Realm, the trial grounds, will open shortly, and you will all receive an entry notification. There's a strategic resource that we must fight for inside. Star Origin Stones, which can only be obtained in the Starry Sky Illusion Realm. The Starry Sky Realm opens at this time every year and lasts for 1 month. We will rank you based on the number of Star Origin Stones you bring back. Even if you only bring back 1, you could get a Tier 3 green equipment reward. Secondly, Star Origin Stones. It is worth noting that, in addition to our alliance, other forces and monsters in the outer battlefield will also go in to plunder the Star Origin Stones. In addition, there are special monsters, Star Beasts, inside. Although their level will not exceed 90, they're extremely difficult to kill alone. The third point is still about Star Origin Stones. You must do your best to collect Star Origin Stones while ensuring your survival, because only by living can you be qualified to bring them back. After I finish speaking, you will have 1 question period. After Shi Zhanwu finished speaking, many people began to whisper among themselves. Then how do I obtain Star Origin Stones? This is the question most people want to ask. Star Beasts have a chance to drop, and you might also find them in mountain rivers. Of course, if you're lucky enough to find the legendary Star Source Stone vein, then congratulations, you will become a hero of the human race. The top of the headquarters building. Hee, old Shi, your granddaughter's work style is just like yours, decisive and efficient. The god Hodman stroked his white beard and chuckled. That's natural. As a member of the Buddhist family, it should be so. Dragon Blood War God, Shi Tianxing said. Alas, your descendants are all outstanding individuals, but my good-for-nothing grandson not only didn't inherit my swordsmanship, but also chose to become an assassin, spending his days stealing chickens and dogs. What a disgrace to our family. The heaven-opening sword god, Bailey Zongfeng, said he had a headache, a very big headache. Brother Bailey Tong, is a very clever child. His future achievements will not be inferior to those of Cain and Shi Zhanwu. That's right, he's absolutely unbeatable. The assassin role suits him perfectly. Hodman and Shi Tianxing rarely had the chance to tease their old comrade-in-arms Bailey Zongfeng, so of course they wouldn't let it pass. Are you looking for training? Bailey Zongfeng's eyes blazed with fury. If I don't want to, who would dare to spar with you? But then again, this new generation is known as the Golden Generation. I'm afraid those guys will target us and sabotage us in secret. Hodman said with concern. Old friend, we have a saying in Great Xia, no rainbow without rain. Besides, if anyone dares to lay a hand on our new generation, don't blame us for not showing any mercy. Bai Zhangfeng's calm tone carried a chilling, murderous intent. Not long after, when the Starry Realm appeared above the outer battlefield, all forces in the outer battlefield received a notification. Ding! The Starry Realm has opened. You will be able to teleport out 1 month after entering. Each extraterritorial battlefield faction has a limited number of slots available for entering the Starry Sky Realm. The larger the faction's territory, the more slots it can obtain. The monster faction has the most slots, with a maximum of 100,000 slots. The Human Alliance has the most slots among human factions, with 10,000 slots, while other factions have relatively fewer, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand. The next moment, Liu Yu and other members of the new generation of the Alliance were collectively teleported into the starry, illusionary realm. Chapter 34, A Terrifying Dark Monster. Starry Fantasy World. Liu Yu looked around in surprise. This place is not much different from the real world. It has mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, and everything else you could want. The only difference is that the sky is filled with stars, shimmering and dazzling, dreamlike and enchanting. But often, the more beautiful something is, the more deadly it may be. At this time, the only entrance. New forces from outside the Alliance have entered. There is a half-monster association shrouded in black robes, a hidden soul organization wearing assassin masks, and other mysterious organizations. They were all dressed in uniform and were all at level 90, third tier, clearly elite newcomers from their respective factions. They each stood under the banner of their own faction. After all, Star Origin Stones have too many uses. Constructing a super magic array is far more effective than having 1,000 troops. Certainly, there are also a large number of monsters, which are all different in form, but without exception, they're all Lord-level Tier 3 monsters, and the weakest of them are all A-level Lords. Among them was a mysterious dark monster, humanoid in shape, with a pair of demonic horns and skin covered with dark scales, somewhat like dragon scales. Like the human class changers, it was fully equipped and displayed without any concealment. It was a terrifying set of epic gear, and its weapon was a legendary weapon that radiated a golden legendary light. It can be said that, in terms of equipment alone, it has already crushed everyone. No wonder the younger generation of humans suffered heavy casualties every time the Crimson Trial opened in previous years. The monsters that entered were so terrifying. This dark monster alone is so powerful that even all the supernovas combined couldn't defeat it. The monster stared at everyone with bloodlust, especially at the new generation of the Human Alliance. It seems the intelligence was correct. This generation of newcomers in the Alliance is a golden generation, but with so many people coming in, very few of the golden generation will actually make it out alive. Inside the half-strained association, the leader spoke in a deep voice. However, this group of people were all dressed in black robes, revealing only a pair of eerie eyes, making it impossible to see their appearance. It seems I can contract quite a few powerful servants. The dark monster licked its fangs, staring at the various human factions and their prodigies. My God, why didn't Lord Shirjanwu say that everyone entering the Starry Sky Illusion Realm starts on the same footing? Full set of epic gear, plus a legendary weapon. Who can possibly defeat it? This is a doomed situation. I'm not participating anymore. I'm going home. Some people were so scared they almost peed their pants. He thought he would randomly appear somewhere in the starry illusionary realm after entering, but he didn't expect that they would all be together. If these monsters follow them, wouldn't they be doomed? However, once they enter, they cannot leave on their own. They can only leave after the starry illusionary realm closes a month later. Brother Yu, let's team up. Bailey Tongyong pushed through the crowd with his buttocks, came to Liu Yu's side, and sent a team request. Ding! Your friend Beilatong has joined the team. Do you know anything about the Starry Sky Illusionary Realm? Liu Yu had just seen a large number of monsters appear and was about to deal with them when he found that he could not attack them. I know. Everyone who is teleported and will appear at this unified entrance. There's a protection mechanism here, which means that people on the entrance cannot attack others, and others cannot attack us. This starry illusionary realm is extremely large, comparable to the Blue Star world. It is divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Star region, the Southern Star region, the Western Star region, the Northern Star region, and the Central Star region. These 5-star regions are separated by the Star Sea. Among them, the Central Star region is the largest and naturally has the richest star source stones. Legend has it that there are star source stone veins there, so all forces will strive to head towards the Central Star region. Brother Yu, do you see the light screen above? It will envelop us in 10 minutes, and then we will randomly appear in the 5 major star regions. Teams will appear together in the same location. In previous years, our Alliance members participated in the trials in teams of 6, spreading out to ensure that more people could survive. But this year will probably be different. Look, Brother Yu, that brooding blonde guy, he's Kane, the grandson of the god Hodman, and he's my biggest rival. His strength is definitely greater than the 3 supernovas. Therefore, I guess most people will form 4 large teams centered around Kane and the 3 supernovas. Just as Beilatong had predicted, the group split into 4 teams, with Kane and his 3 companions at the center, forming 4 large squads. Only Lu Yu and Beilatong did not take any action. Beilatong's identity is not public, so apart from Kane, no one here knows that Beilatong is the grandson of the Alliance's #1 combat power, the Heavenly Sword God. Kane glanced smugly at Beilatong, as if to say, "Without revealing your identity, what do you have to offer to compete with me for first place?" "Liu, why are you still hanging out with that fat guy? You've come here to broaden your horizons, but you need to join a good team to ensure a better chance of survival. Why don't you come join the team of the Supernova Delis?" Although Li Wan and the others looked down on Lu Yu, they were still offering their well-intentioned advice. At this time, Supernova Delis also noticed Beilatong and Lu Yu and walked over with a smile, extending an invitation to them. "Hey, you two, we meet again. How about we team up this time?" "GAA. Does Li know Delilah, the daughter of the Ross family?" Li Wan and the others were shocked. They pondered whether Lu Yu had the support of a powerful figure from the Ross family in the Misty Battlefield because he knew Delis. The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Only, how does Lu Yu even know the super rich and beautiful Delis? Seeing how kind Delis was to the two, a ton-sized assassin and an ordinary swordsman, the others couldn't help but wonder about their identities. Xiaoyan felt jealous again. "Damn it. Lu Yu, you'd better be smart and not try to pick up the girl I got my eye on." I don't plan to join any large teams." Lu Yu refused outright. Having an S-class mount, Big White, allows for rapid traversal of the 5-star regions, making it extremely convenient for finding star origin stones. Furthermore, large teams come with many limitations. For example, if a star origin stone is discovered, most of it will inevitably belong to the captain. This conflicted with Lu Yu's desire to obtain a ticket to the secret realm. Wow. Did Lu Yu decline Miss Delis' invitation? Did he get his brain caught in a door? Li Wan and the others looked stunned. If Delis invites them, they can brag about it for the rest of their lives. "I refuse too. Why don't you join our team?" Beilatong smiled with his chubby cheeks. "Following Brother Yu is the safest and most reliable way." Brother Yu's thigh. "Hug me." Fulfilling. Well, Delis was somewhat tempted, but the thought of just the 3 of them was too risky. If the monsters found their trail, they could be hunted down to their deaths. It's better for a large team to be more conservative. In addition, with a large team, she can ensure her own safety and obtain a ticket. So, Delis also politely declined. Where did this idiot come from? A ton-sized assassin and a commoner swordsman, and they still have the nerve to invite Miss Delis. Exactly. If they don't join a large team, they probably won't survive a day. A day? You're overestimating them. Half a day at most. Lu Yu and Beilatong ignored this, as those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. 10 minutes later. Ding. The Starry Realm is now officially open. Special rule. When a player or monster is killed, all star origin stones in your inventory will drop. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened. It seems that this mysterious Starry Realm is also a world that follows the laws of darkness. Slaughter and plunder. That's the theme song for this place. As expected of the Crimson Trial, named by the Alliance. The next moment, a dazzling light curtain enveloped both the people and the monster. All people and monsters disappeared at the same time and were randomly teleported to various locations in the 5 major star regions. Lu Yu and Beilatong appeared together in a certain location in the Northern Star region. "Brother Yu, what do we do?" "Don't use the word make when you talk to me in the future." "Okay, so what do we do?" "Prioritize finding star origin stones. If we encounter monsters, we'll wipe them out." "All right." Chapter 35. The Star Beast was scared away. Central Star Region. A woman in purple appeared at the edge of a valley river. She was veiled in black, revealing only a pair of clear, bright eyes. She stood on a rock in the river, her figure graceful and slender. Mysterious starlight twinkled in the river. If you look closely, you will find a star-like stone in the river. However, the woman in purple ignored the star origin stone. In this illusory world of stars, danger lurks everywhere. Yet this woman in purple dares to search for resources all by herself. This shows that the woman is exceptionally capable. "I must find the star origin stone vein." The woman in purple spoke in a cold voice. She glanced at the star origin stone in the river, then leaped up and disappeared into the mountain stream. On the other side, Southern Star Region. Have you all noticed the young swordsman from the Alliance forces? Renekton, the strongest new generation job changer in the Half-Monster Association, exudes a wild aura. Just as the Grand Elder predicted, the young sword god has indeed appeared in this starry, illusionary realm. The young sword god must be a super prodigy secretly cultivated by the three war gods, maintaining the third-tier level in order to obtain enough star source stones in this starry illusion realm. Otherwise, with the young sword god's combat strength, he could easily reach an extremely high level in a short time. The only woman in the team licked her sexy lips, exuding a seductive and alluring charm. The young swordsman only teamed up with a fat guy, probably because he wanted to secretly accumulate star origin stones and take the opportunity to kill the monster forces. That's right. The young swordsman displayed his might in Stone City, yet the Alliance has not received any news about him. This must be a deliberate act by the three great war gods. At this moment, the young sword god is unaware that his unparalleled divine power has been recorded in its entirety by our Grand Elder, and we recognized him at a glance. Other key combat personnel also spoke up. Remember this. Our mission in the Starry Realm is not primarily to obtain Star Origin Stones, but to acquire the genes of the young sword god. Now, we need to find the exact location of that young swordsman. But remember, we must not let him discover us, and we must not take his life. Now that he has entered the starry sky illusionary realm, he will probably go to that secret realm to level up. We need to keep him here. After all, the guild leader has already agreed to cooperate with the Dark Lord. Once the young sword god's whereabouts are confirmed, we can exchange him for half a bottle of S-rank monster factor. Let's leave the young sword god for the Dark Lord to deal with. If the young swordsman is surrounded by monsters, we must do everything in our power to save him. For the sake of his genes and the S-class monster factor, he cannot die. Purple Rose, whether we can obtain the young sword god's genes depends on you. After speaking, Renekton looked sternly at the purple rose beside him. Don't worry, I'll make him infatuated. He'll be in ecstasy. Just thinking about taking the young sword god makes my blood boil. Slurp. Purple Rose licked her fingers, her alluring face exuding charm. But her eyes were not human, radiating a bewitching, eerie purple light. Northern Star Territory. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong rode the big white car together. With Dabai's abilities, he moved through the mountains and rivers as if on flat ground, at an astonishing speed. The two of them also discovered dozens of star origin stones along the way, making a great harvest. However, the two did not encounter anyone else along the way, and they did not even meet any star bees for the time being, which shows how big this starry, illusionary realm map is. We need to visit all 5 star regions. A month should be enough. Lu Yu picked up another star origin stone he had found halfway up the mountain. But Brother Yu, at Dabai's current speed, it would take him a week just to explore the entire Northern Star region, wouldn't it? Who told you that Big White's speed is only this slow? It's just that there's no need to rush to the next star field right now. We're just looking for star source stones in this Northern Star field first. Huh? No way. Big White can accelerate? If it accelerates any further, wouldn't it be an S-class? An S-class white horse. Holy crap. Brother Yu, could Big White be the Moon White Dragon Steed, the #1 mount on the rankings? Beilatong's mouth gaped open, staring at Lu Yu in disbelief. Yes, you have to keep this a secret too. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Wow, he admitted it. He actually admitted it. Brother Yu, my admiration for you is like a surging river, like the Yellow River overflowing its banks, unstoppable. We crossed another mountain. The two arrived at a secluded valley, shrouded in mist, extremely quiet, with a charm of white clouds drifting aimlessly for 1,000 years. At this time, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong both noticed a mysterious, large figure appearing in the valley ahead. It was tall and seemed to radiate light, as starlight occasionally flashed across its body. A pair of bright, jewel-like eyes shone mysteriously through the mist. What followed was a strange, beastly cry. Its call was deep and melodious, as if it came from the depths of the universe. Its call contains a mysterious power that deeply moves the soul. Brother Yu, it's a star beast. Beilatong recognized it at a glance. His grandfather had information about the star beasts. He had secretly read it, and it matched the description in the information. Brother Yu, the appearance of the star beast means there are many star origin stones nearby. Although the Star Beast's attack power is average, it is good at sound control skills, and its health and defense are extremely amazing. It is difficult to kill it if it is of the same level. Therefore, those who came in the past all try to seize only the Star Origin Stones and avoid getting entangled with the Star Beasts. Beilatong explained. Let's go check out. Lu Yu was immediately intrigued by the rare encounter with the Star Beast. Soon, Lu Yu and his companion then encountered the Star Beast for the first time. Its skin is as deep as the night sky, studded with countless twinkling star-like spots. It was also enormous, like a giant beast from the starry sky, tens of meters tall, with eyes that shone like sapphires. Its overall shape resembles a large hippopotamus, but it has a pair of strange wings that shimmer with multicolored light. Name, Star Beast. Level, Tier 3, LV 90. HP, 3 million. Description, enjoys collecting Star Origin Stones, has a strong sense of territory, and generally lives alone. Upon seeing someone trespass on its territory, the Star Beast immediately became wary and hostile, opening its mouth and letting out a low roar that seemed to shake the entire valley. The sound was like thunder that resounded through the sky, and like a raging wind that swept by, making people tremble. That roar alone is enough to scare away the timid. It truly lives up to its reputation as a Star Beast skilled in sound control. But Lu Yu, with the heart of a sword god, remained completely unaffected. Meow. But when the Star Beast saw Little Red, who was perched on Lu Yu's shoulder, open its eyes, it froze in place, and its powerful aura and imposing presence vanished instantly. Then, it suddenly turned and ran away without the slightest hesitation. Huh? Why did it run away? Fatty, what's going on? I don't know. I've never heard of a Star Beast running away without a fight. Beilatong's small eyes were also filled with doubt. First, find the Star Origin Stone. However, when Lu Yu and his companion found the place where the Star Beast had stored the Star Source Stones, they discovered that a group of people had already arrived there first. I was thinking about how to lure that Star Beast away, but it ran away on its own. This pile of Star Source Stones is ours now. Brother Yu, it seems like the Black Vatican organization has been wiped out. Beilatong's gaze suddenly sharpened, revealing a strong killing intent. Chapter 36 instantly kills the dark, fallen, Inoue Kiriko. The Black Vatican. That was a dark secret that the Alliance was unwilling to discuss, and few people knew its origin. But the people of the Alliance were taught from a young age that if they encountered anyone from the Black Vatican, they should be killed without mercy. That was an organization born during the darkest period of humankind. So Lu Yu naturally had no idea about it. What kind of organization is that? It's an organization entirely composed of dark and corrupted individuals. Everyone in it is a dark profession. Dark professions? Lu Yu was surprised. This is the first time I've ever heard of such a profession. There are many powerful forces on the battlefield outside the region, but there are only 6 of the most well-known and powerful forces. 1 alliance, 2 associations, and 3 organizations. The 1 alliance refers to our human alliance. The 2 associations refer to the Half-Monster Association and the Church of Light. The Half-Monster Association is full of lunatics and fallen ones. You'll find out when you run into them, Brother Yu. The Church of Light is a powerful force composed of 3 professions of light. Light mages, holy light priests, and paladins. They are mages, priests, and knights who only learn light-based skills, and they firmly believe that light can overcome all darkness. The 3 organizations are the Soul Shadow, composed of assassins, the War Alliance, composed of all warriors, and the Black Church, created by the Dark Fallen. As he spoke, Beilatong asked, Brother Yu, at school, the teachers must have talked about the history of the darkest period in human history, right? Lu Yu nodded. That was a desperate era when monsters began to invade the human world, and countless people died. If it weren't for the emergence of the 3 great war gods, the human race on Earth would probably have long been reduced to food for monsters, no different from domesticated livestock. In that era, there were many cowards who fawned over the dark monsters, willing to sell their souls and become their playthings and slaves, just to survive in this world. A dark monster? Is it the special monster we saw at the entrance, the one wearing epic gear? As a commoner, Lu Yu had no way of knowing these secrets, but since Beilatong knew them, Lu Yu naturally wanted to learn more about them. That's right. The monsters that invaded our world, besides most of the derivative monsters, also include the native monsters of the monster world, namely the dark monsters. They're the most terrifying. They're different from the derivative monsters. They are all independent individuals, acting freely. Like us, they can also wear 12 pieces of equipment and possess bloodline talents. They call themselves a royal family of monsters, and their combat power is terrifying. It's fair to say that dark monsters of the same level completely crush derivative monsters. The three war gods are strong enough, right? They're known as the ceiling of combat power. But if they face an S-class dark monster of the same level, the odds are at most 40 to 60, with the dark monster having a 60% chance of winning. What Beilatong didn't mention was that this 40% chance of winning was due to his grandfather, the heavenly sword god, being there. Otherwise, even a 30% or 70% chance would be difficult. This is why the three great war gods can only guard the S-zone and dare not easily counterattack the monsters, because they really can't beat them, and it's good enough if they can protect themselves. Liu thought about it and agreed. Just from a dark monster that enters the Starry Sky realm, we can tell that a third-tier dark monster has a full set of epic-level equipment, plus a legendary-level weapon. The equipment of those level 300 dark monsters is simply unimaginable. Despite the dark monster's superior equipment, the fact that the three war gods could still hold their own against the dark monster is enough to demonstrate their strength. Beilatong continued. Those fallen ones chosen by the dark monsters will become dark professions after they change classes. Although they appear no different from us, the skills they learn are all imbued with dark power. Because of the betrayal of these corrupt individuals, 2 of our alliance's original 9 war zones were wiped out, leaving us with only 7 war zones today. Later, the 3 great war gods rose up completely and purged all the fallen ones. These fallen ones then formed the Black Church in the outer battlefields to serve the dark monsters and fight against our alliance. Therefore, our human alliance and the Black Church are mortal enemies. I suspect that the monster invasion of Stone City was carried out by them in collusion with the monsters. Beilatong became more and more agitated as he spoke, his small eyes now filled with murderous intent. Upon learning the origins of the Black Vatican, Liu was filled with rage. Countless humans have been brutally slaughtered by monsters because of these fallen ones. Those who live a life of depravity by betraying humanity and clinging to life because they are afraid of death do not deserve to remain in this world. Brother Yu, it seems they found all the star origin stones. They're about to leave. Beilatong gripped the dagger tightly. The opposing team was a 7-person squad. Beilatong was confident that with him and Brother Yu taking action, these degenerate bastards wouldn't escape. Since we've run into them, let them go down to the underworld to atone for their sins. After saying this, Liu ordered Bai to catch up with them at full speed. Law. The giant white creature raised its front legs high, then stomped forward with incredible speed, transforming into a streak of light and appearing before the Black Vatican squad in the blink of an eye. Who is it? The squad leader suddenly drew his black longsword. Name, Dark Fallen One Inoue Kiriko. Class, Swordsman. Level, LV90, Tier 3. What are the names of people from the country of cherry blossoms? Liu thought about it for a moment and then understood. Although the Sakura Kingdom was the first to be destroyed by monsters, there were still some Sakura people around the world at that time. No wonder we haven't seen any Japanese people in the Alliance. They betrayed humanity. As expected, the people of this damned nation are nothing but a menace. Does a fallen man deserve to wield a sword? Liu leaped into the air, wielding his LV90 orange quality purple thunder sword, and immediately unleashed the Azure Lotus Sword dance. Baka, it's someone from the Alliance. Before it could finish speaking, Liu killed it instantly with a single sword strike, having only performed one of the 4 stages of the Azure Lotus Sword dance. Team leader. The other 6 Dark Corruptors gasped in surprise. Although their captain is a swordsman, he possesses dark power and has much more health than ordinary swordsmen. How could he be instantly killed by someone who is also a swordsman? Liu didn't bother with any more words. He used his flying sword technique again to instantly kill all 6 bastards. Minus 12,130. These ants only have a little over 10,000 HP, and they can't withstand a single blow from Liu. At this time, Bailey Tonkai then revealed himself behind this group of fallen ones. They were all done in seconds. He was planning to sneak up and ambush them, making these bastards feel like they've been stabbed in the back. But he didn't expect Brother Yu to be so fierce, taking them down one by one with a single sword strike, leaving him no chance to make a move. However, Beilatong knew that it wasn't that these fallen ones were too weak, but that Brother Yu was too strong, so strong that even the fallen ones couldn't withstand a single blow for Brother Yu. What does it mean to be invincible among your peers? This is Brother Yu. That's incredibly powerful. Wow, so many star origin stones, more than 300 in total. Beilatong couldn't stop smiling. Lu Yu also revealed a handsome smile. It seemed he had found a way to quickly collect star origin stones. Searching aimlessly like this would be too slow in collecting scattered star origin stones. We need to find the star beasts. Finding a star beast is equivalent to finding a pile of star origin stones. Fatty, put away the star origin stones. We should go find other star beasts. All right, just after the two left, a dark assassin appeared not far away. It was the Pathfinder and lookout for this corrupt squad, which is why it narrowly escaped disaster. Reporting to the Captain Commander, a duo named Hayakuri-2 and Lu Yu have instantly defeated Captain Inoue Kirikin. Was Chekin instantly killed? It seems the strength of this new generation of the League is stronger than we imagined. Go and deliver a message to the monsters in the Northern Star region, instructing them to surround and kill those two. Our main focus should remain on finding the star origin stone vein. Soon, the monsters in the Northern Star region knew the approximate location of Lu Yu and his duo, and then a large number of monsters frantically attacked the direction of the secluded valley. Not long after, Captain, something terrible has happened. A lot of monsters are heading our way. Have they discovered our presence? A large force from the War Alliance was engaged in a fierce battle with a star beast. The force leader, Long Poyin, received a report from his scouts, and his face turned extremely grim. Damn it! Suddenly, a star beast appeared and bumped into them, attacking them frantically as if it were venting its anger on them, relentlessly pursuing them. Now a large number of monsters are surging in. Is it really necessary to be this unlucky? Send a small team to engage the star beast. The rest of you form a defensive formation with me and prepare to resist the monster. Long Poyin quickly made arrangements. Chapter 37 Rescue. The display of Beilatong's powerful strength. Damn it. There are crazed star beasts behind us and monsters attacking from the front. This is going to be difficult. As the second in command of the new generation of the War Alliance, Long Poyin was filled with worry at this moment. This is only the first day we've entered the Starry Realm, and we've already encountered such a terrible situation. If there are heavy casualties, then this year's Star Origin Stone mission will probably be very difficult to complete. These are no ordinary monsters. Even the weakest of them are level 90 A-rank lords, and there are so many of them. We're here to acquire Star Origin Stone resources, not to fight to the death. We must not fight to the death unless absolutely necessary, and we should look for an opportunity to break through. For the sake of the overall situation, Long Poyin had to change his comrade's strategy of fighting to the death. A war to the death? That's so boring. I'm looking forward to fighting to the death, to kill to my heart's content. That's what real men do. A burly shield warrior said with a smirk. As warriors of the War Alliance, who among them is afraid of death? Their motto is fearless, undaunted, and charging forward with courage. If he were an ordinary team member, Long Poyin would fight to the death, but he is now the commander, and everything he does is based on the interests of the Alliance. In less than half an hour, a large number of monsters appeared, releasing a bloodthirsty aura. The other faction teams nearby were so frightened that they ran away for their lives. Maintain defensive formation, charge. Long Poyin launched the first attack. To break through, we must seize the initiative and not let the monsters use their overwhelming numbers to wear us down. A bloody battle instantly unfolded in this secluded valley. While killing monsters, Long Poyin kept a close eye on the entire battlefield and found that he did not see the dark monster, which was good news for his team. As long as that powerful dark monster isn't here, they still have a chance to break through. Such a huge commotion here. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, who were searching for the Star Beast, naturally sensed it immediately. Brother Yu, someone is fighting a monster. There are no distress messages on the channel. It must be that people from other factions have encountered the monster. Beilatong glanced at the channel page and said, such a commotion. It seems there are quite a few monsters. Let's go take a look. Whether it's slaying monsters or seizing star origin stones, these are opportunities that Lu Yu cannot afford to miss. Then, the two quickly arrived at the battlefield. Huh, brother Yu, it's those musclemen from the War Alliance. It's normal that they were discovered by monsters because they didn't have assassins to scout ahead. It can only be said that it's due to their profession. Beilatong squinted and began to analyze the situation with an air of importance. Yes, but the War Alliance has its own advantages in maintaining a place in the outer battlefields by relying solely on the warrior class. You see, with the shield warrior's ability to absorb damage and the other warriors' charging attacks, a lot of damage was dealt to the monsters. But the monsters were unable to inflict fatal wounds on these warriors immediately. The soldiers may not seem to have any particularly outstanding strengths, but their overall capabilities are the highest. Lu Yu held the warrior profession in high regard. If it weren't for the fact that the swordsman is the coolest and has the strongest physical damage output, Lu Yu would also have chosen the warrior class. This is a real man's class. Just then, another large wave of monsters appeared in the distance. It seems the monsters are determined to devour this entire alliance. If no one comes to the rescue, this alliance will surely be wiped out. At this time, Long Poyan also saw the second wave of monsters approaching. This is it. We're completely finished. Haha. Damn it, Captain. It looks like we can't break through. Give the order. Let's have one last good time. All the members of the Battle Alliance had fervent fighting spirit in their eyes, and not one of them showed any fear. They had already prepared to die in battle when they entered the starry illusion realm. Damn it, I'm just unlucky. Brothers, since that's how it is, let's fight. The sooner we die, the sooner we're reborn. In our next life, we'll become warriors and fight side by side again. After saying that, Long Poyan raised his battle sword high and roared, Brothers, unleash your battle spirits and fight to the death. Roar, fight to the death. The warriors went completely berserk, their eyes fixed on slaughter, becoming even more frenzied than the monsters. Now, Lu Yu already knew where the War Alliance's strength lay. Even the younger generation is so fearless. It's truly admirable. Brother Yu, let's lend them a hand. I think they're quite pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the leader of the War Alliance has a close relationship with our Dragon Blood War God Senior, and the War Alliance has helped our alliance a lot. Beilatong spoke up. This is a little-known secret. Rumor has it that the leader of the alliance is the biological son of the Dragon Blood War God. There are also rumors that the leader of the alliance is the half-brother of the Dragon Blood War God. In short, for some reason, the guild leader left the alliance and created his own guild. Actually, I find him quite pleasing to the eye. Upon hearing this, Beilatong and Lu Yu exchanged a smile and then split up into two groups. I'll go and wipe out the second wave of monsters that are coming. You go and relieve the pressure on the guild brothers. All right, brother Yu. Lu Yu rode on his white horse and launched a swift attack. Beilatong narrowed his eyes, took out two daggers, both of which emitted an orange light, and replaced all his other purple equipment with orange equipment that was fully socketed with level 3 gems. The black-haired customer service representative also had two prop charms hanging on his arm. Name, light as a swallow talisman, orange. Item effect, reduces body weight by 80%. Name, lucky charm, orange. Item effect, increases own luck by a certain amount. Whoosh, a pair of angelic wings unfurled behind Beilatong. Name, snow feather, orange. Item effect, grants flight ability, movement speed plus 80%. The next second, Beilatong took off and became invisible in the air, flying towards the War Alliance brigade at an extremely fast speed. Captain, I'm going now. A warrior holding a shield shouted. Because his shield ran out of durability, it was shattered by the monsters. Surrounded by monsters, he had no chance of survival. The warrior was about to die in a monster's mouth. Sudden, a huge wound appeared on the back of the monster's neck, and a massive damage value exploded on its head. Minus 82,190. All of these monsters entered a poisoned and paralyzed state. A spherical figure then appeared. Hey, bro, I'm from the Alliance, here to support you guys. Let's take them down together. After saying that, Beilatong vanished in a flash. When it reappears, more than a dozen powerful monsters were severely injured. In this way, Beilatong's movements were unpredictable, as if he could become invisible indefinitely, constantly relieving the pressure on Long Poyan's team. Brother Fatty, Long Poyan, am extremely grateful for your help, but with the monster reinforcements here, we have no chance of breaking through. You should leave to avoid being left behind as well. Long Poyan shouted loudly. Bailey Tong unleashed his full power, instantly killing a half-health A-rank lore monster. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, buddy, the second wave of monsters won't get here, because my brothers are slaughtering them." What? Long Poyan was taken aback, then leaped and slashed, knocking away a lord-level monster, and glanced into the distance. Suddenly, countless flying swords appeared, as dense as stars, forming an awe-inspiring chasm of flying swords that blocked the entire second wave of monsters. Glug! Damn it! What incredible people are these? A flying assassin with endless skills and explosive damage output. A swordsman who is unparalleled in his abilities. Is this really the new generation of the League? How are they so fierce? Chapter 38 I, the King, will personally conquer them. In order to quickly wipe out these monsters, Liu Yu transforms into a sword god. Anyway, no other emerging forces in the vicinity dare to approach. Divine Sword Storm. A terrifying sword blade tornado swept across the sky, engulfing and shredding numerous monsters. Retreat. Retreat now. That guy's a young sword god. The Lord monsters were terrified. They never imagined that these two oddball combinations from the Human Alliance were actually the most powerful. It's one thing for a fat guy to be infinitely invisible and deal explosive damage. This young man is actually a sword god. With such incredible damage from a single skill, and it's a wide-range sword technique, what else could he be but a sword god? They were all the best among the new lords, yet they were still slaughtered as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Such terrifying use could probably only be dealt with by royalty. In a short time, the monsters that were besieging the dragon-breaking cloud squad fled in droves, or rather, they all scattered and fled. They've already left? The new generation of warriors were stunned. What seemed like an insurmountable situation was thwarted by the arrival of two reinforcements. When everyone came to their senses, my gaze was instantly filled with awe. What did they see? The second wave of monsters was slaughtered by a handsome swordsman. They are very fast, but the boy's mount was faster, easily catching up with the fleeing creatures and killing them one by one. They were mistaken. It's an instant kill. These are all lord-level bosses. One by a third-tier swordsman? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have absolutely thought it was a scene from a movie. Not long after, Liu Yu descended from the sky on his white horse, graceful and unparalleled, like a sword immortal descending to earth, causing the hearts of the group of elite warriors of the War Alliance to surge with excitement, almost to the point of worship. Now, what they saw was not an ordinary swordsman, but a peerless sword god who had transcended the ordinary. Only the sword god can single-handedly slay thousands of lord-level monsters with just a sword and a horse, as easily as cutting melons. Brother Yu, some monsters have escaped. Should we chase after them? Beilatong had already put away his props and equipment, reverting to the harmless and adorable fat man, a stark contrast to the top assassin who was like a ghost, agile and unpredictable, and playfully killing monsters just moments before. Long Poyan and the others were momentarily dazed. Is this the same fierce, fat thorn from before? Why are you acting like a good little brother now? Come to think of it, the young swordsman before them was a young sword god-level genius, capable of making a top assassin willingly become his underling. They've already fled far away and are probably all hiding. We can't kill many of them now, so finding the Star Origin Stone is the priority. Liu Yu said with a light laugh. Anyway, there's still plenty of time, plenty of opportunities to wipe them all out. Furthermore, these lord-level monsters drop so much gold that Liu Yu naturally wouldn't let them go easily. Brother Yu, there's also a star beast. Beilatong pointed to the star beast that was being held up by a small team from the War Alliance not far away. The star beast spotted Liu Yu and Little Red perched on Liu Yu's shoulder at a glance, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat again. Emma, it's him again? I'm so panicked, I need help urgently. But what's the rush? Run. The star beast turned and ran, even faster than last time. Brother Yu, it ran away again. Could it be the same one from before? Yeah, that's probably it. Let's ignore it. Liu Yu and Bailey Feng exchanged pleasantries in a light and casual manner. Long Poyan and the others felt dizzy and disoriented. Holy crap, was that star beast scared away by these two young big shots? I knew it. Why would a star beast leave its territory and run around aimlessly? It turns out it was scared. No wonder they were so violent when they encountered us. They were taking out their frustrations on us. I am Long Poyin, a member of the new generation of the War Alliance. I'm very grateful for your help. As he spoke, Long Poyin took out all the star origin stones he had collected and said gratefully, "If it weren't for your help, we would have surely died. We have no other way to thank you, so please accept these star origin stones. I, Long Poyin, will never forget your life-saving grace." Hey, Brother Long, what are you saying? The Alliance and the War Alliance have always helped each other. It's only right that we help you. There's no need for thanks. We'll accept these star origin stones. Beilatong swiftly pocketed the 100 or so star origin stones. Lu Yu shook his head and smiled, but he also approved of Beilatong's actions. Since the other party offered star origin stones as a token of gratitude, and since the two of them were mainly after star origin stones, they naturally had to accept them. Seeing this, Long Poyin and the others were at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Is this fat guy really that unique? However, they like straightforward people the most, and they hate those who are hesitant and speak unclearly. Gentlemen, could you please grant me a friend slot? That way, I can repay your kindness today if there's anything I can do for you in the future. Long Poyin considered it an incredible stroke of luck to be able to add two such powerful prodigies to his team, but he didn't know if he could actually get them. He figured it would be very difficult. After all, I'm just a new class changer at the supernova level, so the other party probably wouldn't even look at me. Ding. Lu Yu has sent you a friend request. Ding. Beilatong has sent you a friend request. When Long Poyin came to his senses, Lu Yu and Beilatong had already ridden away together on their flying white horses. Captain, have you included those two young gangsters? Okay, let's quickly clean up the mess and get out of here. During the evacuation, Long Poyin reported the details to Captain Shiryu. Meanwhile, far away in the Central Star region, Shiryu was fighting a star beast alone, while the other team members were searching for star source stones. You mean an infinitely invisible, flying, fat assassin and a swordsman who swept away countless bosses, saved you all effortlessly? Yes, I have given them the collected star origin stones as a token of my gratitude and added them as friends. You did the right thing. No wonder those two were so different and didn't join the team as supernovas like Kane. They were the League's true super ace. Since they're in the Northern Star region, it'll be difficult for you to collect more star origin stones there. Besides, you're being targeted by monsters. Head to the Central Star region first. Good. To single-handedly defeat thousands of bosses is truly beyond imagination. I really want to witness it. After speaking, Shiryu's eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit, and with a sudden flick of his epic-grade dark gold dragon-patterned staff, he lifted the giant star beast directly into the air. On the other side, the dark monsters have already arrived in the Central Star system. They were devouring the corpse of an unknown new generation. When he learned that his subordinates had gone to the valley of the Northern Star region to ambush the Alliance duo, they happened to encounter the War Alliance's main force. Thinking that there would be an unexpected big gain, he planned to wipe out the War Alliance's main force first, and then continue to ambush the duo. Unexpectedly, the duo took the initiative to attack and unleashed incredibly terrifying combat power, leaving them helpless and suffering heavy casualties. Laugh. A wisp of red breath emerged from the dark monster's mouth, causing the surrounding Lord monsters to tremble and dare not breathe. But then, the dark monster grinned and gave orders to its minions. Summon the Black Church's lackeys. First, capture the rest of the Human Alliance and force those two to come to me. I will personally conquer them. Chapter 39, Sudden Change. The entire Alliance team is attacked by monsters. The monster's target has shifted. After learning of Lu Yu and Beilatong's invincible prowess, the cowardly and depraved members of the Black Vatican dared not provoke them. Moreover, their master, the Dark Monster, had spoken, declaring that it would personally conquer Lu Yu and Beilatong. So naturally it dared not attack Lu Yu and Beilatong on its own. So, Lu Yu and Beilatong immediately felt extremely relaxed. The monsters were like mice before cats when they saw them, only daring to hide at a distance. The star beasts were also strangely monstrous. As soon as they saw Lu Yu, they spun around on all fours, practically running away on their fifth legs. This allowed Lu Yu and Beilatong to easily acquire a large number of star origin stones. It can be said that their current harvest of star origin stones alone is comparable to the harvest of any previous year. Brother, you with so many star origin stones, we're guaranteed to be in the top 10. What's the use of being in the top 10? We need first or second place. That's the only way to secure our position. We're about to sweep through the entire northern star region. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to the next star region. These past few days, Lu Yu rode his white horse like a tourist visiting the starry fantasy realm, bringing peace and tranquility wherever he went. Other factions encountered the two, but did not make a move. For no other reason than just by seeing the star beast turn and run away when it encountered this odd duo. You can tell that this pair is no ordinary person. Even their leaders didn't have such a terrifying presence, so they naturally knew that this duo was definitely the Human Alliance's secret trump card. In this starry realm, the duo's name is already spread among various forces, except for the 4 major teams within the alliance itself. At this moment, all 4 large teams have been targeted by the monster. Sighed, your fire magic damage is getting higher and higher, and it's very effective against star beasts. This makes it much easier for us to obtain star source stones. When we distribute star source stones, I'll give you a lot more. Delis, dressed in a golden silk robe and holding a golden magic wand, with her blonde hair, looked like a princess from a western fairy tale, beautiful and charming. Sighed was overjoyed. As long as you maintain your strong firepower and keep Delis' attention at all times, your wish to win the heart of a beauty and marry a super rich and beautiful woman will soon be fulfilled. But just as Sighed was about to say something pretentious to elevate his status, a large number of monsters and many fallen members of the Black Church suddenly appeared around him. Oh no, it's a sneak attack by the Black Vatican and the monsters. Everyone's expression changed drastically. So many monsters approached silently, and no one noticed? What about those lookout assassins? What do they do for a living? Now, those lookout assassins were already being carried on the monster's shoulders with faces full of despair. Terrified, Delis immediately pleaded for help in the Alliance channel. We are under attack by a large number of monsters requesting assistance. Refa Kane. We've been intercepted by monsters too. Supernova Archer, Sid E. We urgently need reinforcements. The monsters are too many and too strong. We can't hold them off. Supernova Frost Knight, Xianyuan Shi. You all encountered monsters? It seems our alliance was the first to be targeted by that dark monster. Upon learning that everyone had encountered monsters and that she was unable to provide assistance, Delis instantly felt despair. Faced with a monster force far exceeding the size of a large team, along with numerous S-rank lords, Delis' large team was utterly overwhelmed and unable to put up a fight. When everyone thought they were about to die a horrible death, a bizarre scene unfolded. Aside from those who were too weak and were instantly killed, these monsters simply rendered them immobile, then grabbed them and fled. Sighed was now bruised and swollen, being carried by a werewolf-like monster, his eyes rolled back like a dead fish, completely devoid of his previous high spirits. The other 2 supernovas didn't hold out for long either, before being swallowed up by the monsters and the powerful new generation of the Black Vatican. Only Kane, through his endless stream of tricks and the protection of his high-level battle pets and mounts, managed to break through the encirclement alone, while all his other teammates were captured by the monsters. Shit! Kane cursed angrily, but was also extremely annoyed. He was too confident. I thought this generation of the Alliance was the strongest golden generation, and those monsters wouldn't deal with them easily, but would instead deal with a new generation of other forces first. I never expected this. The monsters were going all out against them. And this year's monsters are the strongest they've ever been, with far more S-rank lords than ever before. Kane was frustrated because he had seriously underestimated the monster's strength. Besides that dark monster, there are quite a few S-class lords whose combat power is in no way inferior to that of the supernova. This is not a good sign. The new generation of monsters has suddenly become so much stronger. In the near future, I fear the battlefield beyond our borders is about to change drastically. And those ruthless Black Vatican monster lackeys have also become much stronger. This is very unusual. It seems that some kind of force is influencing the Blue Star world. This has led to the emergence of many outstanding talents. The monsters have also become much stronger. It's unclear why the monsters didn't kill them, but only captured them. But Kane knew. He absolutely has no way to save anyone by himself. According to the report from the supernova, the monsters seem to be retreating in the direction of the Central Star region, where I am. Could it be that the dark monster is in the Central Star region? Are they capturing us to sacrifice to that dark monster? No, I need to contact that fat guy Beilatong as soon as possible. Only by joining forces can we have a chance to save them. Then, Kane immediately sent a private message to Berlitz. Fatty, are you dead yet? If not, check the channel information. At this time, Liu Yu and Bailey Tong learned about the attack immediately. They are rushing at full speed to the nearest Eastern Star region to rescue Delis and the others. Even in order to buy time, Liu Yu had to transform into a white dragon for the first time, swimming freely in the sea at maximum speed. This time, Beilatong wasn't surprised. Instead, he looked serious and anxious. As a member of the Alliance, upon learning that all 4 teams had been attacked by monsters, Beilatong was extremely anxious. If this group of people were to perish at the hands of the monsters, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire Alliance, essentially creating a generational gap. The thought of that is terrifying. Golden Retriever, were you arrested too? Beilatong responded quickly. No, but I was the only one who escaped. The others were captured, and it seems those monsters are taking them to the Central Star region. Their destination is currently unknown. Now, I need to join forces with you. Come to the Central Star region immediately and come with me to rescue people. Upon learning of the situation, Beilatong quickly said, Brother Yu, stop for a moment. It seems we won't make it to the Eastern Star region in time. Liu Yu patted Bai's head, and Bai stopped in the sea, radiating a powerful dragon aura. The star beasts in the sea dared not approach. Brother Yu, apart from the blonde-haired Kane, everyone else has been arrested and taken to the Central Star region. Beilatong said. Liu Yu glanced at the channel messages and saw that many people were expressing despair, while others were reporting the latest intelligence to Kane. It could be confirmed that, except for a small number of people who died in the resistance, most people are temporarily safe. It's the Black Vatican again, those bastards. Beilatong shouted angrily. Let's go. We need to go to the Central Star region to rescue them first. Liu Yu decided to deal with these 2 malignant tumors first, and then collect the Star Source stones properly. There was still plenty of time, so there was no rush. As long as we take down that dark monster first, we won't have to worry about the Black Church's bastards escaping, nor will we have to worry about the monster escaping. Bertrand sent Kane a message asking him to report his coordinates in the Central Star system. Kane, Fatty, we need to think this through carefully. The best we can do is contact the War Alliance and the Church of Light, and maybe even hire those soul shadows while we're at it. Only then will we have any hope of saving them. Beilatong, no need, their time is up. Kane. Chapter 40, The Palace of Stars. Central Star Region. Central Grand Canyon. This is a very peculiar canyon. Everyone who enters it, whether human or monster, can feel its strangeness, but no one has yet discovered its secrets. Every year, the dark monsters make this their base camp. My lord, the grandson of Hodman, the celestial god of the Human Alliance, has escaped, and everyone else has been captured. Call out. Snap. Before Noda Takashi, the new generation leader of the Black Vatican, could finish speaking, he was sent flying by the demonic tail of the dark monster. That unparalleled, violent power directly shattered a small crack in the canyon. Useless. Didn't you guarantee that not a single one would slip through the net? Noda Takashi quickly crawled to the dark monster's feet like a dog, licking the monster's magic boots. My lord, please give me a chance. I will personally go and bring him back. At this moment, this once proud and arrogant new generation of the Black Vatican had no choice but to kneel and grovel like a dog in order to survive. In fact, it wasn't just him. All members of the Black Vatican, no matter how noble their status, could only kneel down and act like dogs when they saw the dark monster. This is the price of offering one's soul to the dark monster. The dark monster wanted to continue its attack and teach this incompetent lackey a lesson, but it was drawn to a strange power fluctuation emanating from the crack. This mysterious power is very similar to the Milky Way in the sky. Could the legendary star, Origin Stone Vein, be located beneath this Grand Canyon? The dark monster ordered its minions to blast open the crack with all their might, under the relentless bombardment of a large number of monsters. Soon, a bottomless crack appeared. The dark monster jumped down and made its way to the bottom of the valley, where it was surprised to find that there was an underground star palace hidden there. Noda Takashi and his companions, along with the powerful S-rank guards of the dark monster, also jumped down. It's not a star origin stone vein, but the star origin power here is incredibly concentrated. The dark monster grinned, wanting to enter the palace to take a look, perhaps finding something unexpectedly great. Ding! You have triggered the Star Palace event. You need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. Do I need gold coins to enter? The dark monster's gaze sharpened. It was a member of the monster royal family and didn't carry much gold, because it didn't need it. Give me all the gold coins you have. Thus, the dark monster managed to gather over 100 million gold coins, and then instructed, I intended to kill you instantly with that attack, but you withstood it. Your strength is impressive. I will go into the palace to search for treasures first, and you will be in charge of the situation outside. If the two from the Human Alliance arrive, trap them first, and we will discuss everything when I return. The reason this young, dark monster king didn't kill the members of the Alliance was that he wanted to contract some powerful servants, especially the duo. Once they were contracted, it would be a huge gain for him. In the future, we will definitely be able to try to win over a divine servant. This is something every dark monster would do. Those who obey will be accepted as dog slaves. Those who refuse will be chopped up and used as food. Hi, my lord. Immediately, the dark monster paid 10 million gold coins and entered the Hall of Stars. Once Noda, Takashi, and the others returned to the top of the canyon, they covered the crack to prevent others from discovering it and thus sneaking in to disturb their master's treasure hunt. But what they didn't know was that a dark figure had already noticed the commotion from the high ground. Seeing the dark monster enter the canyon crevice, I thought it had found the star source stone vein. Then, this dark figure took a different route and reached the bottom of the canyon, where she successfully discovered the mysterious palace. Ding! You have triggered the Star Palace event. You need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. Xining squinted. The thing she has in abundance is gold coins. After paying in gold coins, the beautiful figure disappeared into the first level of the Star Palace. On the other side, Cain thought Baradin had gone mad. Otherwise, why would they have thought of relying on just the two of them to rescue everyone from the monster? No, this fatso can't be trusted. We need to find allies. Then, Cain immediately contacted the strongest new generation of the War Alliance and the Church of Light. As the grandson of the god Hodman, Cain has extensive connections and intelligence. Even before entering the Starry Sky realm, he already knew about the top young talents of various forces. Nature. The top talent from the War Alliance and the Church of Light, who have established cooperative relationships with the Alliance, have also added each other as friends so that they can help each other if they encounter monsters in the Starry Sky realm. After all, neither side had the ability to fight against an army of monster bosses alone, not even the Human Alliance, which was known as the Golden Generation. Therefore, Cain took the initiative to contact the captains of the War Alliance and the Church of Light. You were ambushed by monsters and the Black Vatican? It seems this dark monster is no ordinary opponent. Sure, you frowned. In previous years, the only dark monster that entered the area was one that the Black Vatican would not bother to deal with. Because in the eyes of the dark monsters, the Black Vatican was nothing more than a lapdog, a pet, useless except for being walked around and for amusement. Unexpectedly, this year's dark monster is acting out of the ordinary, actually joining forces with the Black Vatican, that lackey. It's impossible for the Dark Lord's corrupt members to have secretly captured the Alliance's lookouts beforehand, given the nature of monsters, to launch a sneak attack on the Alliance members without being detected. Because even the most powerful monsters of the same level will be detected if they approach stealthily, but Black Church assassins, who are also human, are much harder to detect. Great! My Alliance will come to your aid unconditionally. Sure, you then ordered the main force to rush to Cain's side. On the other side, St. Peter, the captain of the Church of Light, also received Cain's plea for help. We can fully support you, but we want 10,000 star origin stones as a reward after the mission is accomplished. Upon seeing St. Peter's reply, Cain's expression immediately darkened. The Church of Light was really taking advantage of his misfortune. Just as Grandpa said, the Church of Light is a power that values profit. The Church of Light has formed a cooperative relationship with the Alliance, but only because it is in their best interest. Because the Black Vatican and the Church of Light are located very close to each other, the two major forces have always been in a state of war and confrontation. Therefore, the Church of Light needs strong allies to share the burden. 10,000 star origin stones. That's equivalent to last year's total star origin stone earnings. They really dare to ask for such an exorbitant amount. 5,000 pieces, that's my limit. A while later, the other party then replied, Deal. This is only because of you, Brother Cain. Cain suppressed his anger and then contacted the people from Soul Shadow, who would proactively contact various forces in advance every year. If you need help in the starry fantasy realm, you can pay them. They have truly maximized their money-making opportunities. After confirming the transaction amount, the Soul Shadow leader ordered the personnel in the Central Star region to come and meet with Cain. Not long after, when Lu Yu and Bela Tong arrived at the location reported by Cain, Cain has gathered most of his men, including Shiryu, St. Peter, and the leader of the Soul Shadow team, Bei Run. Damn it, weren't we told this blonde guy not to call for reinforcements? Now how is Brother Yu supposed to perform? Bela Tong was furious and spoke without any restraint. With this group of people around, it's difficult for Brother Yu to transform into a sword god, unless Brother Yu isn't afraid of being exposed. It's alright, he was just trying to save lives. Lu Yu didn't care. So what if he was exposed? He had accumulated enough gold coins anyway. Aside from the members of the War Alliance, the others immediately objected, asking, What do you mean by asking us to affect the swordsman's performance? You have quite the arrogance. Chapter 41. Is the fat man's father the son of the god of creation sword? The speaker was St. Peter, a new generation of saint from the Church of Light, of Western descent, and like Cain, tall in stature. However, his hair was silver white. He wore a robe of light, and held a staff of light wrapped in gold and jade. He had drawn a golden legendary talent that perfectly matched the light mage class. Nature. He has every right to be arrogant. He considers himself superior to ordinary supernovas, and only geniuses like Cain and Shiryu can be compared to him. Who the hell are you? Bela Tong recognized the other person, but since the other person's tone was so aggressive, he naturally wouldn't give him any face. In Bela Tong's words, I don't like this bastard. Cain, I'm only here to support you out of respect, but if just any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to provoke me, then don't blame me for being ungrateful. In front of others, as the son of the Church of Light, St. Peter naturally had to maintain an elegant demeanor, but that didn't mean he had no temper. St. Peter's meaning is quite clear. Make this fat guy disappear immediately, or he'll lead his team away. At this moment, Cain felt utter contempt for this shameless guy. They only agreed to come and help because they wanted something in return. What does it have to do with giving me face? However, we still need to exchange pleasantries. The most urgent task. Let's unite and rescue our teammates first. Brother Peter, don't worry. This is actually... Before Cain could finish speaking, Shiryu from the War Alliance swaggered up to Lu Yu and Bela Tong, grabbed their hands, and lowered his posture, saying, I am Shiryu, the leader of the War Alliance. I am very grateful to the two of you for saving the dragon-breaking Cloud Brigade. Without you, our War Alliance would have suffered heavy losses. Once the Starry Sky Illusion Realm closes, the War Alliance will definitely reward you handsomely. This left Cain and St. Peter completely bewildered. What's going on? Even the usually silent leader of the Soul Concealment, Bei Run, with his deadpan eyes, suddenly came to life, sizing up Lu Yu and Bela Tong. No matter how you look at it, both of them seem like con artists. Why would a guy who's as fat as a ball choose to be an assassin? Wouldn't it be better if he chose a shield warrior or something? A swordsman dressed as an ordinary person, with no air of a super-rich second-generation professional, and who has a contract with a cat battle pet that looks very weak. These two oddballs. How could they possibly save a large contingent of the War Alliance? He doesn't even have that ability. Brother Long has already expressed his gratitude, so there's no need for this extravagant gift. The thought itself is enough. Since the other party is a loyal brother in the Alliance, Lu Yu naturally has to treat them well. Before everyone could react, Shiryu uttered another shocking statement. Brother Lu Yu, you can slay thousands of boss-level monsters with your sword. Could you let me witness your invincible prowess? Holy crap, 99 slots. Is it true or false? A swordsman slays thousands of bosses of the same level? Are you sure you're not just bragging to protect the Alliance? Based on their understanding of the War Alliance, they believe that the War Alliance consisted of fearless and valiant warriors who would never stoop to lying. Moreover, the one who said such a thing is Shiryu, the strongest new generation in the War Alliance. Then it's really possible that this seemingly unremarkable swordsman, aside from his good looks, actually possesses unparalleled combat power like a sword god among his peers. Judging from Kane's expression, he was also in a daze, which meant that Kane was unaware of this matter. If the young swordsman before him were a secret ace being groomed by the Alliance, Kane, as the grandson of a god, shouldn't have such a dazed expression. But how is that possible? How could such a bug-like swordsman exist in this world? What a contradiction. Brother Shiyu, saving people is the priority now. You'll be able to witness it when we kill the monster later, won't you? Liu Yu smiled calmly, not taking it to heart. A natural-born warrior like Shiryu admires stronger peers who are even more powerful than him. When he encounters one, he will inevitably want to have a friendly spar. Yes, I was being presumptuous. Saving lives is the priority right now. Shiryu felt deeply apologetic. At this time, Kane snapped out of his daze when he heard about the rescue. Whether what Shiryu said is true or false, we will find out soon enough. Right now, we need to quickly devise a rescue plan and then take action. Brother Peter, Brother Shiyu, everyone, let me reintroduce you. This Brother Bailey Tong is actually the only one of our Alliance's heaven-opening sword god. Bailey Tong quickly interrupted Kane, saying hurriedly, "That's right. I am the only son of the heavenly sword god. The orphan he adopted before, yes. That is to say, I am a heavenly sword god's godson." Bailey Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost let Brother Yu find out his identity. Otherwise, if Brother Yu thinks I'm approaching him with ulterior motives, then our friendship will be ruined. No, I need to find a suitable time to tell Brother Yu my identity. So, Bailey sent Kane a private message, threatening him not to reveal his identity or else. Wow, everyone was startled again. The adopted grandson of the god of creation sword? I've never heard of that. It's probably the personal behavior of the son of the heavenly sword god before his death. The heavenly sword god probably wouldn't acknowledge such a fat, prickly grandson. But how did this shifty-eyed fat man end up being adopted by the only son of the god of creation sword? What makes him so special? Upon learning that Bailey Tong was the adopted grandson of the god of creation sword, St. Peter had no choice but to abandon any remaining resentment he might have had towards Bailey Tong, and instead put on a friendly smile to show his goodwill. "Fatty, your godfather is the son of the heaven-opening sword god." Liu Yu had guessed that Bailey Tong's background was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be this complicated. He thought Bailey Tong was a junior of some big shot in the F-War zone, but he never expected that he was adopted by the son of the god of creation sword. No wonder the commander of the F-War zone takes such good care of his parents. No wonder Bailey Tong has so many battlefield maps and sells them openly without anyone stopping him. He is such an awesome godfather. If it were someone else, he probably already announced it to the whole world, strutted around like Doflamingo, showed Kizaru's expression, and then said to everyone, "Be my son." Yeah, I was planning to tell Brother Yu after the Starry Sky illusionary realm closed, but I didn't expect that big mouth of a blondie to blurt it out beforehand. As he spoke, Bailey Tong glared at Kane. Bei Run, who had been observing the situation from the sidelines, actually approached Bai Li Tong after learning that Bai Li Tong was the adopted grandson of the heavenly sword god. "Respected Lord Bai Li Tong, may I add you as a friend? We can cooperate in the future if there is an opportunity." "No, I don't have any money." Bailey Tong immediately refused. "Joke. I probably haven't earned as many gold coins as I have in a single collaboration with you. No, I'd rather die than use soul concealment. Furthermore, with Brother Yu as my powerful backer, why would I need to cooperate with others?" Bei Rin could only smile awkwardly and retreat. "All right, now that we all know each other, let's talk about the rescue plan. Stop talking nonsense. Let's just go and do it." Before Kane could even begin to explain the plan, Liu Yu and Bailey Tong set off first, leaving everyone else bewildered. This guy has some of the temperament of the heavenly sword god. He's all about fighting. Haha, then let's go our separate ways, brothers. Let's go. Shiryu laughed heartily, then shouldered his large iron rod and led the way. "Call out." Bei Rin had no choice but to lead the soul concealment personnel to stealthily follow behind. "Brother Kane, then my Church of Light will take care of remote support and treatment." After saying this, St. Peter, with his own thoughts hidden, led the group away. Kane paused for a moment, glanced down at the detailed battle plan he had prepared, and then crumpled it up and threw it away. Shit, I knew nothing good would come of teaming up with that fat guy Bailey Tong. No wonder Grandpa always said, never team up with a madman from the Bailey family. They're just a bunch of brutes. Kane summoned his mount and quickly followed, hoping this rescue operation would not fail. Chapter 42, the duo arrived first, and the battle began. The central region of the Central Star System. Amazing Grand Canyon. Hey, Mukai-kun, I've already cut off 105 heads. How about you? Noda-kun, I've just got one extra, 106 now. Looks like these lambs have finally quieted down, hee. The two devils of the Black Vatican, Takeshi Noda and Toshiaki Mukai, actually used the captured new generation of the Alliance for a beheading game. If someone is defeated in a one-on-one fight, they will be brutally beheaded. The already injured members of the Alliance were no match for these two devils. Certainly, they only targeted the terrified and ordinary new generation of the Alliance, while they dared not easily kill prodigies like Delis. The Lord captured these people for two reasons. First, to lure the Alliance duo to the scene, and second, to conquer the Alliance's prodigies and contract them to serve the Lord. In previous years, the only dark monsters that entered the Starry Sky realm did the same thing, but very few of them actually chose to survive. So, while the two devils amused themselves at the expense of these arrogant geniuses, they also served to intimidate them. Really, after the beheading competition began, Xinyuan Shi, Delis, and Situ E, who were originally determined to die rather than submit, had no choice but to gradually quiet down. If they continue to resist, the beheading contest will continue, and those who die will be their teammates who trust them. These ordinary job changers, chosen by the devil to be killed, all revealed their true nature. Some were so scared they wet their pants, some were wailing, some were praying, and some even regretted coming into the starry fantasy realm. But when faced with death, they can fight bravely. Liu Yu's hunter team, including Li Wan and the others, were also pale with fright, their lips trembling involuntarily because it was about to be their turn. Fortunately, after the three supernovas stopped resisting, the two devils stopped the game, and they temporarily escaped disaster. At this moment, the three supernovas still held a sliver of hope that Kane hadn't been captured and that he would surely seek allies to come to their rescue. So, now is not the time to resist. Conserve your strength, recover slowly, and wait for the opportunity to fight back with all your might. TSK. I've heard you're the apple of the eye of the Ross family. You have such great talent, and your looks are top-notch too. If you do not submit when the Lord returns, I will play with you until you die in front of everyone. Noda Takeshi lifted Delilah's chin with one hand. Everyone could only stare angrily at this devil. Pooh! Deli spat in its face. But Noda Takeshi pervertedly licked all of Delilah's saliva clean. It smells so good. This made Delis feel extremely ashamed and indignant. Sudden, a loud neighing of a horse echoed from above the canyon. Everyone looked up. A white steed, bathed in starlight, shone with dazzling brilliance, like divine light refracting. Brothers and sisters in the Alliance, hold on a little longer. We're coming to rescue you. Beilatong stood on horseback, arms crossed, looking every bit the big shot. But no matter how people looked at him, they all thought he was a goofball. Imagine a ton-sized assassin dressed in black assassin attire. How ridiculous would that look? However, Liu Yu, riding a fine horse, carrying a long sword, and dressed in simple white clothes, had a touch of the charm of a chivalrous master. That's Liu Yu and Bailey Tong. Everyone recognized the person at a glance. But they felt no joy. Instead, they fell silent. These two oddballs, instead of staying with the main group and luckily escaping capture by monsters, why aren't they hiding somewhere collecting star origin stones? What are they doing here rescuing us? Aren't they just coming here to die? Haven't they already arrested enough people? Do they have to come here to be wiped out? Tens of thousands of Lord-level monsters, plus a group of dark professionals from the Black Church, would be no match for even the three great war gods in their youth. Only Deli saw a glimmer of hope in her blue eyes. She didn't think Liu Yu and Bailey Tong were two reckless people. They might have a chance. She just couldn't figure out where the two of them had a chance, because the difference in combat strength between the two sides was too great. At this time, Kane and the others were still rushing on their way. Damn it, what level of mount is that white horse? Its speed is terrifying. This is a B-grade mount. B-grade. We can't even see its tail. When Noda Takeshi saw Liu Yu and Bailey Tong appear, he immediately recognized them as the super prodigies that his master had ordered him to capture. I didn't expect them to actually dare to come. Do they really think they're invincible? That's fine too. If we successfully capture the two, we will have exceeded the task assigned by the Lord, and the Lord will surely reward us handsomely. Block all exits and take them down with all your might. Remember, cripple them, but do not kill them. They are servants chosen by the Lord. Noda Takashi rattled off orders in a nonsensical, garbled manner. The corrupt devils of the Black Vatican acted swiftly. Because the remaining Japanese people in Japan retain the spirit of Bushido, they're mostly melee fighters, with dark swordsmen, dark assassins, and dark ninjas being the most common. Roar! The Dark Monster Guards roared as they issued orders to the Monster Lords to capture the Alliance duo with all their might. Brother you, I'll go take down those two bastards from the Black Vatican first. From high above, Hayakura Toshi immediately spotted the pile of heads surrounding Noda Takashi and Mukai Toshiaki. Needless to say, those two bastards are definitely making fun of the League's new generation. Such cruel and heartless acts. How could we face our fallen compatriots without torturing them to the point of being physically and emotionally devastated? Are you even capable? Liu Yu had serious doubts about Bailey Tong's combat capabilities. Although those two Japanese soldiers were hateful, anyone with eyes could see that they were not weak in combat, at least at the level of supernovas. Don't worry, brother Yu. I'm going all out. I can easily handle these two bastards. Just enjoy my assassination art. Without further ado, Bailey Tong changed into his orange equipment, activated the snow feather item, and flew up, disappearing into the air. It seems this fat guy was hiding his true abilities. Few people can do this kind of flying and invisibility. He truly deserves to be the adopted son of the god of creation sword. It seems he has inherited a lot of his godfather's legacy. After thinking it over, Liu Yu unleashed the 7-star sword formation without reservation. Countless flying swords condensed and, with the momentum of 10,000 swords returning to their origin, stirred up the wind and clouds in the canyon. Holy crap, this is impossible. The entire alliance went completely mad. The quirky duo they underestimated actually possessed such formidable strength, especially Li Wan and the others. Their scalps tingled at this moment, and they couldn't figure out how Liu Yu could be so powerful no matter how hard they racked their brains. Putting aside the fact that the fat man was dressed in orange and could fly and become invisible, leaving no trace of him, Liu Yu's 7-star sword formation and the flying swords that filled the sky were enough to stun them. Most of them naturally recognized that Liu Yu was using the 7-star sword formation and flying sword technique, which are relatively common sword skills. But Liu Yu's 7-star sword formation has a too large range, doesn't it? Especially that flying sword technique. Damn it, is there really a third-tier swordsman who can summon so many flying swords and control them so freely? Unless it's the young sword god who appeared in Stone City. But this Liu Yu is clearly not that sword god, because his appearance and temperament are different. How is this possible? Liu Yu must have unleashed an S-rank 7-star sword formation and an S-rank flying sword technique, both upgraded to Tier 3, LV90, to achieve this effect. My brother Situ is a swordsman, and a 6th-level swordsman at that. I have witnessed my brother's 7-star sword formation and flying sword technique, so I am familiar with the situation of these two skills. Situyi éclamet in choc. Hiss. Everyone gasped. 2 S-rank skills? Is Liu Yu really that terrifying? Deli's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. He was so powerful and handsome. This was the Prince Charming she had always dreamed of. Kill! Liu Yu shouted, and countless flying swords, like wild horses, charged madly towards the monster and the Black Church Devils. Great battle. It's about to explode. Chapter 43, Unrivaled Charm. In an instant, the world was stained with blood that was a mix of red and green. Monster's blood. The blood of the Black Vatican Devils. It sprayed out continuously as the flying swords shuttled through the air. In an instant, the once beautiful Grand Canyon has become a death trap. Baka, magic monster, attack him from a distance. Despite his fear, Noda Takashi did not forget to issue new orders. He guessed that the opponent would be very strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong, facing nearly 1,000,000 bosses as if they were nothing. This is the real world, not a virtual game. If the target is outside the skill's casting range, even a locked skill cannot hit them. With his S-class mount, Liu Yu is no longer threatened by the collective magic skills of the magical monsters. As long as you pay attention to the monster's restrictive or locked skills, you can kill monsters without taking damage. Bakialu. His mount is so fast. We need to control it first. Let's go. Mukai Toshiaki was shrewd enough to know that if he didn't control Liu Yu, he would only be kited to death by Liu Yu. The two strongest Japanese soldiers wanted to take action themselves. Just then, a chubby figure appeared behind them. You sons of bitches, your opponent is me, fatty. Backstab. Minus 10,200. Oh, my 1 centimeter giant Kuin has been cut off. The Dark Swordsman class member, Toshiaki Mukai, let out a blood-curdling scream. If Beilatong hadn't wanted to make those two bastards feel utterly hopeless, he could have killed one of them with a single blow. S rank, ghostly step. Grade A stealth. A successful strike. Beilatong quickly fled, disappearing without a trace. Bakagaga. Grab this fat guy first. Takeshi Noda, a dark assassin, has activated stealth. 1 versus 2. Beilatong engaged in a fierce battle with 2 Japanese soldiers here. Sky battlefield. Liu Yu, taking advantage of his large white body, toyed with the monsters, leaving them only able to roar in anger, but helpless. Seeing that the dog servant Noda Takeshi, whom the king had instructed to control the situation, was being held back by a fat thorn, the 8 guards of the dark monster had no choice but to act on their own. They launched a joint attack, their target being Liu Yu. In their eyes, Liu Yu is the greatest threat. My goodness, I am speechless. Just 2 people managed to hold back an entire monster army, as well as all the new generation of the Dark Church. How can Liu Yu and Beilatong be so monstrous? This moment, they all bowed their heads in shame. Just a few days ago, when they first came in, they all laughed at the 2 of them for overestimating themselves and saying they wouldn't live more than half a day. Now, their faces were swollen from slapping themselves. Stop being so shocked. Take advantage of the monster's lax guard and quickly heal your injuries. We'll find an opportunity to break through the cage and work with Liu Yu and Beilatong to kill the monster and the Japanese. Xianyuan, Qi quickly said. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and immediately used medicine or the priest to treat them, and they recovered quickly. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. Liu Yu knew that no matter how powerful he was, without transforming into a sword god, he would absolutely be no match for hundreds or thousands of S-rank lords and a large number of other bosses in a head-on battle. For now, we can only rely on Big White to hold them off and use flying sword techniques to kill as many low-level monster bosses as possible. When Kane and the others arrived, it will be much easier to fight then. During breaks, Liu Yu glanced at Beilatong's side and found that he could indeed handle 2 supernova-level fallen Japanese soldiers by himself, firmly gaining the upper hand. To be honest, based on this level of strength and record, he was the most outstanding person Liu Yu had ever met among his generation. There must be a reason why this fat guy caught the eye of the son of the heaven-opening sword god. Not long after, Kane and his men finally arrived at the battlefield. When they saw Liu Yu fighting alone against nearly 1 million monsters and a group of Black Vatican devils, while Beilatong was fighting 2 Black Vatican leaders and gaining the upper hand, everyone was dumbfounded. Ha ha, amazing. So amazing. It's like cheating. Unbeatable style. This is the true style of being invincible among peers. Liu Yu, I've seen it all. You are the first peer that I, sure you, consider far inferior to. From now on, I will only take you as my goal. Brothers, let's fight. With that, Shiryu laughed wildly and charged into the monster horde, unleashing a ferocious battle technique. The target of the Soul Shadow assassins was very clear, the magical monster. As for the Church of Light, St. Peter's eyes were filled with disbelief and deep envy. A swordsman, relying solely on a single mount, can manipulate tens of thousands of Lord-level monsters with ease. This terrifying battlefield control is probably far superior to even many of the older generation. Not to mention, the other party is just a third-tier new generation like him. If this child grows up, then the Alliance will have an invincible figure who surpasses the God of War, and the human forces in the outer battlefield will completely respect him. This is not what the Church of Light wants to see. Only the Pope of the Church of Light can become the leader of the human race. Only remote medical support is provided. St. Peter gave orders to the crowd via the church channel. And Kane, although they were also shocked by Liu Yu's incredible performance, now was not the time to think about it. They would think about it after they had saved everyone. He had already charged into the fray, heading straight for his imprisoned teammates. It's Kane. He really did come to rescue us with his allies. Great! With the invincible swordsman, the powerful Fat Thorn, and so many allies, we're sure to be saved. Maybe we can even make history and wipe out the monster boss army for the first time. The crowd cheered when he was arrested. Brothers and sisters, it's time to let these bastard Japanese devils and monsters experience what it's like to be ganged up on. Xianyuan Qi launched the first attack, bombarding the special monster prison. The others also stood up and attacked with their strongest skills. The guarding monsters roared and attacked. However, their small numbers mean they pose little threat to the group. At this time, Noda Takashi was completely panicked. With Kane and others joining the battle, the attention of many monsters will be diverted, allowing the terrifying swordsman to slaughter them even more recklessly. Damn it! Quick! Stop chasing that swordsman. Come back and control the captured people. Use them to threaten that swordsman. Noda Takashi quickly issued an order on the channel. The thousands of surviving Japanese soldiers of the Black Vatican immediately rushed towards the prison. Bai Litong reappeared and stabbed Noda Takashi with a dagger, giving him a cesarean section that caused his intestines to spill out. You son of a bitch! You dare to get distracted while fighting me, fatty? I'll beat you to a pulp. In the sky, Liu noticed the Black Vatican's actions. Tried to use us as hostages? Seeing that the magical monsters were being targeted by the soul-hidden assassins and were thrown into disarray, Liu no longer had any reservations. Big White, transform into a white dragon and protect those who are trapped. Bai broke away from Liu Yu and transformed into a colossal dragon, descending from the sky to protect everyone. Roar! A roar of dragon might. The monsters guarding the group were so frightened that they dared not move. In a short time, both sides were petrified. My god, Liu Yu's mount is a giant dragon. A while later, the group recovered and continued fighting the monster, their fighting spirits soaring like never before. Seeing this situation, Noda Takashi knew that his plan to threaten Liu Yu with hostages had failed. In this way, let alone catching the duo, it's hard to say whether they can even save their lives. On the other side, the members of the Half-Monster Association also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Liu Yu's incredible power, Renekton went completely berserk. We must obtain his genes. Quick, before he wipes out all the monsters, let's lend him a hand. Renekton did this for two reasons. Firstly, to get close to Liu Yu and leave a good impression. Secondly, to collect the corpses of Lord Monsters and use a special secret method to extract incomplete monster factors. Those are people from the Half-Monster Association. What are those lunatics doing here? Kane frowned, but when Kane saw the group of madmen attacking the monster, he felt a little relieved, guessing that the madmen were taking this opportunity to collect the monster's corpse. Only they would be this crazy, because they are no longer normal human beings. Instead, half-freak. Chapter 44, the monsters are defeated and the Japanese are wiped out. The already chaotic monsters and the Black Vatican, with the participation of the madmen from the Half-Monster Association, still sided with the Alliance, completely throwing themselves into disarray. Boom! The prison has been broken. Xianyuan Qi, Delis, Situ, E, and others escaped. They led the crowd in a fierce counterattack, determined to deliver double the despair back to these damned Japanese devils. Thousands of Japanese soldiers were immediately slaughtered, screaming in terror. They had perfectly inherited the cowardly genes of their Japanese ancestors, and now, faced with a life-or-death situation, their true nature was revealed. Betraying their teammates, kneeling and begging for mercy, and fleeing in disarray, the Japanese devil's inherent depravity was on full display. The crowd showed no mercy to these bastards. These scourges, if left in the world, would only breed more harm and should have been eradicated long ago. Kill them. I won't accept their surrender. Xianyuan Qi's icy spear pierced through a Japanese soldier, lifting him high into the air like a god of death. Ah, you idiots. Without this duo, how could you bunch of trash possibly be a match for us? Noda Takashi had disheveled hair and looked like a ferocious demon. At this time, he already knew the ending. If his lord does not return and the monster lord does not rescue him, he will surely die. Quickly, help me retreat. Noda Takashi roared at his lord's personal guards. But the guard birds of these dark monsters ignored him. Instead, they reported the situation to Wang. On the other side, inside the Palace of Stars, the Dark Monster has obtained the mysterious treasures from the first level of the Star Palace and paid 30 million gold coins to advance to the second level. Here, the Dark Monster successfully passed through the second layer of the Star Palace guards and arrived at a mysterious starlight teleportation array. The teleportation array requires 10 million gold coins to activate and can only be activated once a year. The destination is currently unknown. The world of monsters has only existed for 100 years since it invaded the Blue Star world, and this starry realm only appeared after the birth of the first human class changer. This is the first time the Star Palace has been discovered in just a few decades, and naturally, the Dark Monsters are unaware of the destination of this teleportation array. The Dark Monster glanced at the gold coins required to enter the third level. It actually cost 50 million gold coins. At this moment, it only had a little over 10 million gold coins left, which was not enough to enter the third level. Then, the Dark Monster made a decision instantly, using the gold coins to activate the Starlight teleportation array. The next second, the Dark Monster was teleported away and appeared in the starry sky. This is a star origin stone vein. An incredibly massive star origin stone vein appeared before the Dark Monster. The Dark Monster instantly realized what was happening. It turns out that the star source stone vein in the Legend of the Starry Sky fantasy world is in the sky, not underground or underwater. No wonder no one has ever found it all these years. Looking at the enormous star origin stone vein before him, the Dark Monster let out a maniacal hee-hee laugh. Star origin stone. Those are special resources that can help monsters advance and level up. Even in the monster world, obtaining such special resources is extremely difficult. Although it cannot excavate the entire star origin stone vein, it can at least mine 1 million star origin stones. At this time, the Dark Monster received a message from its guards. Upon learning of the situation outside, the Dark Monster instantly flew into a rage. A bunch of useless trash. As expected, lackeys are just lackeys, utterly useless. The Dark Monster immediately ordered its guards to lead the remaining men to retreat, planning to return after it had collected the star origin stones and then properly assess the swordsman's skills. Upon receiving the king's order, the 8 guards led the remaining monsters, each breaking out in a different direction. Trying to run? Seeing that the battle was over, Liu Yu immediately flew on his sword and charged towards the fleeing powerful monster. To be honest, those leading S-class monsters are really powerful. They can withstand a lot of my damage. If they want to run away, it will be really difficult to kill them all unless I transform into a sword god. Final. Liu Yu had only killed 4 of his personal guards, and Cain had helped save 1, while Renekton from the Half-Monster Association saved another. The others couldn't be held back at all, because the other lore monsters were no weaklings either. Certainly, St. Peter the Church of Light did not intervene. He watched the whole thing from the sidelines. As for the devils of the Dark Church, they were surrounded by the crowd, howling and begging for a chance to live. Some female Japanese devils even flaunted their bodies in public, offering to be everyone's sex slave for their amusement before the starry, illusionary realm closed. The Alliance members immediately killed those bastards. Such a son of a bitch. Killing him wouldn't even dirty my hands. On the other side, Hayakaritsu Tomu has completely crippled Noda Takashi and Mukai Toshiaki. Brother Yu, what should we do with these 2 bastards? Although Beilatong was also seriously injured, his life was not in danger, and he recovered to about 70 to 80% after 2 healing spells from Delis. At this time, Renekton from the Half-Monster Association volunteered. Brother, why don't you hand them over to us? We have special punishments that will make them suffer the most excruciating pain before they die. Everyone was stunned. Is this association on some kind of quack's meds today? Brother Yu, these perverts from the Half-Monster Association are also considered fallen ones, but they are different from the dark fallen ones. They exist in a state between good and evil. I once heard a big shot say that their philosophy was to save the world through a roundabout way, to strengthen themselves by using the power of monsters, and eventually surpass the monsters, but it seems that they failed. Only a small number of people can suppress and control the side effects of the monster factor. Most people will find it difficult to control it once they reach a certain level. Once it gets out of control, it becomes a mutated monster. It is very powerful, but it is also completely irrational and only knows how to kill and destroy. Beilatong introduced Liu Yu to him in the Friends channel. Lu Yu carefully examined these half-human, half-monster beings, and couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of the darkest period in human history on Earth. In order to save the world, some predecessors actually took such a path of no return, which made Lu Yu somewhat admire the predecessors of the Half-Monster Association. Although it failed, the starting point was good. It's no wonder that the Human Alliance allowed this force to exist and develop into one of the 6 major forces in the outer battlefield. They probably did so out of consideration for past relationships. As long as they don't do anything too outrageous, the Human Alliance will not suppress them. Lu Yu gestured for the fat man to hand over the 2 Japanese soldiers to them, then addressed the crowd. Gentlemen, let's not celebrate yet. Have we forgotten something? That dark monster never appeared from beginning to end. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately abandoned their joy at the great victory and became wary. Yes, what about the dark monster? Logically speaking, it should be here. Otherwise, why would it specifically capture the Alliance members and gather all its subordinates here? Let's look around. Maybe it encountered an emergency and left temporarily. Lu Yu pondered. If they hadn't witnessed Lu Yu's terrifying combat power, no one would have given him a second thought. But now, Lu Yu's words carried the weight of a war god. It wasn't just Lu Yu who held off most of the Lord monsters. Even if the major powers joined forces, they would still be no match for the monsters. Moreover, there's a group of corrupt devils from the Dark Church. Therefore, everyone quickly dispersed to search for traces of the dark monster. The members of the Half-Strange Association began to subject the 2 Japanese soldiers to horrifying torture. It looks cruel, but hearing the screams of those 2 Japanese soldiers was actually quite satisfying and exhilarating. It seems that only these oddballs from the Half-Eccentric Association can truly make the Japanese feel what real damn pain is. Their screams only stopped when someone discovered the canyon fissure filled with monsters. The members of the Half-Monster Association decapitated them and split them in 2, leaving them truly mutilated and suffering a painful death. The group quickly cleared the cracks and arrived deep underground in the Grand Canyon, where they saw a mysterious star palace with dazzling starlight. And you know what? If it weren't for the star palace just emitting an energy fluctuation and the dark monster just cracking open a fissure in the ground, causing a trace of energy to leak out, it really wouldn't have been detected. That dark monster must have gone inside. Everyone was overjoyed, speculating that there must be an unimaginable opportunity inside. Chapter 45, Star God Boss. Ding! You have triggered the Star Palace event. You need to pay 10 million gold coins to enter the first level. Is this a palace that requires gold coins to enter? Everyone was astonished. 10 million gold coins is no small sum. Fortunately, the bigwigs of all the major forces had prepared some for them, just in case they encountered places in the Starry Sky illusion realm that required spending gold coins. After all, in this world, whether it's a rare dungeon or a mysterious realm, currency is always a necessity. But what's inside the Star Palace is unknown. What if you spend all the gold coins and find nothing inside? Wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life? Buzz. While everyone was still debating whether it was worth it, Lu Yu had already paid 10 million gold coins and entered. Lu Yu didn't care about this amount of money at all. In his words, it was just a fraction of his gold coins. Holy crap. Lu Yu went in. He has that many gold coins. Li Wan and the others were dumbfounded once again. Fortune favors the bold. Everyone. Veilatong did not choose to enter the Hall of Stars because Brother Yu had already gone in. If there really is something good, Brother Yu will let him know, and it won't be too late to go in then. So Veilatong is constantly stimulating everyone's desire to find treasure. King pondered for a moment, but still decided to go in and find out what was going on. As a grandson of a god, he had 10 million gold coins. St. Peter gritted his teeth and also chose to enter. Renekton of the Half-Monster Association ordered everyone to trade all their gold coins to Purple Rose. This is a golden opportunity. We must obtain the young sword god's genes inside. Don't worry, I'll make him feel like he's in heaven. Purple Rose then entered the Palace of Stars. However, Guanin's Baron and Zhangming Shiyu remained unmoved. One of them wouldn't do a losing business, and the other knew his own limitations. Lu Yu, the ultimate swordsman, went in. Even if there were some good things inside, they wouldn't get a chance to get them. As for other extraterrestrial forces, they could only watch helplessly because they didn't bring that many gold coins. At this time, Lu Yu easily passed through the first layer of guards and arrived at the entrance to the second layer. only to find that someone had already gotten there first and seized the treasures. It seems most likely to be that dark monster. Without batting an eye, Lu Yu spent 30 million gold coins and directly entered the second level. Why? Kane and the others who came in were all dumbfounded. The first floor is empty. Aside from the guards at the entrance, there were no treasures. No, it should be said that there was treasure, but it was stolen. So, they spent 10 million gold coins, which was all for nothing. Purple Rose doesn't care about the treasures here. Seizing Lu Yu's jeans is the most important thing. Fortunately, the captain and his men gave us a lot of gold coins, which allowed us to enter the second level. Then, without hesitation, Purple Rose chose to continue spending gold coins to enter the second level. Kane hesitated for a moment, then decided against it. Fuck, it's all that fat bastard's fault. Fortune favors the bold, damn it. He made me waste 10 million gold coins. St. Peter's face turned a deep liver color. He also became the scapegoat. I spent 10 million gold coins to visit the first floor of the Star Palace. Inside the second floor, Lu Yu broke through the guards and quickly arrived at the deepest part, where he saw the starlight teleportation array that had already been activated. Huh, it can only be activated once a year? Where does this teleportation array take you? However, the teleportation array only had an activation prompt and no other prompts, so Lu Yu had no idea what it was. Since this teleportation array has been activated, it must have been activated by the dark monster. It probably didn't have enough gold coins to go to the third level. I wonder what treasures await on the third level. Entering the third level requires 60 million gold coins, which is a huge fortune. However, for Lu Yu now, it's still a piece of cake. There, Purple Rose didn't linger with the guards and quickly went inside, where she saw Lu Yu standing there, seemingly lost in thought. A great opportunity. Purple Rose quickly took off her clothes and pants, clutching the aphrodisiac powder in her hand. Even a man with willpower as strong as an iron fist, once poisoned by this powder, coupled with her seductive eyes, will turn into a beast that thinks only with its lower body and will only frantically vent its desires. Just as Purple Rose was about to sprinkle the aphrodisiac powder on Lu Yu suddenly disappeared and entered the third level. GAA. The Purple Rose froze on the spot. I've already taken my pants off. You're letting your mother play with this? Suddenly, a furious, defiant howl echoed across the second floor. A whopping 40 million gold coins. Lu Yu, you damn bastard. Lu Yu knew absolutely nothing about the Purple Rose. After entering the third floor, Lu Yu felt an inexplicable, invisible pressure. This overwhelming pressure was beyond his comprehension. It is no exaggeration to say that. This is no exaggeration to say that only a god could exert such a powerful aura. In response, Lu Yu immediately became alert and focused his attention. I wanted to summon Big White, but I received a message saying that I cannot summon any pets on this third floor. There are no guards on this third floor. But Lu Yu dared not be careless and proceeded slowly. If the first and second layers are ordinary enclosed underground palaces, then the third layer is an open, true star palace. The floor here is made of starstone and decorated with starlight, making people feel as if they are in the cosmos. Not long after, Lu Yu arrived at the area resembling the Pillar of Creation, which should be the deepest part of the third level. Lu Yu was surprised to find a mysterious person fighting a strange boss. Huh, someone came in. Lu Yu was confused. How could someone have so many gold coins? To enter the third level, you need to spend a full 100 million gold coins, enough to get on the wealth ranking list. Huh? Look at that graceful figure. She's a girl, not a dark monster. Lu Yu hid behind a nearby star pillar, squinting as he watched the battle while lost in thought. Etc. A girl? Alone? I have no idea who this girl is, or which faction she belongs to, yet she possesses so many gold coins and is so powerful. When I first entered the starry sky, illusionary realm, I didn't notice this person. Moreover, the other party used some kind of tool to hide their name, profession, and level, making it impossible to view. While Lu Yu was surprised and suspicious, he could only look at the strange boss. Name, Star God Projection. Level S. Level, Tier 3, LV 90. HP, 30 million. Talent skill, unknown. Skills, Hand of the Stars, Light of the Stars, Star Seal. Eternal Starlight, Star God skill. Description, a projection left behind by an ancient star god after its death. It possesses the combat techniques and skills of the Star God's original form. Defeating it will grant you the inherited treasure left by the Star God. Holy crap! Astral projection? Is the treasure on this third level a secret artifact passed down by the Star God? The legacy of God. Even Lu Yu couldn't help but feel his heart pounding with excitement. At this time, the veiled woman couldn't withstand the boss's attacks and had to flee to the side. It is no exaggeration to say that. This girl's strength is second only to Lu Yu's. But if we're talking about fighting one-on-one, she is no match for this flawless Star God boss. But once you get into this third level, there's no way out. There are only two outcomes. Either kill the boss and obtain the Star God's legacy. Either you get killed by the boss and end up sleeping here. Otherwise, even if the Starry Sky realm closes, you still cannot leave. The girl, who thought she was going to die at the hands of the boss, looked utterly desperate. She really shouldn't have been so willful, sneaking into this starry, illusionary realm and being so audacious as to spend so many gold coins to break into this godforsaken place. Isolated and helpless, trapped in a desperate situation. The inheritance of the gods is very tempting, but you have to be alive to receive it. To her utter surprise, someone entered at the critical moment, and she spotted this person immediately despite their clumsy hiding methods. She hadn't expected that others would bring so many gold coins and still be able to enter the third level. If you don't come out now, nobody will get out of here alive. Only by joining forces with me will we have a chance to survive. Huh, we've been discovered? Chapter 46, Sword God vs. Star God. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, but still went out. The woman in the black veil frowned slightly upon seeing Lu Yu, narrowed her alluring eyes, sized him up, and then looked at him warily. Lu Yu naturally took a look at the other party as well. Although they were not close, Lu Yu could smell a faint fragrance coming from her. He wondered if it was the body fragrance emanating from the beautiful woman in the black veil. With such an alluring figure and such a melodious voice, why does she wear a veil? Who are you? Who are you? The next moment, the two of them asked the same question in unison. Phew! At this moment, the Star God boss let out a heavy sigh and stared intently at Lu Yu, who had suddenly appeared. The woman in black gritted her teeth and said urgently, "This Star God boss is extremely powerful, enough to be called the strongest boss of the third tier. Its health and defense are more than 10 times that of ordinary star beasts. We can only use armor-piercing skills or true damage skills to deal damage. But be careful of its healing ability. My skill's grievous wound effect has little effect on it. It's best to interrupt it so that we have a chance." After hearing this, Lu Yu looked at the Star God boss, and for some reason, felt a strong fighting spirit rise in his heart. This fighting spirit is not the angry fighting spirit of Ishigaki, but the kind of passionate fighting spirit that comes from encountering a truly equal opponent. The Star God boss's behavior became strange. It didn't immediately attack the two of them. Instead, it stood there, its starry eyes fixed on Lu Yu. It could sense a power no weaker than its own emerging. Ancient divine words. This brat possesses the same divine power as me. Sensing the eerie atmosphere, the woman in black gauze glanced at the motionless Lu Yu with some surprise, then at the motionless boss. What's going on? Mutual appreciation? Or do they know each other? That's impossible. This star palace must be the first time it has been discovered, and this person must also be entering the star illusion realm for the first time. It is impossible for him to know the Star God. Ancient divine words, no. The power of the monster world has only assimilated the blue star world for 100 years. It's impossible for anyone on the human race to acquire god-level talent so quickly. That's not something you can just draw with gold coins. Lu Yu frowned. The Star God boss was talking to himself, speaking what sounded like divine language, but Lu Yu heard it clearly and miraculously understood it. Can I understand divine language? Lu Yu was horrified. While feeling surprised and suspicious, he also guessed that it must be due to the Sword God's heart talent. Is it impossible for anyone among the human race to acquire god-level talent so quickly? How did I end up drawing the heart of the Sword God? Does the coin burst system have a hidden function that allows you to draw god-level talents ahead of time? Yes. It's been so many years since the job-changing era started. If you could draw a god-level talent just by using gold coins, then all the major powers would have already pooled their gold coins to draw one person, and they would have been able to draw a god-level talent no matter what. So far, no one but myself has drawn it, and even legendary talents are rarely drawn. It's probably because I have my own system that ignores the rules of the monster world. Ancient divine words. You must be a being who has merged with a human body to possess divine power. The demon god, in order to seize my divine inheritance, has resorted to such a despicable method. You deserve to die. Immediately, the star god boss unleashed its full power, unleashing terrifying starlight from its body. The star god boss, originally the size of a normal human, transformed into a colossal beast that looked much like a star beast, but its size and power were worlds apart. Does this star god boss think I'm a demon god? Seeing the star god boss going berserk and unleashing its full killing intent, Lu Yu also became serious. Wow, this is going to be tough. The woman in black veil was also stunned by the sudden berserk star god boss. Size increased. The range of that attack skill will increase accordingly. This is one of the reasons why monsters in the monster world are so powerful. Moreover, this star god boss seems to have even used divine power. Eternal Starlight, star god skill, auxiliary skill. It allows the user to be enveloped in starlight condensed from the power of the star god, and all skills are imbued with the power of the star god, increasing their power. Hand of the Stars, a gigantic hand, filled with stars and obscuring the sky, slammed down on Lu Yu and the veiled beauty. Without a doubt, if they were struck by the star hand, which contains the power of the star god, they would be instantly killed, given their low health. Fortunately, the space here was large enough that the two of them used their movement skills to dodge. Boom! The entire earth shook, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Puff! Just for being hit by the aftershocks of the skill, Lu Yu's health dropped by more than half, and the Black Veil Beauty's health bar was completely empty. That's terrifying. This is simply an invincible boss. Although this boss cannot use the power of the star god indefinitely, it is enough to kill the two of them instantly when it does use it. The woman in the black veil fell into despair once again. She had just seen a glimmer of hope, and now she's already shrouded in death again. This guy is a real jerk. I thought this young swordsman was incredibly strong, but it turns out he's just here to die with me. Besides, why does this boss become so enraged when it sees this swordsman? Just then, Lu Yu's entire body radiated unparalleled sword light. His originally ordinary temperament underwent a tremendous change in an instant, like a sword immortal descending to earth. Just by standing there, he was like a divine sword that could cleave the heavens, split the earth, and slaughter gods with unparalleled sharpness. The beautiful woman in the black veil stared wide-eyed, as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable scene. A swordsman suddenly transforms into a sword god, possessing the same power as the star god boss. Is he the reincarnation of the sword god? The woman in the black veil went completely blank. Kill. The star god boss has completely gone berserk and lost its mind. It will not rest until it kills the demon god it sees. Lu Yu then made a dashing attack. A monster-slaying divine sword formation heavily suppressed the star god boss. The sword light pierced through the monster, and the combined effect of suppression and severe injury was enough to hinder the star god boss's movement. Call out. The star god boss has slowed down. Lu Yu's speed reached the third-tier limit, allowing him to easily dodge the star god boss's non-targeting skills. Divine Sword Storm, minus 33,000. The Divine Sword Storm, with its finishing effect, is guaranteed to deal high damage. All the divine swords have a built-in piercing effect, covering the star god boss and continuously dealing damage. Plus 9,900. The talent's 30% lifesteal effect instantly restored Lu Yu's health to full. But the star god boss is no pushover either. With 30 million HP, it can withstand the damage from the Divine Sword Storm and launch a counterattack. Star Seal. A myriad of starlight spells descended. This cursed seal has the effects of suppressing health regeneration, causing health loss per second, and restricting the target's movement. It can make the target feel as if they're carrying a mountain, making their movement extremely slow, which is a very powerful auxiliary skill. Not to mention that this skill is now imbued with the power of the star god, making its effect even more powerful. The woman in black veiled watched the two gods battle, and could only hide to the side, taking medicine to recover her health, not daring to get any closer. Seeing that the young swordsman's actions were thwarted, the woman in black veil felt a pang of anxiety. Whether he could defeat the star god boss would determine her own fate. Star Spear. A massive star spear began to materialize in front of the star god boss. It's over. The woman in black veils had previously taken this attack from a star god boss and was almost instantly killed. Lu Yu's movements are now hampered, and with his constantly fluctuating health, it will be difficult for him to hold on. This is a lock-on technique. The woman in the black veil quickly offered a reminder. Lu Yu sensed the threat of death emanating from this star spear. Fortunately, he kept the demon-slaying sword technique in order to guard against the star god boss's killing move. Demon-slaying sword, drawing technique. Call out. Although Lu Yu is restricted by the star curse seal, it does not affect his ability to unleash the sword god technique. The sword is drawn. While dealing massive damage, it also interrupted the star god boss's killing move. The woman in black veil gasped in surprise. The incredibly cool sword strike was now deeply etched in her mind, impossible to forget. Soon, when the duration of the star god boss's star god skill, Eternal Starlight, ends, it will revert to its normal humanoid form. Lu Yu's sword god form also dissipated. But, with everyone having lost their divine forms, Lu Yu was even less afraid of the star god boss, and the battle continued. At this time, the woman in the black veil has also recovered her strength and joined the battle. Once the star god boss transforms back into a giant star god, she withdraws from the battle, leaving Lu Yu, who is transformed back into a sword god, to defend her. Such wasted time. The star god boss's health bar was slowly whittled down. Roar, demon god, don't even think about obtaining my inheritance. The moment of death. The star god boss unleashed its final attack. It used a talent skill that it wouldn't normally release. The star god boss's body expanded rapidly, and starlight surged to its extreme. Oh no, the star god boss is about to self-destruct. Chapter 47, Desperate Situation. A powerful dark monster sweeps away the supernova. Boom! The sound, like a star exploding, echoed throughout the third level of the star palace, shattering the star pillars into pieces. Snap! Lu Yu and the woman in black were both stunned by the force of the explosion, and their equipment and clothing were instantly turned into powder. Logically speaking, with such terrifying explosive power, the two should have had no chance of surviving. However, they were only naked and unconscious on the ground, pressed together in an embarrassing position, and were not killed by the explosion. In Lu Yu's pet space, Xiao Hong was eating delicious cat food when the sun mark on her forehead suddenly started burning. That was close. The master was almost killed in the explosion. He murmured a sentence. Little Red squinted her eyes and continued eating her delicious food. On the other side, the dark monster had already filled its backpack with star origin stones. The level 3 backpack isn't very big, but if it only contains star origin stones, it's enough to hold millions of them. In previous years, the monster faction only obtained a maximum of over 100,000 star origin stones. They only needed to hand over 150,000 of them, and the rest would be theirs. Looking at the star origin stone vein, a crazy idea came to the dark monster. It wanted to monopolize this huge resource. As for how to acquire the resources here, that's not urgent. Once I advance to the 10th rank and become a new king of the Dark City, I can arrange for my elite guards, including Death Squad members, to mine the city once a year. With such resources, becoming a divine servant is just around the corner, and there will be an opportunity to become an immortal demon god and create one's own divine kingdom. Thinking of this, the dark monster opened its arms and let out an extremely evil laugh. The era of Chi Kue has arrived. Immediately, Chi Kue stepped into the teleportation array that returned him to the ground. The next second, Chi Kue appeared above the Grand Canyon. Boom! Chi Kue shattered a valley with a single step, causing a huge commotion. Everyone, at the same time, I sense an extremely evil aura. The dark monster has appeared. All the prodigies deep within the Grand Canyon were shaken to their core and immediately returned to the surface to prepare for the battle against the dark monster. Rumble. The remaining monster lords, summoned by the king, returned to fight their way back. Although their numbers are small, their fighting power is still considerable. You go and hold off those monsters. Don't let them come to support the dark monsters. Kane gave instructions to the new generation of non-supernovas. You guys go too. The team leaders, including Shiryu, also issued the same instructions. As the pride of the new generation at the top of the pyramid, they all have their own arrogance and want to test the power of the dark monster. Certainly, They also knew that they were no match for the dark monster in a one-on-one fight. After all, it was equipped with a full set of epic gear and a legendary magic sword. Then, Cain, Rafa, St. Peter, Lightfa, Shiryu, Berserker, Beirun, Assassin, Delis, Priest, Xin Yuan Chi, Frost Knight, Sita E, Archer, and Renekton, Fistfighter, are 8 supernovas who have temporarily teamed up to challenge the dark monster. The advantage of teaming up is that you can avoid your skills harming your allies. Huh, what about that fatso? Cain then discovered that Baratin was missing. Sudden, a fat shadow appeared above the dark monster. You damn black-haired monster, take this from Fatty. Surprisingly, Beilatong launched the first attack on the dark monster alone, using a deadly skill right from the start. Deadly Sting. The dagger, which originally shone with an orange light, seemed to be coated with a green poison, releasing a dense, emerald green, poisonous glow. But I don't know what skill the dark monster used. A powerful rebound force immediately struck Beilatong. Bang! Minus 5,050. Beilatong was thrown back and coughed up blood. Call out. In the instant he was knocked away, Bailey Tong switched his left-hand dagger to a crossbow, a weapon usable by assassins, and fired a deadly arrow. Arrow pierces the heart. A Tier 3 active skill that requires the crossbow weapon to activate. It has strong single-target damage and a piercing effect. Chikue was taken aback. It never expected that this eccentric fat guy would actually learn a crossbow skill. Caught off guard, Chike was hit in the back. The injury was severe, but it was insignificant. This is because its defense and health are both very high. However, the fact that this fat man was able to injure it is enough to show that the fat man has great talent. Not bad. I'll spare your life. With your talent, you can stay by my side as my bodyguard. Chikue turned around and arrogantly pointed at Bailey Tong, who had been knocked away. Screw you. You're such a black-haired monster. I wouldn't even want to use you as toilet paper. You'd prick my ass. Bailey Tong steadied himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and retorted without any politeness. The reason Beilatong was so angry was because his parents had been killed by a powerful dark monster. So, upon encountering the dark monster, Beilatong naturally went berserk. That fatso is causing trouble again. Cain was deeply troubled and had no choice but to fly over quickly. Despite being ganged up on by 9 supernovas, Akaki showed no fear and instead regarded them as his future bodyguards. Only a new generation of humans of this caliber is worthy of being its canine guards. So many legendary geniuses have been born in this generation of the human race. It seems that all the fortune is on my shoulders. Chikue, I will defeat you, make contracts with you, and you will all be my dogs. Watch how I rule the world and create my own divine kingdom. Chikue drew his sword. With just a simple swing, he unleashed the black dragon blade's aura, indiscriminately slashing at everyone with an extremely large attack range. Such a wide-range attack, yet the damage is still so high. Delis, quickly restore our health. Beilatong shouted. No wonder Grandpa was sweating when facing an S-class dark monster of the same level. This kind of powerful monster, coupled with a set of top-quality equipment, is practically invincible at the same level. I reckon only Brother Yu could overpower it. But Brother Yu is still in the Star Palace. I sent him a message, but he didn't respond. I guess he's encountered some trouble and can't come out for the time being. No, this dark monster's damage has a severe injury effect, and its equipment is far superior to ours. I can't heal it enough. Deli's staff was smoking from casting spells, but everyone's health bars were still below half. This was only because the dark monster showed mercy and didn't intend to kill them. Otherwise, it's estimated that after only a few rounds of fighting, everyone will be turned into corpses. Once they are defeated, the others will quickly collapse, and many people will die. Then let's abandon our defenses and focus all our efforts on killing it before it decides to kill us. Bailey Tong stopped hiding and transformed into a reckless man, fighting for his life. Others agreed and also unleashed their skills at the cost of their lives. Deli stopped healing and started unleashing damaging skills on the dark monster. Seeing that 9 people dared to use its mercy to fight it, Chikue was enraged. You lowly ants, do you truly believe I am merciful? You are not to be trifled with. Prostrate yourselves, for this is your only chance to live. After saying that, Chikue disappeared on the spot. Everyone was startled. Suddenly, Chikue appeared before Bei Run, and the demonic blade slashed down, its blade light transforming into a black dragon of death. Dragon's flash, the roar of death. Minus 14,200. Bei Run, with over 10,000 HP, was instantly killed on the spot, his body split in two, dying with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Beilatong and the others were all sweating profusely. This dark monster will really kill them. An abyss-like predicament enveloped them. They never imagined that. At this moment, it feels so close. Chapter 48, Star God Inheritance, Proof of Godhood. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. Once those 3 minutes are up, regardless of whether you submit or not, you will all be executed. Chikue sat on the throne formed by condensed thunder, looking down at the 8 supernovas. His tone was calm, but it sent chills down one's spine. How infuriating! If I had a set of epic gear, I could definitely go toe-to-toe with it. Kane gripped his staff tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. Golden Harry, are you planning to give up? When our grandfathers faced powerful dark monsters, did they ever back down because of outdated equipment? Beilatong said with a determined look in his eyes. Fatty, so what are you planning to do? Kane nodded, completely agreeing with the fat man's words. The only option now is to use that method. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Beilatong expectantly, guessing that the fat man must have a life-saving method left by the deceased son of the heaven-opening sword god. That's good now. There's hope. But who knew? Beilatong, shameless as ever, cried out for help. Brother, you! Help! I need you! Puff! Everyone felt like they were about to vomit blood. Damn it! I thought you fat guy had some amazing skills, but it turns out you were just asking for help. Lu Yu is very powerful. Their combat strength is greater than theirs. But the opponent is a dark monster with a legendary demonic blade. No matter how powerful Lu Yu is, he probably wouldn't be a match for the dark monster given the difference in equipment. Moreover, Lu Yu is still in the Star Palace. It would be a miracle if he could hear your cries for help. This side, inside the 3rd floor of the Hall of Stars. Lu Yu slowly woke up, feeling a moist, sweet, and smooth sensation in his mouth, and couldn't help but take a sip. The woman in the black veil also reacted, her delicate eyebrows furrowing slightly as she slowly woke up. When the two opened their eyes at the same time, they were immediately stunned. The two then spoke frankly to each other. Their minds went blank for a brief moment before they immediately snapped back to reality. They knew perfectly well that they were not dead, because they felt the wonderful sensation of skin-to-skin contact, and they also felt their hearts pounding. Whoosh! The woman in the black veil blushed instantly. Lu Yu also had a natural reaction to the dragon raising its head. The woman in the black veil felt a slight brush against her, cried out in surprise, and jumped up instantly. She wanted to take out new equipment from her backpack to change into, but she found that there was no extra equipment in her backpack at all. Oops! The woman in black veiled cried out in alarm and immediately opened the extraterrestrial shop, intending to buy any set of equipment to wear. Ding! Equipment cannot be purchased in the starry realm. What? The woman in the black veil broke down on the spot. She hadn't expected her equipment to be destroyed one day, so she hadn't prepared any ordinary clothes. She subconsciously turned to look at Lu Yu and found that Lu Yu was also looking at her. Under this eye contact, the woman in the black veil instinctively looked down, and this time it was Lu Yu's turn to cry out in surprise, immediately reaching out to cover his private parts. The woman in the black veil screamed, covered her face, and abruptly turned her head away. At this moment, her ears were completely red, and she was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. At this moment, Lu Yu could see the perfect figure and stunning face of the woman in the black veil clearly. Turn around right now. Don't look, or I'll gouge your eyes out. The beautiful woman in black veil had her back to Lu Yu and pointed her jade-like finger at him angrily. Ahem. I didn't mean to. The boss just self-destructed, and I was knocked unconscious by the blast. After that, I don't remember anything. We probably didn't do anything. Lu Yu did not turn around when he spoke. I know. The woman in black veil gritted her teeth and said, then immediately added, don't you have any spare equipment in your backpack? Yes, I didn't expect that equipment couldn't be purchased here. Lu Yu shrugged helplessly. He had already consigned his extra equipment to the Alliance shop, and he had also used up all the clothes he had prepared. The woman in black veil was filled with shame and indignation upon hearing this. How could this person be just like her, not even bothering to put spare equipment in their backpack? Now that she's completely naked, how is she going to leave? Furthermore, this brat who suddenly appeared got all the benefits. Although they were all unconscious before, who knows if anything actually happened between them? Thinking of this, the woman in the black veil unconsciously looked down. Oops, what am I thinking? The woman in the black veil stomped her foot in anger. At this moment, Lu Yu was admiring the alluring back of the woman in the black veil while surveying his surroundings. No matter what, he had to find something to cover himself up. But this is, after all, a place of starlight where there isn't a single hair, etc. Lu Yu suddenly noticed a lot of broken materials on the ground. They looked neither like fur nor skin, and were probably left behind by the boss after it self-destructed. Never mind. Lu Yu immediately collected these materials and used his exquisite craftsmanship to weave a skirt. Wearing it on your hips gives off a primitive vibe. This scene? What are you doing? The beautiful woman in black veil, who dared not turn around, couldn't help but ask a question. I was looking for something to cover my body. I'm all better now, so I got you two too. Just wear them for now. As he spoke, Lu Yu had already walked behind the woman in the black veil. Sensing Lu Yu standing right behind her, the woman in the black veil's heart pounded again. Not daring to turn around, she reached her hand behind her and asked, "What is that?" When she picked up the two items and looked at them, her delicate brows furrowed, and her face turned pale. This was just too embarrassing. After hesitating for a moment, the woman in the black veil had no choice but to put it on. Now look what's happened, two savages. After she finished dressing, the woman in the black veil turned around and immediately met Lu Yu's gaze. The worst thing is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Huh, what's that? Lu Yu, who was trying to break the awkward silence, suddenly noticed two items dropped by the Star God boss. Name, hidden class book, description, can directly transform any profession into a hidden profession. A hidden profession manual. Lu Yu was startled, then overjoyed. This is an extremely rare and powerful profession. The reason it is so rare is that this profession cannot be obtained through job change. There is a very low probability of triggering a hidden quest when completing an S-rank advancement quest. After completing the quest, you can get a mystery treasure chest reward. This mystery chest may contain a hidden class book as a reward. However, the Human Alliance has only one hidden class so far, the God of Creation. As for whether other factions have hidden professions, they probably don't. Otherwise, the Human Alliance wouldn't have always been dominant. Lu Yu looked at the second item. Title, Proof of God. Description, Divine Grade item. Only after advancing to the 10th tier can the trial of the God's realm be triggered. Completing the trial allows you to condense a divine spark, advance to a higher divine rank, and increase your lifespan. Active effect. Activated when placed in the inventory, refreshes the effect of any skill once, including talent skills. Cool down 30 minutes. Note, the number of proofs of God is fixed. Only when an old god falls will a new proof of God be formed, serving as the god's legacy. Upon the death of its possessor, the proof of God will always be lost. Lu Yu gasped for breath. This is truly a star god's legacy. Once you upgrade to the 10th rank and complete the trial of gods, you'll definitely become a true god of the human race. The beautiful woman in the black veil also saw the item, her stunning face revealing boundless longing. But Lu Yu directly picked up the proof of the gods. The woman in black could only stare longingly at the hidden profession book, hesitant to speak. Lu Yu wanted to acquire the hidden profession book, but received a notification that each person could only obtain one star god inheritance treasure. Lu Yu secretly lamented that it was a pity, otherwise he could have become a hidden profession. Take this hidden profession book. After all, you did put in some effort. Lu Yu did a favor by doing someone a favor. Thank you so much. The woman in black was greatly surprised. She hadn't expected such a handsome and powerful swordsman to be so generous. A hidden profession. That's an extremely rare occurrence. Could it be that he wants to take responsibility because he got something for free? Thinking of this, the woman in black blushed again, then sent Lu Yu a friend request and fled as if she were escaping. Ding! Luo Qingxian has sent you a friend request. Do you want to accept? Luo Qingxian. Her name is as beautiful as her figure. Lu Yu couldn't help but savor the memory of the smooth, fair skin and the fragrance of a virgin. Agree. Chapter 49 next. It's my turn to be your opponent. After exiting the third level, Lu Yu discovered that the entrance to the third floor had disappeared. In other words, from now on, the Palace of Stars will only have 2 floors. Beep beep beep. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly received a large number of information notifications. I opened it and took a look. They were all SOS messages from Fatty Bailatong. Brother, you help. I'm being killed by that damned dark monster. Ignoring everything else, Lu Yu summoned a Bai and rushed to provide support. Just after Lu Yu left, a Star Beast King boss has spawned at the Starlight Teleportation Array on the 2nd floor. It is in an invincible slumber state with a countdown to awakening. 365 days. This foreshadows that it will be the guardian of the starry realm when it opens again. 3 minutes are up. The dark monster, Chi Kuei, rose from his throne. None of the 8 supernovas before him chose to submit, which made the dark monster completely lose patience. Since we now know about the Star Origin Stone vein, a vast treasure trove of resources, powerful servants aren't particularly important anymore. So, Chi Kuei was no longer merciful. His demonic blade unleashed a murderous aura as he prepared to slaughter these human prodigies, using their flesh and blood as delicacies and their bones as treasures. It's over. Everyone was startled. They did consider escaping, but within the territory of the dark monsters, there was simply no chance of escape. To prevent everyone from escaping, Chi Kuei has activated the Crimson Dragon Domain, temporarily turning 100 miles around into his territory, where a large number of powerful monsters have sprung up. Certainly, Chi Kuei's domain not only has the effect of generating monsters, but also has the effect of suppressing the target and amplifying himself. It can be said that, within this domain, Chi Kuei possesses absolute dominance. Unless someone can ignore its domain, or has a more powerful magic array or domain to counteract its domain power. Chi Kuei had already raised his sword and begun chanting a skill. Everyone immediately felt as if a gate to hell was slowly opening before them. Let's fight back with all our might. Even if it means death, we must take a piece of his flesh. Cain roared. At a critical moment of life and death, we must go all out. Dragon slash, dance of death. Call out. Holding the demonic blade, Chi Kuei was like the Grim Reaper descending, cold-blooded and ruthless, proclaiming death upon everyone. In an instant, Chi Kuei appeared right in front of everyone. Amidst the flashing blades, everyone fought back with all their might, even bringing out their most trump cards, just to stop Chi Kuei's dance of death. Ding ding ding. Quick! It was so fast that the illusions were overwhelming, and we couldn't defend ourselves. Uft, uft, uft. Even with powerful defensive items and special shields, the group could only withstand a few blows at most, but Chi Kuei's dance of death continued. Without protective measures, in an instant, everyone was cut down to pieces, and no one could withstand the terrifying damage from Chi Kuei. Even someone as strong as Bailatong was quickly slashed away by a single blow due to his suppressed speed. His buttocks were slashed open with a large bloody gash, leaving his skin torn and flesh exposed. In just a few breaths, all the supernovas were severely wounded and had no chance of fighting again. Chi Kuei, whose talent was already no less than that of others, coupled with his superior equipment, made him invincible and unmatched. Dark Monster Royal Family. So incredibly powerful. Despair. Chi Kuei held the demonic blade to Bailatong's nose, his expression cold. You fatso, you have the strongest killing intent towards me. I will tear you to pieces. I'll tear your grandpa to pieces. Even if Bailatong were to die, he would choose to die with dignity, rather than be a coward, still being stubborn. Chi Kuei was furious and prepared to perform physical surgery on the fat man in front of everyone. The others coughed up blood, were desperate, and felt helpless. The dark monster slashed down with its blade. Despite his tough exterior, Bailatong was inwardly terrified, so much so that he closed his eyes. Just as the fat man was about to be struck at that very moment, a streak of light shot out from the bottom of the canyon and quickly arrived at Bailatong. Clang! The sound of swords clashing echoed throughout the room instantly. Everyone stared in astonishment. The savage appeared, shirtless, with a dirty face, disheveled hair, and wearing an unknown apron. He used his sword to block the dark monster's demonic blade. Not far behind Lu Yu, The beautiful woman in black veil also arrived at the battlefield. Upon learning that the dark monster had swept through all the prodigies, she rushed to provide support, only a step behind Lu Yu. Although she had changed into new gear, her face was still covered in dirt and her hair was disheveled, just like Lu Yu's. Bailey Tong opened his little eyes when he heard the noise. When Bailey Tong saw Lu Yu's imposing, savage figure, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears of joy. Brother Yu, you're finally back. If you had come any later, you wouldn't have seen me again. That damn black-haired monster was too much of a bully. He even chopped my butt off. Wow. Brother Yu, that's awesome. You just entered the Star Palace and brought back a sister-in-law with such a stunning figure. Bailey Tong glanced at the beautiful woman in black veil, his small eyes blinking cleverly. Big White, carry him away. Lu Yu had no time to pay attention to Bailey Tong. He stared intently at the formidable dark monster before him. This was the most powerful opponent of the same level that Lu Yu had ever encountered, far stronger than the S-level monster lord he had met in Stone City. Name, Demon Dragon Man, Crimson King. Identity, member of the Dark Monster Royal Family. Level S. Level, LV90, Tier 3. HP, 400,000. Legendary talent, Crimson Dragon Domain. Skills, Demon Dragon Slash, Dance of Death, Demon Dragon Transformation, Dark Evil Dragon Break. Introduction. From the Demon Dragon human race, one of the 7 royal families of the Dark Monster world, he possesses a legendary domain talent born with royal blood. Unless he perishes prematurely, he is destined to become the new king of the Dark City. Upon receiving the order, Dabai grabbed by Litong by the buttocks and left. Ouch, my butt's injured. Big White bro, be gentle with me. Seeing its prey being taken away, Chi Kuei did not stop it. In its view, as long as the swordsman who posed a strange threat to it was dealt with, everyone else could be trampled on at will. The last member of the duo, the swordsman with the potential to become a sword god, you finally appeared. Chi Kuei sized up Lu Yu, but Lu Yu's appearance at this moment was really too wild, lacking any sword god aura. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a savage who had found a sword. Buzz. Lu Yu directly purchased a new set of level 90 orange swordsman equipment and manifested it, which gave him a touch of extraordinary and otherworldly aura. Next, it's my turn to be your opponent. Lu Yu swatted away, Chi Kuei waved his hand and signaled the others to quickly move away and heal their wounds. Kane and the others quickly retreated. They had no chance of intervening in a battle of this level. This can be considered the pinnacle of the battle between the younger generation of humans and dark monsters. Having witnessed Lu Yu's divine power, the woman in black knew that with Lu Yu's intervention, the dark monster was doomed, so she retreated to the side. Purple Rose, this is your last chance. Once Lu Yu and the dark monster are both severely injured, quickly seize Lu Yu's genes, and preferably seize the dark monster's genes as well. Renekton also did not forget his primary task of acquiring Lu Yu's genes. Purple Rose, understanding the unspoken message, found a safe place to hide and waited for her chance. Lu Yu, you're the only human who can put pressure on me. I'm giving you a chance. If you fail, you'll become my personal guard, unlike a dog slave. No problem, if you can survive my sword. Upon hearing this, Chi Kuei paused for a moment, then let out a maniacal, wicked laugh, causing the supernovas who were healing in the distance to frown. Arrogant. What an arrogant young human. I acknowledge you, and I hope you can satisfy me. Chi Kuei unleashed the full power of the Crimson Dragon Domain, intending to completely subdue the human youth before him with absolute invincibility. A gray zone formed within the terrifying Crimson Dragon Domain, with the shadowy figures of crimson dragons constantly appearing. This dark monster's domain is incredibly powerful. Lu Yu is probably in danger. Sure, you exclaimed in shock. What are you afraid of? My brother Yu is invincible. Oh, Big White brother, I'm safe now. You can put me down now and stop carrying me around. Beilatong's buttocks were in so much pain that tears were streaming down his face. Big White, the owner only said they were taking you away, not when they would put you down. Lu Yu knew that without transforming into a sword god, it would be difficult to defeat the dark monster before him. The equipment gap was indeed too great. Talent unleashed, sword god form. At this point, Lu Yu was ready to reveal his identity as the sword god, since he had already accumulated enough gold coins. Holy crap, isn't that the hero who saved Stone City? the mysterious young sword god? He's Liu Yu. Everyone in the Human Alliance was shocked. Xian was also stunned and frozen on the spot, while Delhi's beautiful eyes shone with an unusual spring light. Is Liu Yu really that young sword god? Li Wan and the others were dumbfounded. Back in Shicheng, Liu Yu admitted that he was the young sword god, but they laughed at him for a long time. They never expected that he was the mysterious young sword god that the Alliance headquarters had issued a reward for. At this moment, they lowered their heads in shame and remorse. The big shots were always around them, but they didn't make the most of the opportunity. If God could give them a second chance, they would definitely cling to Liu Yu's leg and never let go. Sword rise. Liu Yu brandished his sword. The demon-slaying divine sword formation was released in an instant, covering the gray area with sword light, and Qi Kuei's powerful domain was suppressed instantly. How is this possible? Qi Kuei was greatly surprised. What kind of terrifying skill is this? Chapter 50 nearly made the Dark Royal family vomit. Is that an effect of his talent? No, his talent effect is transformation, so it's impossible for him to have any other active effects. It must be a special skill that comes with his transformation. As a member of the royal family of dark monsters, Qi Kuei was knowledgeable and experienced. But even so, it still seems incredible. Because of the skills that come with the transformation, it shouldn't be possible for them to suppress the effects of its legendary domain, unless the opponent's skill level exceeds 10. But that's even more unreasonable. What kind of powerful talent could come with such a terrifying skill? Mythical level. These three words popped into Qi Kuei's mind. Only a mythical talent could possibly transcend the ordinary. This guy drew a mythic level talent? Are you kidding me? Mythical level talent. Shouldn't that be a talent possessed only by gods? How long has the Blue Star world been in the era of job advancement? There's no way anyone could possibly draw a mythic level talent, etc. Could he be the reincarnation of that sword god from the ancient era of a monster world? There's an ancient legend about the Dark Royal family. A peerless swordsman once wielded a sword that chilled the darkness for billions of miles. If it weren't for the awakening of the great dark demon god who suppressed and killed them, the race of dark monsters would probably have long since disappeared from this world. The dark demon god once left a message. Although the sword god died, his soul escaped. The human youth before them, in an era where it was impossible to draw a god-level talent, had drawn one, a talent related to the god of swords. Therefore, Qi Kuei couldn't help but suspect that the other party might be the reincarnation of the ancient sword god. The sword array released by the opponent after transformation must be a sword god skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible to completely suppress its domain. Kill him. This boy must not be allowed to live. Qi Kuei was startled and panicked. If this guy were to grow to the 10th rank with his god-level talent, he would definitely sweep through the Dark City. Then, Qi Kuei unleashed his full power. Although the domain is suppressed, it does not affect its output. It believed that with a set of epic equipment and a legendary magic sword, it should be able to overpower this young sword god. Dragon transformation. Sizzle. Roar. Qi Kuei transformed into a gigantic, ugly, dark dragon tens of meters long, its body shrouded in black smoke. Its black scales refracted the starlight with a deathly glow, somewhat resembling a western lizard dragon, but far more ferocious. Under the effect of the legendary demonic blade, its claws became even sharper and came with the blade's special bleeding effect. With a single claw strike, the blackish-gray claw blades were visible to the naked eye, as if the sky itself had been torn apart. This dark monster is incredibly powerful. All the supernovas were secretly alarmed. Even if the opponent had the same equipment as them, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat it. The dark monsters are known as the nightmare of humanity, and this is no joke. Only the beautiful woman in the black veil, though surprised by the power of the dark monster, only showed a fleeting moment of surprise. Because she used the Star God's Legacy hidden class book, she has advanced to a higher level hidden class, and her talents have also changed, perfectly matching the class. It can be said that she was confident she could stand up to the dark monster. But at most, it's 46%. Equipment is ultimately a fatal flaw. Démonstrer sword, drawing technique. Just one sword strike. Liu Yu severed the dragon's wings, and the demon-sealing effect attached to this divine sword skill directly caused Qi Kuei's dragon transformation to end prematurely. Impossible. He actually has two such powerful sword techniques. The blood flowing from Chi Kuei's back was purplish-black, completely different from the green blood of the monsters that have been born from it. Although it has lost a large chunk of its health, it still has the strength to fight. But the next second, a sky full of flying swords appeared above its head. And Lu Yu, the incantation is complete. Raise your hand to unleash the third sword god skill, Divine Sword Storm. When Lu Yu makes a move, he goes all out to kill. Lu Yu knew that when dealing with such a powerful dark monster, he couldn't give it even the slightest breathing time. Otherwise, it might have a special way of quickly restoring its health to full. A terrifying divine sword appeared. At this moment, in Chi Kuei's eyes, there was nothing but swords. These sharp swords all have a penetrating effect, surrounding it so that it had nowhere to retreat. Damn it! If this continues, I will surely die by his sword. With the severe injury effect of a monster-slaying divine sword formation, Chi Kuei's healing speed could not keep up with Lu Yu's rate of consumption. There's no other way but to resort to dark secret techniques. Chi Kuei immediately made a decision, burning the demonic dragon blood within his body to form a peculiar blood shield. This is a unique dragon blood technique of the Dark Dragon Man race. Although it will weaken you for a long time after use, it can save your life in critical moments. Ding ding ding. The divine sword that could have injured Chi Kuei could now only inflict a forced 1 point of damage. Lu Yu's gaze narrowed slightly. I never expected the other party to have such a way to save their life. This black hair monster is really strong. It seems, brother, you won't be able to defeat that dark monster instantly. Beilatong was still being carried by Dabai, but after being healed a few times by the other priests, the bleeding from his buttocks temporarily stopped. Soon, the effects of Lu Yu's 3 great sword skills have expired. The transformation effect, has worn off. Cough cough, since you failed to kill me, it's your turn to die. Chi Kuei knelt on the ground, extremely weak, with only 1% of his health remaining, but his face was full of a victorious smile. Even without the sword god form, I can still kill you instantly. Lu Yu stood on his sword. Although the design isn't great, it still gives off an incredibly sharp and domineering feeling. With the special effect of the Proof of God, Lu Yu can completely transform into the sword god once again. No matter how many trump cards this dark monster has, it will only face certain death. Then try and kill me instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Kuei took out a mysterious item from his backpack and said with a wicked smile, "This is the treasure I obtained on the first floor of the Star Palace, the Starry Sky Horn, which can summon star beasts." What? Everyone's expression changed. Summon a star beast? Oh no, we have to stop it. But Chi Kuei has already sounded the horn of the starry sky, and mysterious star runes have formed a huge star array in the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, tens of thousands of star beasts from the starry realm were summoned, forming a massive star beast army that surrounded everyone. The enormous size of that beast was awe-inspiring. Roar! The star beasts roared to the sky, their thunderous roar like a torrent of lightning, causing everyone to cover their ears in pain, their heads buzzing. My God, so many star beasts? How are we going to deal with this? Some people trembled with fear. These star beasts are much harder to deal with than Lord monsters. High HP, strong defense, and excellent control. Once they launch continuous control, combined with the monster lord's attack, the consequences are unimaginable. The woman in the black veil also changed her expression. With so many star beasts gathered together and obeying the commands of the dark monster, their control effects alone would be enough to sweep everyone away. Lu Yu became very serious. He guessed that the treasure on the first floor of the Star Palace had been obtained by the dark monster, but he didn't expect it to be a one-time item for summoning star beasts. This is going to be difficult. Even if he were to transform into a sword god again, with a 70% control reduction effect, he would probably still be controlled to death. This isn't just a few hundred star beasts, it's tens of thousands. You can't kill them all in an instant. All star beasts, heed my command. Control that swordsman, control everyone. Chi Kuei gave the order, then looked at the monster's subordinates and shouted, "You bunch of useless trash, cooperate with the star beasts and wipe them out." Yes, a group of monster lords accepted the order, their blood spilled. Just then, Xiao Hong stood up in the pet space, twisted her neck, and clenched her paws. A strange wave emanated from Xiao Hong's forehead, and all the star beasts that were preparing to release control, sound waves trembled and looked in horror in Lu Yu's direction. Bang! The starry sky horn in Chi Kuei's hand suddenly exploded. This was a shocking turn of events. The monsters were dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Li was also full of questions. The next second, the star beasts instantly rebelled, unleashing control sonic waves at the monster, leaving everyone stunned. What's going on? No. Red Kuei didn't know what had happened, but without the starry sky horn, it had lost all hope of victory. Lu Yu snapped out of his daze and quickly seized the opportunity to completely annihilate the dark monster. Soon, under the strange and rebellious influence of the star beasts, none of the Lord monsters could escape and were easily blasted to death by the group. Holy crap! Brother Yu, you're amazing. How did you do that? Beilatong flew to Lu Yu's side without regard for his image. I didn't do anything. Do you believe me? Lu Yu said seriously. I understand. You don't know anything. Lu Yu looked around, but found nothing, which could only be attributed to the star god's inheritance. It's possible that the star horn encountered someone who inherited the star god's legacy, resulting in a backlash effect. It could be considered a blessing from the star god. Brother Yu, quickly check if the dark monster has dropped any equipment. Bailey Tong laughed hurriedly. Lu Yu arrived at the corpse of the dark monster, where an item emitting a red light was glittering. Epic. Chapter 51 Hidden Class, Star Warrior. Lu Yu thought it was an epic level equipment, but when he picked it up, it turned out to be a bag-like item. Name, Space Bag Prop. Rarity, Epic. Effect, opens a huge space to store non-living items. It turned out to be an epic item. It seems that it's true that monsters don't drop equipment of orange quality or higher. At this time, the epic level equipment and the level 90 legendary magic sword on the dark monster Chi Kuei disappeared automatically, which must have been done by the mysterious power of the monster world. It's hard to say whether this isn't the power of monsters above level 10, but rather a way to prevent humans from obtaining orange level or higher equipment by killing monsters. Brother Yu, quickly check what's inside. Maybe there's some epic equipment. Beilatong's small eyes gleamed. Epic level equipment. One of these items is enough to drive countless people crazy. Lu Yu opened it, and immediately a dazzling starlight overflowed. This is so many star origin stones. A whole bag full of star origin stones. That number is easily in the millions. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong stared wide-eyed. Lu Yu was wondering why the dark monster hadn't dropped a single star origin stone after he killed it. It turns out they were all in this spatial bag. Brother Yu, it's safe, completely safe. We can easily take the top 2 spots with any one of our pieces. Bailey Tong smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Lu Yu nodded. At the same time, Lu Yu became even more certain that the starlight teleportation array on the 2nd floor of the Star Palace was for teleporting to the star origin stone vein. Otherwise, this dark monster could not have obtained so many star origin stones in just a few days. Based on this one piece of intelligence alone, that's enough for the League to reward me handsomely. Ensure Zhan Wu's words. That means he could be a hero of the human race. After putting the spatial bag into his backpack, Lu Yu came over to the group and said, "The monster has been defeated. Everyone can go and search for the star origin stone without worry. Thank you so much for saving my life, sir." Sure Yu and the others expressed their sincere gratitude and took their leave one by one. Although reluctant, St. Peter still expressed his gratitude and then led his team away to search for the star origin stone. Now that the monster threat is gone, they can search with peace of mind. Only the woman in the black veil did not leave. Instead, she came to Lu Yu's side and expressed her desire to join Lu Yu's team. Lu Yu didn't refuse and directly pulled her into the team. He still needed to find a way to prevent her from revealing that he had obtained the proof of God. Beilatong chuckled to himself, glancing occasionally at the woman in the black veil and then at Brother Yu, giving him a knowing look. "What should I call you, sister-in-law?" Whoosh. Beilatong's words caused the woman in the black veil to blush instantly. But fortunately, the veil concealed her face, preventing anyone from noticing. "Don't use those names." The woman in black veiled said coquettishly, then removed her concealing mask, revealing her name, occupation, and rank. Name, Luo Qingxian. Hidden class, Star Warrior. Level, LV90, Tier 3. Holy crap, a hidden class? Beilatong's little eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. Is the mysterious beauty that Brother Yu brought back a hidden profession just like his grandfather? What the hell? Which organization secretly cultivated this super prodigy? I've never heard of that. A hidden profession. This is the second hidden profession he has ever seen, aside from his grandfather. Star Warrior? Lu Yu pondered for a moment. Na Luo Qingxian's original profession was martial artist, a special profession characterized by combos. There are very few restrictions on equipment. Unlike mages who can only use staves and swordsmen who can only use swords, this class has a wide variety of weapons, including gauntlets, swords, and clubs depending on which skill you specialize in. Moreover, it doesn't require top-tier equipment to deal massive damage, making it one of the most popular classes for casual players. But the prerequisite is that you must have extremely high martial arts talent, just like Luo Qingxian, who can unleash a perfect 12-hit combo at the highest level of the 3rd tier. Otherwise, then the true explosive power of a martial artist cannot be unleashed. Now that Luo Qingxian has become a hidden profession, her skills will also be upgraded to hidden skills. Her overall combat power is definitely second only to him, and even stronger than the Fat Man. It's nothing. On the 3rd floor of the Star Palace, we joined forces to defeat the Guardian boss, and each obtained the Star God's inheritance. She obtained the Hidden Profession book. Lu Yu gave a casual explanation. What? Beilatong's expression was exaggerated. Brother Yu, why didn't you invite me to this? Wah, I should have followed you all the way. Beilatong regretted it. I'm so regretful. If he goes in with them, he might also gain some kind of Star God inheritance or obtain a Hidden Profession book. Unfortunately, there's no going back. No. From now on, whenever we venture into secret realms or special places, we must stick close to Brother Yu. I want to be Brother Yu's personal medicated plaster. Brother Yu, what did you get? Your profession didn't become a hidden profession. What I received is something that is temporarily useless. I can only use it after reaching level 10. Oh, it's not working. What is that thing? It's just proof. You'll see later. Luo Qingxian rolled her beautiful eyes. The proof from God is still useless? Believe it or not, if this news gets out, it will directly trigger a civil war among the human race, and all the 10th tier powerhouses will fight to the death for it. In this way, everyone went off to search for the Star Origin Stone. Lu Yu and his 2 companions rowed Big White into the Star Sea to search for the Star Source Stone. After all, few people dare to search for Star Origin Stones at the bottom of the sea, because the sea is home to the most star beasts, so there are quite a few Star Origin Stones at the bottom of the sea. Delis hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped herself. She also deeply regretted it. She had previously declined an invitation from Beilatong to join the team. This refusal meant that she completely missed the chance to curry favor with Lu Yu. On the other side, Purple Rose returned to Renekton's side and shook her head helplessly. I thought it would be a close battle to the death, but we underestimated Lu Yu's fighting power. He even beat the dark monster to a pulp. I didn't find an opportunity. Renekton didn't blame Purple Rose. He had witnessed the entire battle. It seems we can only collect Star Origin Stones first, and then ask the Guildmaster for instructions when we get back. With that, Renekton tossed the corpse of the dark monster, Crimson King, to Purple Rose. Although we can't get Lu Yu's genes, obtaining the corpse of the dark monster is still a great game. Purple Rose, while it's still hot, perhaps we'll have a chance to get the dark monster's genes. Great. Then, Purple Rose, carrying Crimson Lord's corpse, found a secluded spot and began a frenzied bloodbath. Brother Lu Yu, is that the Moon White Dragon Steed, the number 1 S-rank mount on the mount ranking list? It's so beautiful. Luo Qingxian's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. That's right. Lu Yu did not deny it. Brother Yu, why don't you give it to your wife as a token of your love? Snap. Lu Yu was furious and slapped the fat man hard on the back of the head. You talk too much. Ouch. Sister-in-law, save me. Beilatong looked aggrieved. Luo Qingxian smiled, pursing her lips. This smile? She was as beautiful as an angel. Lu Yu couldn't help but peek several times. However, there was a hint of disappointment in Luo Qingxian's eyes, and she didn't know what was wrong with her. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, a star beast appeared in front of them on the seabed, and Lu Yu and his 2 companions began to fight the star beast and obtain Star Source Stones. Time flies. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the Starry Realm will then close. At this time, the 3 great war gods of the Alliance headquarters have gathered in the square. Their dignified expressions carried a hint of tension. Although this generation is hailed as the Golden Generation, the monsters are no pushovers either. It remains to be seen whether half of them will survive. Not long after, the starry realm above the sky erupted with infinite starlight, and the entrance began to close. Immediately afterwards, starlight teleportation arrays have appeared on the once empty square. They're back. Chapter 52. My grandson has the same style as I did back then. In previous years, the survival rate was less than 10%, and we only brought back about 10,000 Star Origin Stones. Star Origin Stones have long been in short supply. I hope we can break the record this time. The god Hodman made his prediction. Yes, as time goes by, the monsters are becoming stronger and stronger. Once a new king is born in the Dark City, our human race will once again enter the Dark Ages. Hopefully they can bring back 40,000 Star Origin Stones this time, so we can use an extra 10,000 to build the magic array cannon and attack that place again. Dragon Blood War god, Shi Tianxing, also looked somewhat nervous, as this was a moment that concerned the entire human alliance's strategy. 40,000? Old Shi, you're overestimating them. Even though they're the golden generation, they'll be lucky to bring back 20,000. The heaven-opening sword god, Bailey Songfeng, knew that the monsters were becoming increasingly powerful, and their new generation was definitely stronger than in previous years. During the conversation, everyone has returned. First, look at the quantity. There were more than 6,000 people. What's going on? More than 60% of them came back. A survival rate of over 60%? How is that possible? The three war gods were all stunned. The other bigwigs at headquarters were also dumbfounded. The entire square fell silent instantly. Only the younger generation was talking in hushed tones, their faces beaming with smiles of relief after a near-death experience. There is discussion about the number of Star Origin Stones obtained. There is discussion about Lu Yu. Some were discussing sharing the good news with their families after the trials were over. Quiet down, everyone. Line up now and place your Star Origin Stones on the ground one by one so that we can register and confirm your trial rankings. After a while, Shi Zhanwu finally stepped forward to take charge of the event. Then everyone took out the Star Origin Stones from their backpacks one by one. In an instant, the vast square was sparkling with stars. My God, so many? The bigwigs were dumbfounded once again. They only glanced at it and found that the minimum was more than 10 Star Origin Stones. Does that mean that the minimum guarantee this time is nearly 100,000 Star Origin Stones? Holy crap. Are these new generation members really that fierce? Did they all perfectly avoid the monster attacks? Or did the dark monster not go to the starry realm this time? There were staff members in charge of registration who were quickly registering everyone, and the registration was completed in no time. Kane, Xinyuan Qi, Sid E, Delis, Lu Yu, Bailey Tong. Where are yours, the six of you? Why aren't you taking them out? Shi Zhanwu walked over. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong exchanged a smile. They weren't in a hurry. They wanted to be the last to submit their proposal, and they only needed to get a little more than the other four. Kane and the others then stepped forward, each presenting their spoils. They knew that first and second place would definitely belong to Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, and the four of them could only compete for the bottom three. This means that one supernova will be eliminated and will not be able to obtain a ticket to the secret realm. Wow, so many. Delis was the first to take out a Star Origin Stone, and Shi Zhanwu couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. 5,269. This is more than 1,000 more Star Origin Stones that she obtained back then. Seeing the number of Star Origin Stones of the other three, Shi Zhanwu was greatly shocked, as they all had more than she had back then. Situyi, Beishbinuchuzitmish. Zwanyuanki, 5,400. Kane, 6,125. When Delis saw the number of Star Origin Stones the other three had, she immediately looked dejected. She had lost and only got 6th place. However, Delis quickly put on a smile again. In her view, being able to come back alive this time was the best reward. Haha, good. Excellent. You truly are my darling grandson. My grandson has the same style I had back then. Seeing his grandson Kane acquire so many Star Origin Stones, the celestial Lord Hodman burst into uncharacteristically smug laughter. The three war gods then disregarded their status, and for the first time, personally stepped down from the high platform to stand before the new generation. A bumper harvest. What a bountiful harvest. With so many Star Origin Stones, the magic arrays in all the Alliance's war zones can operate for a long time, and it can even build a few more magic array cannons for the lower war zones. Bailey Zongfeng's eyes were filled with envy for Howard Man. Look at other people's grandsons, and then look at your own grandsons. How come there's such a big difference between them? You unfilial grandson, what about yours? Everyone then turned to look at Bailey Tong and Lu Yu. The new generation is eager to know just how many star origin stones the strongest duo has obtained. Meanwhile, the other big shots who were unaware of the situation simply thought that the only grandson of the heavenly sword god hadn't gained anything and was too embarrassed to show off. As for Lu Yu, they also assumed that, like Beilatong, they had gained nothing. But when Lu Yu took it out first, all the big shots were stunned. This 10,000. Sure, Zhanwu counted several times. That's right. It really is 10,000. No. How did this ordinary young swordsman obtain nearly twice as many star origin stones as Cain? How'd he do it? Not to mention her. Even the three war gods were full of questions. Grandpa, you'd better keep your word. Beilatong originally wanted to take out 20,000, but after thinking about it, he took out 10,001 instead. He would find an opportunity to exchange the rest for good things with his grandfather later. Perfect. Upon seeing his grandson produce 10,001 star origin stones, Bailey Zongfeng was first stunned, then wondered if he was hallucinating. A while later, he truly lives up to his reputation as the grandson of Bailey Zongfeng. My grandson has the same style as me back in the day. Haman rolled his eyes. You bastard, the god of creation. Are you using my lines to insult me? In this way, Beilatong won first place in this Crimson Trial. His name was engraved on the Crimson Trial Monument as a memento, and he will enjoy a reward from the Alliance every year. Lu Yu also successfully obtained the ticket to the Misty Secret Realm, but the Misty Secret Realm will not open for another 6 months. As for the other reward from the Alliance, Lu Yu didn't care much for them. They were just pets or equipment rewards, which he already had. Soon, everyone received generous rewards from the Alliance, and even Li Wan and others each received a set of at least green quality tier 3 equipment, greatly increasing their strength. Delis, who was not originally eligible for a ticket, was exceptionally rewarded with one by the three war gods, which made her very happy. The new generation who have obtained tickets to the secret realm, stay here. Everyone else, return to your respective battle zones. The three war gods then led Lu Yu and his 6 companions to the highest conference room at headquarters. Shi Zhanwu and a group of alliance leaders also came over. They were all curious. What exactly happened to everyone in the Starry Realm that resulted in such a huge harvest and high survival rate? This time, the Crimson Trial brought back more than 100,000 star origin stones, which is more than 10 times more than in previous years. This is unreasonable. The Golden Generation shouldn't be this awesome. Cain, as the leader of this Crimson Trial, tell us what happened inside that led to your tremendous gains. Hodman looked at his grandson, but Cain stood up and shook his head, saying, Grandpa, I'm not qualified to say this. Let Bailey Tong or Boss Lu Yu say it. The bigwigs were dumbfounded. What's going on? Cain said he wasn't qualified? Besides, who the hell is this Lu Yu guy? Beilatong chuckled sheepishly, feeling for the first time how pleasant it was to be flattered by the golden retriever. My dear grandson, stop laughing and tell me what happened. Bailey Zongfeng was also very curious. After receiving a signal from Brother Yu, Beilatong slowly stood up, coughed twice, drank a glass of 1982 Coke, and then blurted out. Actually, there's not much to say. It's just that my eldest brother, the brave, invincible, and dashing young Supreme Lu Yu, slew the Dark Monster and wiped out the Lord Monster. The big shots. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My Brother Yu is the young sword god who saved Stone City, and also the owner of the number 1 Moon White Dragon steed on the mount ranking list. That's all I have to say. Bailey Tong sat down with a smug look on his face. The bigwigs were completely petrified on the spot. Chapter 53 was full of surprises. My old heart couldn't take it all. Did Lu Yu slay the Dark Monster? Did they wipe out the other boss monsters? An S-class Dark Monster. The royalty among monsters. The three war gods know firsthand how difficult it is to kill this monster. It can be said that, even in a one-on-one fight, or even in a group attack, it's difficult to kill an S-class Dark Monster. Just being able to protect oneself is already a feat. In the history of the Human Alliance's class advancement, they have yet to achieve the remarkable feat of successfully slaying an S-rank Dark Monster. Unexpectedly, this blank record can finally be added today. Shi Zhanwu looked at Lu Yu with even more fervent eyes. Such an extraordinary young man could not help but ignite the passion of a warrior like her. Her expression at this moment was exactly the same as when Shi Yu first met Lu Yu. Both of them wanted to witness Lu Yu's power. However, since this was the highest conference room, she managed to restrain herself. Is what Beilatong said true? Dragon Blood War God, sure. Tianxing looked at the other supernovas. All the supernovas nodded in agreement. It was true. The three war gods stood up immediately, their faces still filled with disbelief and immense surprise. Upon learning of what had happened in the Starry Sky realm, the three war gods immediately asked everyone else to leave the meeting room, while the three war god juniors, Beilatong, Kane, and Shi Zhanwu, stayed behind. Young brother, could you transform into a sword god and show this old man your skills? Bailey Zongfeng spoke with great anticipation. Sword god senior, please take a look. Now that everyone knows, Lu Yu decided to openly display his potential, believing that the stronger his potential, the more attention he would receive from the big shots. Buzz. Once in his sword god form, Lu Yu's entire body was filled with sword energy, and his mere presence exuded immense sword might. Especially Bailey Zongfeng, as a hidden swordsman, could clearly feel how pure Lu Yu's sword aura was, more than 10 times purer than his own. This was the true potential of a sword god. He is far superior to this self-proclaimed sword god. It really is the young swordsman who appeared in Stone City. The god Hodman was amazed. They mobilized the Human Alliance's energy to find the owner of the S-Mount Moon White Dragon Steed and issued a large bounty to find a Stone City sword god, only to discover that he was an unknown newcomer. Bailey Zongfeng had some understanding of this new generation. Last time I went to the F-War zone to find my grandson, I learned that my grandson was getting close to a commoner swordsman named Lu Yu. I never expected that this commoner swordsman had the potential to become a true sword god. Such talent must be god-level talent. The human race has produced an unprecedented god-level talent class changer, and now the human race's wish to drive out the monsters and restore their homeland may be realized. Suddenly, Bailey Zongfeng looked at his grandson Bailey Tong, puffed out his beard, and glared at him, saying, "Did you already know this all along?" "Yes. But back then I told Grandpa that I had a super awesome big brother in the F-War zone, and you beat me up right away. I remember Grandpa saying that you become stronger when you're near the strong and weak when you're near the weak. He told me to learn more from Kane and Sister Zhanwu." Bailey Tong's sincere gaze made Bailey Zongfeng feel embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. Nonsense. When did Grandpa ever say that those who are close to the strong become strong and those who are close to the weak become weak? Besides, Grandpa didn't even know that the elder brother you swore brother to was this young sword god Lu Yu. Bailey Zongfeng glared at his troublesome grandson, then looked at Lu Yu with a smile. Having confirmed Lu Yu's identity as the young sword god and learned the whereabouts of the S-Class mount, the Moon White Dragon Steed, the Human Alliance can now make some changes to its major strategies. As long as Lu Yu's level is raised, why should the human race be unable to restore their homeland? Perhaps one day, the human race can even launch a counterattack against a monster world and create a brand new future. We must do everything we can to cultivate Lu Yu. Lu Yu, we three old guys won't beat around the bush. You have god-level talent and are the future of our human race. We plan to nurture you with all our might. Once you advance to the 10th rank, you will become the 4th war god of our human alliance. What do you think? Just name your conditions. The 3 war gods immediately expressed their intentions, looking somewhat nervous, fearing that Lu Yu would refuse. Shi Zhanwu and Kane were speechless. This was the first time they had ever seen the 3 war gods so nervous, especially for a new generation. But when I thought about how Lu Yu was a genuine god-level talent, with the potential to become a sword god, I felt relieved. As long as Lu Yu is willing to fight for the human race, even if he is not a member of the Human Alliance, the 3 war gods will probably make an exception and make him the 4th war god. It's no exaggeration to say that if Lu Yu were to unify the alliance and surpass the god of war, the 3 gods of war would agree without hesitation. Because, in their hearts, the future of humanity surpasses everything. 3 seniors. I had already made my decision before the Starry Sky Illusion Realm closed. What I pursue is very simple. Nothing more than 2 things. The peace and happiness of my family and becoming the first carefree sword immortal in the Blue Star world. So, I could be the 4th war god of the Human Alliance, but on the condition that I have absolute freedom. I will participate in important battles, just like the duties of a monster hunter. Liu is also very outspoken. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Unless it's a life or death battle for the human race. We will never let you take action before you advance to the 10th rank. In addition, we will grant you special privileges in our personal capacity. You can go to all war zones and battlefields without applying. We will also arrange your skill books, equipment, battle pets, gems, gold coins, and leveling up helpers. The three war gods were happier than ever before. With such a future sword god joining, the future of humanity is infinitely bright, and its fortune will reach its most prosperous level in history. Equipment, battle pets, gems, and gold coins are not necessary for the three seniors, but skill books are fine. As for the manpower for leveling up, there is no need to arrange it. Beilatong is enough. As he spoke, Liu deactivated his equipment concealment, revealing his full set of level 90 orange gear, radiating a captivating orange glow. The three war gods were all dumbfounded. A complete set of tier 3 swordsman orange gear? How did you swipe it? Even if you can slay dark monsters and instantly kill other tier 3 bosses, this drop rate is just too outrageous. Did you buy this from an overseas online store? But that doesn't make sense either. A set of tier 3 orange gear like this would cost at least several 100,000 gold coins. Liu probably doesn't have that much money. But considering that Liu has already drawn a god-level talent, and even obtained an S-level mount, Moon White Dragon Steed, his luck must be extremely high, and it's possible that he might even get a set of swordsman orange gear. We don't need to assign people to level up, but you will level up quickly, and your equipment will be upgraded quickly as well. In the future, every time you advance to the next tier, we will prepare a set of orange equipment with gems for you in advance. This is the only thing we can do. Seeing that the three war gods were determined to give it to him, Liu could no longer refuse. However, Liu didn't take it for nothing and immediately offered 100,000 star origin stones as a reward. Oh my god, you still have so many star origin stones. Hodman exclaimed in surprise, disregarding his image. To be honest, I found the star source stone vein in the starry illusion realm. It's on the second floor of the Star Palace beneath the Central Star Domain Grand Canyon. There's a starlight teleportation array there, which should be the way to the star source stone vein. Liu once again delivered a major shock to the three great war gods. What? You even found the star origin stone vein. The breathing of the three war gods changed instantly. Extremely urgent. There were so many surprises. My old heart couldn't take it for a moment. Excellent. Excellent. You truly deserve to be called a great hero of our human alliance, Liu. Humanity will forever remember your achievements. After recovering, the three war gods were overjoyed. Star Origin Stone Vein. Controlling the Star Origin Stone Vein is equivalent to having absolute security. It's safe. Now the human race is completely secure. And all of this was brought about by the young hero before us. After everything is settled, Dragon Blood War God Shi Tianqing couldn't help but shamelessly ask, Brother Liu, is there something I can discuss with you? Could you sell me your mount? Chapter 54, even marrying my granddaughter Xiao will be fine. I am Sora, Senior War God. Big White is not just my mount, but also my partner. I will not sell her. Liu immediately refused. Although Big White and Little Red are not very effective against monsters, Liu likes them very much. After spending many days together, I've long considered them close companions. I was being presumptuous. Upon hearing this, the resolute Dragon Blood War God, Shi Tianqing, immediately expressed his deep apology. Really, for most job changers, pets are merely replaceable means of assistance. They will immediately switch to a better pet if one becomes available. But for some job changers, pets are their companions, even comrades and family members. For example, Shi Tianqing himself treats his battle pets and mounts as comrades in arms. The reason why Shi Tianqing was so eager to obtain the Moon White Dragon Steed was so that he could successfully conquer that place. This has always been the wish of the three great war gods, but it has been slow to succeed. If we have the Moon White Dragon Steed paired with the Dragon Blood War God, we can make up for the Dragon Blood War God's lack of speed and have a great chance of taking that dangerous place. At this time, the Heaven-Opening Sword God stepped in to smooth things over, saying, Young friend Liu, actually Old Shi didn't want to possess your mount. He was also thinking of the human race. In a battlefield outside the region, there's a naturally dangerous place not far from us. If we can take it, we can build it into the second alliance headquarters and form a pincer movement with the S-War Zone. By attacking the monsters in the two areas from both sides and cutting off the support of other monsters, the first natural line of defense can be formed there, and this place will become the second line of defense. In this way, the security of the S-Zone is greatly improved, and more resources are available to do more things. But taking that dangerous place will be very difficult. It will require at least the three of us to work together, and there is a time limit. Because once we launch an attack, the Tier 10 S-Rank Dark Monsters will inevitably attack the S-War Zone. If we can't retreat in time, then even if we take that dangerous place, it will be meaningless. Old Hwa's Angel Mount is quite special. It's only for Old Hwa to ride. I can fly on my sword at a decent speed, comparable to an S-Rank mount, but Old sure can't. He's a warrior, and speed is his weakness. If any one of the three of us retreats too late, we won't be able to hold the S-War Zone. We've tried all sorts of methods before, but none of them worked. We need at least one more S-Class mount to be confident. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu suddenly realized what was going on. I knew it. Everything was fine. Why does the Dragonblood God of War want to buy his own Big White? So that's how it is. However, selling Big White to Dragonblood War God is out of the question. We can only hope to get an S-Class mount pet egg. As for temporary borrowing, then forget it. What if something goes wrong and Baymax doesn't come back? It just requires spending some money. It only takes a little time. Please wait a moment, seniors. As he spoke, Liu Yu went to the side and frantically bought pet treasure chests. Everyone assumed that Liu Yu was considering whether or not to sell the Moon White Dragon Steed, since it was an S-Class mount and required careful consideration. Ding! You have spent 1 billion gold coins to purchase 10 million pet treasure chests, plus 99 to unlock. Ding! Congratulations on opening a D-grade mount pet egg. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 1 fragment of the epic pet equipment, Howling Moon Scale Armor. Ding! Congratulations on opening an 8-star battle pet egg. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 1 fragment of the epic pet equipment, the Gilded Fire Helmet. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations on opening an S-rank mount pet egg. And there you have it. Liu Yu smiled. It took 1 billion gold coins to get an S-class mount pet egg. My luck wasn't as good as the first time. That's understandable, though. The probability of getting a top-tier pet from opening treasure chests is too low. Otherwise, the bigwigs of all the major forces have already started developing their own top-tier pets, so there shouldn't be only a handful of them left. Senior Dragonblood War God, I suddenly remembered that I have an S-grade mount pet egg in my backpack. I can sell it to you. After saying that, Liu Yu took out the pet egg. GAA. Everyone was petrified. Holy crap. Brother Yu, you even have an S-class mount. Beilatong's expressions were quite varied. Liu Yu has 2 S-class mounts? Could he be any more monstrous? Sure, Zhanwu and Cain, as grandsons of the God of War, were as dumbfounded as country bumpkins who had never seen the world before. The 3 war gods had incredibly sharp eyes. It was obvious at a glance. Liu Yu didn't suddenly remember this. He probably just opened a pet treasure chest. But that was enough to stun them. Half an hour. How many pet chests would I have to open? Good heavens. Just how many gold coins does Liu Yu have? It seems that besides his godlike talent, Liu Yu is hiding an even bigger secret. However, the 3 war gods will not inquire about it or investigate it. As long as Liu Yu cares about the human race, whatever the secret may be, it will be a good thing for the entire human race. Doesn't Liu Yu care a lot about his family? Then start with his family. Give them enough treatment and privileges. And Liu Yu will take this into consideration and be completely committed to the alliance through thick and thin. The 3 war gods were a little envious when they thought about how Liu Yu had directly obtained an S-class mount. As war gods, they had spent over 10 billion gold coins trying to unlock an S-class mount, but they hadn't succeeded. This was only possible with the support of the entire alliance's gold coins. Otherwise, who could afford it? In this way, Dragonblood War God successfully obtained an S-class mount. Sure, Tianxing originally wanted to use gold coins to buy it, but Liu Yu had no shortage of gold coins, so he said, Senior, I still have quite a few gold coins. Can I use something else instead? Anything else? Young friend Liu, just name it. Even marrying my granddaughter Xiao would be fine. She's 25 this year and doesn't have a boyfriend yet. I think you two would be a perfect match. Puff. Everyone nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wow, you old fool. I always thought you were a simpleton, but I never expected you to be so cunning, even managing to arrange your granddaughter's marriage. Bailey Zongfeng and the two elders, Howard, were internally ranting and raving. It's a pity they don't have granddaughters. Otherwise, they would definitely try to win over Lu Yu as their grandson-in-law. Grandpa, what are you saying? When did I ever say I was going to get married? At this moment, Shi Zhanwu, who possessed the aura of a female war goddess, also blushed, a rare occurrence for her. What's this all about? I'm 25, he's 18. There's a 7-year age difference between us. If they get married, they will be a couple where the woman is older than the man. The thought of an older sister sleeping in the same bed with a younger brother and having to call him husband is embarrassing. Men should marry when they are of age, and women should marry when they are of age. This is an unchanging principle since ancient times. Besides, young friend Lu has unlimited potential. Although he is a little young, he is already an adult, which is just right. Seeing that her grandfather's words were getting more and more outrageous, Shi Zhanwu was so ashamed that she couldn't stay there any longer. She quickly fled the scene and eavesdropped outside the door. Ahem, Senior Shi, I'm still young and have no plans to get married for the time being. I just want to ask you to take care of my former high school homeroom teacher, Jean Rawajia, and to arrange for my two younger sisters to enter the best schools. I have no other intentions. Oh, is that so? That's a real pity. No problem. I'll arrange it for you personally. Then thank you very much, Senior. Lu Yu was both amused and exasperated, discovering for the first time that the majestic dragon blood war god also had an adorable side. While Shi Zhanwu, who was eavesdropping outside the door, breathed a sigh of relief, she was also a little annoyed. She was considered an S-class beauty, both elegant and sweet, with a curvaceous figure, yet this little brother hadn't taken a liking to her. This matter is settled. Lu Yu is also preparing to return to the F-War zone to level up. Young friend Lu, this is the War God's token. With this token, you have the highest authority in all war zones. Bailey Zongfeng handed Lu Yu a gold token. Hee, Grandpa, I'm going with Brother Yu now. Please take good care of yourself. Bailey Tong laughed heartlessly. This time, Bailey Zongfeng didn't stop him anymore. He decided to let his grandson grow on his own. With Lu Yu by his side, his future achievements wouldn't be too bad. After Lu Yu and Bailey Tong left, Bailey Zongfeng regained his serious demeanor and summoned a group of high-ranking officials to begin a new meeting. I'll mainly talk about two things this time. First, the investigation into the monster invasion of Stone City has yielded final results. Second, the entire army is on high alert, and we are restarting our strategic plan to attack Tianqian Pass. Chapter 55, Undercurrents. According to the final investigation results, special teleportation traces were found deep in the 100-eyed demon cave on the fourth front. These traces are exactly the same as the deep pit found outside Stone City. Through testing and analysis, it is found that it contains modern technology similar to the space node delivery technology mastered by our human alliance. This technology is based on our advanced mission projection boss, combined with special magic array fusion technology and prop research. It can project life forms at a distance, and the projected life forms will be randomly restricted by a rule of the monster world for a certain period of time. So the reason why those siege monsters only drop items and not experience is probably due to the effect of physical delivery. To sum it up in one sentence, the monster invasion of Stone City involved human intervention. And looking at all the forces outside the realm, apart from our human alliance, only a few other major forces have this capability. The words of the god Hodman shocked everyone present. The fact that human forces have joined forces with monsters to launch an invasion of Stone City is an unforgivable crime. Could it be the Black Vatican? Tu Tianwei spoke first. He was an unparalleled killing god, a swordsman's confidant, and his first suspicion was that it was the work of those damned fallen men of the Black Church. But Bailey Zongfeng rejected it. If the Black Vatican had that ability, they would have already joined forces with monsters to launch continuous sneak attacks. It shouldn't be them. Everyone thought about it and agreed. The Black Vatican is essentially a lackey trained by the Dark Monsters. If they possessed spatial node delivery technology, the S-Zone would have been breached by the Dark Monsters long ago. If it's not them, then it must be one of the four major forces: the Half-Monster Association, the Church of Light, the War Alliance, and the Soul Concealment. Keep this matter quiet. Secretly dispatch infiltrator teams to investigate the territories of the four major powers. Once it is confirmed which power was responsible, show no leniency, and eliminate them immediately. During this period, we will first focus on deploying the plan to attack the natural barrier pass. Next, we will formulate the battle plan. Just as the three war gods began their deployment, in a dark and boundless swampy area on the battlefield outside the region, within a damp underground cave, the Half-Monster Association also held a secret meeting. Upon his return, Renekton immediately reported the matter of the Starry Sky Realm to the guild master. Hiss, a strange woman with a human head and a snake's body, exuding a highly poisonous miasma that obscures her appearance. He has only a pair of dark green, ring-shaped eyes, giving him a mysterious and terrifying aura. Did it fail? President, although we failed to complete the mission, it wasn't without its rewards. We obtained the corpse of a dark monster royal, and Purple Rose successfully acquired its genes. Upon hearing this, the woman revealed a chilling smile. Well done. Go and prepare. The Misty Realm will open in 6 months. When the Dark Lord hunts down Lu Yu, you can also look for an opportunity to obtain his genes. This is the last chance. If you fail, you know what you will face. Yes, Renekton, Purple Rose, and the others dared not even breathe loudly. After the new generation stepped down, the Grand Elder of the Half-Monster Association slowly spoke. President, we risked helping monsters invade Stone City. I'm afraid the Alliance will soon find clues. We must be prepared to be discovered. There's no rush. Even if they investigate, they won't find us so quickly. And even if they do, we'll move to the new base, and they won't be able to find us for a while. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder respectfully took his leave. He needed to go to the Dark Lord and tell him about Lu Yu's whereabouts in order to exchange for half a bottle of S-level monster factor in advance. Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, the other elders also took their leave. In the vast underground palace, only the president of the Half-Monster Association remained. Her eyes were filled with madness and determination, which was quite eerie. Brother Foam, the path I've chosen will not be wrong. In the near future, I will definitely be able to successfully and perfectly fuse with the monster factor, create a brand new human race, and thus possess the power to truly fight against monsters. Even if this process requires the sacrifice of some people, it is all for the sake of continuing the future of humanity. On the other side, the battlefield outside the region is a vast black sea. There was a giant black tortoise carrying a black gold mountain, moving endlessly across the seabed. Upon closer inspection, one will discover that this Xian turtle is not a living entity, but a special artifact that is fused with the remains of a mysterious Xian turtle and operates through a movement array. The cost of such a massive mobile treasure must be enormous. This is the headquarters of soul concealment. Without special methods, it is difficult to find the exact location of the soul concealment headquarters. At this time, a beautiful woman, still charming and alluring, sat on the throne. Her long black gauze dress revealed her voluptuous and alluring figure, especially her long, fair legs, which made people swallow hard. Moreover, her face exudes both cuteness and allure, making her both innocent and seductive. Her name is Lu Ningyi, and she is the behind-the-scenes leader of the Soul Concealment Organization. Sinner, you're getting bolder and bolder. How many times have I told you how dangerous the Starry Sky Realm is? How dare you sneak into the group and enter the Starry Sky Realm? If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to explain it to your father? Mom, I know I was wrong. Luo Qingxian immediately went to her mother's side and obediently massaged her mother's shoulders, acting coquettishly. As the young lady of the Soul Concealment Organization, Luo Qingxian usually maintains an arrogant and aloof demeanor, only revealing her girlish side in front of her mother. At the same time, the scene of her and Lu Yu gazing into each other's eyes so openly kept replaying in Luo Qingxian's mind. Those embarrassing moments lingered in her mind. That's your father's spirit protecting you in heaven. However, although we Soul Concealment collected a large number of Star Source Stones when the Star Realm opened this time, we still suffered a huge loss. Wei Ren was the only supernova star prodigy besides you, and he died in the Starry Sky Illusion Realm. As they were talking, Lu Ningyi noticed that Athena's demeanor was a bit off. Sometimes she was shy, sometimes she was giggling foolishly, just like the expression of someone who was infatuated with some rascal. Sienna, what's wrong? Lu Ningyi frowned and asked a question. Luo Qingxian snapped out of her daze and quickly replied, Mom, no, nothing. Oh, right, Mom. I have something to celebrate. Oh, what's there to celebrate? Mom, although I didn't find the star source stone in the starry realm, I did find a mysterious star palace. It requires a lot of gold coins to enter, and I just happen to have enough gold coins. I got a great opportunity inside. Mom, look at my job now. Luo Qingxian said excitedly. Lu Ningyi then noticed that her precious daughter's profession had changed from a martial artist to a hidden profession, a star warrior. This is a hidden class? Xianer, how did you become a hidden class? Did you get a hidden class manual inside? After her initial shock, Lu Ningyi's face lit up with ecstasy. A hidden profession. She didn't have any. It's estimated that only that old geezer Bailey Zongfeng has it among all the human races. But now, her beloved daughter has also become a hidden profession. This must be incredibly lucky. Only a fairy could have such a great opportunity. Quick, Xianer, light some incense for your dad and tell him the good news. Then we'll celebrate together. One hidden profession is worth more than 10 supernovas. Overjoyed, Lu Ningyi immediately ordered that 10 times the compensation be given to Bei Ren's family, and that all other members of the younger generation also receive generous rewards. Only Luo Qingxian did not tell her mother that Lu Yu had obtained a proof of the gods. After all, once this gets out, Mom probably won't be able to resist the temptation of becoming a god, and then she'll inevitably have to fight the human alliance, which is something she doesn't want to see. Moreover, in the starry realm, she also promised Lu Yu that she would not reveal this secret to anyone. Lu Yu, see you in the Misty Realm in 6 months. Chapter 56 I, a mere commander-in-chief of a small war zone, dare not accept your grand gesture. Evzon, Dragon City. When Lu Yu returned, there were no war zone bigwigs to greet him as expected, nor were there any other job changers to watch him. Only Zhao Liang, the person in charge of a new student concentration camp, was present. Because Zhao Liang had privately taken care of Lu Yu's parents, he was commended by headquarters and promoted to lieutenant general, specifically responsible for Lu Yu's safety in the F war zone. After completing the mission, you can report directly to headquarters. For Zhao Liang, this was undoubtedly a windfall. Young Master Lu Yu, young Master Bailey, thank you very much for your care. From today onwards, I will be responsible for your safety in the F war zone. Of course, I will only intervene when you encounter an insurmountable crisis. During this time, I will not interfere with your daily life. Zhao Liang swore on his own life that he would complete this mission even if it meant his death. Bodyguards? Lu Yu had long anticipated that the 3 war gods would make such an arrangement. This is the only downside to revealing your identity. You don't have absolute freedom, but it doesn't have a significant impact. Anyway, by doing advanced quests, you can hone your skills in various secret realms later on. I learned from Zhao Liang that, to prevent others from harassing Lu Yu, the 3 war gods issued a secret order that only the new generation who had participated in the blood trial and senior generals of each war zone knew Lu Yu's identity as the young sword god. Furthermore, it was strictly forbidden to reveal Lu Yu's identity, which was classified as an SSS-level secret, and violators would be treated as traitors to the Alliance. Fatty, your grandpa and the others are quite thoughtful. Lu Yu was also worried that if the sword god's identity was exposed, he would become a superstar and be surrounded by a large number of female fans and die-hard fans wherever he went. To this end, Lu Yu even bought a dragon pattern mask, but now it seems he won't need it. Fatty, let's do some Tier 4 quests first, then go to the ocean battlefield to level up. The Misty Realm requires Tier 5 to enter, so let's try to reach Tier 5, level 150, in 6 months. Alright, brother Yu, do you want me to help you find out about your wife's background? Don't talk nonsense, we don't need it for now. Lu Yu's mind involuntarily conjured up that flawless, jade-like body once again. On the other side, Safe Zone, Cloud City, transfer to number 3 middle school. Lu Yu's homeroom teacher, Jean Ruajia, is preparing lessons at school as the new semester is about to begin. At this time, a group of education bigwigs from the transfer bureau appeared, ignoring the principal of number 3 middle school and others, and went straight to Jean Ruajia. Teacher Jean, it's an honor to meet you. I am Zhang Xiefeng, the head of the Security Zone Transfer Bureau. You could just call me Lao Zhang. Huh, this? Jean Ruajia was stunned. What's going on? Why is Director Zhang here? You're still looking for me? They even seemed quite obsequious. Chief Zhang is a super big shot in charge of all the transfer schools in the 6 major FA war zones, and he's also a big shot that ordinary teachers like them look up to for a lifetime. But today, the fact that such a powerful figure personally came to see her left Jean Ruagia flattered and speechless for a moment. Not to mention Jean Ruagia. All the teachers and principal at number 3 middle school were completely baffled and had no idea what was going on. I'll get straight to the point. Given Mr. Jin's excellent teaching skills, we have unanimously decided to invite you to serve as the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Special Class, Jinsheng number 1 Middle School, a frontline city in the A-Zone security zone. I wonder if Mr. Jin would be willing. What? You wanted to be a homeroom teacher at Jinsheng number 1 Middle School in Zone A? What qualifications do I have? Jean Ruagia was shocked and completely stunned. Jinsheng number 1 Middle School. That's the most awesome class-changing high school in the entire war zone. Especially the top class at Jinsheng number 1 Middle School, which consists of the elite students, and it's not something you can get into just by having money. After changing jobs, most of them can become epic-level new star geniuses, and even supernovas can emerge. For example, 2 of this year's 3 supernovas came from Class 1 of Jinsheng number 1 Middle School. Naturally, the teachers who can instruct them are all top-notch teachers. They want me to be the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Special Class at Jinsheng number 1 Middle School? Am I dreaming? Oh, Ms. Jean, you're too modest. We've prepared all the paperwork. If you have any special requests, just let me know and we'll accommodate them. All you need to do is be willing to teach there. Miss, can you really make demands so casually? After a moment of surprise and doubt, the teachers felt a pang of sadness. This is Jinsheng number 1 High School. Being able to become a teacher there is not only incredibly prestigious, but also offers limitless career prospects. If you give them this chance, they'd be willing to pay you, let alone make any demands. I don't have any requests. I'm just a little dizzy, and I want to know why. It involves headquarters secrets, so we can't disclose it. Pack your things, and we'll leave today. That's all. Jean Ruagia went to work at Jinsheng number 1 Middle School without really understanding what was going on. What she didn't know was that Lu Yu's 2 younger sisters have also been arranged to attend Jinsheng number 1 Middle School. My younger sister, Lu Shui, is 16 years old this year and can attend the small class for job transfer. She can attend the large class for job transfer of the year after next to change jobs. The younger sister, Lu Yu, is 14 years old this year and can only continue to study academic subjects and basic vocational knowledge. Big sister, little sister, when you go to school, study hard. Don't worry about your food and supplies. The school will take care of everything. In the future, choose a career you like and become a hero of the human race, just like your brother. These are the words Lu Yu said to his 2 younger sisters. As soon as Lu Shan and Han Yunji received the order from their superiors, they immediately went home again to personally take their 2 daughters to the best school to register. Looking back not long ago, the 2 were still basking in the joy of the upgrade. Commander-in-Chief Xian Yunhu of the F War Zone personally visited them, which made the 2 ordinary people feel flattered and overwhelmed. This is the Commander-in-Chief of the theater. They were incredibly lucky to see it. We must salute immediately. Hey, you gentlemen, no need for formalities. I, a mere commander-in-chief of a war zone, dare not accept such a grand gesture from you. Well, this completely confused the 2 of them. Commander-in-chief of a small theater of operations? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Gentlemen, to be honest, your son Lu Yu shone brightly in the Crimson Trial. He not only wiped out the monsters, but also brought back detailed information about the Star Origin Stone vein. He was awarded the title of Alliance Hero by the 3 war gods. That's why I received instructions from headquarters to personally issue the special privilege order for the hero's family to the hero's parents. Starting today, all materials within the war zone will be made available to you 2 first. You will receive a fixed amount of the highest level materials every month. If you wish to purchase additional materials, they will be sold at the lowest price. In addition, you will not have any more tasks to complete. You can decide for yourself how much or how little you do. You can pass through all save zones in Dragon City for free. Upon hearing this, the 2 were overwhelmed with happiness and tears streamed down their faces. Their son had become a hero. They had guessed that their son would achieve something in the Crimson Trial, but they never expected his results to be so extraordinary. It was truly a blessing from their ancestors. The Lu family had produced a true dragon. In this way, the 2 no longer need to worry about purchasing materials. They can simply focus on upgrading and making more contributions to the human race in the future. And all of this, thanks to their precious son. Gentlemen, in view of Lu Yu's contributions to the human race, your daughters will also receive special benefits. I will arrange a team to pick them up and bring them to Dragon City, and then they will take the teleportation array to Jinxing No. 1 Middle School in War Zone A, with all expenses covered. In order not to frighten them, please come back with the team. Xian Yuan laughed heartily. Jinxing No. 1 High School? That's a good school. After that, the scene of Lu Shan and his wife taking their 2 daughters to Jinxing No. 1 Middle School came about. At this time, upon learning that it was because of her brother, Lu Shui and Lu Yu were overjoyed, and their pretty little faces never stopped smiling. Regarding these matters, although Lu Yu was not involved, he still had a general idea of what was going on. At this time, Lu Yu had already accepted the S-level 4th tier advancement mission. Chapter 57. If NPCs are reliable, pigs will fly. Tier 4 advancement quest. Destroy the rotting troll. Mission difficulty, S rank. Mission description. Terrifying rotting trolls, led by dark monsters, have corrupted the glacial mountains, slaughtering countless lives of the peaceful, neutral Iceground clan. Faced with the powerful rotting trolls and dark monsters, the Iceground clan, even with the combined strength of the entire tribe, was no match and were forced to flee to Snow God Peak, protected by the Snow God, whereupon the monsters dared not approach. The dark monster could only command the rotting trolls to hurl long-range poisonous stones at Snow God Peak at irregular intervals each day, and even contaminate the only water source with its putrid toxins. To survive, the Iceground clan had no choice but to drink the poisonous water, even knowing it would cause their bodies to rot. At least there was hope for them to live. Mission requirements. Help the Iceground clan eliminate the rotting trolls. Friendly reminder. We've detected that you're a fragile swordsman. It will be difficult for you to defeat the S-rank rotten troll, Lord Alone. We suggest you give up and retake the lowest difficulty quest. You only have one life, so cherish it. Hee hee. Thank you so much for your kind reminder. Lu Yu ignored it. The mission was activated, and he was immediately teleported to Snow God Peak. The biting cold made Lu Yu, who was dressed in thin clothes, shiver. But what greeted Lu Yu's eyes was not the snow-white snow-capped peaks, but rather a devastated green landscape. A foul-smelling green toxic fog permeated the air, eroding the entire snow-capped peak into a poisonous mountain, with large, visible pits everywhere. Ding! You have spent 10,000 gold coins to purchase one advanced winter protection item. Then it won't be cold anymore. Having money is great. Not long after, a special squad of Iceground clan members, wearing specially made ice masks, appeared quickly. They are similar to the Muggle NPCs in the previous Green and Eye village, all in humanoid form, except that the Iceground clan has skin as white as ice crystals, wears ice clothes, and has ice hair coiled into a crown on their heads. Brave warrior, you've finally arrived. Our chieftain has been waiting for you for a long time. The Iceground clan warriors, who were leading the group, warmly welcomed them. Upon seeing that Lu Yu was merely a human swordsman, they were immediately filled with extreme disappointment. A human swordsman, only level 90, trying to eliminate the 4th tier S-class Lord-level boss, the rotten troll, is like lighting a lamp in a toilet. It's suicide. Despite being ordered by the clan leader, they still led Lu Yu to see the clan leader. On the road, Lu Yu looked up at the sky. 3 sun-like, celestial bodies move erratically, bringing light to this world. This made Lu Yu even more certain that the 4th tier mission and the 3rd tier mission were in the same world. Lu Yu remembered that his homeroom teacher had mentioned that accepting an S-level difficulty advanced quest would likely lead to completing the quest in a monster world. This must be the so-called monster world. Open a map. Only the Glacier Mountain area is shown. The rest is blank, making it impossible to confirm the specific appearance of the monster world. It seems that the map only appears in the quest area. It won't appear in other areas unless you've reached the quest location. Through these 2 advanced missions, Lu Yu was able to confirm that the monster world was not only filled with ferocious dark monsters, but also with other monsters that could contend with them. To be precise, these are no longer monsters, but rather NPC-like entities. However, these NPCs are living beings, and they can also die. As for why accepting advanced quests among humans could lead to connections with these NPCs, Lu Yu had no idea. It is estimated that the mystery will only be solved when we launch a counterattack against the dark monsters and break into the monster world. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yu arrived at a cave on Snow God Peak and met the patriarch of the Ice Crown clan. Name, Irene. Identity, chieftain of the Ice Crown clan. Level, LV90, Tier 3. Irene, who was originally full of hope, was disappointed, sighed, and even showed despair when she saw Lu Yu, just like the Ice Crown warriors before her. What the hell? Lu Yu was speechless. He felt that these NPCs were just like the green muggles from before. Heavens have forsaken our Ice Crown clan. We have always prayed to the great snow god priest, who once gave us a divine prophecy. Today, a mighty warrior will descend to help us destroy the rotten trolls. But what happened? A useless human swordsman has appeared. With that much health and that physique, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the teeth of a rotting troll. After a series of mournful cries, Ares advised Lu Yu, "Young human boy, you are very brave, but bravery can sometimes cost you your life. You're still young, go back. This mission is not something you can complete. While you still have a chance, give up and go." Muggle. Another bunch of Muggle NPCs. Damn it. Why do I always run into these Muggles? Never mind. If NPCs are reliable, pigs will fly. Lu Yu didn't bother with them anymore and turned to leave. Certainly, Lu Yu did not abandon the mission. Instead, he went to find the rotten troll himself and killed it instantly. For Lu Yu, a mere 4th-tier boss was no different from an ordinary monster. If possible, he could also help them wipe out all the other monsters that had invaded the Glacier Mountains. Lu Yu wanted to summon Bai to speed up their journey. Ding! This quest cannot summon him out. Alright. Lu Yu had no choice but to follow the mission rules and fly on his sword to get there. Seeing Lu Yu leave, the Ice Crown clan and other NPCs assumed that Lu Yu had listened to their advice and given up. Alas, we finally found a warrior, but it turns out he's a fake. It seems our Ice Crown clan is doomed. Lu Yu flew out of Snow God Peak. They quickly found a huge figure, at least 100 meters long, with azure skin but a rotting body and a poisonous hook attached to its right hand. It began relentlessly hurling huge poisonous stones at Snow God Peak. Well, this poisonous stone appears to be a kidney stone that it pulled out of its stomach using a poisonous hook. Good heavens! Is this rotting troll a kidney stone-making machine? Besides, its kidney stones are way too big. It is at least 7 or 8 meters in size. Moreover, it would cause an explosion upon hitting the ground, and the toxic gas would corrode a large area, making it a veritable poison gas bomb. Name, Rotten Troll Lord. Level S. Level, LV90, Tier 4. HP, 600,000. Description, monsters corrupted by dark forces are like walking corpses, controlled by the dark monsters, with limited intelligence. They constantly produce highly toxic stones within their bodies, requiring continuous removal. Hint, don't underestimate it. It's not very intelligent, but its fighting power and destructive force are astonishing. Dialogue. The children of the Ice Crown clan are the most delicious. The Lord said, if we kill them all, I'll have an endless supply of delicious food. Dialogue. Digging and digging inside that big belly, digging out those big stones and throwing them away. Lu Yu covered his nose. The stench emanating from this monster lord was unbearable. The smell was like countless corpses rotting in a sewer. The pungent, nauseating odor was unforgettable. Huh, someone's escaped. Eat them. Eat them all. Lu Yu suppressed the churning in his stomach, transformed into a sword god, and unleashed 3 great sword god techniques simultaneously, instantly killing him. Dialogue. No. I'm invincible. How could this be? Ding. Congratulations. You have received 432,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations on successfully killing the rotting troll. Please return immediately and find the Ice Crown clan chief to complete the quest. Upon hearing the mission notification, Lu Yu smiled faintly. Fine, I might as well go all the way and help them deal with the other evil monsters. Let's see if this triggers a hidden mission. Then, Lu Yu, alone with his sword, charged towards the evil monster's stronghold. On the other side of Snow God Peak, the dark monsters responsible for attacking the glacial mountains are enjoying a delicious meal made from the corpses of the Ice Crown clan. Report, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. An invincible human swordsman has accepted a mission to aid the Ice Crown clan, and he is slaughtering our army single-handedly with his sword. You piece of trash, how dare you lie about military intelligence? Do you think a mere human ant like you has that kind of ability? Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. If we don't leave now, he'll come and kill us. The dark monster was so angry that it wanted to kill the subordinate who had spoiled its fun. Sudden, its palace was shattered by countless flying swords, and an unparalleled sword god appeared before it. Who is it? The dark monster was taken aback. But what responded to it was a divine sword that annihilated everything. Within seconds, this A-rank, fourth-tier dark monster was decapitated and died without ever understanding how a human sword god could suddenly appear. It died with its eyes wide open in disbelief. Just an A-rank dark monster? I thought it was an S-rank dark monster royalty. Its combat power is only comparable to that rotten troll. Disappointing. Looking at the time, only half an hour had passed when Liu Yu turned back on his sword. Chapter 58 Triggers a Quest. At this moment, inside the cave on Snow God Peak, when the rotting trolls unleashed their poison stone bombs again, Irene rallied all her people, declaring that rather than be slowly poisoned to death, they should fight to the death. Even in death, one should have some dignity. It can happen very quickly. They discovered that the rotting trolls' attacks had stopped. This is very abnormal. Logically speaking, the rotting trolls' attacks should last at least several hours each time. So why did they stop so quickly? Just as they were wondering, Liu Yu returned. Seeing that Liu Yu was still there, Ares shook his head and sighed. This young human is really ignorant of his own limitations. He knows this is a mission where he is doomed, but he doesn't use the power of the mission rules to get out. He dares to stay here. He's just waiting to die. Thump! Thump! Liu Yu tossed the rotting troll's head and the dark monster's head to the ground and said indifferently, "Please settle the mission rewards." The entire cave fell silent. Now look at this group of Ice Ground Clan NPCs. They have all been frozen into ice sculptures. A long time, they then cried out in horror. Wow, he killed a rotting troll? And he also killed the dark monster, the culprit behind the invasion of the Glacier Mountains. It's only been a little over half an hour, right? How'd he do that? Ice Ground Clan Chief Ayers hurriedly confirmed the identity of the head. After confirming it over 100 times, he finally shouted, "Survey team, go investigate immediately." Not long after, the reconnaissance team reported, "Chieftain, it's confirmed. The rotting troll has indeed been killed. The Ice Ground Clan's crisis of extinction is over. May the snow goddess protect us." Ayers led the entire Ice Ground Clan in kneeling before the ice statue of the snow god, chanting mysterious sacrificial words. After the sacrificial ceremony, Aresh then stood up and tightly grasped Liu Yu's hands. "Oh my, I knew it. Humans are full of heroes. You truly are the warrior who will appear to save our race, as prophesied by the snow god. Actually, I could tell at a glance that you were capable of killing the rotten troll and saving us. I was just going through the motions as part of the mission." Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's lips curled up slightly. "I don't believe you. You old geezer, you're really bad. Task program, you're clearly looking down on people. These so-called NPCs all look down on the human race. That's understandable. In their view, the human race will only produce job changers in 100 years at most. 100 years is just a blink of an eye in the entire monster world. How many truly powerful job changers can be born in that time? So, seeing a human swordsman attempting an S-rank difficulty quest alone, one naturally doesn't have high hopes. When the god of creation was teleported to the monster world to do these high difficulty tasks, he was looked down upon by these NPCs. Yes, let's finish the task quickly so I can advance and go back." Liu Yu quickly dismissed him. "Young hero, please wait a moment. You have already proven your strength by killing the dark monster and completely rescuing our Ice Ground Clan. Could you do us another favor? Young hero, our home has been completely corrupted by the rotting troll's putrid poison and is no longer suitable for our survival. Could you escort us to a new home? If we complete the mission, we are willing to offer our clan's hidden treasure chest, passed down for generations, as a gift." Ding! Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden quest. Do you wish to accept it? Liu Yu's eyes lit up. It actually triggered a hidden quest. However, the triggering conditions are not simple at all. Without absolute strength, it is absolutely impossible to trigger. We absolutely have to accept this. The Ice Ground Clan Chief finally did something decent. Receive. Ding. You have accepted a hidden quest. Please escort the Ice Ground Clan to their new home. Immediately, a task notification image popped up. Lu Yu opened the map and found new place. A new area has appeared on the map, which is right next to the Glacier Mountain Range. Hulk Basin. The basin's map is no smaller than the Glacier Mountain Range, and may even be larger. Moreover, because it is close to the Glacier Mountain Range, there are also many icebergs, making it suitable for the Iceground clan to live in. Young hero, Hulk Basin has also been invaded by dark monsters, and the green people there are very hostile to other outsiders, so it will be very difficult to successfully obtain a new home. Irene spoke up. Green people? Lu Yu couldn't help but think of that group of muggles. Could it be them? The map for the previous Tier 3 missions only showed Ledini Village, not the entire Hulk Basin, and Ledini Village was not located near the Glacier Mountains. First, escort the Ice Crown clan across. Any difficulties will be resolved with a single sword strike. Think about it. Lu Yu led several hundred Ice Crown clan members on their journey. Ding! Due to the fact that most of the Ice Crown clan members are infected with a putrid poison, and those in severe cases may die at any time, please ensure that 30% of the Iceground clan members survive to find a new home. Otherwise, the hidden quest will be considered a failure. Lee was speechless. It seems that the hidden quest is the most troublesome one. Not only do we have to help them find a new home, but we also have to guard against monster attacks at any time, resolve conflicts with the natives, and ensure their survival rate. This is not as easy as just killing the boss directly. Cough, cough, cough. Young hero, most of us are infected with a putrid poison. This poison has already seeped into our flesh and blood. Unless there's an antidote of orange grade or higher, there is no cure. Our movements will be slower and may take up a lot of your time. Ares' face was full of worry and melancholy. Although they escaped the crisis of extermination, many of their people will die, and it is unknown whether the Iceground clan's bloodline can be preserved in the end. Because the Outer Domain Mall only sells 5 types of items, equipment, props, materials, gems, and pets, and does not sell potions, Liu is also starting to have a headache. Wouldn't that make it very difficult to complete this hidden mission? Chief Ares, besides the antidote, are there any other ways to help you detoxify? Other methods? Then the only option is to obtain special resources and complete the bloodline baptism. Once the baptism is successful, the toxins in the body can be automatically purified, and the level can even be increased with a very small probability of advancing. But these special resources can only be generated in special places that have been baptized by rules. How could our Iceground clan possibly obtain them? Liu thought, since dark monsters have also entered the starry illusionary realm to seize Star Source Stones, are Star Source Stones a special resource that can promote the advancement of life in the monster world? Then, Liu took out a Star Origin Stone and said, Clan leader, try absorbing the Star Origin Stone and see if you can advance. My God, Star Origin Stone. This is one of the special resources. Young hero, you actually possess such a divine item? Upon hearing this, Liu was overjoyed. There was hope. Ares immediately absorbed the energy of the Star Origin Stone, and his body shone with a baptismal light. The next second, the Ice Crown clan chieftain, a level 90, Tier 3, a rank, successfully completed the baptism. His level increased to 91, and the toxins in his body were purified. In the monster world, creatures can only level up by acquiring special resources, such as Star Origin Stones, in addition to their innate growth level. Otherwise, you'll be stuck at the same level for your entire life. This is why, over the years, some monster world races have remained at such low levels. Seeing that it was really effective, Liu quickly took out several hundred Star Origin Stones. He could afford to spend that much, and he just hoped that the other party's hidden treasure chest would yield something really good. Come on, one for each of you. Hurry up and baptize. Don't hang them. The entire Iceground clan was petrified once again. They were dumbfounded. Chapter 59 Greendany, Lord of Muggle City. Each of these incredibly precious resources is worth a fortune. It can be said that, in ordinary areas, the mere appearance of any such resource can cause the races in that area to fight tooth and nail over it. This is a rare resource that cannot be bought with gold coins. Such resources are usually controlled by powerful clans. For other races, getting even one by chance is considered lucky. But now, it's unimaginable that a human boy could casually produce hundreds of them. Although the Star Origin Stone can only be used as an energy source for magic arrays and other things for the human race, it is also an extremely important strategic resource. Shouldn't they have saved the resources to build more defensive magic arrays to defend against the invasion of dark monsters? Has the human race, invaded by dark monsters, become so wealthy? Liu didn't care to investigate what these NPCs were thinking. All he wanted to do now was ensure the completion of the hidden quest, and then go back to level up as soon as possible. Soon, hundreds of Ice Crown clan members were all cleansed of the toxins, and their bodies were restored to health, and they wept with joy. Set off. Led by Liu Yu, the Ice Crown clan marched forward swiftly with their heads held high. With such an awesome human sword god protecting them, they have no fear of being discovered or attacked by evil monsters. In fact, Liu Yu wiped out all the dark monsters in the Glacier Mountains. The powerful monster Dark Lord in Hulk Basin was also killed instantly by Liu Yu, and the rest were wiped out by the Green People. Nature. They did not encounter any attacks from dark monsters along the way. Next, once you've won over the native green men and allowed the Ice Crown clan to live in Hulk Basin, you've completed the hidden mission. Young hero, if you still have Star Origin Stones, you can buy an iceberg from the Green People. They should be willing to sell it for the sake of the Star Origin Stones. Ares chuckled. Let's see later. Now that he knew the importance of Star Origin Stones to the creatures of the monster world, Liu Yu would not waste them. If something could be solved with a sword, he would never use Star Origin Stones for trading. Upon entering the Hulk Basin, then a green-clad squad appeared. Liu Yu recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the Muggle race he had encountered during the Tier 3 quest? Certainly. These green men are probably not from Green Denny Village. Halt! Anyone who dares to trespass in a Hulk Basin without our great chieftain's permission will be considered an intruder and will be killed on sight. The squad leader shouted sternly. Liu Yu stepped forward. I was just about to explain why. Who knew? Upon seeing Liu Yu, these green-clad people immediately bowed down in worship, shouting something unintelligible. It was clear that they looked respectful, just like the Ice Crown clan had done when they worshipped the snow god statue. Huh, these green-haired people think I'm a god. Liu Yu was surprised. The Ice Crown clan also stared at Liu Yu in shock. Young hero, are you the god worshipped by the green people? That's not right. Don't the green people worship the Hulk god? Besides, you're just a young human. Ares was dumbfounded. I racked my brains, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Liu Yu was also completely confused, so he had no choice but to let these muggles lead the way to their patriarch. This group of green people sang and danced, and summoned a large number of other green people, who all surrounded Liu Yu, constantly offering sacrifices and worship. Good heavens! He had actually become a god worshipped by the green people. Liu Yu was speechless. Not long after, Liu Yu was then taken to a familiar place. Damn it! Isn't this the location where Green Denny Village used to be? How did Green Denny become a Muggle city? Judging from its size, this city seems to be quite large. Good heavens! In just over 3 months, they've gone from slingshots to cannons. Upon entering the city, Liu Yu then saw the familiar iron arrow tower. Wasn't that the arrow tower that he had helped upgrade Green Denny Village? Oh my! Each arrow tower is guarded by an elite soldier, as if they treat the arrow towers as divine objects. At this time, Liu noticed this. There was actually a huge white jade statue inside the city. It was his own majestic figure riding the moon-white dragon steed, instantly killing the 8-armed demon ape lord. A large number of green people were worshipping the statue, constantly chanting the words of the sword god's protection. Suddenly, a familiar, hearty laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, sword god. I knew you would grace us with your presence again, but I didn't expect you to return so soon. Liu took a look. Who else could this be but the village chief of Green Denny Village? Name, Green Dennis, talent. Identity, Lord of Muggle City. Level A. Level, LV100, Tier 4. Wow, this old bald guy is already level 100? Wasn't he only level 63 months ago? Sword God, thanks to the 8 iron arrow towers you bestowed upon me, I left 4 to guard the village, and then sent my men with the other 4. In less than a month, we wiped out the remaining dark monsters, and incidentally conquered the other villages, unifying the Hulk Basin's green people. Well, I obtained some special resources from the monster's stronghold, which allowed me to level up and even advance to the next level, thus building Muggle City. As for the name of the city, I will still use the title Muggle bestowed upon me by the Sword God. Now, I'm the one in charge here. I'll make them worship you, Lord Sword God, in addition to the Hulk. Upon learning the reason, Lu Yu was dumbfounded and exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, you're truly a genius, incredibly talented. You actually managed to conquer such a large territory using your upgraded arrow towers. Alright, enough with the nonsense. I've come here to find a new home for the Ice Ground clan. Since you're in charge here, you should make the arrangements." Lu Yu struck a pose as a sword god. Since this relationship exists, the hidden mission can be considered successfully completed. What? Find a new home for the Ice Ground clan? Yukai quickly went to Ice Ground clan Chief Alesh, grasped his hand tightly, and said, "Oh dear, Chief Alesh, look at you. Why didn't you say you knew the sword god? If you had told me sooner, I would have immediately led a team to support you." I just met you, sword god." Isaiah's head was buzzing. "It's so dreamy. Is a new home really settled like that? Is this still the green people, whom they know so well, who are extremely hostile to outsiders? This is all thanks to the mysterious young human hero. No, the human sword god." The Ice Ground clan chief decided that once the new home was settled, he would join the Green clan in worshipping the sword god. It wasn't him. Their Ice Ground clan was wiped out today. Soon, Yukai arranged for the Ice Ground clan to use the largest iceberg as their new home, and personally arranged for the Green People clan to help them build their new home. "I'm very grateful for the divine grace of the sword god in saving our clan. This is a hidden treasure chest inherited from our clan. I do not know what is inside. I hope the sword god will not find it offensive." Ares took out a mysterious treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest and obtaining the Ice Ground clan hidden heritage chest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Tier 4 advancement quest. The next moment, baptism has arrived. Lu Yu successfully advanced to the 4th tier, gaining 480 points of all attribute bonus, resulting in a significant increase in all attributes. Ding! You have spent 400 gold coins to draw an S-rank skill, 10,000 swords returned to origin. The amount of gold coins required to unlock exclusive skills is increasing, but Lu Yu is least afraid of spending money on in-game purchases. That's it. I'm so happy to have drawn a famous sword skill from a swordsman. Name, 10,000 swords returned to 1. Grade S. Level, Tier 4, LV90, requires spending gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect. Currently, this skill can instantly condense 4,000 swords, which swirl and converge around the user like countless rivers flowing into the sea, dealing massive damage and preventing targets from getting close. This skill, when combined with other sword-wielding techniques, can achieve even greater effects. Tip: upgrading this skill increases the number of sword strikes and damage. On the way back, after some thought, Lu Yu decided to leave 10,000 star origin stones each for the Green People and the Ice Crown People as a reward for their faith in him. In this way, this can be considered as him cultivating a force in the monster world. You guys focus on developing your power and leveling up. I have high hopes for you. The phrase, "I have high hopes for you," moved both races to tears, and they vowed to follow the sword god to the death. If you encounter humans coming here on missions in the future, please take care of them. If you encounter any fallen humans or members of the Black Church, it will be considered a dereliction of duty if you don't kill them. I will obey the divine decree of the sword god. After being teleported back to the Monster Hunter Hall, Lu Yu couldn't wait to open the hidden treasure chest. Chapter 60, The Snow God's Legacy, The Will of Ice. The items inside a typical hidden treasure chest are diverse, but at the very least, you can get high-level items. As for rare items, well, that depends on luck. The hidden treasure chests of the inheritance category contain fixed inherited treasures. In other words, the items inside the Ice Ground clan's heritage chest are unique and not random. They depend on what the Ice Ground clan's ancestors left for their descendants. Activate. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Snow God Pearl, a low-grade item. Huh. Unranked item? This was the first time Lu Yu had ever seen such a magical prop, and it surprised him no less than Xiao Hong had surprised him back then. Item name, Snow God Pearl. Grade, no grade. Description, a mysterious heirloom left by the Snow God to his descendants. Its use brings unexpected benefits. Oh my god, is this the precious jewel that the Snow God left to future generations? Etc. Didn't the Ice Ground clan chief say that the hidden treasure chest was their clan's heirloom treasure chest? Could it be? Are the Ice Ground clan descendants of the Snow God? But why are the descendants of the snow god so destitute? They were utterly defeated by a fourth-tier dark monster. Use. The snow god Pearl instantly transformed into a snowflake, merging into Lu Yu's body. An extreme chill caused Lu Yu's entire body to radiate cold air. Ding! You have used the snow god Pearl, a low-grade item, and obtained the Will of Ice. Will of Ice? Lu Yu opened the panel and found that a new willpower tab had been added under talent skills. Will of Ice, first transformation. A power that only gods can control, also known as the Will of the Gods. Beings below the god level can obtain it through special divine inheritance items, but after obtaining it, they can only master 1% of the will's power. Since you haven't advanced to the divine rank, you can only obtain the 1% effect of the first transformation Ice Will, and you cannot improve it. Effect. After activating Will of Ice, all your attacks will have a freezing effect, causing a 0.01 second control effect, and you'll have Ice Guardian, which can negate one fatal blow, lasting for 10 minutes with a 24-hour cooldown. Hiss! This time it really was a sparrow pecking at the cow's rear end. Truly, sparrow eating a cow. A hidden treasure chest obtained from a tier 4 hidden quest contained the Will of God. This is so incredible that it would shock a huge number of creatures in the monster world. Although it only has 1% of the effect of willpower, it's already incredibly awesome. Whether it's negating a fatal blow or applying a 0.01 second freeze effect to all attacks, it's a very useful effect. Most importantly, the Will of Ice effect is very suitable for swordsmen. With just a flying sword technique, as long as the attack is continuous, it can create a continuous freezing control effect within 10 minutes. Just thinking about it is terrifying. This is equivalent to having an extra life-saving and control effect, which is perfect. If the Iceground clan knew that their inheritance treasure chest contained the will of the snow god, I wonder if they would collectively regret it and crash into the iceberg. We mustn't let them know about this. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, we'll compensate them with more resources. After thinking it over, Lu Yu looked around but didn't see the fat man. It seemed he was still doing his advanced quest. Then, Lu Yu first went to take the 4-star hunter test. Lu Yu currently has a great many military achievements. Besides the merit points earned from defeating bosses in the Misty Battlefield, the second place reward in the Crimson Trial is 100,000, which is more than enough. After Lu Yu successfully passed the test and obtained the 4-star hunter medal, Zhao Liang walked over with a smile on his face. Young Master Lu, congratulations on advancing to the 4th tier. This is a complete set of level 120 orange equipment suitable for swordsmen, all of which are filled with level 4 gems. He had previously addressed Lu Yu as Young Master, which made Lu Yu uncomfortable, so he asked him to change his address to Young Hero. Orange tier equipment can have 2 sockets. So, this set of orange equipment has 2 gems inlaid on each piece, providing attack, stamina, and critical hit bonuses, making it a perfect match for swordsmen. However, Lu Yu cannot wear these equipment for the time being, as his level is not high enough, and he cannot use them for the time being. Thank you for your help, Lieutenant General Zhao. This was arranged by the 3 war gods, so Lu Yu had no choice but to accept it for the time being, and he could always return it to the Alliance later. By the way, young Master Lu, what type of 4th tier swordsman skill do you need? I can get it for you first. If we don't have it, headquarters will send it to you later. It will be at least B grade. Only B level? Lu Yu shook his head. Let's see if we can unlock an S-rank swordsman skill. If it doesn't work, just make do with it for now. Since the fat man hadn't completed the task yet, Lu Yu simply bought a skill chest on the spot. It costs only 50 gold coins each. Lu Yu directly bought 10 million skill chests to open. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the tier 5 S-rank skill, Overlord Sword Body. Ding! Congratulations on opening an S-rank mysterious scroll. Ding! Congratulations on opening an S-rank mysterious scroll. Ding! Congratulations on opening an S-rank mysterious scroll. So. It took 500 million gold coins to unlock 1 S-level swordsman skill and 3 mysterious scrolls that can upgrade the skill's grade. Overlord Sword Body. Defensive skills can increase health, defense, health regeneration, and reduce crowd control effects. These skills are very suitable for swordsmen and can greatly improve their survivability. With 3 S-rank mystery scrolls, Lu Yu can obtain 3 more S-rank skills. Then, Lu Yu checked all the swordsman skills that had appeared up to the 4th tier and then said to Zhao Liang, "General Zhao, do you have the breaking sword style and the shadowless sword?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang inquired with Commander-in-Chief Xin Yuanhu and, after receiving a reply, smiled and said, "Yes. However, one is grade C and the other is grade D, which is a bit low. Should I apply to headquarters for a higher grade?" "No need. The grade doesn't matter." "Well," Zhao Liang was speechless for a moment. Does skill grade matter? The higher the grade, the better the effect, right? It's very important. However, learned skills can be canceled by purchasing skill for getting scrolls with gold coins, and then you can relearn them later. Liu Yu probably wanted to use low-level skills to grind monsters and hone his abilities. Soon, a soldier then delivered a third-tier blocking skill, sword breaking style, and a fourth-tier single-target attack skill, shadowless sword, to Liu Yu. After purchasing a skill for getting scroll from the alliance shop, Liu Yu canceled the B-level, parry skill, replaced it with sword breaking style, and then learned the 8th skill, shadowless sword. Immediately, use 3 S-rank mysterious scrolls to upgrade the sword breaking style, shadowless sword, and Azure Lotus Sword Dance to S-rank. Ding! You have spent 2,000 gold coins to advance your Tier 3 breaking sword style to Tier 4. Ding! You have spent 6,000 gold coins to upgrade the breaking sword style to LV90. Name, sword breaking style. Grade S. Level, Tier 4 LV90. Requires spending gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect. Can use sword energy to break through the target's attack. It has a 100% chance to break through skills of the current 4th tier or lower, and has a chance to interrupt the target's spellcasting. Cooldown, 18 seconds. Note, upgrading this skill reduces its cooldown, with a final cooldown of 3 seconds. Name, shadowless sword. Grade S. Level, Tier 4 LV90. Requires spending gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect, single target attack, invisible and undetectable, with remarkable effects on the target. Tip, upgrading this skill will increase damage. Then, Liu Yu also upgraded the other skills to level 4, level 90, maxing them out. Good heavens! That's hundreds of thousands of gold coins gone. The higher the level, the more gold coins are needed to upgrade skills. No wonder gold coins are scarce for the entire alliance. It's too expensive. Thanks to the coin-bursting system. Without it, Liu Yu really wouldn't have dared to choose the swordsman class, which requires spending a lot of money in every aspect. Now, with 8 S-rank skills and a full set of orange-tier equipment, even without talent, Liu Yu is confident that he is no worse than a supernova. Sudden, ding! You are the first job changer to learn 8 S-rank skills, and you have been awarded the title of Grandmaster of Swordsmanship. This notification is sent to all channels and cannot be hidden. The next second, all channels notification. Congratulations to swordsman Liu Yu for successfully learning 8 S-rank skills and obtaining the title of Swordmaster. 3 notifications. The world was shocked. Chapter 61 Dawn. Liu Yu. At this moment, Jean Ruajia, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, special class at Jincheng No. 1 Middle School, was filled with surprise. Liu Yu? Which Liu Yu? Are they my students? After thinking about it, Jean Ruajia couldn't help but smile. It was probably unlikely. Those are 8 S-rank skills. How many gold coins would that cost? How much luck would it take? Only then can you possess it. Even the god of creation, Sword, doesn't have 8 S-rank skills. Lu Shui and Liu Yu, who were in class, smiled with their eyes narrowed. They knew it must be their brother. Their brother was the most amazing. On the other side, F-Zone headquarters. Commander-in-Chief Xin Yuanhu frowned, as if he had encountered some great difficulty. Turned out to be, since the last alliance conference held by the 3 war gods, they have allocated a lot of star origin stones to each war zone and issued the highest level alliance mission, requiring each war zone to build a certain number of magic array cannons within 6 months. The task for Zone F is to deploy 100 magic array cannons. It may not seem like much, but this is a super magic array cannon that requires a level of 10. The so-called level 10 magic array cannon is a single shot that has the power of a level 10 attack skill. The materials required to create a super magic array cannon of this caliber are enormous. We have enough star origin stones and energy material. Other materials can be collected with a bit of effort, but the main material, sea crystal iron, is severely lacking. These are essential materials for crafting the magic array cannon. This precious material can only be found in special areas of the naval battlefield. Resources were already scarce in the F war zone, so they could barely build some intermediate magic array cannons. Certainly, there's a chance to get materials by purchasing material chests from the extraterritorial shop, but putting aside the cost of gold coins, the probability alone is enough to drive you crazy. 6 months. There's no way to collect enough sea crystal iron by opening material chests. You have to go to the ocean battlefield to collect it. In the F-Zone's ocean battlefield, there's only one place that produces abundant sea crystal iron, and that is the Sea Skull battlefield in the South China Sea region. It was a battlefield with special rules. Those above the 6th rank, monsters and items were not allowed to enter. The boss of the Sea Skull battlefield is a special octopus lord, except that this guy has a skull head, which looks rather terrifying. Not a high level, only grade A. However, its size is too large and its attack range is too wide. In particular, its unique physical structure combined with special skills allows it to transfer damage to its tentacles, making it virtually invincible. You can only begin to damage it if you can quickly sever all of its tentacles. But that's too difficult. When Shirzhanwu, the granddaughter of the Dragon Blood War god, was at the 6th level, she tried to challenge this boss, but failed and could not hurt this peculiar boss at all. The monsters that spawn in the ocean far outnumber those on land. There are quite a few bosses with special abilities like this. The problem now is that without defeating this boss, it will be difficult to collect enough sea crystal iron to complete the mission assigned by Headquarters. This was only because Headquarters was giving F-Zone extra attention out of consideration for Liu Yu. The other zones had much more tasks than F-Zone. The 3 war gods are going to attack the Heavenly Barrier Pass in the outer battlefield. This is a major event concerning the future of the entire human race. No matter how great the difficulties, we must resolutely complete the mission. That's it. On the day he received the order, Xin Yuan, who immediately ordered the Monster Hunter Hall to issue a high bounty mission for sea crystal iron and assembled all soldiers of rank 6 and below from the regular army of the F-War Zone to form a conquest army. But I just received a message about the Sea Skull battlefield. That 6th-tier lord suddenly advanced from A rank to S rank, his combat power soared, and now he's even more invincible. Monster evolution. A major reason for this is that the more powerful lord monster behind it has advanced. It is highly likely that another Tier 10 S-Class ocean overlord has been born. No one knows exactly how many ocean predators there are. There are at least 10 known individuals worldwide, exceeding the number found on land. Due to regulatory restrictions, they cannot go ashore, so they occupy all areas of the ocean, causing humanity to completely lose control of the ocean. Commander-in-Chief, that strange lord has advanced. Our army has suffered heavy losses, and there's no way we can take it down now. Should we order them to withdraw from the sea skeleton battlefield? I can't help it, a general said helplessly. Withdraw? If we withdraw, how will we complete the mission assigned by the Alliance headquarters? We cannot retreat. If we can't kill that boss, then we won't kill it. We'll just tank its damage, even if it costs us our lives, to collect enough sea crystal iron for me. As long as the 3 war gods successfully capture the Heavenly Barrier Pass, the defense line of the outer battlefield will be more solid, and the 3 war gods will be able to free up their hands to do more things. This is a turning point in the fate of the human race. Xin Yuan, who immediately slammed his fist on the table and made up his mind. Upon hearing this, all the generals showed expressions of grief. That's what they say. But this is equivalent to exchanging the lives of a large number of young and middle-aged soldiers. And, even with great sacrifices, it's not guaranteed that enough sea crystal iron can be collected, as the boss's attacks can cover almost half of the sea skeleton battlefield. Pass on my order. Abandon killing that boss, and focus all your efforts on seizing the sea crystal iron. Xin Yuan, who knew this task would be very difficult. But no matter how difficult it is, even if it means facing mountains of knives and seas of fire, they will still accomplish it. When faced with the greater good, I am willing to sacrifice myself. Just as an admiral was about to issue the commander-in-chief's order to the general of the Sea Skull battlefield, a broadcast announcement stunned them. Upon seeing the announcement, Xin Yuan, whose previously somber face instantly transformed into one of joyful relief. 8 S-rank skills. This is absolutely outrageous. Grandmaster of Kendo. This is a title that even the God of Creation Sword has never triggered. This moment, Xin Yuan, who saw a glimmer of hope. Maybe. The task is now complete. Order the soldiers on the Sea Skull battlefield to withdraw and await my new operational orders. After saying that, Xin Yuan personally went to the Monster Hunter Hall to find Lu Yu. At this time, Lu Yu stared blankly at the title he had received. Title: Grandmaster of Kendo. Effect: after obtaining this, the hit rate of all your non-targeting skills is increased by 80%. Attack power is increased by 100%. All attacks have a 10% lifesteal effect. Skill effects are increased by 10%. All skill casting time is reduced by 50%, and mana cost is reduced by 50%. The next level of Grandmaster Kendo requires 20 S-rank skills to trigger. It's just a title. My attack power directly exceeded 10,000, approaching 20,000. You should know, an ordinary swordsman, at the 4th tier, even with a full set of orange gear, allocating all attack gems, and putting all points into strength, would only have a maximum attack power of around 10,000. I surpassed them all with just one title. This is only because I mainly added some stamina. Otherwise, my attack power would be even more explosive. And this, it's just one attribute bonus from the title of Grandmaster of Kendo. There are 4 other bonuses that are also quite good. If someone can get such an awesome title just by learning 8 S-rank skills, then wouldn't a Grandmaster of Kendo be even more awesome? Damn it. With these stats alone, he's more powerful than a supernova even without talent. Ha! Brother you don't know, Star Origin Stones are actually useful to NPCs. I'm so glad I used Star Origin Stones to successfully complete the S-rank difficulty tier 4 mission. It's just a pity that I didn't trigger the hidden mission. Before long, Beilatong finally returned after completing his mission, looking quite relaxed. There are plenty of advanced quests to come, and you'll have a chance to trigger them. Who knows, you might even become a hidden class like your great-grandfather. That's a must. Let's go. Let's head to the ocean battlefield and upgrade quickly. The two had just stepped out of the gate when they ran into the commander-in-chief, who was rushing over. Please wait a moment, everyone. Chapter 62, heading to the South China Sea battlefield. Fatty, is someone looking for you? I don't think so. I don't have any dealings with the commander-in-chief of the F-War Zone. He's probably looking for you, brother you. As they were talking, Xin Yuan came up to Lu Yu and said excitedly, Young friend Lu, could I trouble you with something? I'm afraid you're the only one in the entire war zone who can accomplish this. What's up? Lu Yu was puzzled. Please come inside with me to talk. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were completely bewildered as they followed the commander-in-chief to an office in a Monster Hunter Hall. Then I'll get straight to the point. Our F-War Zone is facing difficulties. The Alliance headquarters needs to attack the Tianshan Pass in the outer battlefield, and our war zone needs to build 100 level 10 magic array cannons. Currently, our war zone is severely lacking in the main material needed to build the magic array cannon, sea crystal iron. This material is only available in a special battlefield in the South China Sea region within our war zone. That battlefield is shrouded in special monster world rules, which prevent creatures of rank 6 and above from entering, and also prevent the use of items of rank 6 and above. Liu is also familiar with these special areas. The rules of the monster world assimilate into the blue planet world, causing some areas to become regularized, thus forming special rule-based areas. Each rule zone has different rules, and no one can break them. Even the 3 great war gods are helpless against these rule zones, as are monsters. Xin Yuan continued, the monster lord currently dominating that battlefield is a special 6-tier monster that is almost impossible to kill. Not long ago, it advanced to S rank, making it even more difficult to deal with. Our soldiers are unable to avoid it and collect sea crystal iron. Young friend Liu, aren't you going to the ocean battlefield to level up? Could you perhaps train in the sea skeleton battlefield in the South China Sea? There are quite a few monsters there. Once you advance to tier 5, could you help our soldiers withstand the attacks of the special lords? Although Lu Yu possesses 8 S-rank skills and the combat power to slay dark monster royalty of the same rank, he is only at level 90 of the 4th rank. Xin Yuan didn't think Lu Yu could defeat that monster lord. He believed that once Lu Yu advanced to the 5th rank, he could use multiple S-rank skills to withstand the monster lord's attacks, giving others a chance to collect sea crystal iron. In this way, there's a good chance that enough sea crystal iron can be collected to complete the emergency mission of the Alliance headquarters. Brother you, it's a rural area. There are probably some good things there. And the ultimate boss in the Sea Skull battlefield is very special. Sister Shi Zhanwu challenged it when she was at level 6, but she couldn't hurt it all. I've been wanting to see this boss for a long time. Beilatong began to speak. Oh, Shi Zhanwu is the granddaughter of the Dragon Blood War god and a former leader of the new generation of blood trials. She is on par with Cain, and her combat power is extremely strong among those of the same level. A 6th-tier boss that even she couldn't hurt. I have to go and see it. Furthermore, rule area. Lu Yu has never experienced this before, so he can go and experience it while he's at it, since it won't interfere with his leveling up. Commander-in-Chief, no problem. Then Beilatong and I will go to the sea skeleton battlefield in the South China Sea to level up. Lu Yu smiled. Good, good. Young friend Lu, with you taking action, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, you must remember not to be reckless and not to confront that boss head-on. Your level is too low. You can't kill it. You are the future 4th war god of our human alliance. If anything goes wrong, I will be held responsible even if I die 1,000 deaths. Xin Yuan, who had no choice but to solemnly remind Lu Yu. Actually, he wouldn't have come to Lu Yu for help if he had other options. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. I will act within my capabilities and won't do anything reckless. After all, I've always preferred to keep a low profile. Beilatong rolled his eyes. I'm telling you, brother Yu, you're still keeping a low profile? You're becoming so high profile, it's almost unbelievable. Putting everything else aside, the title of Grandmaster of Kendo, triggered by these 8 S-rank skills alone, is enough to amaze countless people. Suddenly, Beilatong seemed to have a sudden realization. This might be Uge's unique boss-like style. I need to take out my notebook and write this down so I can learn something. With Lu Yu's words, Xian Yuanhu felt relieved. However, the ocean battlefield is ultimately fraught with danger, and it's hard to say whether other powerful sea monsters might intrude and lurk near the Sea Skull battlefield. Especially the unknown, newly promoted S-Class 10th-tier Ocean Overlord. We need to be even more careful. Then I will personally escort the 2 of you to the ocean battlefield. To ensure the absolute safety of Lu Yu and Beilatong, Xin Yuan, who decided to personally oversee the South China Sea battlefield and provide them with protection. This, Lu Yu initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, I decided against it. The commander-in-chief was also worried about his own safety. After all, there were many powerful monsters that could act freely on their own in the ocean battlefield. Then, under the escort of the commander-in-chief and other bigwigs, Lu Yu experienced for the first time the special honor of having a bigwig personally lead the escort team. Alliance headquarters. The 3 war gods also saw the notification across all channels. What a young hero! 8 S-rank skills. This is unprecedented. The heaven-opening sword god, Beili Tsangfeng, was deeply moved. As the pinnacle of the human alliance, he knew all too well how difficult it was to obtain an S-rank skill. Many high-level job changers didn't even have one. It seems we will witness the rise of the 4th god of war in our lifetime. Yes, since we received guidance from our teacher in our dream, we were able to create 3 war gods. Now we have the opportunity to create a 4th. It is truly a great fortune for the human race. We should hurry up too. After all the major war zones have completed their missions with the magic array cannons, we will immediately attack Tianqian Pass and try to take it down in one fell swoop. South China Sea. This is just one part of the naval battlefield, approaching the F war zone. Therefore, it has become the primary battlefield for monster hunters of 4 stars and above in the F zone to hunt monsters. Whoosh! Lu Yu and his group arrived at an island in the South China Sea. This place had already been captured by the war zone legions and turned into a supply depot. All job changers who are hunting sea monsters in this area can come here to resupply. However, this supply station is now filled with regular soldiers of level 6 and below, as well as monster hunters, all of whom are here on orders to obtain sea crystal iron. More wounded soldiers continued to emerge from the seabed, and there were quite a few of them. They brought back a large number of the bodies of their fallen comrades, none of them intact, their deaths gruesome. This made Lu Yu frown. The casualties were so high. Gentlemen, you can dive directly from this island to reach the Sea Skull battlefield. Don't go near the central area yet. Level up in other areas first. After you reach level 120, you can return here. I have brought you the Tier 5 Advancement Divine Stones. You can accept the Tier 5 Advancement quest here directly. Xin Yuanhu said. Lu Yu nodded. Immediately, Summon little red and big white, take 100 miles with you, and head straight into the sea. Lu Yu wanted to see just what kind of powerful monster could cause such heavy losses to the army. Chapter 63 Special Boss, Lord Sulik. Whoosh. Big White automatically opened the bubble, enveloping Lu Yu, Beilatong, and Xiaohong. This effect is universal for underwater mounts, allowing the owner to avoid the effects of water currents. Under the assimilation of the monster world's rules and power, although the underwater world remains dark, visibility is unobstructed and the surrounding scenery can be clearly seen. Only in the distant, deep sea can one see things in a less clear way. Brother Yu, this is a water-repelling bead item. Wearing it will automatically repel water. It won't affect your freedom of movement even without a mount, but it's not as convenient as moving on land. You'll need to get used to it. Beilatong handed Lu Yu a deep blue bead. Lu Yu took it, and it felt as if he was wearing a thin water-resistant garment, which protected him from the seawater. It's quite convenient. The underwater environment here is truly beautiful, but often, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. The seabed is no longer home to ordinary fish. It is now filled with ferocious sea monsters. Chirp! A fifth-tier ordinary fish demon leaped out of the coral reef, its trident aimed at Lu Yu's back. But, minus 20,310. The fish demon was instantly killed. Fish demon. Brother Yu, did you use a skill? Beilatong blinked his small eyes, somewhat surprised. The fourth-tier skill Shadowless Sword is quite effective. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Holy crap, an S-rank Shadowless Sword is awesome. A regular Shadowless Sword, although it is also shadowless, will leave a trail of sword movement, which can still be detected. And Brother Yu, your Shadowless Sword is truly unpredictable, allowing you to strike first and catch your opponent off guard. Beilatong incorporated flattery into the actual situation, making Lu Yu unable to resist its appeal. This naval battlefield truly lives up to its reputation as the largest battlefield. It took more than an hour to dive down to reach the Sea Skull battlefield. The reason this place is called the Sea Skull battlefield is not only because the final boss is an octopus skull, but more importantly, because it contains countless human skeletons. After all, this is the only place in the F-War zone where sea crystal iron materials can be obtained, so naturally battles are taking place here all the time, and there are far more corpses here than in other battlefields. Upon arriving here, Lu Yu discovered that a large number of monster hunters and regular soldiers had gathered here, all of whom were 4th to 6th tier job changers. However, none of them approached the massive underwater volcano area in the center of the Sea Skull, which was the regular area. Instead, they cleared out the other small monsters that kept appearing around it. Lu Yu, a familiar voice came from behind. Lu Yu turned his head and saw that it was none other than Captain Yang Zhang. Captain Yang, what are you doing here? The higher-ups have issued a 6-star mission with a huge bounty. There's no limit to the number of participants, and hunters from the 4th to the 6th tier can all accept it. I'm just here to do my part for the Alliance, and try to get some sea crystal iron materials. Lu Yu, congratulations on finding the Star Origin Stone Vein in the Crimson Trial, which has earned you the generous rewards from the 3 war gods. Yang Zhang's words completely baffled Lu Yu and Beilatong. Captain Yang, what do you mean? Still pretending? Look at the Alliance channel. Even the Heavenly Sword God himself made a statement saying that you found the Star Origin Stone Vein, obtained the Alliance Hero title, and received the Hero's Grand Reward, which is why you had the opportunity to learn 8 S-level skills. Well, Lu Yu opened the League channel, and the first video on the front page was indeed a speech by the God of Creation. In an instant, Lu Yu then realized what was happening. This is an opportunity for the God of Creation to give himself a reasonable explanation for the origin of his 8 S-rank skills, so as to avoid being suspected by others. Although this explanation is somewhat forced, given the influence of the God of Creation sword, it still makes sense, and everyone is convinced. The 3 war gods really went to great lengths to avoid affecting themselves. By the way, what brings you guys to the Sea Skull battlefield? Did you and Beilatong both take on the 6-star quest to collect sea crystal iron materials? Foolish. You're only at the 4th level. This isn't a place for you. Even I'm not entirely confident I can get back safely. Many people died in the recent battle. Most of them were higher level than you. You should go back and cancel the mission, find a safer battlefield to continue leveling up. Especially you, Lu Yu, with 8 S-level skills. You should upgrade them in a low-key manner and strive to soar to great heights in the future to make greater contributions to the human race. Yang Zheng discovered that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong had both advanced to the 4th level, and suspected that the two had accepted this mission with a life-or-death situation. At this time, the army's commander walked over. This startled Yang Zheng. He couldn't understand why such an important figure had come. He guessed that the person had learned of Lu Yu's arrival and was there to persuade him to leave the battlefield. Yes, that should be the case. It's a rare occurrence for the human alliance to have a young swordsman who has earned the title of Grandmaster of Swordsmanship for the first time. The alliance must protect him and not let him perish easily. But who knew? The general's words left Yang Zheng speechless. Gentlemen, we have prepared a suitable area for your upgrade on the orders of the Commander-in-Chief. Please follow me. What's going on? Did the Commander-in-Chief send Lu Yu and Bailey Tong? No, Commander, what's going on? The commander initially didn't want to pay any attention to Yang Zheng, a 5-star hunter, but after a soldier whispered a few words to him, his expression immediately became respectful. So this is the captain of the hunter team that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong belong to. We should take this seriously. That's right. They were invited by the commander-in-chief to resist Lord Sulik. Our army suddenly withdrew from the rule area on the commander-in-chief's orders to withdraw and rest. We will only attack after Lu Yu advances to the 5th rank. Now I'll take them to level up first. GAA. Yang Zheng was completely devastated. No wonder the attack on Lord Sulik went well before the commander suddenly ordered a retreat. It turns out it was because Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were coming. Even if Lu Yu has 8 S-level skills, his talent is probably not very strong, so he probably can't withstand Sulik's attack, right? Due to the SS-level secret order issued by the 3 war gods, Li Wan and the others did not reveal Lu Yu's deeds in the Starry Sky illusionary realm after their return. Nature. The captain was unaware of Lu Yu's true combat strength. Senior Commander, there's no rush to upgrade. First, take me to see the strongest Lord Boss in the Sea Skeleton battlefield. The Commander-in-Chief had instructed that the 2 men should not be neglected and should be treated with even greater respect than he had shown them. So the general had no choice but to agree. But I still have to give him some instructions, otherwise he can't bear the responsibility if something goes wrong. I can only take you to the edge of the rule area. Do not venture in lightly. From the edge, you can roughly see Lord Sulik in the crater. It usually does not leave the crater. Lu Yu smiled slightly. Senior Commander, rest assured, I have always kept a low profile and will not take risks easily. Bailey Tong narrowed his eyes. If brother you says to keep a low profile, then something is very likely going to happen. Then, the group arrived at the edge of the designated area. Lu Yu looked around. A gigantic octopus skull, the size of Small Mountain, appears in front of a large underwater volcano. According to others, this lord is actually a giant boss with an octopus skull, a snake's body, and a pair of demonic fire wings. However, most of its body was submerged in volcanic lava, with only its head exposed. Name, Sulik. Level S. Level, LV-180, Tier 6. HP, 3 million. Mutant skill, Tentacle Embrace. Skills, Collapsing Waves, Death Swamp, Deep Sea Tidal Surge, Tentacle Smash. Deep Sea Intimidation. Introduction, special type of derivative monster. Gentlemen, we've seen it all. Let's go level up first. Holy crap. When the commander saw the next scene, his head was about to explode. If you're not careful, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong have already appeared on the crater, riding white horses, facing the boss head-on. Chapter 64 Rescue? Rescue my foot. The boss was killed in less than a minute. My god, my ancestors. Is this what you call being low-key? What kind of mount is that? How can it be so fast? The commander, realizing what was happening, immediately ordered, quickly, go and rescue them. Even if the entire army is wiped out, bring those 2 back. But Commander, the Commander-in-Chief has ordered us to guard outside the designated area. No, but save them. Save them at all costs, and I'll take responsibility for any consequences. The army then took action, but anyone with eyes can see it. At this time, the army's morale was very low. Their morale was shattered when they attacked Lord Sulik, so they had no choice but to risk their lives to collect sea crystal iron materials. Having finally received the Commander-in-Chief's order to withdraw and reorganize, the Commander-in-Chief is now sending 2 teenagers to face a terrifying, invincible boss once again. they naturally wouldn't have any morale. Even, many soldiers developed a sense of fear. This has a very negative impact on the entire South China Sea battlefield. Yang Zheng, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. He then rushed into the rural area without regard for his own life. These two were members of his team. As the captain, he had an obligation to save them, even if the hope was slim. But before he could run more than a few steps, Yang Zheng was completely dumbfounded because Lu Yu and Bailey Tong rode their white horses directly into the crater. Oh no, we're doomed. Yang Zheng racked his brains but still couldn't understand why Lu Yu and Bailey Tong would go to their deaths. The commander immediately knelt down. His face was ashen. Rushing into a volcano like that is no different from willingly walking into a monster's mouth. I'm doomed. I'll never be able to get rid of this mess for the rest of my life. This way, Lu Yu transforms into a sword god. With overwhelming force, I command thousands of flying swords to slay all of the boss's tentacles. No matter how huge this boss is, or how many tentacles it has, is still no match for Lu Yu's flying sword. Minus 46,969. A bright red damage number appeared above the boss's head. Without the tentacles to transfer damage, this boss is essentially without any means of survival. Beilatong, however, did not make a move. He simply sat on the back of the white dog and watched the show. The soldiers who were rushing to provide support were stunned when they saw the large damage numbers appear above the boss's head. Lord Sulik has been damaged? How is that possible? Their entire army, plus numerous monster hunters, couldn't even scratch this boss. The main reason is that this boss has too many tentacles, and the broken tentacles regenerate at an astonishing speed. If you can't sever all of its tentacles in one go in a very short time, there's no way you can hurt it. That's what makes this boss so terrifying. But now, someone actually hurt it. That means the boss's tentacles have all been severed. Who did it? In this rule-bound area that only 6th-tier job changers can enter at most, who can do it? Is that Lu Yu? The leader would immediately think of Lu Yu, because only Lu Yu and Bailey Tong managed to get inside. Since Bailey Tong is a fat thorn, then the only option is Lu Yu, who is a swordsman. Because the swordsman class is known as the physical mage, specializing in long-range sword attacks, it's possible to cut off all of the boss's tentacles in a short time. To sever all of the boss's tentacles in one go, you would need to control at least tens of thousands of flying swords. Lu Yu is only at the 4th level. Even if he has 8 S-level sword skills, he doesn't have that ability, right? After all, in his understanding, even the most powerful Kaitian sword god could barely control 10,000 flying swords. But the Kaitian sword god was a level 10 super boss and a hidden swordsman. Besides Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, there's no one else who can fight the boss. The general can only conclude that it's because of the sword master title that Lu Yu obtained. It's probably the effect of that title. Otherwise, there's no reasonable explanation. Roar. The colossal Lord Sulik, wounded for the first time by a human, a mere 4th-tier ant, roared to the heavens, preparing to unleash the powerful, deep-sea intimidation skill to obliterate this monstrous young human swordsman. Demonstring sword, drawing technique. Minus 15. A huge gash appeared on Lord Sulik's chest, and green blood gushed out, interrupting his skill. Holy crap, over 100,000 damage in one strike. Brother you're absolutely invincible. Bailey Tong's body became even rounder in surprise. This is a 4th-tier fighter against a 6th-tier fighter. A single skill dealing over 100,000 damage. Who would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes? Lu Yu continued his relentless attacks. Lord Sulik, who is known as the invincible 6th-tier lord, quickly lost more than half of his health. The boss is enraged. The enormous body crashed directly into Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, who were like ants. Bang! -1. -1,000. Lu Yu is unharmed. After all, his physical defense is over 100,000. The boss only has high HP, but its attack is only slightly higher than that of a normal 6th-tier job advancement. A 6th-tier job changer's attack power is at most tens of thousands, so this boss's attack power naturally cannot exceed 100,000. Beilatong had to buy to take the hits. He only suffered minor burns from being knocked into the volcanic lava. Ouch, it's so hot. Beilatong kept losing health, but after he equipped a fire resistance item, he stopped losing health. Intending to poke the boss a few times, Beilatong was surprised to discover that there seemed to be something under the lava. Big White, go downstairs. This time, Big White was obedient, because Lu Yu instructed us to protect Bai Li Tong and prevent him from getting hurt. Lu Yu glanced at the Bai and Bai Li Tong, who had fallen into the lava, and knew that the natural damage from the lava alone would not be enough to kill Bai Li Tong. Immediately, Lu Yu activates the Will of Ice. Let's try freezing this boss. A seamless barrage of flying swords. Immediately, the giant boss is now frozen solid and unable to move. Although it can only freeze for 0.01 seconds, Lu Yu's flying sword is uninterrupted, which is equivalent to being able to control for 10 minutes, which is terrifying to think about. The boss can do nothing but roar. Why is frost coming out of the boss? Why isn't it using any skills? The group, still on their way, were completely bewildered. Everyone, look at the boss's health bar. The boss is about to die. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Only then did everyone notice. In less than a minute, the boss with 3 million HP is almost out of health. Even if this boss doesn't have a special skill to transfer damage, it would still take them at least a day to kill it. I am speechless. Countless soldiers stopped in their tracks and immediately knelt down. No rescue needed. The boss is about to be instantly killed. At the same time, the soldiers' eyes lit up with fervor. Morale, which had plummeted to rock bottom, is starting to rebound. Once this boss is truly killed instantly, then their nightmare will end, and their morale will return to its peak. Even if a new lord emerges here in the future, it is highly unlikely to be this special lord again, so the sea skeleton battlefield can be considered completely conquered. In addition to the precious sea crystal iron material here, one can imagine this is of great significance to the entire F war zone and even the entire Terran Alliance. It can be said that it would be an understatement to say that this would greatly boost the morale of all soldiers in the theater. Yang Zheng didn't stop. He rushed towards the crater to make sure Lu Yu and Bai Li Tong were safe. Quick, before the boss uses its skills, quickly clear out the other monsters. After the initial shock, the commander-in-chief ordered the army to clear the way. He also needed to ensure that Lu Yu and Bai Li Tong were unharmed. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to the commander-in-chief. All swords return to their origin. When the boss's health bar is down to 5%, Lu Yu uses this skill to see the effect. All the flying swords, combined with the swords condensed by the skill, converge towards Lu Yu, forming a huge and cool 10,000 swords return to origin effect, which also dealt considerable damage. Within the skill's effect range, all flying swords dealt damage to the boss, instantly killing the low-health boss. Boom! Lord Sulik, known as the most difficult Tier 6 warrior to kill in the F war zone, could only meet his end in the face of the sword god Lu Yu. This boss is indeed powerful. It took me 25 seconds to kill it. Where's that fatso? Did he drown in the lava? Lu Yu frowned. At this time, Bai Li Tong sent a message. Brother Yu, there's a big surprise under the lava. Come quick. Chapter 65 Rules Dungeon. Money can make NPCs do the millstone. Staying at the supply depot, Xianyuan Tiger, always ready to defend against the attack of the ocean's overlord, was leisurely sipping his tea. Once Lu Yu reaches level 120 and completes the 5th tier quest, the collection of sea crystal iron materials can begin. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the private channel started blaring. Take a look. It was a voice message from Commander Yu Songfei. Commander-in-Chief, please come to the Sea Skull battlefield immediately. What happened? Did something happen to Lu Yu and Bai Li Tong? Xianyuan, whose heart skipped a beat. If something happens to either of them in their own battle zone, the God of Creation sword will probably skin him alive. Yes and no. What do you mean by yes and no? Explain yourself. Xianyuan, who quickly led his generals to the Sea Skull battlefield, continuing to ask questions along the way. Lord Sulik was instantly killed. Yu Songfei's words stunned Xianyuan, who was on his way. What? That special lord was killed instantly? Who did it? Yu Songfei had no choice but to tell the commander-in-chief the whole story. A while later, Xianyuan, who finally snapped out of shock. Are Lu Yu and Bai Li Tong all right? Commander-in-chief, I don't know. They went into the crater, but it was too far away for me to see what was happening inside. I'm at the crater now, but there's only the boss's corpse here. Lu Yu and Bai Li Tong are nowhere to be seen. I've already ordered people to go down into the lava to search for them. Search. Search with all you might. Find him alive or dead. Xianyuan, who was getting anxious. Soon, good news has arrived. Yu Songfei, Commander-in-Chief, the search team found a rule instance below the lava. The instance indicates that 2 people entered, which should be Lu Yu and Bailey Tong. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan, who finally breathed a sigh of relief and then excitedly instructed, "Guard the dungeon well and don't let the other sea monsters get close." A new rule-based instance has been created within his war zone. This is fantastic news. This is absolutely the first rule copy to appear in the history of the Blue Star world. We must report to headquarters immediately and dispatch high-level combat forces to guard the area. It seems that a new ocean overlord was not born in the South China Sea, but rather that the appearance of the rule dungeon caused the Lord of Nazarick Boss to undergo a special baptism and advance in rank. Soon, the 3 war gods were incredibly surprised to learn that a new rule-based instance had been created in the Sea Skeleton battlefield of the F-Zone. Because rule-based dungeons have always only appeared in extraterrestrial battlefields and have never appeared in the Blue Star world, it seems that the monster world has assimilated the Blue Star world to a certain extent, which is why rule-based dungeons have started to appear. Brother Tu Tian, I'll have to trouble you to make the trip. Bailey Songfeng laughed. It's a small matter. Perfect. I can also check if Xiao Bailey has been slacking off lately. Having said that, Tu Tianwei set off. On the other side, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong appeared in a strange little world. Brother Yu, isn't that a big surprise? This is a rule-based instance. What is a rule copy? Lu Yu had never heard of this kind of instance before, and he was quite curious. Brother Yu, you've already seen the rule areas. Each rule area has a specific set of rules. The rule for the Sea Skull battlefield is that only those who have undergone a class change or monsters of rank 6 or below can enter. There's a very small probability that a special copy will be generated in the rule area. This copy also follows the rules of this area, so it is called a rule copy. Although there are monsters in the rule dungeon, they're not like dark monsters or derivative monsters, but rule monsters. Our ancestors named them dungeon monsters to distinguish them from the monsters outside. The rules of the dungeon have 2 main characteristics. The first is that it can be entered repeatedly, and the experience gained from the monsters inside is extremely high, equivalent to 3 to 10 times that of monsters outside. The second feature is that the dungeon bosses in the rules dungeon can drop epic or legendary equipment, unlike monsters outside, which at most drop orange equipment. Tong seems to know everything, and is very knowledgeable about the rules in dungeons. What did you say? The dungeon monsters here can drop equipment of orange grade or higher. Lu Yu's eyes widened. Epic equipment. Legendary equipment. Lu Yu knew all too well how difficult it was to obtain. Lu Yu opened many equipment chests, but didn't even see a single epic-level piece of equipment. It is conceivable that. How difficult is it to obtain equipment of orange rarity or higher? The value of this copy of the rules is self-evident. Yeah, by the way, Brother Yu, the drop rate for orange or higher-grade equipment on the first clear of this rule dungeon is quite high. Moreover, the first team to enter has a dungeon clearance protection period, which means that no matter whether we succeed or fail, the dungeon will only be officially open to others after we leave. As he spoke, Beilatong became puzzled again. Brother Yu, as far as I know, this rare rule instance has always only been created in the outer battlefield. How come one suddenly appeared here? Lu Yu guessed that it was probably due to the fusion of the monster world and the Blue Star world to a certain extent. Otherwise, a rule-based instance would not have suddenly appeared. In the near future, other rule-based areas in the Blue Star world may also give rise to duplicates. In this way, it is estimated that some organizations weaker than the 6 major powers in the extraterritorial battlefield may turn their attention back to the Blue Star world and relocate there. After all, with 6 behemoths in the extraterritorial battlefield, it's difficult for other forces to gain much. Now that a rule-based instance has appeared in the Blue Star world, they will naturally come back to get a share of the spoils. In other words, a new era of change has begun in the world. Fatty, why are there no dungeon monsters in this instance? Lu Yu looked around, but didn't find any dungeon monsters. However, the dungeon scene was rather peculiar, as if it were a world made of seawater and lava. Brother Yu, we'll have to wait. Wait for what? Only when the NPC appears will the dungeon monsters spawn. I see. The 2 waited in place for 3 minutes. Sudden, light streamed from all 8 directions in the instance and gathered in front of the 2. A short while later, a beautiful fire spirit, half a meter tall, appeared. She wore a fiery dress, and her wings were also made of flames, making her very captivating. Name: Fire Xia. Identity: Dungeon NPC. Introduction: a unique NPC for the rules-based dungeon. Befriend him. You might be surprised by the surprises. Liu took a closer look. I discovered that the NPC in this instance is the real NPC. Unlike the advanced missions I encountered before, the NPCs in this instance have no attributes or health bars, meaning they're invincible and cannot be attacked. He will only stay in the fixed area of the rule copy. Welcome, adventurers, to the Lava Sea Prison Dungeon. I am Fire Xia, your guide in this dungeon. The ancient Lava Sea monster is awakening. Are you ready for battle? Liu, wait. Respected Ms. Huaxia, we are new here. May we become friends? Huaxia said coldly. Sorry, we dungeon NPCs never befriend those who have changed jobs. Brother Yu, it's no use. In the outer battlefield, many seniors have tried to befriend him with various treasures, but the NPC doesn't react after accepting the treasures. I see. Liu pondered for a moment, then took out 10,000 gold coins and gave them to him, but Huaxia did not react after receiving the gold coins. 10 million. No response. 100 million. Still no response. 500 million. Still no response. I simply don't believe it. Money can make even a female ghost kneel down and sing "Conquer" for me. 1 billion. Ding. Your sincerity has successfully won over Huaxia, and she's become your friend. The next second, Huaxia affectionately took Liu Yu's hand in hers. I am so moved, my dear human friend. After you kill the Lava Sea monster boss, don't leave in a hurry. Use its blood to summon it and awaken the sleeping Lava Sea Monster King. Kill it and give me its heart, and I can reward you with an epic level equipment. After saying that, Huaxia took out a mysterious summoning item and gave it to Liu Yu. Chapter 66. Boss, spare me. I'll treat you to fish. Hey fatty, look. We've successfully made friends with the NPC in the dungeon. Liu Yu laughed heartily. Puff. Beilatong was internally ranting. Damn it. Who would spend 1.6 billion gold coins just to befriend a dungeon NPC? Furthermore, not many top players have that many gold coins. However, Beilatong also heard clearly that spending a total of more than 1.6 billion gold coins would give him a chance to obtain an epic level equipment. However, this deal was a loss no matter how you look at it. After all, this is only a 6-star dungeon, so the epic equipment you can get is at most level 180. A level 180 epic item is definitely not worth 1.6 billion. On the contrary, Liu Yu felt he had made a huge profit. If this is a way to obtain epic level equipment, then you can go to various rule-based dungeons, befriend other dungeon NPCs, and quickly obtain a full set of epic level equipment. This is much faster than opening blind boxes or equipment chests. It's just a mere 1.6 billion gold coins. For others, this might be a number they could only dream of for a lifetime, but for Liu Yu, it was just a matter of grinding monsters to collect it. After advancing to Tier 4, the base amount of gold coins in the coin bursting system increases to 60, making the speed of coin farming like a rocket. Fire Xia, we are ready for battle. Let's begin. Okay, my dear friend. With a wave of her hand, Fire Xia summoned lava sea monsters that appeared throughout the dungeon. They were all humanoid monsters with shark heads and lava bodies, each one bearing its fangs and claws. These dungeon monsters are subject to strict rules. They will not attack if you go outside their designated area. Big fatty, let's start the game. The dungeon map isn't very big, but it's not small either. You'll have to figure out the exact distribution and number of monsters yourself. And the boss won't spawn until all the mobs are cleared. Minus 120,000. Minus 120,000. Minus 120,000. In his sword god form, Liu Yu used his sword god skill to instantly kill 10 small monsters in front of him, speeding up the monster killing process, since the sword god transformation cooldown was only 180 seconds anyway. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 180 times 60 is equal to 10,800 gold coins. Ding! You have gained 18,000 times 3 is equal to 54,000 experience points. Excellent experience. 3 times the number of monsters outside. It takes 1,843,200 experience points to level up from level 90 to 91, so you only need to kill 34 normal monsters in the dungeon to level up once. Brother Yu, The drop rate is pretty good. I got dozens of gold coins and a level 180 green gauntlet. Beilatong became a professional item collecting assistant. Yeah, I got a green item from just 10 mobs. The drop rate for the first clear of this dungeon is pretty good. Continue. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong excitedly searched everywhere for dungeon monsters to farm. Based on this leveling experience, they hope to reach level 120 after clearing the dungeon. Outside the instance at this moment, while ordering his men to quickly collect marine crystal iron materials, General Yu Songfei also began digging deep into the seabed volcano. Clear the lava as quickly as possible and protect the rule-based instance in the shortest possible time. As long as you firmly control this instance, it's equivalent to having a strategic treasure trove for rapidly increasing your strength. In the outer battlefields, the Alliance headquarters only controls one rule-based instance, the Chaotic Forest. Most rule-based instances are still controlled by monsters. Certainly, monsters cannot gain experience or level up by killing them in the rule-based dungeon, but they can farm equipment, and there is a low chance of them dropping special resources. It's no wonder that the Dark Monster Royal family has such good equipment. They've mastered many of these rule-based dungeons. Commander-in-Chief Xin Yuan Hu and his group of big shots arrived at the Sea Skull battlefield, but they could only stay outside the underwater volcano area and could not enter the restricted area. Old Su, you personally go back to Dragon City and arrange for an elite legion, along with advanced life skills engineers and others, to bring enough building materials and come here as soon as possible. I want to build a top-level defensive city here as soon as possible. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. At this time, Yang Zhang's head was buzzing as he watched everything unfold before him. It's so dreamy. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, whom he brought, suddenly gained the strength to kill a 6-tier special lord and also discovered a rule dungeon. With that kind of combat power and luck, they've already left him far behind. What the hell? I haven't even officially started a single team activity, and 2 of my teammates have already taken off? Yang Zheng shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. Thinking about myself, it's been almost 10 years since I graduated, and I'm only at the 5th level. 2 newbies who graduated less than a year ago, who have only met a few times, have already killed a 6th-level boss. If we organize events in the future and they participate, will I lead them, or will they lead me? A month passed quickly. A massive steel city enveloped the entire area, and a powerful magic array was activated to isolate the seawater, marking the establishment of the first underwater city in Zone F. Furthermore, in order to protect the rules of the instance, a battle line was formed outside the city, guarded by the most elite legions of the F war zone. The underwater volcano in the middle was also hollowed out, and the lava was diverted out, revealing the entrance to the rule-based instance inside the volcano. The entrance is a magma gate covered with runes resembling those of a job-changing divine stone. In the center of the gate is a vortex of flames that occasionally emits strange and warm energy fluctuations. A month has passed. Logically speaking, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong should both have the strength to crush Lord Sulik. They should have cleared a mere 6-star dungeon by now. A group of top leaders held a meeting in the newly constructed command center for the underwater battlefront. At this moment, Tu Tianwei spoke up. There's no need to worry. If they really run into trouble, Beilatong would send out a distress call. He hasn't done so yet, probably because he's busy with something. Tu Tianwei watched Bailey Tong grow up from childhood, and even spent more time with him than Bailey Tong's grandfather, so he could be considered Bailey Tong's second grandfather. Nature. Tu Tianwei was very familiar with Bailey Tong's habits. Actually, Bailey Zongfeng was able to obtain the assassin's heart thanks to Bailey Tong's help, something Bailey Zongfeng was unaware of. Otherwise, he would definitely have sparred with him for 3 million rounds. And within the copy, Lu Yu and Bailey Tong were busy at work. Damn it, what kind of summoning item is this? It's so hard to summon. Bailey Tong was speechless. In fact, it took them less than half a month to find monsters to farm, but it took them more than half a month to summon the Lava Sea Monster King using the boss's blood and summoning items. The progress bar is only 99% now. Lu Yu also felt helpless. However, this hidden boss is unique, so it's reasonable that it's difficult to awaken. Ding! You have successfully awakened the Lava Sea Monster King, which has been sleeping at the bottom of the magma. Prepare for battle, as it is about to burst forth from the lava. Suddenly, the rolling lava lake ahead boiled over, and an ancient, scorching aura erupted. Then, a huge dungeon monster appeared, accompanied by a volcanic eruption of lava. Name, Lava Sea Monster King Red Fate. Level S. Level, LV-180, Tier 6. HP, 3,200,000. Introduction. The hidden boss in the Lava Sea prison is unique and will not respawn after being defeated. Defeating it yields special rewards. Dialogue. I am the great lord of lava, Red Fate. Whoever disturbed my slumber will be eternally punished in the lava inferno. Talent unleashed, Sword God Mode. Monstres de yin divine sword formation. Demons de yin sword, droin technique. Divine Sword Storm. Lu Yu, who couldn't wait any longer, charged straight at Hong Fate, unleashing his 3 great Sword God skills. He then used the active effect of God's Proof to refresh his Sword God skills and unleashed another round. Ah, boss, spare me. I'll treat you to fish. You've taken up so much of my time, and all you can do is treat me to fish? Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the unique hidden boss, the Lava Sea Monster King. The entire team has obtained the title Lava Warrior, which grants plus 1800 fire resistance and an additional 18% fire attack damage. Ding. Your level has reached 120. Please accept the Tier 5 advancement quest as soon as possible to break through to Tier 5. Holy crap. Brother Yu, we got a rare title. Beilatong was overjoyed. This title is very rare. Many big shots still don't have a title. A title that increases fire resistance and fire damage immunity? Not bad. Lu Yu smiled gently. With the attribute bonus from this title, the originally scorching magma suddenly became as cool as a mountain spring, and the fire damage received was greatly reduced. Brother Yu, look. The boss seems to have dropped a red epic item. Beilatong's eyes were sharp, and he spotted a red light between the legs of the boss's corpse at a glance. Chapter 67. What's wrong with hatching a real dragon? Epic level equipment. One of them actually appeared. The drop rate for top-tier equipment in this game is quite good. Lu Yu couldn't wait to pick up the equipment and examine it. Name, Lava Flame Armor. Category, Clothing. Rarity, Epic. Wearing level, LV-180. Suitable for all professions related to physics. Attribute, Unidentified. Note, this requires an appraisal scroll of level 6 or higher created by an appraiser of level 6 or higher. Big Fatty, do you have any Tier 6 appraisal scrolls? No, not at all. Beilatong waved his hand. His level is too low. He doesn't need such advanced items at all. Moreover, scrolls for identification are not easy to make. Many senior appraisers are too lazy to spend a lot of effort making appraisal scrolls, preferring to appraise directly rather than spend time on it. Lu Yu had no choice but to put the epic level equipment into his backpack. These items, which require crafting by those who have changed jobs, are not sold in the outer domain shop. As for the other items dropped by the hidden boss, Lu Yu didn't care about them at all and had Beilatong pack them up and take them away. This made Beilatong's face beam with joy. This is the benefit of clinging to someone powerful. You get to share the spoils. The two returned to the NPC Fire Shia. I'm back. Here, the heart of the Lava Sea Monster King. Lu Yu handed the boss's heart to Huoxia. Wow, you're amazing. You managed to kill such a powerful Lava Sea Monster King. You're the strongest human I've ever seen. Watching Brother Yu and Huoxia chat like old friends who hadn't seen each other for 10 years, Beilatong squatted down to the side and started drawing circles, feeling envious. My dear friend, this is a fire crystal necklace that I have worn for many years. I am giving it to you today as a personalized necklace. I hope you like it. Huoxia took off the necklace from her neck and gave it to Lu Yu. The originally small necklace, after Lu Yu took it, became a normal-sized necklace, radiating the unique red light of epic-level equipment and accompanied by a warm heat. Name, Fire Xian Necklace, exclusive. Category, Jewelry. Rarity, Epic. Wearing level, LV-180. Attribute, Unidentified. Hint, this is a special necklace given to Lu Yu by Huoxia. Only Lu Yu can wear it. Good heavens. It really is an epic-level piece of equipment. Moreover, it's an extremely rare necklace accessory. As we all know, among equipment, accessories have a lower drop rate than other equipment, and necklaces are the hardest accessories to obtain. Necklaces with high attribute bonuses and high quality are especially rare. Even the three great war gods, as powerful as they were, still wore orange necklaces purchased from the extraterritorial store. My goodness, an epic necklace? Brother you're taking off at a speed that's almost like a rocket. The moment Belatong saw the necklace, he jumped up from the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. Don't be surprised, keep a low profile. Lu Yu patted the fat man on the shoulder. Although it took almost a month to complete this dungeon, the rewards were enormous. 2 epic level items. Plus, upgrade to level 120. At this rate of upgrade, probably no one else can match it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the Lava Sea prison dungeon for the first time. Your names will be remembered forever. Ding! You have been awarded one chance to open a treasure chest for the first time clearing the dungeon. The next second, a panel appeared in front of both Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, displaying 9 treasure chests. Wow, there are dungeon treasure chest rewards too. With his mouth watering and rubbing his chubby little hands, Belatong randomly chose a dungeon treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a stamina attribute potion, bound. Consuming it will permanently grant you plus 180 stamina. Wow, brother I got a stamina potion. It adds 180 stamina points, which is equivalent to the free attribute points I get when I level up to 36. I'm about to take off. Belatong immediately jumped for joy. Lu Yu smiled and prepared to choose a treasure chest to open. At this time, Huaxia reminded them, Dear friend, the items from dungeon chests are bound and cannot be traded. If you'd like, you can give me some gold coins and I can help you see what's inside these dungeon chests, but I can only tell you that. Belatong was dumbfounded. Damn it. Is this even possible? Is this discriminatory treatment? Suddenly, Belatong discovered that spending 1.6 billion gold coins to befriend a dungeon NPC seems like a worthwhile investment. Lu Yu readily gave Huaxia a bunch of gold coins. Ding! You spent 100,000 gold coins. Firesia tells you that the first treasure chest contains a strength attribute potion. Ding! You spent 200,000 gold coins. Firesia tells you that the second treasure chest contains orange tier weapons and equipment. Ding! You spent 25.6 million gold coins. Huaxia tells you that the 9th treasure chest contains a 10-star battle pet egg. Dear friend, the best treasure among these 9 dungeon chests is the 10-star battle pet egg. Huaxia laughed. Holy crap, a 10-star battle pet egg? Brother you've hit the jackpot. Belatong was stunned. Lu Yu nodded. That's it. Ding! Congratulations on opening a 10-star battle pet egg. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting a 10-star battle pet, the Azure Dragon of the Sea. Name, Azure Dragon of the Sea. Category, Battle Pet. Qualification, 10 stars. Level, LV1. Talent, Azure Dragon Domain. Skills, none. Did this hatch into a real dragon? Lu Yu was speechless for a moment, then overjoyed. This Azure Dragon's form is similar to the white dragon that the Moon White Dragon Steed transforms into, but its entire body is covered in azure dragon scales, making it very dreamy and cool. Moreover, it is an Eastern dragon form, not a Western lizard dragon. Looking at the Azure Dragon of the Sea prison, which was emitting blue smoke, Lu Yu liked it more and more. This is a battle dragon pet. Just thinking about slaying monsters on my sword, with a white dragon on my left and a blue dragon on my right, is incredibly exciting. And this should be the second combat dragon pet in human history. Looking at the battle pet rankings, you'll see that apart from the Hellfire Blood Dragon of Dragon Blood War God, there are no other dragon pets in the top 10. While the Purgatory Blood Dragon of the Dragon Blood God is still in the form of a Western dragon, he himself has 2 true Eastern dragons. Ding! Your battle pet, the Azure Dragon of the Sea, has risen to number 1 on the battle pet rankings. Do you wish to make this information public? No. The next second, a channel-wide announcement sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has changed jobs and acquired a 10-star battle pet, the Azure Dragon of the Sea, which has now reached number 1 on the battle pet ranking. Holy crap, we got a 10-star dragon pet. They actually pushed the Dragon Blood War God's Hellfire Blood Dragon out of the top. Countless people were shocked. The Dragon Blood War God was also utterly horrified. He had previously mocked Old Hua for making his mount second, but now his own battle dragon pet has also become second. Could it be Lu Yu? The 3 war gods could only think of Lu Yu first, probably because only he could have such luck. Emma, brother Yu, Are you even leaving any room for anyone else to live? You're going to be completely arrogant. Beilatong dreams of having a top-tier pet that's awesome, handsome, cool, and incredibly powerful. I don't want to either, but my abilities won't allow it. A handsome person will only become more handsome. Lu Yu stroked the head of the sea prison azure dragon and named it Little Azure. A level 1 dragon is still quite small. Let's go, it's time to get out. I bet the people outside are getting impatient. Immediately, Lu Yu recalled Xiao Tsong and Xiao Hong back to the pet space, and together with Bailey Tong, they stepped out of the instance. With the two leaving the instance, the Lava Sea prison instance is officially open to the public. The next second, the Lava Sea prison instance erupted with towering pillars of flame. This beam of light led directly to the battlefield outside the domain. In a short time, this alarmed all the major and minor forces on the battlefield outside the region. Isn't that a special beam of light that only appears when the rule-based instance is opened? It seems to be erupting from the blue star world below. Quickly, send people back to Earth immediately to confirm whether this is a copy of Earth's birth rules. Wait until the pillar of flame dissipates. Those waiting outside then saw the information displayed on the instance. Instance, Lava Sea Prison. Star rating, 6 stars. Entry level, LV 180 or below. Team size, 12 players or less. Special restriction, each person can only enter once per month. First to achieve this, Lu Yu Bailey Tong. Chapter 68. The stats of this epic level equipment are amazing. You too, don't be so reckless next time. You scare me to death. Only after Lu Yu and Bailey Tong came out did Yang Zheng finally put his worries to rest. Captain Yang, we just wanted to experience the power of the boss, but we didn't expect it to be so weak. Brother, you didn't even have to put in any effort before it fell down. Beilatong said with a grin. Everyone felt ashamed. Think of them, an entire regular army, plus many monster hunters, who were helpless against Lord Sulik, and in the end could only sacrifice their lives to obtain sea crystal iron materials. Lu Yu and Bailey Tong, just the two of them, instantly defeated this seemingly invincible lord. How could they not feel ashamed? Ahem. Gentlemen, the commander-in-chief has been waiting for you at the Sea Skull battlefield for quite some time. I'll take you there. General Yu Song-fei personally led the way. Before leaving, Lu Yu did draw a rough map of the dungeon monster distribution and gave it to Captain Yang Zheng so that the captain could reduce the danger of running the dungeon. Immediately afterwards, Yang Zheng followed an elite squad of all Tier 6 members into the Lava Sea prison instance. This was an arrangement by the commander-in-chief considered a favor to Yang Zheng. Along the way, Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the League's infrastructure prowess. In just 1 month, they managed to build such a massive defensive fortress. How many materials and how much manpower must have been used? It's just a rule copy, yet the Alliance takes it so seriously. It seems I underestimated the value of rule copies. Upon arriving at the Supreme Command Center, Beilatong immediately spotted Grandpa Tutian sitting in the center position. Grandpa Tutian, what brings you here? Beilatong immediately ran over, laughing happily. Come and see my little Bailey. See if you've been slacking off these days. You're already level 120. Looks like you haven't been slacking off. You've been working hard. Tu Tianwei smiled keenly. Xin Yuan Hu and the others were speechless. This Tu Tianwei is the founder of Monster Hunter and, to date, the only 10-star legendary hunter. That's an absolute monster-slaying god. There was a rumor that he was absolutely capable of competing for the title of God of War back then, but he didn't compete for it and instead chose to be a carefree monster hunter. So, those who know him secretly call him the God of Slaughter, whose combat power is definitely no weaker than the 3 great war gods. I never expected that this great killing god would have such a kind and cheerful side. I guess only the grandson of the god of creation, Sword, could make him like this. Grandpa said, you become stronger when you're close to the strong and weaker when you're close to the weak. With Brother Yu by my side, I can't help but work hard to become stronger. Beilatong was speaking the truth, but he didn't say that the longer he spent with Lu Yu, the more he realized how towering Lu Yu was, so high that he could only look up at him. He would be lucky to even catch up to him in this lifetime. Lu Yu, you are very good. You are the most talented young swordsman I have ever seen. You are even stronger than me and the heaven-opening sword god back then. Well done. The future of the human race is promising with you in our lives. Tu Tianwei looked at Lu Yu, his sharp eyes full of admiration. He had nothing to teach Lu Yu, a genius of swordsmanship at the god level. Such geniuses can only hone their skills on their own. No one else was qualified to teach them, not even the god of creation. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Lu Yu was modest. With such talent, yet so humble and modest, you are a role model for us all. Little Bailey, you should learn from Lu Yu in this respect. Tu Tianwei continued to shower praise on me. I want to learn from Brother Yu's humility. Bailey Tong nodded seriously in his heart. Lu Yu, Bailey Tong, you eliminated the most troublesome Tier 6 Lord for us, preventing our war zone from suffering heavy losses and restoring morale. This will enable us to successfully collect enough sea crystal iron materials from now on to build a magic array cannon, which will be a great contribution to the entire human alliance. I have reported to the alliance headquarters, and the alliance has given instructions that we can meet any of your needs. Xin Yuan, who thanked him very happily. It wasn't because of Lu Yu. Leaving aside how many young and middle-aged soldiers would die, even the emergency mission of deploying 100 level 10 magic array cannons might not be completed smoothly. He just hadn't expected that Lu Yu would be so monstrous, easily crushing a 6th-tier lord who was an insurmountable opponent for them at only the 4th tier. Such a potential career changer is truly unique throughout history. I have a need right now. I wonder if any of you seniors have 2 appraisal scrolls of level 6 or above. I want to appraise 2 unidentified level 180 equipment items. Lu Yu spoke directly. Lu Yu, think this through. You only want a 6th-tier appraisal scroll? Isn't that a huge waste? Xian Yuan, who clicked his tongue in amazement. You can make any request to the Alliance headquarters. This rare opportunity requires 2 6th-level appraisal scrolls. Lu Yu smiled, but remained silent. He lacks nothing at all. 2 authentication scrolls are all you need. I have 10 appraisal scrolls of level 6 or higher here. Consider it a reward from the Alliance. Tu Tianwei liking Lu Yu more and more. If I weren't unqualified to be his teacher, I would definitely snatch this swordsmanship prodigy as my successor. Lu Yu accepted the scroll and smiled. Thank you so much, Senior Tu Tian. This is what you deserve. By the way, did you get the Sea Dragon rank number 1 on the Battle Pet leaderboard from a dungeon? Tu Tianwei asked. The name Sea Prison Azure Dragon is very similar to the name of the dungeon, and everyone guessed that it was either Lu Yu or Bailey Tong. That's right. I was lucky enough to get a 10-star Sea Prison Azure Dragon from the dungeon chest after my first clear of the dungeon. Lu Yu did not offer much explanation. All the big shots broke down. Is it even possible to get this by chance? The probability is no less than finding a needle in a haystack. Could Lu Yu be the reincarnation of a lucky child? Bailey Tong chuckled to himself. It wasn't just luck, it was clearly an NPC opening a back door. However, even this back door required money to open. Brother Yu, quickly identify this epic level equipment and see what its attributes are. Bailey Tong spoke urgently. Lu Yu was speechless. He wanted to keep a low profile and do the 5th-tier advancement quest before getting it appraised. Upon hearing this, the bigwigs were taken aback. What? Epic equipment? Lu Yu even got an epic level equipment in the dungeon? Is he trying to authenticate the scroll in order to authenticate epic level equipment? Lu Yu, you really got an epic level item? Even Tu Tianwei, the god of slaughter, couldn't help but feel his heart race. Although clearing the rule dungeon for the first time has a high probability of dropping orange or higher grade equipment, this is mostly just speculation. In fact, nobody knows the drop rate, because no human player has ever completed the rule-based instance. The rules of the dungeons controlled by the various forces in the outer battlefield were also taken from the monsters, and the first clear was already taken by the dark monsters. Grandpa Tutian, you don't know, do you? Brother Yu got 2 epic level equipment, one of which is an exclusive necklace. Bailey Tong did not reveal the secret that befriending the dungeon NPCs with gold coins could trigger the awakening of the hidden dungeon boss. He would not reveal it without Yu Ji's permission. Even if his own grandfather asked, he wouldn't tell. What? 2 epic level items. Tu Tianwei was so shocked that he gasped for breath for the first time. The drop rate for this first clear of the dungeon is absolutely insane. Lu Yu, quick, bring them out for appraisal. Let us witness the birth of 2 new epic level equipment. Xian Yuan, Hu, and the other bigwigs from the war zone all looked like they had never seen the world before. their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Lu Yu had no choice but to take out the lava flame armor and the fire Xian necklace and begin the appraisal. After 2 dazzling red lights flashed, the 2 epic-level equipment pieces revealed their true appearance. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. These attributes are amazing. Chapter 69, Powerful Epic Equipment. Name, Lava Flame Armor. Category, Clothing. Rarity, Epic. Wearing level, LV 180. Suitable for all professions related to physics. Maximum HP, plus 28,000. Strength, plus 3,280. Stamina, plus 3,840. Spirit, plus 3,100. Fire resistance, plus 180. Special effects. Defense enhancement plus 5,760. Flame sacrifice. When worn, it automatically ignites a flame, which can cause a certain amount of burning damage to nearby targets. Name, Fire Xian Necklace, exclusive. Category, Jewelry. Rarity, Epic. Wearing level, LV 180. Exclusive owner, Lu Yu. Maximum HP, plus 29,800. Strength, plus 3,100. Stamina, plus 3,280. Agility, plus 3,100. Spirit, plus 3,840. All attributes, plus 360. All resistance, plus 18%. Special effects. Skill attack power plus 18%. Fire Xia Guardian. After being attacked, it can form a fire shield to absorb a certain amount of damage. Gulp. Is this the attribute bonus of epic level equipment? And there are 2 special effects too. This is just too powerful. Don't be fooled by the fact that everyone here is a veteran of the war zone. Very few of you have actually seen epic level equipment in person. The best equipment they used was orange tier equipment, which didn't have any special effects. The attribute bonuses of epic equipment are like this. There are 2 fixed special effects, both of which are passive effects. But most of the epic equipment I've seen only adds 3 attributes. But Lu Yu's 2 epic level equipment pieces, the Lava Flame Armor, added 5 attributes, and the Fire Xian Necklace even reached an astonishing 7 attribute bonuses, and both added the most important thing, the maximum health. It can be said that these 2 epic level equipment pieces are the best of the best, and either one is of immeasurable value. Tu Tianwei also exclaimed in amazement. If this were a tier 10 epic level equipment, he would shamelessly go bankrupt to trade it with Lu Yu. Ding! Your epic level equipment, the Lava Flame Armor, has entered the top 100 of the equipment rankings. Do you want to reveal your name? Ding! Your epic level equipment, the Phyresian Necklace, has entered the top 100 of the equipment rankings. Do you want to make this information public? 2 notifications popped up. Lu Yu still chose no. When 2 epic level pieces of equipment entered the equipment rankings, it caused a huge stir, shocking countless players who had changed classes. The Human Alliance's public channel was once again abuzz with excitement. Just now, a 10-star battle dragon pet appeared, and now 2 epic level equipment pieces have popped up. Is this some incredibly lucky player who keeps getting top-tier items from opening treasure chests? I don't care. I want to worship the big shot, whoever it is, as long as they're from our alliance. That's a blessing for our alliance. Holy crap. I was so excited when a 10-star battle dragon pet appeared that I popped an egg, and now 2 epic level equipment pieces have appeared at the same time, so I excitedly popped another one. But the feeling of exploding with joy. Alliance headquarters. The group of powerful figures preparing for the Battle of Tianxian Pass were also collectively shocked as they stared at the new epic level equipment on the equipment rankings. Even if it's just a tier 6 epic level equipment, it's still an extremely precious and top-tier piece of equipment for the Human Alliance. 6 tier, could it be that Lu Yu and Bailey Tong got it in the New Rules dungeon? The God Hobman guessed. There's no mistake, it should be Lu Yu. Besides him, who else in our Human Alliance has the ability and luck? Dragon Blood War God, sure, Tianxing laughed heartily. My current concern is that the light pillar activated by the Rule Dungeon will attract other forces back to the Blue Star world. With 2 Tian around, there won't be any problems with the New Rules Dungeon. At most, they will start fighting for the rule areas outside of our alliance's major war zones that we don't control. The Heavenly Sword God, Bailey, Songfing pondered. It seems that in addition to preparing for the battle at Tianxian Pass, we also need to arrange manpower to assist the various war zones and firmly control the other rule areas within the war zones. The rules of the monster world have assimilated the Blue Star world to a certain extent. This is a new challenge, but also an opportunity. If we seize it, we can quickly become stronger. The others readily agreed. Order the commanders-in-chief of each war zone to first secure the rule-based areas within their respective war zones. As for the rule-based areas outside their war zones, proceed according to your capabilities. May I ask the three war gods, what if they encounter people from other extraterrestrial forces who come rob them? We will not give up the territory within the war zone to them. If they dare to forcibly seize it, we will show them whether they can withstand the power of the legendary great sword in my hand in the future. Yes. Meanwhile, on this side, Liu is also completely mesmerized. This is epic-level equipment. It is so captivating and powerful. It can be said that this one epic-level equipment is enough to crush an ordinary 6th-tier job changer. No wonder the dark monsters are so powerful. To this day, the human race has never dared to step out of the war zone except to protect themselves. They could only retreat to their respective territories and rely on rules and magic arrays to resist the invasion of monsters. Brother you've really blown us away this time. If you ever publicly announce that all the epic equipment, battle pets, and mounts that have recently appeared are yours, you'll be a global sensation. Beilatong kept stroking the 2 epic-level pieces of equipment, almost drooling. It's just 2 epic-level items. Do you have to be so dramatic? Brother it's nothing to you, but for us, it's the ultimate gear we could only dream of. Liu was speechless for a moment, as it seemed to make sense. All right, we need to prepare for the Tier 5 quest. We have 5 months to level up, and maybe we'll have a chance to advance to Tier 6. Liu put away the epic-level equipment. Liu, before we start the 5th tier mission, I need to give you a brief introduction. Tu Tianwei suddenly said. Please speak, senior. Li was somewhat puzzled. It's just a Tier 5 quest. Just accept it and do it. Why does Senior Tu Tian look so serious? Grandpa Tu Tian, let me do it. You're too serious. You're not suited for teaching. Beilatong chuckled. Tu Tianwei was annoyed and thought to himself, You little Bailey, there are so many people here. Can't you even consider my feelings? Xin Yuanhu and the others held their tongues, not wanting to laugh. This was the first time they had ever seen the god of slaughter in such an awkward state. Just as Beilatong was explaining the differences between the 5th tier advancement missions to Liu Yu in detail, a soldier rushed in. Report, Commander-in-Chief. Something terrible has happened. People from outside the region are coming and intend to force their way into the Lava Sea prison instance. What? Everyone was furious. At this time, Tu Tianwei slowly drew his scarlet sword. Perfect timing. I've been feeling a bit annoyed. After saying that, Tu Tianwei walked out. The crowd silently prayed for the intruders, hoping they would leave alive. Chapter 70. Watch closely. This sword strike is going to be awesome. Brother to sum it up in one sentence, the 5th tier mission is a test of one's professional spirit. All job changers who accept the 5th tier quest will randomly enter an alternate dimension, which, simply put, means traveling back to a previous timeline. What you see there is what actually happened, only now it has become your advanced quest ground. Of course, we are people of the Great Xia dynasty, so we will only return to the time and space that the Great Xia dynasty once existed. After listening to Beilatong's introduction, Liu Yu was quite surprised. This 5th tier mission was so different, and it even allowed him to go back in time. No wonder Senior Tu Tian was so serious. Those were mostly years of blood and tears, dark and hopeless times. Brother the 5th tier mission only has one test of professional heart. If you succeed, you can get a mysterious reward, which depends on the evaluation after the mission is completed. If you fail, the next one you'll take on will be a regular advancement quest, and you'll only get attribute rewards. Everyone has a different professional heart. For me, I honed my own assassin's heart early on, so doing 5th tier missions will be relatively easy. After saying that, Beilatong took out a history book of the Great Xia dynasty. Brother it's better to be prepared. After accepting the mission and entering the alternate dimension, you can refer to the history book. This way, you can roughly know what happened in that dimension and then follow your heart. Commander-in-Chief, shall we begin? After understanding the details of the 5th tier mission, Liu Yu was prepared to face all tests of his professional spirit. Then, Xin Yuanhu took out a 5th tier advancement divine stone. Liu Yu and Bailey Tong directly accepted the 5th tier mission. Ding! The first time you accept a Tier 5 quest, there are no difficulty levels. All quests are uniformly classified as the trial of the heart of a profession from another dimension. You have accepted the Tier 5 quest. Task name: Test of Professionalism. Mission description: you'll be randomly transported to a specific time point and location within the Great Xia human realm to undergo a test of your professional spirit. Hint: 1. This task has no specific requirements. Everything is up to you. You are in an alternate dimension and can do whatever you want. 2. This task will last for 3 months. After 3 months, your professional spirit will be tested to determine if you have succeeded. If successful, you'll be given a score based on your performance, and a corresponding reward will be issued. If you fail, you can take on the 5th tier quest again, but it is not the test of professional heart. 3. Damage sustained during the mission is real damage and can result in death. Proceed with caution. After confirming the mission details, Liu Yu immediately activated the mission teleportation and entered a certain space-time node. The next moment, Liu Yu's vision went completely white. The scene has not yet appeared. Liu Yu heard the incessant cries of a baby, along with the sounds of cannons, gunfire, screams, and terrified cries. After a moment of disorientation, Liu Yu appeared in a city that was devastated. Right in front of him, an infant sat on the ruins, surrounded by corpses and horribly mutilated ones at that. A woman, whose body was reduced to half its original size, held the infant in her arms, her face streaked with reluctance and tears, but the infant had already passed away. The baby's cries were very piercing, but no one responded to him. Just one glance. Liu Yu's heart suddenly felt heavy. Is this what the Great Xia dynasty was like? At this time, a fighter jet streaked across the sky, but it crashed vertically, belching thick smoke. Top, top, top. A small squad, covered in filth, appeared. They were all dressed in the uniforms of the Great Xia soldiers. They saw no hope, but their morale remained high, and they continued to defend their country fearlessly. At this point in time, the human race had not yet entered the era of class advancement, and naturally, they used firearms to fight against the invasion of powerful, unknown monsters. But these monsters are too powerful. Some of them are not afraid of firearms at all. The Great Xia dynasty was plunged into a dark age, with countless deaths and injuries. Just then, a scream came from the sky, and a flying monster suddenly swooped down towards the crying baby. Liu Yu narrowed his eyes and quickly shielded the child with his body. Just one sword strike. He then sliced the swooping flying monster in two. The squad leader had originally come to rescue the poor toddler, but he happened to witness Liu Yu's intervention and was immediately shocked. The captain's uniform was tattered and his cap was gone, but he had no guns on him. Instead, he was holding a gleaming white bone sword as he walked towards Liu Yu. The captain looks very young, still like a teenager. Liu Yu was stunned when he saw the person who had arrived. Huh? Bailey Tong? You've also come to this time and space. Bailey Tong? My name is not Bailey Tong, but Bailey Zongfen. I am a young man determined to become a sword god and save the Great Xia. The young man was resolute and spoke in a serious tone. What? You're Bailey Zongfen? Liu Yu was speechless. This person is actually the sword god of creation in his youth. Liu Yu then noticed. Although the boy in front of him looked very much like Bailey Tong, he was tall and slender with bright eyes and sharp features, quite different from Bailey Tong's shifty eyes. Bailey Tong, brother Yu, those are charming little eyes, not shifty eyes. You know me? Bailey Zongfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had no recollection of this person in front of him. Ahem, I don't know you. I've only heard of you. I'm from somewhere else. Could you tell me where this is? What happened here? And what time is it? Liu Yu quickly asked. Bailey Zongfeng looked at Liu Yu with some suspicion. You're here to help too, right? Don't you know this is Jinling's city? You don't even know it's 2024 in the Xia calendar. 2024. The Great Xia dynasty, Jinling. Liu Yu took out the history book and quickly found the events that occurred at this point in time. Nanjing has fallen. Hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered by the monster. The rescue team also suffered heavy casualties and was eventually forced to abandon Jinling City, which became the territory of monsters. Historical records indicate that the god of creation sword participated in this rescue operation. Historical records also state that at this time, the three great war gods of Bailey Zongfeng had not yet brought back the job change stones from the outer battlefield. In other words, at this time, the human race relied on guns, cannons, and even nuclear weapons to fight the monsters. It's unknown how the legendary warriors, including Bailey Zongfeng, managed to bring back the job-change stones from the perilous battlefield beyond the realm. Just as Liu was deep in thought, roar! A disgusting-looking monster burst out of the rubble. Oh no, it's a second-tier monster. Brother, you take the toddler and go first, I'll hold it off. Liu Yu's expression darkened as he looked at the disgusting monster, and he shoved the toddler into Bailey Zongfeng's arms. Didn't you say you wanted to become the sword god? Watch closely, this sword strike is going to be really cool. Chapter 71, The Sword Immortal appears. The divine dragon appears. Great Xia is saved. Azure Lotus Sword Dance. A sword is drawn, like an immortal dancing with a sword, between elegance and splendor. The monster stood dead. Bailey Zongfeng had never imagined that such exquisite swordsmanship existed in the world. This was the swordsmanship he had always dreamed of pursuing. If he learns this sword skill, he can slay many monsters and save more people. Although he didn't know who the powerful swordsman in front of him was or why he was so strong, Bailey Zongfeng knew that this was an opportunity to become stronger. Thump. Master, please accept me as your disciple and teach me the monster-slaying sword technique. Bailey Zongfeng knelt down without hesitation. As long as he can learn the monster-slaying sword technique to save the country and its people, he is willing to give up his dignity. Liu Yu stared in astonishment at Bailey Zongfeng, the heaven-opening sword god begging him to teach him swordsmanship. However, Liu Yu quickly realized it as well. Bailey Zongfeng is eager to learn the monster-slaying sword technique to save the country. This isn't swordsmanship, it's sword skill. You can think of it like a skill in a game. Take good care of the children, and I'll resolve this crisis in Jinling City first. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yu mounted his sword and soared into the air. Sword, come! The next moment, countless flying swords hovered in the air. Each sword emitted a sword's cry, a powerful and resounding sound that caused everyone in the city, including the monsters, to stop and look up. Was that the descent of our great Xia, sword immortal, to save us? Some of the fleeing civilians cried out in horror. This kind of scene, which was only seen in movies before, actually happened in real life. Flying on a sword and controlling thousands of swords. What else could this be but a sword immortal? I must become his apprentice. A seed of swordsmanship has sprouted in Bailey Zongfeng's heart. Cut. Liu Yu controlled thousands of flying swords, forming a meteor shower of swords that danced within Jinling City. Each sword easily pierced through a monster. In the early stages of the monster invasion, most of the monsters that appeared were below level 5, so how could they withstand Liu Yu's flying sword attacks? In less than 10 minutes, all the monsters that invaded Jinling City were killed by Liu Yu. As for the other monsters outside the city, they had long been frightened away by Liu Yu's terrifying sword. Snap out of it, bro. Liu Yu returned to Bailey Zongfeng's side and closed his wide-open mouth. The baby in his arms stopped crying. Instead, she looked at Liu Yu with her big, bright eyes, and every now and then she would reach out her chubby little hands, wanting Liu Yu to hug her. Liu Yu then picked it up. Sword Immortal, please accept my deepest gratitude for saving Jinling City. Could you please also save our other compatriots? Bailey Zongfeng now regarded Liu Yu as a sword immortal descended from heaven. Otherwise, he could not explain everything that had just happened. Tell me about the current situation in our great Xia. Liu Yu said solemnly. Sword Immortal, the situation is extremely dire. It could be said that the country is on the verge of collapse, and the family is about to perish. The monsters are too strong and too difficult to kill. Our great Xia Kingdom's reserves of firearms are almost exhausted, and we can only barely hold onto a few major cities. The rest of the country has fallen. Besides Jinling City, only a few major cities remain. Kyoto, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Xijing, and Shengjing. The leader wants to gather the remaining surviving people together and establish a united front to resist the monsters. But this task is too difficult. Bailey Zongfeng said through gritted teeth. Ah, the once prosperous Great Xia Kingdom. Our once beautiful home. Our compatriots who once shared laughter and joy. They were all destroyed by monsters. This blood feud will be ingrained in the blood of every citizen of Great Xia, and the monster will surely pay for its blood debt in the future. At this moment, Liu Yu also clenched his fists. When his teachers told him this tragic story in school, He was moved, but he didn't truly understand it. Now, I witnessed firsthand the devastation of our motherland. Seeing the tragic state of our compatriots with my own eyes, I realized the despair our ancestors went through back then. Is it possible to get in touch with the leader? Lu Yu asked hurriedly. He knew that every second of delay would mean more deaths and injuries among his brothers and sisters. Sword Immortal, wait a minute. Let me contact the officer in charge of rescuing Jinling City first. He can get in touch with the Dragon Head. Soon, Bailey Zongfeng contacted his superior. Upon learning that the mysterious swordsman who had just intervened was going to help the brothers and sisters in other major cities evacuate, the officer immediately contacted the leader. In this way, Lu Yu successfully made contact with the Dragon Head. Dragon Head, I'm also a citizen of Great Xia. You don't need to call me Sword Immortal, just call me Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, the leader of the capital was somewhat shocked. The Sword Immortal who had easily saved Jinling City was a citizen of their Great Xia. Although it is unbelievable, the most urgent task now is to rescue the people in various places. All right, Xiaoyu, then I'll get straight to the point. After discussion, our national salvation plan first requires us to gather all the surviving people together in Shengjing. Then we will establish a united front in Shengjing, concentrate our firepower to fight the monsters, and then look for a way to save the country. This plan to save the country is the same as recorded in historical books, but countless people died in order to implement it. It can be said that the population of Daxia has dropped to a critical point. I don't know how our predecessors managed to get through it all, successfully establish a front, and finally catch their breath. Lu Yu quickly came up with a battle plan. Dragon Head, I'll clear out the monsters near the other major cities. Let the legions of each city escort the people directly to Shengjing. I have a way to quickly support each city. Good. Xiaoyu, when you arrive in Shengjing, I will lead all the people of Great Xia to express our deepest gratitude to you. After ending the call, Lu Yu summoned Dabai, whose speed was fast enough to quickly provide support to the 6 major cities. After all, in the early days of the rule's implementation, the territory of the Blue Star world had not yet expanded. Sword Immortal Master, could you please take me with you? Bailey Zongfeng looked at Lu Yu nervously. Come on up. Lu Yu nodded. Really? That's great. Thank you so much, Sword Immortal. After Bailey Zongfeng had his teammates take the children and retreat with the main force, he jumped onto the back of the big white dog. Dabai, transform into a dragon, and head to the nearest capital, Shijing, at full speed. La! With a neigh, the great white horse soared into the sky, its body radiating white light, transforming into a colossal white dragon reaching the heavens. Upon seeing the dragon from the legend of the Great Xia dynasty, everyone in Jinling City was startled, then cheered with tears of joy. With the appearance of the Sword Immortal and the manifestation of the divine dragon, the Great Xia dynasty is saved. Back then, these were all myths of the Great Xia dynasty, but now they have come true. Roar! A roar from a true dragon terrified the monsters watching from afar, who dared not approach Jinling City again. Bailey Zongfeng revealed an extremely fanatical look in his eyes. This was the Sword Immortal he longed for. Fly on a sword, a true dragon by your side. How magnificent and powerful this is. If I can become such a big shot in the future, I will definitely be able to keep the Great Xia dynasty at peace. Lu Yu intervened. The once arrogant monsters either fled in terror or fell victim to swords, and large numbers of people, escorted by the garrison troops of various cities, rushed to Shengjing. The originally planned 6-month evacuation period was completed in less than a month. Although they encountered monster attacks along the way and many people died, this was already a very good outcome. The original plan was that each city would lose 70% of its population, but now it has lost less than 10%. When Lu Yu appeared in the sky above Shengjing riding his white horse, everyone kowtowed to thank him for saving their lives. But Lu Yu knew that now is not the time to let our guard down, because the crisis is not truly over yet. Historical records state that in order to resolve the monster crisis, the leaders of all the countries that still existed in the world at that time decided to send suicide squads to the sky to enter the monster world, that is the extraterrestrial battlefield, to find a way to deal with the monsters. Hundreds of thousands went, but only a few dozen return alive. Among them are the 3 future war gods. They brought back the divine stone of job change, which allowed the human race to enter the era of job change. Liu Yu has made his decision. First, help the country establish its battle lines, then personally go to the outer battlefield to bring back the job change stones and advancement stones. The era of universal job switching has begun. Chapter 72, I am Liu Yu, the sword immortal of the great Sighed dynasty, slaying monsters. Listen to the sword's cry. Boss, could you please tell me your specific plan for constructing the defensive line? As a person from the future, Liu Yu had some understanding of the general battle lines in each war zone and could offer some advice to the predecessors of this time and space. Xiao Yu, this is the battle plan we formulated before. The leader confidently unfolded the confidential blueprints. Take a look at the blueprints. Liu Yu was speechless. Wasn't this the same as the organizational map of various war zones in later generations? However, this structural diagram is a preliminary one and is not yet fully complete. I never imagined that our ancestors were so brilliant. Even their battle lines were so ingenious, and they're still used by later generations today. Immediately, Liu Yu also offered suggestions, a total of over 1,000, regarding the imperfections in the battle plan. It can be said that Liu Yu told his predecessor everything he knew. As long as his predecessor built the battle line according to the modified blueprints, it would be basically the same as the defensive battle line of later generations. The only difference is, this defensive line has no magic array cannons, no powerful props, and no defensive magic arrays. Upon hearing this, they all looked on with admiration. They never expected that Liu Yu, at such a young age, not only possessed mysterious power like a sword immortal, but also had such discerning wisdom that he could see the flaws in the battle plan at a glance. Someone quickly began constructing the defensive line according to the blueprints that Xiao Yu has repaired. With everyone united and working together, they quickly established the Great Xiao War Zone. Liu Yu also joined in, using the powerful abilities of Dabai and Xiao Tsong to rapidly build the battle lines. Xiao Hong, who had always been indifferent to everything, suddenly became interested and offered to help. Liu Yu had no choice but to recall Xiao Tsong and summon Xiao Hong. And you know what? Xiao Hong's strength was also beyond Liu Yu's imagination. For example, Xiao Hong lifted the boulder, weighing several tons with one hand. Don't forget, she's a cat. Therefore, Liu Yu felt that Little Red, with its 0 stars, was becoming increasingly mysterious. Once the battlefront was in place, Liu Yu immediately opened the item inventory of the extraterritorial shop. There are still some items that can be used temporarily, such as conductive stones and flame mechanisms. The quality is not high. However, dealing with the monsters in the early stages shouldn't be too difficult. At this time, Liu Yu noticed that his gold coins were divided into 2 rows. The top row shows the gold coins I previously saved, but says they cannot be used in the alternate dimension. The line below shows the gold coins I got from farming this time-space monster, and it indicates that they can be used. In other words, only the gold coins obtained by defeating monsters in this time and space can be used in this time and space. However, this was not a problem for Liu Yu at all. In this time and space, the coin-dropping system is still effective, and the gold coins dropped by monsters are still the same as outside. Liu Yu had already killed a lot of monsters while supporting various cities, so he still had a considerable amount of gold coins. Then, Liu Yu purchased a large number of usable props and deployed them throughout the battle lines, which stunned Long Tu and the others. They never imagined that such amazing and powerful defensive items existed in the world. If they had possessed these magical items from the beginning, the Great Sighed dynasty wouldn't have been invaded by monsters. Xiao Yu, we've had this question in our hearts for a long time. Where did you get your power, your pet, and all these magical items? The leader couldn't help but ask. Everyone listened intently. If the source of the mysterious power is known, it would be a blessing for the Great Sighed dynasty and even for the entire human race worldwide, and may even be able to launch a counterattack against these invading monsters. Liu Yu pondered for a moment, unsure whether this alternate dimension was real or not, or whether the events happening now would affect the future. But now that he was here, as a person of the Great Xia and a member of the human race, he could not stand idly by. In this time and space, let's start the era of universal job change. Dragonhead, to be honest, there is a huge divine stone in the outer battlefield. It possesses mysterious and powerful energy that allows our human race to choose a profession and gain the power to fight against monsters. As long as we bring this divine stone back, our human race can usher in an era of universal profession change, allowing everyone to have the power to fight against monsters, just like me. Everyone was stunned by these words. The dragon head was the first to react. Although he didn't know what kind of power this was, he understood that it could be used to fight monsters. So, he asked somewhat excitedly, "Are you telling the truth?" Lu Yu nodded very seriously. Bailey Zongfeng, standing to the side, flashed a sharp light in his eyes and said firmly, "I must bring this divine stone back." The dragon head shook his head and said, "Zongfeng, since Xiaoyu knows about the existence of the divine stone and has obtained such powerful strength, yet he still hasn't brought it back, the difficulty involved must be considerable." As he said this, the dragon head kept looking at Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't offer much explanation, as he couldn't very well say that he came from the future and only appeared in this timeline because he was on a mission. "All I can do now is end the dark ages ahead of schedule, so that my ancestors can have the power to fight against the invading monsters." After thinking it over, Lu Yu looked at Bailey Zongfeng and smiled slightly, saying, "All right, then come with me to the outer battlefield. We'll bring this divine stone back together." According to historical records, these invading monsters appeared in Sakura country and destroyed the entire country in just one day. Then, the ancestors of Great Xia immediately set up a battle line. Subsequently, they joined forces with other nations around the world that had not yet been destroyed to form the Human Alliance. In order to find a way to deal with the monster, the Alliance also turned its attention to the mysterious vortex in the sky. That was the only way to enter the battlefield outside the domain. However, as the rules assimilated the world, the vortex disappeared, and the only way to go to the outer battlefield is through a giant teleportation array. Only after paying a huge price was the Alliance able to successfully send Bailey Zongfeng and other human elites into the extraterritorial battlefield. In the end, only about a dozen people survived and returned alive. But they lived up to their mission, successfully bringing back the divine stone of job change, ushering in an era of universal job change, which secured the future of the human race. This time, Lu Yu decided to change the fate of the ancestors in this time and space, so that they could feel hope and joy, even if it was just a dream. "Sword Immortal, please take me with you. I also want to contribute to the Great Xia." The speaker was Shi Tianxing, the future Dragon Blood War god, who was also a passionate and ambitious young man at the moment. Unlike Bailey Zongfeng, he carried a huge bone sword and already possessed a hint of the aura of a war god. "Please take me with you." This is a girl wearing a bright green bodysuit with naturally ring-shaped eyes. Her name is Dong Li, and she is Bailey Zongfeng's childhood sweetheart. Me too. Tu Tianwei, the future god of slaughter, also stepped forward to volunteer. In this way, Lu Yu then took the four of them with him, rode on the Great White, and set off for the outer battlefield. This is an alternate dimension of a 5th-tier mission. Even if the dark monster is powerful at this point, its level won't be too high. Nature. Lu Yu is still very confident that he could protect the four of them. The giant white dragon, dubbed Bai, passed through the vortex and led everyone to the battlefield outside the realm. They had just arrived. Lu Yu saw many monsters, as well as dark monsters that were preparing to enter the Blue Star world after the rules were lifted. Upon seeing a giant dragon appear with 5 humans, the dark monsters were all stunned for a moment. Before they can react, Lu Yu had already transformed into a sword god, raising his sword and slashing forward. "I am Lu Yu, the Great Xia Sword Immortal, slaying monsters. Listen to the sword's cry." Chapter 73 Little Red makes her move. 10 suns rise into the sky. These 5th-tier dark monsters, lacking any S-rank royal members, were utterly unable to withstand Lu Yu's powerful attacks. In an instant, the monster was killed, crying out in agony. The 4 members of Bailey Zongfeng were thrilled by what they saw. With such immense power, once mastered, what fear is there of these monsters? Damn human ants, you're finished. Our king will arrive soon and wipe you all out. Humans are only fit to be our food. An A-level dark monster is barely clinging to life, but its mouth remains stubborn. Lu Yu killed him with a single move, the Shadowless Sword. Our current task is not to fight monsters here. The battlefields beyond our borders are vast. The monsters here are endless. You can't possibly kill them all. It is no exaggeration to say that. Once completely surrounded by a massive number of monsters, Liu Yu could easily break through, but protecting Bailey, Songfeng, and the others would be difficult. First, find the job change stone and the advancement stone as soon as possible. We can deal with the rest when the era of universal job change begins. Then, Liu Yu led the four of them to search quickly. Historical records do not mention where the heavenly sword god and his companions found the class-changing divine stone in the outer battlefield. Therefore, Liu Yu had no choice but to let Bailey Zongfeng and the other three act as guides, while he himself was responsible for guarding and killing the attacking monsters. Boss, we don't know which direction to look either. Bailey Zongfeng and his three companions were somewhat bewildered. Logically speaking, since the expert has changed jobs, they should know where the job change stone is. Liu Yu had no choice but to explain, the job change stones cannot be stored in any space, but monsters can transfer them. I have to focus all my attention on dealing with the monsters and can't afford to be distracted. You guys are responsible for searching. Just search according to your own ideas, and you'll definitely find them. Upon hearing this, the four realized what was going on and immediately set out a plan, which they quickly devised. Boss, the four of us have decided to split into two groups. Dong Li and I will ride the giant dragon to that mountain range, while Shi Tianxing and Tu Tianwei will follow you to the other forest. This way, it will be much more efficient. Bailey Zongfeng spoke up. Liu Yu nodded in agreement. With Big White's speed and Little Red's protection, their safety shouldn't be a problem as long as they don't encounter a powerful dark monster royal family. Having reached level 4, my control over my pets has greatly increased, so distance is no longer an issue. Furthermore, once they are out of his control, Baymax will lead them back to him. It's settled then. Let's get started. Liu Yu immediately ordered Bai to act, while he himself, along with Shi Tianxing and Tu Tianwei, flew down to the chaotic forest on their swords. This vast forest is a regular area, but its environment is extremely chaotic, with various elements creating a terrifying natural disaster environment. Flames, frost, sharp blades, lightning, bottomless swamps. These are everywhere, danger lurking in every direction. One wrong move, and you could be on the verge of death. Certainly, in this harsh forest environment, there are also a large number of monsters. They have thrived here and have long been accustomed to the environment. Many monsters even feed on the chaotic elements here. Name, White Tiger Daggerhorn Monster, Fire-type monster. Level, LV-120. Nama, Hammer Monster with type monster. Level, LV-122. Name, Pink Abalone Mouth Monster, Water-type monster. Level, LV-125. Call out. Sold out instantly. Seeing the monsters with various attributes and abilities, Liu Yu used his flying sword to clear a path and swept through them. Ding! Your pet, the Azure Dragon of the Sea, has reached level 90. Although you can't gain experience yourself, your pet can. Xiaocong's level isn't maxed out yet, and with so many monsters here, leveling up is naturally incredibly fast. In this way, Liu Yu and his two companions bypassed dangerous areas and fought their way into the depths of the chaotic forest. Here, Liu Yu found a mysterious tower. Instance, Tower of Chaos. Huh, a rule copy? I didn't expect a rule copy to appear in this chaotic forest so early. Liu was quite surprised. Liu Yu wanted to enter the dungeon to find out more, but considering that non-class changeable players couldn't enter, he had no choice but to give up for the safety of Shi Tianxing and Tu Tianwei. Once you've completed the advanced quests, it's not too late to farm this dungeon in the Outer Realms battlefield later. Boss, something's wrong with that lake. Tu Tianwei pointed to the lake emanating cold air not far from the Tower of Chaos and said. Liu took a closer look. Mysterious light occasionally surges in the middle of the cold lake. It's unclear whether it's the light from the divine stone or an effect caused by a monster in the lake. Liu decided to go down and take a look. On the other side, Bailey Zongfeng and Dong Li also entered the Blackbone Mountain Range, where they were pursued by a large number of undead monsters. But Big White's speed was astonishing. These undead monsters couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried. Zongfeng, let's go take a look at that mountain. Dong Li pointed to a strange mountain in the shape of a skull in front of her and said. Bailey Zongfeng nodded and told Bai to head in that direction. A short while later, Big White arrived above Skull Mountain. Bailey Zongfeng glanced down and saw a large rock radiating a mysterious light. According to Liu Yu's explanation, this is the job change stone, and they have found it. Moreover, there seemed to be no monsters around this divine stone. No, to be precise, there are monsters and quite a few of them. But the monsters seemed unable to get close to the job change stone. It was as if some mysterious force was preventing them from getting close. Big White, take us down. Both Bailey Zongfeng and Dong Li showed extremely excited smiles. When the two touched the job change stone, a job change glow immediately emanated from their bodies. Is this what Boss Li was talking about? Job change? It's amazing, so powerful. Bailey Zongfeng was filled with excitement. Upon seeing the job change prompt, Bailey Zongfeng surprisingly chose the swordsman class without hesitation. With a ding, Bailey Zongfeng's entire body flashed with golden light, and he successfully changed jobs on the spot. But at that moment, a gigantic beastly shadow appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun. When Bailey Zongfeng, who had just changed his class, looked up, his expression changed drastically. What did he see? A colossal dark dragon spread its wings, which blotted out the sky, and its size was no smaller than that of the Great White in its dragon form. Lu Yu, the big boss, had told them that Dabai was just a mount and had no offensive capabilities. Big White, let's get out of here. Bailey Zongfeng acted decisively and immediately picked up the job change stone. But Little Red stretched out her cat paw. Bailey Zongfeng thought that Little Red was going to fight this terrifying dragon. So he quickly broke out in a cold sweat and advised, Little Red, that must be the king that the monsters are talking about. Without Lu Yu here, we should leave. The terrifying dragon that suddenly appeared was emanating a chilling aura of darkness. The fact that Bailey Zongfeng and Dong Li, who had just changed jobs, did not faint from fright is enough to show how strong their willpower is. At this moment, Qi Xiao, a 6th-tier S-class demon dragon and member of the Dark Monster royal family, who had come to hunt down the humans who had intruded into the outer battlefield, also noticed the conspicuous Dabai below, as well as Bailey Zongfeng and his companion. Shaw, a bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle 2 newly promoted humans. 2 black flames spewed from the nostrils of the angry red demon. Little Red, let's retreat. This monster is too strong. There's no point in fighting it now. Let's find Boss Lu Yu first. Bailey Zongfeng continued to persuade him. A mere 6th-tier demonic dragon dares to harbor murderous intent towards me and Abai. It deserves to be roasted. Both Bailey Zongfeng and Dong Li were dumbfounded. No. Hey, Little Red, you're a cat. How did you start talking? That's terrifying. Also, you said it's a 6th-order magic dragon, but Lu Yu is only a 4th-order one. But the next second, Bailey Zongfeng had a snot hanging from his nose, his mouth was wide open, his face was distorted, and he was completely dumbfounded. With a simple hand seal, Little Red appeared 10 suns above the demon dragon's head. What? The red demon's pupils contracted, and it suddenly felt death approaching. 10 suns in the sky roast. Xiao Hong took a small sip. No. Before the dragon could beg for mercy, the 10 suns instantly baked it to ashes. In the chaotic forest, Lu Yu successfully found a high-level advancement divine stone in the cold lake. As soon as it emerged from the lake, Lu Yu noticed the unusual phenomenon over the Black Bone Mountains. 10 large fireballs had appeared in the sky. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Chapter 74, The God of War's First Order. Execute all remaining Japanese citizens to the death. Upon arriving at the Black Bone Mountains, Lu Yu witnessed a surprising scene. Bailey Zongfeng and his group had actually found the job change stone. What just happened? Was there an unusual phenomenon when obtaining the job change stone? Lu Yu immediately asked. As soon as Xiao Hong saw Lu Yu, she happily jumped into his arms and said obediently, Master, no, it's just that a dark monster attacked, and I used a skill. What? Those 10 giant fireballs are your skill? Lu Yu looked completely surprised. Although surprised, Lu Yu didn't ask any more questions. He hadn't seen clearly that there were 10 suns from a distance, and thought they were 10 large fireballs. It's not surprising that a battle pet would have such a rare skill. Where is that dark monster? They're all gone. Lu Yu also believed that the dark monsters that appeared were too low level to withstand Xiao Hong's skill damage. Bailey Zongfeng and Dong Li had no choice but to act like good children and listen to the conversation between Lu Yu and his pet boss. Now that we've obtained the job change stone and the advancement stone, let's head back. Lu Yu led the 4 of them and quickly left the extraterrestrial battlefield, returning to the Blue Star world. Meanwhile, in a vast, dark royal city on the outer battlefield, The 7 dark royal families already knew that Qi Shao, who was qualified to obtain the true throne, had fallen. They also learned that the 4 humans who had entered the extraterrestrial battlefield had returned to the Blue Star world. In a short time, an unprecedented roar erupted throughout the entire Dark City. Damn human ants! How dare they kill the future new king of my demon dragon race? We will crush these ants under our feet. Great Xia, Shengjing. Upon his return, Lu Yu immediately instructed all the people of Great Xia who had reached the age of 18 to begin changing their class. Older people switched to civilian jobs, while middle-aged and young people all switched to combat jobs. In this way, the era of universal job switching has begun. The Great Xia War Zone then possessed initial combat power to contend with the monsters. Dragonhead, I have some equipment that I don't need. Consider it a contribution to the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Yu had already purchased enough equipment when everyone else changed jobs. Anyway, the gold coins earned in this alternate dimension can only be used here. They'll probably be gone once you leave. Flower. We must spend it all. That's wonderful. It's a blessing for Great Xia to have you, little brother. I'll have the job changers who drew good talents distribute the equipment right away. The leader and others were overjoyed. Everyone has completed the job change. But the level is too low. The monsters outside were still too strong for them. With the right equipment, once you've trained your elite recruits and equipped them, you're truly set for the future. But who knew? Lu Yu actually took out countless pieces of equipment from his backpack. That's right. There are piles and piles of them. They filled the empty square to the brim. This quantity, if it's not 1,000,000 sets, it must be at least hundreds of thousands, right? At this time, everyone present, from ordinary citizens to high-ranking officials, was utterly astonished. These are the pieces of equipment that Lu Yu mentioned are useless. Everyone, please don't be shy. These are all equipment that you'll need in the early game. Take 2 sets each, and if you need more, I have more. Besides, just who exactly is this Lu Yu? Where did he get so much money to buy equipment? After changing jobs, everyone also unlocked the extraterritorial shop, knowing that they could buy various equipment, items, and so on in the shop. But you need gold coins. A long time, the leaders and others grasped Lu Yu's hand tightly, expressing their gratitude and bestowing upon him the title of Guardian God of War. They had nothing else to offer. After doing all this, Lu Yu looked somewhat gloomy because he knew that everything he was doing was just an illusion. He was bored at the wrong time. If the storyline of this timeline continues, then after he completes his mission and leaves, humanity will continue to be overwhelmed by invading monsters for decades to come, living a life of hardship and darkness, until the moment he reappears. At this time, more than a month has passed since Lu Yu started the 5th tier mission. The following month, Lu Yu led everyone to fight monsters and level up, and to attack various special areas to obtain materials for crafting magic array cannons and constructing defensive magic arrays. The Great Xia War Zone grew powerful at an alarming rate. Both the defensive structures on the battle lines and the strength of the job changers are being strengthened at an astonishing rate. When other nations still suffering from monster invasions and on the verge of annihilation learned that the Great Xia had not only survived the crisis of national destruction, but also possessed the power to fight against the monsters, they were all dumbfounded. They immediately contacted the leader of the Great Xia dynasty, seeking a way to save the country. Most heads of state indicated that as long as Great Xia provided them with the power to fight the monsters, they would be willing to become allies or even vassal states of Great Xia. However, there are also countries that are still dreaming of becoming the world's hegemon, such as the United States. They have publicly stated that Great Xia should consider the needs of the human race on Earth and contribute its power to fight against the monsters free of charge, so that they can work together to deal with the monsters. To this end, the leader also convened a meeting and asked for Lu Yu's opinion, since without Lu Yu, the Great Xia would not be in such a safe environment as it is now. Xiao Yu, the heads of state of all the countries that still exist in the world are asking us for help, and the vast majority of countries have even taken the initiative to join us to form a human alliance, with our Great Xia as the leader. There are also a small number of countries, led by the United States, that want us to disclose the secrets of the power to fight the monsters free of charge. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu scoffed. This American country thinks it's the world's #1 power boss. My opinion is we don't need to pay attention to the American country and other countries with wolfish ambitions. Let the monsters wipe them out. As for other countries, we can form alliances. Once the human alliance is established, we can build a united front around the world. Furthermore, we can begin to implement the plan to build the alliance headquarters in the extraterritorial battlefield to prevent the dark monsters from entering the Blue Star world. To accomplish these tasks, a large workforce would be required. The population of Dasha alone would not suffice. Then, the human alliance was soon announced. Meanwhile, countries like the United States, amidst their wails and regrets, were peacefully destroyed one by the monster. Soon, the era of universal job change has truly arrived in the Blue Star world. With the assistance of a large number of job changers from the Great Xia dynasty, 8 super war zones were established around the world. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, along with future bigwigs such as Bailey Zongfeng, Shi Tianxing, and Hodman, went to the outer battlefield to build the Human Alliance Headquarters S War Zone. In this way, people in the various war zones no longer need to worry about being eaten by monsters. On the very first day the Alliance Headquarters was built, Liu Yu, the first guardian god of war, issued the first god of war order. Execute all the remaining Japanese citizens in all war zones with the death penalty. What? God of war? Why is this happening? Everyone was surprised. Logically speaking, since the Sakura kingdom had been destroyed, and the remaining Sakura people had an irreconcilable blood feud with the monster, why would Liu Yu order their execution? At this time, Liu Yu turned to Dong Li and asked, if the Great Xia kingdom and the Indian kingdom were to fight, which country would you support? Upon hearing this, Dong Li replied without hesitation, of course I support the Great Xia kingdom, because I am a Great Xia citizen. What if India and the United States were to fight? Dong Li was taken aback, not quite understanding Liu Yu's meaning. After thinking for a moment, she said, I will support India because I am Asian. Liu Yu smiled slightly at Dong Li, nodded, and continued, if the United States were fighting aliens, who would you support? Not only was Dong Li puzzled, but everyone else was too. However, Dong Li seemed to understand Liu Yu's meaning and said, then I will support America, because I am a Blue Star person. Very good. One last question. If Japan were to fight aliens, who would you support? A flash of anger crossed Dong Li's beautiful eyes, and she answered without hesitation. Then I will support aliens, because Japanese devils are not human. Liu Yu laughed heartily. That's right. That's exactly the point. Everyone. That's all. In this alternate dimension, the Japanese invaders of the Sakura country were completely wiped out. Not long after, the 3-month professional test is coming to an end. Just when Liu Yu thought everything was going well, the biggest crisis still struck. Turned out to be, the Dark Church has emerged, a group of dark, fallen beings who betray humanity and side with monsters. Aside from the cowardly Japanese devils, there are also the malevolent cultists like Faxi. They shut down and destroyed the defensive array of S-Zone and the Dark Monster royal family, who had long been eyeing this place, mobilized en masse to surround S-Zone. There are 6 Dark Monster Kings leading the charge, and all of them have reached the 7th level. The real test has only just begun. Chapter 75, Following Your Heart. In order to avenge the death of the Crimson Demon, the Dark Royal family gathered all the monsters they had created and surrounded them in the sky, on the ground, and even underground, forming a tight net. Meanwhile, the defensive array in the S-Battle Zone was destroyed and would be difficult to repair in a short time. Such a huge crisis made Liu Yu frown. Although this alternate dimension is only a place for advanced missions, if you're killed by monsters here, you will die for real. But right now, without a powerful defensive array, it would be impossible to withstand the onslaught of a massive number of monsters. The only way is to fight our way out as soon as possible, pass through the Vortex Passage, and return to the Blue Star world. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope. With Big White around, it shouldn't be a problem for me to lead a group of people back to Earth. But what if I leave? The other soldiers would be torn to pieces by the monster, with no chance of survival. So, Liu Yu faces a choice. Retreat back to the Blue Star world, or stay and live and die with everyone. How hateful! Those traitorous Phaetons! All of humanity swears to be their mortal enemies. Bailey Zongfeng immediately drew his sword to kill these degenerate traitors. Zongfeng, stop! Killing them now will not help. Let's hear what Liu Zhanshan has to say first. Everyone looked at Liu Yu with a hopeful look in their eyes. They all knew that the mysterious sword immortal in front of them was the only hope for their human race. No matter what decision Liu Yu makes, they will support him unconditionally, even if it means their deaths. At this moment, Liu Yu's feelings were extremely complex. He can't die yet. He still has a lot to do. He also promised his two younger sisters that he would attend their future career transition ceremonies. But he couldn't back down. He left. How could we possibly live up to the trust placed in us by the countless soldiers in the S-War zone? Even though he knew this was an alternate dimension, after spending nearly 3 months with them, Liu Yu had already come to regard them as living, breathing people. If I really retreat and leave them to die, I will live with guilt forever and be unworthy of being their guardian war god. In a short time, Liu Yu was in agony. I really don't know what to do. At this time, the Dark Royal family has led a massive horde of monsters in an attack. Liu Zhanshan, you are the hope of our human race. You cannot die here. You must quickly take Song Feng and the others and retreat back to the Blue Star world. Only if you live can our human race have hope and a future. The leader and others also saw Liu Yu's difficult choice and took the initiative to make the decision for him. Yes, War God, let's get out of here quickly. We can avenge us after we've trained Zong Feng and the others. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The other pillars of the alliance also tried to persuade him one by one. I'm not leaving. I'm going to fight the monster. Sure, Tianxing picked up his knife, ready to go out and fight. Foolish man, come back here right now and follow the god of war. The dragon head stopped Sure Tianxing, who was about to fight to the death. Liu Yu gritted his teeth, summoned a Bai, and led by Li Songfeng, Sure Tianxing, to demand Tu Tine Weiwo, Dong Li, and other top human geniuses to break through the encirclement. Long Tu and the others all went into battle, intending to risk their lives to stop the powerful dark monster and buy time for Liu Yu and the others to escape. A major war broke out. In an instant, blood rained down. The sounds of fighting, roaring, and screaming created a unique melody that echoed throughout the S-War zone. The massive fortress collapsed. The ground was also covered in red, dyed with the blood of the human heroes who guarded it. They followed one after another, fearless of death. In their view, death is nothing more than a long sleep. As long as Liu Yu and the others return to the Blue Star world, the human race will still have a future. For this belief, what is there to fear in death? Kill. Even if we die, we must cut off a monster's head. Gentlemen, our mission has come to an end. We must fight our way out for the god of war. And for the sake of humanity, we will die without regret. For the sake of humanity, I would die without regret. With unwavering unity and fearlessness, the soldiers unleashed an unimaginable power, halting the advance of the dark monsters who were far superior in level. This infuriated the 6 Dark Kings, but also revealed a hint of fear in their eyes. The human race's explosive power was too strong. If they were to rise to power, it would be extremely difficult for them to annihilate the human race and completely seize the resources of Earth. Stop those fleeing humans at all costs. Don't let a single one escape. A dark, true king roared. The monster is ferocious. But the allied army was even more ferocious at this time. When their weapons broke, they used their hands to hammer. When their hands broke, they used their feet to kick. When their feet broke, they used their mouths to bite. Everyone was fighting the monster with the thought of dying together with it. Seeing everyone die tragically, Bailey Zongfeng and the others were all in tears. Their teeth were practically grinding to powder, and their clenched fists were red for being squeezed so tightly. Oh, damn monsters, you just wait. One day, I, Sure Tianxing, will make you pay for your blood debts. Sure Tianxing cried out in anguish to vent his grief and indignation. Watching everyone face their deaths, and seeing Bailey Zongfeng and the others weeping in anguish, Liu Yu's gaze gradually shifted from bewilderment to determination. Recalling what Beilatong had told him, in this test of professionalism, he should follow his heart. Liu Yu touched his heart, feeling the voice within, and a surge of fighting spirit flowed into his palm. Yes, deep down I still long to stay and fight. One person, only by experiencing the baptism of blood and tears, and feeling pain and despair, can one truly understand their inner world. Liu Yu really wanted to escape, or have a good cry. After changing jobs, with the help of the system, Liu Yu crushed all the monsters he encountered, even the Dark Royal family, and felt an unprecedented joy of victory. But now, Faced with a massive number of powerful monsters and the 6 Dark Kings, Lu Yu was at a loss. He didn't think he would be a match for his opponent. Staying to fight meant certain death, and this was the first time he truly experienced the taste of defeat. With the help of those of lower rank, they could only flee in all directions, watching their companions weep bitterly. This moment, Liu has grown up. His understanding of swordsmen has changed. He used to think that a swordsman should be carefree, a man with a sword, flying on his sword, invincible, and simply cool. Now, he is a swordsman who uses his sword to punish evil and uphold justice. How could he possibly flee without a fight when faced with a powerful, evil monster? As for death, as for the concerns in my heart, Lu Yu is gone. Because Lu Yu had already made the choice to live even in the face of death, he firmly believed that he would not die easily. Because he still wants to become a true sword immortal of the great Sighed dynasty. Soon, with everyone's help, Lu Yu led the group to successfully reach the vortex passage. But suddenly, Lu Yu turned back on his sword. Meanwhile, Big White continued to lead everyone through the vortex passage. Everyone was stunned. My goodness, War God Lu, why did you stay? The dark monsters were stunned for a moment, then burst into bloodthirsty laughter. Through the battle, just now, they realized that Lu Yu was the strongest among this group of humans. As long as they killed him, it would definitely make it difficult for the human race to rise. I, Lu Yu, as your guardian war god, how could I flee without a fight? Besides, I am the great Xia sword immortal. How could I leave an image in your minds as someone who is no match for monsters? As he finished speaking, Lu Yu pointed his sword at the 6 true kings of darkness and said calmly, My name is Lu Yu, the great Xia sword immortal. Remember this well, because this name will be engraved deep in your souls, causing you to live in constant fear. Chapter 76, The Great Xia, Sword Immortal. This must be it. Great Xia, Sword Immortal? To us, that's terrifying. I didn't expect these human ants to be so humorous. I couldn't help but laugh, hee. After their wicked laughter, the group of dark true kings' eyes gleamed with a scarlet bloodlight. Then you, Great Xia, Sword Immortal, shall we show you what fear truly is? Lee stopped talking nonsense. Sword God form activated instantly. Immediately, Lu Yu wielded thousands of flying swords, unleashing various powerful sword techniques at the Dark King. His unstoppable momentum and powerful sword god skills filled the Dark King with awe. Is this the human swordsman? How could it be so powerful? One person is worth 1,000 troops. However, this only startled them for a moment, because, in their eyes, Lu Yu was already a dead man. Even if a dead man has extraordinary potential, he will eventually turn to dust. Kill. Roar. The 6 Dark Kings revealed their enormous forms, each larger than a great white. Certainly, their combat power is also terrifying. With only 4th-tier attributes, Lu Yu's sword god skills were simply not enough to threaten them. It was only thanks to the characteristics of the sword god technique that they were able to temporarily withstand their attacks. Let's see how long your talent effect lasts. The 6 true kings were shrouded in the storm of divine swords and could not get close to Lu Yu for a time. Although Lu Yu's return to join the battle greatly reduced the pressure on the allied forces, this was only temporary. Once Lu Yu's talent effect ends, they will still face a hopeless situation with no chance of survival. Inside the pet space, Xiao Tsang transformed into a mini dragon and was held in Xiao Hong's arms, her cat paws stroking Xiao Tsang's dragon head. Ever since the Azure Dragon of the Sea entered this pet space, it originally intended to rely on the powerful dragon might of its dragon pet to become its master's #1 battle pet, and wanted to take Little Red as its follower. However, after being intimidated by Xiao Hong's terrifying aura, the Sea Prison Azure Dragon completely abandoned the idea, transformed into a mini dragon, and respectfully addressed Xiao Hong as its big sister, while he himself became the dragon brother. Sister Xiao Hong, aren't we going out to help our master? No need. This is the ultimate test of professionalism. The Lord is undergoing a transformation. If we go out to help the Lord, it will be the same as ruining the Lord's good deed. Don't worry. This is just a test. Master Silver will be fine. With Master Silver's abilities and Big White's defense, it won't be a problem to hold out until the test ends. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tsang nodded obediently. Sister Xiao Hong is the best. The bloody battle outside continues. Seeing that his transformation effect was about to end, Lu Yu recalled the Bai and decisively used a Bai as a meat shield to withstand the Dark King's counterattack. Rumble. The Dark King's powerful skill struck Big White, but it didn't cause him much damage. After all, Big White's health and defense are equivalent to a level 10 S-rank lord. It's really tough. Even with the best equipment, a Dark True King at only the 7th rank can't kill Big White instantly. In this way, with the help of the Bai's damage resistance, Lu Yu survived the 3-minute cooldown of his talent transformation and once again transformed into the Sword God, delivering the most frenzied blows to the monster. For a time, the battle reached a stalemate. This continued until Big White's health was almost depleted. Lu Yu then summoned a Bai back into the pet space. The sun's light. Little Red casts a healing spell on Big White. Moment. Big White is at full health and in perfect condition, with no trace of its wounds. Thank you so much for the treatment, Sister Xiaohong. The giant white creature spoke human language. Its voice is pure and melodious as moonlight. If Lu Yu knew that the Bai could also talk, he would definitely be shocked. In his understanding, mounts are different from battle pets. They do not possess thought, have little intelligence, and cannot speak human language. They can only obey commands. For example, the S-Class Angel mount of the god Hodman is mindless and cannot speak, but angel battle pets do possess consciousness. I wonder if that old man Hodman will ever get the urge to let the angel mount ride him once in a while. Lu Yu, your mount's health regeneration takes a very long time. Without your mount, let's see how you withstand our attack. The 8-armed demon, Ape King, grinned wickedly, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Now, Lu Yu's transformation talent has entered its cool-down phase again. Just when everyone thought it was all about to end. Lu Yu, however, mysteriously transformed into the Sword God once again. And this time, Lu Yu used Proof of the Gods to refresh the effects of all skills, including the effects of his talents. That's impossible. You just finished transforming. The 6 Dark Kings were completely bewildered. Through the protracted battle, just now, they have confirmed the duration and cooldown of Lu Yu's Sword God form. But now, as soon as Lu Yu ended his Sword God form, he immediately transformed back into the Sword God, as if his talent effect had been refreshed. That's simply impossible, because there are no items in this world that can directly refresh talent effects, unless it involves divine intervention. But that's even less likely. How long has it been since these rules were introduced to the Blue Star world? How could humans possibly have access to anything related to the gods? So what if you have a way to refresh your talent effects? Your avatar only lasts for 10 minutes. In another 10 minutes, we'll still wipe you out. The 6 Dark Kings are determined to kill Lu Yu. If such a terrifyingly powerful human race is not eliminated, they will live in constant anxiety. With 10 minutes about to pass, Lu Yu is not worried at all. On the contrary, ignoring the 6 Dark True Kings, Lu Yu turned around with a smile and flew towards the soldiers who were fighting bloody battles on his sword. This is a kind of nonchalance in the face of death. This calm and unhurried yet bold aura. This touched the hearts of everyone present. This must be what a great Xia Sword Immortal is like. Esteemed seniors, my time is up. I am truly sorry that I was unable to kill these monsters and provide you with a truly safe environment. Everyone thought Lu Yu was going to face death calmly. No, War God, without you, we would probably be in the Dark Ages long ago. You stopped the Dark Ages and allowed the human race to enter the age of job advancement ahead of schedule. To die fighting alongside Lu Zhanshan would be a worthy death for us. The future is in the hands of Tsang Feng and the others. The group stood hand in hand, smiling as they faced their impending death together. The sword formation is shattered. The divine sword vanished. The 6 Dark True Kings opened their blood-red maws and frantically lunged at Lu Yu and the others. The next second, the entire battlefield suddenly froze. A pure white sword, almost transparent, flew out from Lu Yu's heart. The sword was very small, but it contained a terrifying sword intent that could shatter everything. Buzz! A wisp of sword light emanated from the pure white sword. This wisp of sword light then evolved into a supreme divine sword, spreading out from Lu Yu as the center. Wherever it passed, all the monsters were pierced through and then shattered by the sword intent. Even the 6 true kings of darkness were pierced and shattered like paper. The sword intent pierced through the heavens and the earth. Everything turned to dust. A notification sound startled Lu Yu awake, and he realized that he had returned to his original starting point, and everything in the alternate dimension no longer existed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully passing the test of professionalism. Rating perfect. The next second, the radiant light of the fifth order baptism descended. Lu Yu successfully advanced to the 5th rank and received the highest attribute reward, plus 960 to all attributes. Ding! Congratulations on perfectly completing the test of professional spirit. You have received the highest reward, which has been issued and can be viewed in your profession panel. Lu Yu quickly opened the class panel. This is Chapter 77, The Supreme Reward, The Will of the Sword. Name, Lu Yu. Class, Swordsman. Titles, Grandmaster of Kendo, Lava Warrior. Level, LV 120, Tier 5. Health points, 38705. Mana points, 23,250. Physical attack, 19242. Physical defense, 109650. Magic control, 69750. Strength, 3207. Stamina, 3505. Intelligence, 1987. Agility, 2956. Spirit, 2325. Free attribute points, 0 plus 5 per level. Talent, Heart of the Sword God. Willpower, Will of Ice, first job advancement. Will of the Sword, first job advancement. Skills, Sword Breaking Style, Shadowless Sword, Flying Sword Technique, 10,000 Swords Return to 1, 7-star Sword Formation, Azure Lotus Sword Dance, Sword Flight, Sword Shadow Clone. Equipment, a set of LV90 orange gear. This is Sword Intent. Lu Yu never expected this. The ultimate reward for this 5th-tier professional heart test is actually a willpower reward. Click to view the introduction of Sword Will. Sword Will, first reincarnation. You have received the Sword God's Will Inheritance reward and awakened your Sword Intent. Your current Sword Will is at the 1st reincarnation. Since you have not advanced to the God rank, you can only obtain 1% of the effect of the 1st reincarnation Sword Will and cannot improve it. Effect. After activating the Will of the Sword, all your attacks will have an instant kill effect, ignoring all rules. As long as the target's health is below 30%, there is a 0.1% chance to instantly kill with one strike, and you'll also have an indestructible effect. After activation, all skills will ignore the target's defense, shields, and damage reduction for 10 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown. This, one sword kill, ignoring defense, that's awesome. Don't be fooled by the fact that there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance of triggering an instant kill. It's actually a 1% effect of the Will of the Sword. If it's 100%, then it's a 10% probability. And this, it's only the effect of 1 turn of Sword Intent. If it were 10 turns of Sword Intent, wouldn't that mean a 100% chance of triggering an instant kill? Moreover, this is an instant kill that ignores all rules. No matter how high the opponent's level is or how many survival skills they have, as long as an instant kill is triggered, it is a guaranteed kill. That's terrifying to even think about. Really, swordsman is the coolest profession. Close the panel. Lu Yu began drawing 5th-tier exclusive skills. Ding! You have spent 800 gold coins to draw an F-rank exclusive skill, Cross Sword Slash. Ding! You have spent 800 gold coins to draw a B-rank exclusive skill, Moon Severing. Ding! You have spent 800 gold coins to draw an S-rank exclusive skill. One sword opens the heavenly gate. It took a whopping 2.5 billion gold coins to finally get an S-level skill. It's getting more and more expensive. Without the coin-generating system, it would be really impossible to afford to spend money. Title: One sword opens the heavenly gate. Grade S. Level: Tier 5. Requires spending gold coins to upgrade. Skill effect: with a single sword strike, the heavens open. A sword strike imbued with immense power descends from the sky, possessing suppressive and intimidating effects, and guaranteeing a wide area critical hit damage, enough to terrify opponents. Cooldown: 180 seconds. Tip: upgrading this skill will increase the power of your sword. A skill with added sword power. Lu Yu is overjoyed. Sword Might has a deterrent effect, and adds a lot of damage. Immediately, a teleportation array appeared. Lu Yu was teleported back to the real world. At the same time, Beilatong also returned after completing the test of professional heart, but he did not receive the highest reward. Instead, he received the reward of the second awakening of his talent, which is still a very good reward. Brother Yu, what reward did you get? Guardian Will. Guardian Will? Everyone was puzzled. What kind of reward was this? Lu Yu didn't say much, and the others didn't press him for details. However, everyone also noticed some changes in Lu Yu. They felt that Lu Yu had become a different person after completing the professional heart test mission. At this time, Tu Tianwei returned carrying a bloodstained sword. He single-handedly scared off the foreign forces that wanted share of the profits. If it weren't for the fact that these forces had contributed to fighting the monsters in the extraterritorial battlefield, he would have definitely killed them all. Certainly, as the sword of the god of death, it must be stained with blood once it is drawn. That's it. Tu Tianwei specifically went to kill the S-rank 10th level overlord of the South China Sea. Young friend Liu, why do I sense a special power within you? As a 10th tier great swordsman, Tu Tianwei vaguely sensed the sword intent fluctuations emanating from Lu Yu, which was the supreme power he had always pursued. Once you reach level 10, you can no longer level up or advance by defeating monsters. If you want to go further, you need to find a way to break through. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find a clue. However, Bailey Zongfeng, as a hidden swordsman, shared his insights with me. He said that above the 10th rank, there are gods beyond the 10th rank, and the power of gods belongs to the power of will. Senior is indeed remarkable. This is the reward I received for completing the test of professional heart, the will of the sword. Liu did not hide anything and told him directly. Even, Liu was somewhat dazed. When I watched Tu Tianwei, it was as if I saw his young and inexperienced self surrounding me and constantly calling me the Sword Immortal boss. Lu Yu knew that this was a side effect of returning from another dimension. What? The will of the sword? Tu Tianwei stared wide-eyed. Will? Isn't that the power wielded by the gods? Young friend Liu, come with me. With that, Tu Tianwei led Lu Yu quickly to a deserted sea area. Young friend Liu, could you release your sword will so that I can experience it? Tu Tianwei, I know this is a great opportunity. Perhaps by feeling the will of the sword, he can gain some insight and find a way to break through to the 10th level. If Lu Yu knew what he was thinking, he probably wouldn't be able to resist advising him to give up. There is no other way to become a god. There is only one path, to obtain proof from God. Senior, watch closely, this is the will of the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu activated his sword will, and an indescribable force of will surged from his body. Tu Tianwei could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within this sword will. And this, it's only 1% of the effect of the will of the sword. Is this the power of a god beyond the 10th rank? While shocked, Tu Tianwei also showed a deep solemnity. He knew that this power was beyond what a 10th level job changer could deal with. It was a complete crushing of the level. And among the dark monsters, there exist dark demon gods that are above the 10th rank. If the dark god appears and attacks the Blue Star world, humanity will be wiped out from the world in an instant, without a doubt. However, considering that Lu Yu mastered this power at only the 5th level and also had god-level talent, it means that Lu Yu has the potential to become a god. He is the only hope of the human race. Tu Tianwei's heavy heart was somewhat at ease. As long as Lu Yu becomes a true sword god in the future, then the human race should be worry-free. Young friend Liu, in the future, when facing dark monsters, either don't display this power at all, or kill them with one blow and leave no survivors. Otherwise, if a dark demon god of the 10th rank or higher finds out, I'm afraid it will try every means to kill you. Lu Yu wholeheartedly agreed with Senior Tu Tian's advice. Senior, please rest assured, I know what to do. Young friend Liu, you seem to have grown a lot since your trip to the other time and space. Tu Tianwei asked casually. When you've witnessed history, participated in history, experienced the joy of victory, and faced the choice between life and death, you'll always grow up. I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming a carefree sword immortal. But the difference is that I will become the guardian sword immortal of the great Xia dynasty and the guardian sword immortal of the human race. I swear by my sword heart that one day I will lead humanity to conquer the outer battlefields, drive out the monsters, and restore our homeland. Listening to Lu Yu's bold words, Tu Tianwei felt as if he could see his teacher's figure in a daze. Teacher, is that you back? Chapter 78, You Dare to Hurt My Sister? There's only 1 month left. Liu Yu decided to run the Lava Sea prison dungeon one more time and then head to the misty battlefield so that he could maintain the feeling of fighting in the misty environment. On the other side, Area A, Safe Zone, Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School. Since arriving at the school, Lu Shui and Liu Yu have been amazed by the luxurious environment. Each student has their own dormitory room, which is over 100 square meters in size and fully equipped. However, the two sisters did not choose to separate but live together. They were used to being frugal and only wore the school uniform issued by the school on Mondays. The rest of the time, they wore simple clothes. This made the two sisters seem out of place in this elite school. The students who can get into this place are basically students from powerful and wealthy families. They either have minds or powerful figures in their families. There has never been a precedent for specially recruiting commoners. The school was originally established to provide centralized training for the descendants of powerful figures, so as to cultivate more powerful job changers and strengthen the human race and the common people. Even if you have talent, if you don't have a wealthy family or get lucky with other talents, you'll just become an ordinary person. It's cruel, but that's reality. The arrival of the Liu sisters, Lu Shui and Liu Yu, undoubtedly broke with the school's tradition by specially recruiting 2 commoner students. Naturally, he suffered a lot of bullying from privileged students. So-called passive-aggressive bullying is being isolated, despised, looked down upon, or even verbally attacked by classmates. This is because the school has strict rules that prohibit fighting on campus, and violators will be expelled from the school. Otherwise, it would be more than just bullying. In their eyes, these girls who got into Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School through some back door were there to disgust them, like 2 rat droppings in a pot of soup. It was lunchtime. As usual, Lu Shui and Liu Yu only ordered a little meat and vegetables, mostly greens, and were enjoying their meal. Bang! A rice plate suddenly fell onto the two sisters' table with a loud thud, startling them. Lu Shui looked up and frowned slightly. This is Mijia, her classmate who has been bullying her since the beginning of the school year. She is tall, with a face full of pockmarks, and has a fierce appearance that makes her intimidating. Although she is of Western race, she does not have the peaks typical of Western races. Instead, she has a very flat plane. The others were her followers. It is said that Mijia's father is one of the bigwigs of the Legion in War Zone A, a former American, and he wields considerable power. Lu Shui, don't you know that commoners and dogs are not allowed in this canteen? Faced with Mijia's deliberate provocation, Lu Shui did not respond, but instead signaled to her younger sister to eat without worry. You're quite the actor. You damned lowly commoners of Great Xia. How dare you score higher than me in yesterday's mock professional exam? Do you believe I can kick you 2 out of school with just 1 phone call? Upon hearing this, Lu Shui suddenly stood up, her whole body like a spear ready to be fired. She could let the other party bully her however they wanted, but if they dared to bully her sister, she would not stand idly by. Mijia, if you have any complaints, take them out on me. If you dare to bully my sister, even if it means getting expelled, I'll drag you down with me. Lu Shui, I mean what I say. You. Mijia was furious. She never expected that Lu Shui would dare to talk back to her. You damned bastard, trying to drag me into this? My dad's a 9-star general. Even if you get fired, I won't. How dare you talk back to me? I'll tear your damn face to shreds. Mijia is extremely jealous. She hates it most when someone is prettier or more outstanding than her. With the help of good nutrition, Lu Shui became increasingly beautiful and charming, with snow-white skin and a graceful figure. If this continued, she was poised to become the number 1 beauty of Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School. In addition, Lu Shui consistently ranked first in the monthly mock exams, showcasing her exceptional gunfight talent. This naturally made Mijia extremely jealous, and she had long wished to destroy Lu Shui, this lowly commoner of the Great Xia dynasty. You dare to hurt my sister. Liu Yu also stood up, her face cold. At this moment, Liu Yu had lost a trace of childishness. Her eyes changed from obedient and lively to cold and angry. An invisible pressure enveloped Mijia, making her palms sweat profusely. The two sisters came from humble backgrounds and had a difficult family situation. They were terrified of poverty and knew how hard it was for their brother to earn money, which is why they maintained their frugal habits. But that doesn't mean they lack courage. Soon, the commotion attracted the attention of others. However, no one really cares. Because the vast majority of people still look down on these two ordinary sisters. At this moment, Jean Ruagia, who had just finished getting her food, also noticed the commotion. She frowned and went over. When Jean Ruagia saw Lu Yu's two younger sisters, she was stunned for a moment, and then her face was filled with disbelief. She stood there in thought for a while before it dawned on her. It turns out that the League of Legends hero who discovered the Star Origin Stone Vein was actually Lu Yu, a student she had taught. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way that Lu Yu's two younger sisters would come to Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School. The reason why I was personally invited by Director Zhang to teach Class 1 must be because Lu Yu spoke up. Lu Yu, that kid. You've really made something of yourself. Thinking of this, Jean Ruagia quickly stepped forward. Whether it was her duty as a teacher or to repay Lu Yu's kindness, Jean Ruagia had a reason to protect Lu Yu's two younger sisters. What are you all doing? Mijia, who was originally going to have her assistant teach the sisters a lesson, stopped temporarily when she saw Teacher Jean Ruagia step forward to stop them. Teacher Jean, what are you doing here? Lu Shui and Lu Yu also showed surprise when they saw who had arrived. Teacher Jean had visited their home many times before, so the two girls naturally knew him. When Mijia heard that the new homeroom teacher of Class 1 Special had known Lu Shui and Lu Yu, she immediately felt a surge of resentment. She immediately understood that this ordinary teacher had come to protect the two sisters. Teacher, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Just be a pretty face as a homeroom teacher, or believe me, I can fire you with just one phone call. This was the first time Jean Ruagia had been threatened by a student, and a 16-year-old at that. She was incredibly shocked and angry. How can you say such a thing? We are all classmates, and we should be friendly and united and work together to contribute to the human race in the future. TCH, make contributions? Only elites like us can make contributions, not some Tom, Dick, or Harry. You have no respect for your teacher. Come to my office. You, a teacher who somehow managed to get in through shady connections, have no right to order me around. You. Jean Ruagia was so angry that her face turned red and her whole body trembled. She never imagined that a child could have such a wicked heart. Today, she was determined to teach her a lesson. Teacher Jean, let it go. There's no need to use your future to protect us. Let's solve this ourselves. Kind-hearted Lu Shui spoke up. No, as a teacher, I must educate students when they make mistakes. Otherwise, it's a dereliction of duty on my part. Jean Ruagia has her own bottom line. You have quite the audacity of teacher. I'll get you expelled from school today. Mijia immediately called home. Daddy, someone bullied me. It was 3 lowly commoners from Great Xia. At this moment, the school's female dean of students came over. After understanding the situation, she not only did not scold Mijia for causing trouble first, but instead began to educate Jean Ruagia. Teacher Jean, is this how you conduct a teacher? Those who get in through connections are utterly ignorant. Dean of students, these students bullied these two sisters, and a ringleader is especially disrespectful to teachers. Disrespectful to teachers? That depends on what kind of teacher it is. The female head of the teaching department was also a Westerner and knew about Mijia's family background, so naturally she wouldn't side with Jean Ruagia. Not long after, a squadron of eagles appeared in the sky above Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School. A 9-star general, smoking a pipe and wearing sunglasses, arrived, startling the entire school faculty and students. That looks like General Manhwa. Chapter 79, he'd rather kick gods, ass than get involved in this mess. Principal's office. What did you say? General Manhwa, the 9-star general, is here. Principal Lei Zheng of Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School immediately felt a headache coming on. This Misera was probably here for his beloved daughter again, and Mijia was probably bullying her classmates again. Every time Mijia causes trouble, this Manhwa will come to protect his daughter forcefully. He won't let this big shot leave until he's satisfied with his daughter's protection. Yes, Principal, General Manhwa went straight to the school cafeteria. It seems that the ones being bullied by Mijia are the new transfer students. The secretary reported. What? This Mijia actually dared to provoke those sisters. Now, even her father, a 9-star general, can't protect her. After saying that, Lei Zheng rushed to the canteen and sent a message to his superiors. This side, seeing her father arrive immediately, Mijia ran over and complained pitifully, Daddy, This new teacher who got in through improper connections, along with these two lowly people, bullied me and even threatened to beat me up. If the head teacher hadn't stopped me, I probably would have been seriously injured and I might never have seen Daddy again. Sob, sob, sob. Ward fuck. Masera was already dissatisfied with the great Xia people's dominance of the alliance. It was only because of the immense power of the Heavenly Sword God and the Dragon Blood War God, as well as the inaction of the Heavenly God Hodman, that he kept quiet and occasionally bullied the people of Great Xia within his sphere of authority. Now, seeing a female teacher from Daxia and two Daxia sisters daring to bully his only beloved daughter is outrageous. The resentment in his heart was instantly ignited. You three lowly people, do you even know that she is my daughter, Masiak? With that, Masiak looked at the headmaster and said, as a 9-star general, I order you to immediately find your principal and expel these three lowly commoners. Yes, yes, yes. Please calm down, General. I will go and inform the principal right away. As a mere middle school dean of students, he was no match for Matheek's powerful aura and trembled with fear. General Matheek, isn't this a bit too domineering? It's not what your daughter said. Your daughter bullied these two sisters first and even tried to hit them. As a school teacher, I came to stop her and kindly taught her the right values. Why are you arbitrarily punishing me without even knowing the facts? Although Jean Roagia was also alarmed by General Matheek's powerful authority, she chose to bravely resist hegemony and argue her case based on reason. Shut up, you damned woman from Great Xia. What my daughter said is the truth. Just wait until you get fired. Then you'll be crying. Masera threatened viciously. And you too, bastard from Great Xia. You'll get what's coming to you. Who are you calling a bastard? Lu Shui glared coldly at Masiak. The other party is a 9-star general, yet he is so arrogant and unreasonable, bullying the weak. Such a person is not worthy of being a general of the Human Alliance. Of course I'm talking about you lowly bastards. Mijia struck an arrogant pose and sneered smugly. As expected of a bastard, Lu Shui retorted. You, how dare you call me a bastard? Mijia immediately cried to her father, feeling very wronged. Daddy, look at her. She called me a bastard. If I'm a bastard, then Daddy is a bastard too. Masiak's forehead was covered in black lines. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was his beloved daughter, he would definitely have slapped her away. That lowly bastard dares to publicly defy my authority as a general. Guards, slap her mouth raw. Matheek gave the order in anger. You dare. Jean Roagia stood in front of Lu Shui. This is outrageous. Outrageous. This is anti-alliance behavior. Slap this woman's mouth shut too, then take her back for trial. Matharak was furious. This lowly commoner from Great Xia has repeatedly embarrassed him in front of everyone. He can't stand it anymore. He's going to grab her and take her back immediately to torture her to death. As for the alliance, all they need to do is report that this woman is a new dark corruptor. It's not like he hasn't done this before. Masiak's guards immediately subdued Jean Roagia, Lu Shui, and Lu Yu. Faced with the opponent's overwhelming strength, the three were powerless to resist. Not far from the canteen, in a dark corner, a figure slowly emerged, a dagger appearing in its hand. They've taken the money. We have to get things done. This is the creed of the soul stealer assassin. Even if the opponent is very powerful and unmatched, they will still take action. Jean Roagia's expression changed drastically. She never expected that Masiak would be so domineering, actually threatening to slap her and her two younger sisters, Lu Yu, in public. No, we absolutely cannot let Lu Yu's two younger sisters get hurt. Just as Jean Roagia was about to reveal the true identities of the Lu sisters, Lu Shui and Lu Yu, a loud shout stunned everyone. Stop it, all of you. This is Jinxing number 1 High School, the supreme school of the Alliance. Who dares to make a move here? They arrived just in time. Seeing that Masiak's guards were about to take disciplinary action against Lu Yu's homeroom teacher and sister, his heart was pounding in his throat. Mijia actually bullied Lu Yu's two younger sisters. Now no one can protect her. That's good. Let's kick out this troublemaker who's always causing trouble because his dad is a 9-star general. It'll be good to restore some peace and quiet to the campus. Principal Lei, you've come at the right time. These two sisters and this teacher openly bullied my daughter and showed me no respect whatsoever. I have reason to suspect that they are all dark and depraved individuals who have infiltrated Jinxing number 1 middle school. There's no need for Principal Lei to deal with these dark and corrupt individuals. I'll personally escort them back for interrogation. As he spoke, Masiak ordered his men to prepare to take the three away, showing no respect whatsoever to Ray, the principal of Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School. That's equivalent to the treatment of a lieutenant general. They're not even good enough for him. Furthermore, Lei Zhang was also a person from the Great Xia dynasty, so naturally he wouldn't give him any face. Like father, like daughter. This Masiak is too arrogant and too self-important. Relying on his past achievements and abilities, he became a 9-star general in the A war zone and got arrogant. Arrogant and disrespectful. However, Lei Zhang did not stop him. Although his status was indeed not as high as that of a 9-star general, there were still many people who could deal with him. Rumble. A large number of troops suddenly appeared in the sky above Jinsheng. At the same time, Messerak's channel was also constantly receiving notifications. Open it. Masterak's eyes bulged out immediately. What did he see? All of them. It's all information from the big shots above. Without exception, everyone's criticizing him. You brain-dead AK, do you know you're in deep trouble? You dare to touch Liu Yu's sister? Did you drift to the Pacific Ocean? Masiak, Lord Hodman has personally set off for Jinsheng No. 1 High School. Good luck to you. Word fuck. Are these two sisters Liu Yu's sisters? Others may not know what the name Liu Yu represents. But as a 9-star general, he knew it. That's a young sword god with god-level talent. The 4th future war god of the Alliance, appointed by the 3 war gods. You mess with him, let alone a 9-star general like him. Even the commander-in-chief of the A-Zone would be in serious trouble. This spendthrift woman has really ruined my life. If he had known this would happen, he would have preferred to kick gods as rather than get involved in this mess. Daddy, after we bring them back, I'm going to teach them a lesson. Mijia spoke with great arrogance. Snap. Call out. Thump. With a powerful slap, Mazia sent Mijia flying hundreds of meters, her face swollen like a pig's head, completely unconscious. This mutation, the teachers and students watching the play were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Did Matharak slap his precious daughter away? Jean Ruajia was stunned. Upon seeing the principal's meaningful smile, Jean Ruajia immediately realized that the principal had called for more people. General Mathik, the gods wish to see you. The commander-in-chief of theater personally attended the event. Chapter 80 bullies will definitely die a tragic death. At this moment, battlefield in the fog, Liu Yu activated his newly learned S-rank skill, Overlord Sword Body. While grinding monsters, become fully familiar with your 10 S-rank skills. Beep beep beep. A voice and video message came through the channel. Liu Yu opened the call and saw that it was from the celestial being, Senior Howard Man. So he answered it directly. Senior Hodman, why are you contacting me all of a sudden? Has something changed in the Misty Realm? At this time, Hodman has already tied up General Matharak and his daughter. Young friend Liu, I am currently at the headquarters of the A War Zone Command. An unpleasant thing happened today. General Mijia, the daughter of General Mathik, was bullying your 2 younger sisters at school, but your homeroom teacher intervened. What? Are the 2 younger sisters being bullied at school? Upon hearing this, Liu Yu suddenly unleashed a terrifying killing intent, instantly slicing all the nearby monsters into pieces with his flying sword. Beilatong walked over, puzzled. Later, when Mijia's Matharak learned of this, he went to Jinsheng No. 1 High School, wanting to arrest your homeroom teacher and sister on charges of being dark and corrupt. Fortunately, Principal Lei of Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School sent a message to the commander-in-chief of the A War Zone in time and arrived in time to control Masiak and his daughter. I'm deeply sorry that this happened. Hodman is considered the leader of the Western race in the Human Alliance. Some Westerners hoped that Hodman would become the first leader of the Human Alliance, rather than Bailey Zongfeng, the heaven-opening sword god of the Great Xia people. Certainly, Hodman had no such intention. He knows his own limitations. And now is not the time for the Human Alliance to fight amongst themselves. Otherwise, the dark monsters will definitely have an opportunity to take advantage of them. However, Hodman had no way to deal with those who retained the Western hegemonic mindset. He could only try his best to persuade them to prioritize the greater good of the Alliance and the future of humanity. But the effect was minimal. They still firmly believed that Westerners were superior to the Great Xia people and that the Alliance should be controlled by them. Senior Hodman, what are your plans for dealing with the Matharak father and daughter? Lu Yu asked the question expressionlessly. His family is his Achilles heel. No matter who it is, if they dare to lay a hand on his family, he will retaliate 1,000,000 times over. This is also the main reason why I contacted you, young friend Lu. Since they attack your sister, it is up to you to decide how to punish them. Upon hearing Hodman's words, the father and daughter, who were kneeling on the ground like dead dogs, immediately began to beg for mercy. Lu Yu, it's all my daughter's fault. If I had known she was bullying your sister, I would have crippled her myself. Daddy, save me. Mijia had lost her previous arrogance and domineering attitude. All she had was a cowardly, terrified woman who had even lost control of her bladder. Save you? If you hadn't messed with the wrong person, would I be in this situation? I'm severing all ties with you. To protect himself, Ma Xiak decided to sacrifice his own family for the greater good. No, Daddy, I was wrong, God. Please, for the sake of me being a child, beg Boss Lu Yu to give me a chance to atone for my sins. Mijia kowtowed frantically. She was scared. I was scared for the first time. They were so scared they peed their pants. If she had known that bullying would have this outcome, she wouldn't have bullied her classmates so often. But Lu Yu would not easily forgive those who bullied his sister. From childhood to adulthood, my two younger sisters suffered so much. In order to ensure that he could eat his fill and go to school, he often went hungry just to save himself more money on food. He knew all of this and kept in mind. Certainly, the money saved. Lu Yu also saved the meat for the weekend to buy for his younger sister. It can be said that the three siblings endured hardship together, and their bond was extremely strong. Looking at Mijia crying in regret in the video, Lu Yu felt no pity. She dared to bully his sister, and she was already courting death. The fact that she can now kneel down and beg for forgiveness and regret what she did before shows that she has become sensible. Senior Hodman, this kind of innate evil can never be changed. Even if she escapes this time, she will still continue to bully others in the shadows. Besides, anyone who dares to bully my sister deserves to die. Death is the best outcome for her. Upon hearing this, Howard Man had no choice but to continue asking, so, what does young friend Lu intend to do with this General Mazrak, a 9-star general? The reason for mentioning Masyaker's rank is, in fact, Howard still hoped that Lu Yu would spare his life. After all, Masyak had military achievements and was a believer in him, so he had to try to help him once, both morally and logically. It all depends on whether Lu Yu agrees or not. Lu Yu was well aware of what Senior Howard was thinking, but Lu Yu still maintained that his family was his Achilles heel, and touching them would mean certain death. Senior Hodman, the fact that he dares to use his power in public to accuse others of unfounded crimes shows that he has lost himself. Doesn't he like to label others as dark and corrupt? Then let him experience that crime for himself. Senior Hodman, please begin the trial. Lu Yu wanted to witness the father and daughter being executed with his own eyes. Seeing this situation, Hodman didn't say anything more. Lu Yu is the future of the entire human race. He is also the future leader of the Alliance, as recognized by the Alliance's top leadership. Whether humanity can eliminate the monsters, restore their homeland, and even launch a counterattack against the monster world to usher in a new era depends on Lu Yu. Not to mention him, even the god of creation sword would have to give Lu Yu face. Mazrak has fallen into darkness, and Mijia, at such a young age, has begun to harm her classmates. To prevent the father and daughter from harming the Human Alliance in the future, I, Hodman, the celestial god of the Human Alliance, hereby pronounce their sentence, the punishment of the sacred flame, as a warning to others. The next moment, Hodman took out his staff and swung it. The sacred fire, capable of purifying everything, was ignited on the bodies of Manhwa and his daughter. The two rolled on the ground, screaming in agony. But faced with the incomparably powerful god Hodman, all they could do was wail and wail. Not long after, the two were burned to ashes by the sacred fire. Subsequently, God Hodman posted the trial video on the Alliance's main channel to deter other Western compatriots like Manhwa from making similar moves. Seeing this, Lu Yu suppressed his killing intent and headed straight for Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School. At this time, all the teachers and students at Jinsheng No. 1 Middle School were terrified and remained silent. They never expected this. The three people who had infiltrated Jinsheng No. 1 High School through improper connections, in their eyes, possessed such terrifying power. The commander-in-chief of theater personally came to arrest people. Now, even the god Hodman himself is carrying out the sacred fire punishment on Manhwa and his daughter. They were completely baffled. Just how terrifying a powerful figure is behind the sisters Lu Shui and Lu Yu that could make the heavenly god directly execute Manhwa and his daughter. After all, a 9-star general requires a great deal of military merit to attain the rank, so it's highly unlikely that he would be executed for protecting his daughter. Thinking of this, they all felt a chill run down their spines and secretly vowed that they must not mess with these two sisters, nor with the new homeroom teacher, Class 1. They were too terrifying. The female head teacher looked ashen-faced. Before the punishment comes upon them, she knelt before Lu Shui and Lu Yu, begging for forgiveness. The more arrogant they were before, the more pathetic they are now. This headmaster of studies is a snob and a sycophant, although he hasn't done anything else heinous. But Lu Shui did not forgive her, her face cold. Principal Lei ultimately gave the dean of students a severe punishment, expelling him from the school and banning him from ever being employed again. This made her kowtow repeatedly in gratitude. Otherwise, the people behind these two sisters will definitely destroy her. After this incident, the alliance has become more stable. Students from other middle schools were also shocked and no longer dared to bully their classmates. In their view, bully, they will surely die a horrible death.